She woke up in the body of a doomed noblewoman. She knew her fate: betrayal, humiliation, and ruin. She tried to escape it all, even pushing away the prince she was supposed to marry. What happens when every move to break free pulls her deeper into the story? The Proper Way to Lose a Prince, a web novel, Isekai Portal Fantasy. The complete audiobook only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. Her eyelids were heavy, the kind of weight that came from hours of staring at a screen in the dark, translating dialogue branches until the words blurred and the train station signs stopped making sense. She remembered the train, the rumble of wheels, her head dropping forward. A jolt, then nothing. Now there was a ceiling above her. Not the fluorescent tube of a commuter carriage, but painted panels with gilt edges catching candlelight. The air smelled of beeswax and dried lavender, and the surface beneath her was stiff brocade, not pleated train upholstery. Maelys Malone lay still and let her eyes travel. A fainting couch, curtains the color of old wine, a marble fireplace with a clock she recognized. She sat up too fast. The gown she wore was heavy, deep blue silk with silver stitching climbing her ribs, and her hair pulled so tight against her scalp that her temples ached. A familiar ache. She had written that detail into a translation note once, a small character beat about Dellacroix's tension headaches. The clock on the mantelpiece was shaped like a stag mid-leap, its antlers tipped in brass. She knew that clock. It sat in the antechamber of the Fontier town residence, stage left of the opening salon scene in Act 2 of A Crown for Karina. "My lady?" A maid stood in the doorway, young, round-faced, holding a tray with a steaming cup. Her hands trembled slightly, rattling the porcelain. Maelys stared at her. The girl's name was Nella. She had one line in the entire game, spoken to the housekeeper after Dellacroix had already left the room. "The gray gown," she said, and then she broke the mirror. "My lady, you fainted. The physician said you needed rest, but you were only out a few minutes and I did not want to disturb you. Only the tea will cool and—" Nella's voice carried that same tight pitch she used in the game when she found the broken mirror. Not grief. Fear. Maelys lifted her hand. Her fingers were pale, slender, tipped with nails cut short and clean. Not her hand. Not the hand that had gripped a phone on a train platform an hour ago, or a day ago, or however long it had been since she fell asleep. She looked at her wrist. Faint pencil smudges marked the inside of her forearm. Numbers. She had written route dates there during her last translation session, a habit born of needing quick reference while cross-referencing event flags against the script. Day 43, Sibia arrival. Autumn session. The air left her lungs in a thin, uneven stream. Dellacroix Fontier had copper-brown hair pinned so tightly it hurt, gray-green eyes that narrowed easily into sharpness, a slender build that moved like she owned every room she entered, an ink smudge on her inner wrist from a note she had written before falling asleep on a train that no longer existed. Maelys looked at the pencil marks and recognized her own handwriting. "My lady?" Nella's voice cracked. She was still standing in the doorway, tea tray trembling, waiting for Dellacroix to bark at her for lingering, for speaking without permission, for existing in the same space as the Duke's daughter. And Maelys understood with a clarity that sat cold and heavy in her stomach exactly when in the story she had landed. This was the opening of Act 2, the salon scene. Dellacroix had just been told that the Crown Prince would attend the autumn presentation, and she had fainted in the antechamber from the sheer pressure of the performance ahead. In the game, she had woken furious, snapped at Nella, and swept out to begin the campaign of humiliation that would destroy her. But Maelys was not Dellacroix. She swung her legs off the fainting couch. The silk rustled. Her knees felt weak, but she stood. "Thank you," she said. Nella blinked. "For the tea," Maelys added, because silence felt dangerous. "I appreciate you bringing it." She reached for the cup. Her hands were cold, the fingers trembling the way they did when she was frightened, and she could not stop them. Nella stared at her. The tray tilted a fraction. Tea sloshed against the porcelain. "My lady," the girl said slowly. "Are you— shall I call for the physician again?" "No, I am fine, just dizzy." That was the wrong answer. She saw it land. Nella's eyes went wide, not with relief but with alarm, as though dizzy from Dellacroix Fontier meant something different than it meant from anyone else. Maelys took the tea. The warmth spread through her palms. She looked at the chair beside the fainting couch, a cushioned armchair upholstered in burgundy velvet. "Do you want to sit down?" The question came out before she could stop it. A reflex. Something she would have said to a tired coworker, to a friend who had been standing too long. It was not strategic. It was not safe. Nella dropped the tray. Porcelain hit the rug. Tea splashed across the floral pattern. The girl stumbled backward into the doorframe, one hand pressed to her chest, her face drained of color. "My lady," she whispered. "I am sorry. I did not mean to. I will clean it at once. I only—" She was terrified. Not because she had spilled the tea, but because Dellacroix had never asked her to sit down. Kindness from this mouth meant a trap. Kindness from this mouth meant cruelty waiting in the next room. Maelys looked at the broken cup, the spreading stain, the girl backing away as though the offer of a chair had been a threat. "It is all right," she said quietly. "It was an accident." Nella fled. The footsteps faded down the hallway. Maelys stood alone in the antechamber, with the stag clock and the spilled tea, her cold hands wrapped around the remaining cup, her hair pulling at her scalp, her stomach churning. She looked down at the pencil marks on her wrist. Day 43. She had 43 days before Sabine Ashvin arrived. 43 days before the route locked and the autumn session began, the chain of events that ended with Dellacroix in confinement, disgraced and alone. The tea was cool in her hands. From somewhere deeper in the residence, a door opened and closed. Footsteps approached, measured and heavy. A man's stride. Duke Frederick Fontaire had been informed that his daughter had woken. Maelys set the cup down and straightened the blue silk gown with hands that would not stop shaking. She had 43 days to escape a fate she knew by heart, and she had just learned that even a single kind word could make everything worse. Chapter 2. The door opened before Maelys had time to brace. Duke Frederick Fontier filled the frame the way he filled every room she had seen him occupy in the game's illustrations. Lean and upright, dark chestnut hair streaked with silver at the temples, steel gray eyes already measuring her before the door finished moving. He stepped inside. The thin scar crossing his left palm caught the candlelight as he closed the door behind him. "You are awake." Not a question. A verdict delivered in an even voice that expected confirmation. Maelys straightened her spine. The blue silk gown rustled. Her hands were still cold, but she pressed them flat against her skirts so the trembling would not show. "Yes." "You fainted." "I was dizzy." His gaze swept the room, paused on the spilled tea and the shattered porcelain, then returned to her face. The corner of his mouth moved a fraction. Not a smile, not quite a frown, something calculated. "The servants say you offered the girl a chair." Of course they had. Of course word traveled faster than she could. "I felt unwell," Maelys said carefully. "She looked tired. It seemed a small kindness to offer her rest while I recovered." The words felt thin as gauze in the silence that followed. Frederick walked past her to the sideboard. He picked up the kettle, sniffed its contents, set it down without pouring. Every motion precise, deliberate. The economy of a man who had spent decades negotiating contracts worth more than most duchies. "Kindness," he repeated, as though tasting the word for poison. "Is that a problem?" He turned. The steel gray eyes held hers. "You do not offer kindness, Dellacroix. You offer leverage. You have never offered a servant a chair without wanting something in return, and you have never wanted something from a servant that could not be obtained by fear alone." Maelys kept her expression still. Inside, her chest tightened. She knew this about Dellacroix. She had translated enough of her lines. The original character had been written as a study in controlled cruelty, a girl who had learned early that sharp edges kept people at the correct distance. Every translation note Maelys had left in the margins had described Dellacroix's treatment of servants as excessive for characterization and borderline gratuitous. The woman standing here now wore Dellacroix's face, but she had never been her. "Perhaps I am simply tired," Maelys said quietly. "Perhaps fainting rearranged something." Frederick studied her for a long moment. The stag clock ticked, the tea stain darkened into the rug. "Perhaps," he said at last, the word weighted with something she could not read. "Or perhaps you are ill. I will have the physician attend you before breakfast." "I do not need a physician's. You fainted in public, in an antechamber where any court observer could witness it. If you are unwell, I need to know now, before the autumn session begins, not when the palace physicians are making their own diagnoses." The threat dressed as concern. She recognized the technique because she had used similar logic herself in the notes she had written about the game's political systems. "No physician," she said, and heard her own voice harden. "I will manage." Frederick's head tilted. The motion was bird-like, predatory. "You are different this morning." "I am recovering from a faint." "You are speaking differently, moving differently, offering chairs to maids." He stepped closer. The scar on his palm gleamed. "The last time you fainted, you threw a vase at the wall and blamed the footman for letting the door slam." Maelys had no frame of reference for that memory. The game had never shown that scene. There were whole gaps in her knowledge. Rooms of this life she had never translated. Cruelties she had never read. She had to guess. "I am trying to be better," she said. The words came out softer than she intended, truer. Frederick's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a stillness that felt like assessment. "Better is not how this court works. Better is not how House Fontier survives." He turned toward the door. "Breakfast is in 30 minutes. I expect you at the table, composed and presentable. We have the autumn budget to discuss, and I will not have your performance undermined by lingering dizziness or misplaced kindness." The door closed behind him. Maelys stood alone in the antechamber with the broken porcelain and the cold tea and the certainty that her father was the most dangerous person in this house, not because he hated her, but because he loved the idea of her too much to let her change. She pressed her cold hand to her chest and counted her breaths until the trembling stopped. A knock came at the door. Not Frederick's stride, lighter, quicker. "My lady?" The voice belonged to Suned Fellery. Maelys recognized it from the game's voice clips, warm and practical, with an edge of concern that the original Dellacroix had always dismissed as weakness. Maelys opened the door. Suneld stood in the hallway, a folded linen cloth in her hands, her sharp eyes scanning Maelys's face before dropping to the ruined rug. "The kitchens are already talking," she said quietly. "They say you offered Nella a chair, and she dropped the tray because she thought you were going to strike her." "I was not going to strike her. I know." Sunilde stepped inside and closed the door behind her. "But they do not. They think you are either ill or scheming, and the kitchen gossip will reach the palace before noon." Maelys closed her eyes. Her temples ached from the tight pinning of her hair. "What do they think is more likely? Scheming." Sunilde's voice was dry but not unkind. "You have never been ill a day in your life as far as anyone can remember. Illness implies weakness. Scheming implies purpose. The court always prefers a purposeful enemy to a weak one." Maelys opened her eyes. She met Sunilde's gaze and saw something unexpected there. Not fear, not suspicion, but watchful concern. The same expression she had seen in the game's sprites during the moments when Sunilde had quietly held Dellacroix's hair back after a bad night, or covered for her when she had been too sharp at a salon. Sunilde had not always been loyal in the game. The betrayal had come later, after Dellacroix had pushed her too far. But here, in this moment, she was still standing at Maelys's side. "Thank you," Maelys said. Sunilde's eyebrows rose a fraction. "For what?" "For telling me. For coming here first." The lady-in-waiting studied her. The pause stretched long enough that Maelys felt her pulse quicken. "You are different," Sunilde said slowly. "I do not know if that is good or bad yet, but I will tell you this. If you are going to change, you have 30 minutes to compose yourself before the Duke expects you at breakfast, and he does not tolerate lateness." Maelys straightened her gown. Her hands were still cold, but they were steadier now. 30 minutes, she repeated. That is enough. Sundid nodded once and turned toward the door. She paused with her hand on the handle. My lady? Yes? Whatever you are doing, be careful. The court watches change the way it watches blood in the water. She left. Maelys stood alone again. The stag clock ticked. The tea stain had begun to dry into the rug, a dark bloom spreading through the floral pattern. She had 30 minutes to prepare for the Duke's table. 30 minutes to decide how much of herself she could show before the role she wore started chafing in ways that would not heal. She crossed to the mirror above the sideboard. Gray-green eyes stared back at her. Copper-brown hair, already loosening from its pins. A face that belonged to someone else, on a body that carried a reputation sharper than any blade. Maelys pressed her cold hand to the glass. 43 days, she whispered. The reflection said nothing. Chapter 3. The dining room of the Fontier town residence was smaller than Maelys had expected. A long oak table set for two, silver domes over covered dishes, a single candelabrum burning at the center. No servants in attendance. Frederick had cleared the room. He sat at the head of the table, a newspaper folded beside his plate, his steel-gray eyes fixed on the doorway as she entered. She had used the 30 minutes to repin her hair, change into a charcoal wool gown with a high collar, and press her cold hands against her thighs until the trembling stopped. She had also checked her inner wrist 3 times, as if the penciled root dates might have rearranged themselves overnight. Day 43. Sibi arrival. Autumn session. The numbers stayed the same. Good, Frederick she ate without greeting. You are punctual. Sit. She sat at the place set to his right. A footman she had not noticed stepped forward to lift the silver dome, revealing poached eggs, roasted mushrooms, and a slice of dark bread. Her stomach turned at the smell. Frederick did not touch his food. He watched her pick up her fork, spear a mushroom, and lift it toward her mouth with hands that were no longer cold, but not yet warm. The budget, he said, will require your presence at the palace treasury session next week. The Crown Auditor will review House Fontier's expenditures for the autumn quarter, and your engagement allowance is part of that review. She set the mushroom down. I did not realize the engagement had a separate allowance. Everything has a separate allowance. Friedrich unfolded his napkin with the precision of a man who had never in his life done anything without intention. The Crown funds your wardrobe, your personal attendance, your transport, and a portion of the household staff, out of it tied to the betrothal contract. If the Crown Auditors flag an irregularity, it reflects on the house, not on you. She understood. He was not telling her how the budget worked. He was telling her how the leash worked. I will attend the session, she said. Frederick's gaze did not waver. You will attend and you will say nothing. The auditor is a man who respects silence. The last time you spoke to him, you told him his cravat made him look like a strangled goose. Maelys closed her eyes. Of course the original Dellacroix had said that. Of course. I remember, she said carefully. Do you? Fredericks leaned back in his chair. You did not remember offering Nella a chair this morning. You did not remember why the household staff avoids the eastern corridor. You did not remember the vase. I am beginning to wonder what you do remember. The mushroom sat on her plate, growing cold. She had known this was coming. Sonald had warned her. The kitchen gossip had already reached the palace, which meant it had already reached Frederick, which meant he had been waiting for her to sit down before he began dismantling her in earnest. I remember the important things, she said. Define important. The betrothal, the autumn session, the names of the palace officials who matter, the date of the harvest festival. She paused. I remember that House Fontier controls the river trade through 3 of the 7 duchies. I remember that our grain tariffs were renegotiated last spring. I remember that you spent 15 years building this marriage. Frederick's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. A stillness that felt like assessment. You studied. I paid attention. To what, exactly? Because the girl who sat in this chair yesterday did not know the grain tariff terms. She knew the price of silk in the eastern markets and the names of every tailor in Aulenne and the exact wording of every slight the Crown Princess had ever delivered to her in public. She did not know tariffs. Maelys kept her hands still on the table. Her pulse was loud in her ears. "I have been thinking," she said, "about what matters." "Thinking." Frederick repeated the word as if it were a foreign object he was testing for authenticity. "And what conclusion have you reached?" She had to be careful. One wrong step and he would see the gap between her and the daughter he had raised. One wrong step and he would start pulling threads she could not afford to have pulled. "I think the marriage matters more than my feelings about it," she said. "I think House Fontier matters more than my comfort. I think I have been spending my attention on the wrong things, and I want to correct that before the autumn session." Frederick studied her for a long moment. The candelabrum flickered between them, casting his face in alternating light and shadow. "That is the most sensible thing you have said in a year." She let herself breathe. "But," Frederick continued, "sensible words mean nothing if they are not backed by sensible actions. You fainted in the antechamber. You offered a servant a chair. The kitchens are calling it a seizure, and the palace will call it instability, and instability in a betrothed woman is a political liability. I understand." "Do you? Because if the Crown begins to doubt your fitness for the match, they will not dissolve the engagement quietly. They will investigate. They will ask questions about the health of the Fontier line, about the soundness of your judgment, about whether a duke's daughter who cannot control her own servants can be trusted to manage a royal household." Maelys felt the trap closing. If she played the dutiful fiancée, she locked herself into the engagement. If she showed signs of doubt or instability, she triggered an investigation that could destroy her house. There was no safe answer. She chose the one that sounded most like the daughter Frederick expected. "I will not give them reason to investigate." Frederick picked up his knife. He cut a piece of bread, buttered it with the same precision he had used on the napkin, and took a bite. Chewed. Swallowed. "Prince Oswin," he said, "has requested a private audience with you before the harvest festival." Her fork stopped mid-air. "He has?" "3 days from now, in the palace's east sitting room. Attended, of course. The protocol requires a chaperone for an unmarried betrothed couple, so Sunilde will accompany you." Frederick dabbed the corner of his mouth with the napkin. "I agreed on your behalf." "You agreed on my behalf?" "Someone had to. You were unconscious at the time." The words came out calm, measured, utterly reasonable, and beneath them the message was clear. You do not have to be present for decisions to be made about your life. Maelys set the fork down slowly. The mushroom had gone cold, but she was no longer hungry. "What does he want to discuss?" "I do not know. He did not share the purpose of the audience with me. But given that he has not requested a private conversation with you in 8 months, I assume the palace has heard the same kitchen gossip we have, and he wants to assess your condition for himself." Her chest tightened. The prince, the palace, the autumn session, the countdown. Every piece of the original story was slotting into place, and she was standing in the middle of the mechanism, trying to find a lever that was not rigged. "If I am not feeling well that day, you will go." Frederick's voice did not rise, but the steel beneath it was unmistakable. "You will sit in the east sitting room with your lady-in-waiting and the Crown Prince of Aulenne. You will answer his questions with grace and composure. You will reassure him that you are exactly as stable and fit for this marriage as the contract requires. And then you will come home and tell me every word he said." She wanted to argue. She wanted to say that she was not a diplomat, that she was not a politician, that she was a fan translator who had fallen asleep on a train and woken up in a nightmare dressed in silk. But the words stuck in her throat because Frederick was right about one thing. She had no leverage. She was 17 years old, unmarried, and bound by a contract she had not signed, to a man she had not chosen, inside a body that belonged to a woman everyone expected to fail. "I will go," she said. Frederick nodded once. He picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and set it down with the same precise motion. "And the engagement," he said. "I want to hear you say it, aloud." She knew what he was asking. "I am committed to the match," she said. The words tasted like copper. "You will not undermine it. I will not undermine it. You will not embarrass House Fontier in front of the Crown." "I will not embarrass House Fontier." Frederick studied her for a long moment. Then he picked up his newspaper, unfolded it, and began to read. "You may finish your breakfast in silence. I have correspondence to review before the afternoon." She had been dismissed. Maelys picked up her fork. The mushroom was cold and rubbery, but she ate it anyway, because refusing food would be another deviation, another thread for Frederick to pull, another reason for the court to watch her more closely. The stag clock in the hallway struck 9, 42 days, 19 hours, and the prince wanted to see her in 3. She was running out of time before the race had even begun. Chapter 4. The dining room door closed behind her with a soft click that felt louder than it was. Maelys stood in the corridor, her hands cold, her pulse hammering against her collarbone. 42 days, 19 hours, and now a prince who wanted to see her in 3. She walked. She did not run, because Dellacroix Fontier did not run through her own residence, but every step felt like wading through syrup. Past the gilt-framed mirror where her reflection flickered copper and gray-green, past the stag-shaped clock that ticked off seconds she could not afford to waste. Her room smelled of lavender and the cold dregs of tea Nella had dropped hours ago. The broken cup was gone. The stain on the rug had been scrubbed. Maelys closed the door, locked it, leaned her forehead against the wood. Then she turned and crossed to the writing desk, pulled out a sheet of parchment, and began to map the game. Not the version everyone else saw. The gallant surface of betrothal balls and harvest festivals. The version she knew by heart. The branching dialogue trees, the affection thresholds, the flags that triggered a route's collapse. A crown for Carino was not a complicated game. 3 romantic routes, 1 friendship path, and the villainous route that ended in confinement. The autumn court session was the lock. Once Sibylle Ashven arrived and the seasonal presentations began, the narrative pressure mounted in a straight line toward Dellacroix's first public humiliation. The accused theft of a minor heirloom during a palace salon. Maelys had translated that scene. She knew the exact dialogue. "I did not take your brooch." "Then why was it found in your chambers, Lady Dellacroix?" The heirloom was planted. The accusation was staged. Dellacroix, whose reputation for cruelty had already marked her as capable of petty theft, had no allies willing to believe her denial. Maelys wrote the date on the parchment, day 34. 9 days before the session if the timeline held. She underlined it twice. Then she wrote the 3 principles that would have to govern every choice between now and then. 1. Avoid emotional intimacy with Prince Oswin. 2. Commit no cruelty towards Sibylle Ashven. 3. Engineer a mutual dissolution before the autumn session locks the narrative in place. The ink dried. She stared at the words. They looked simple. They felt impossible. Avoiding Oswin was the first problem. In the game, Dellacroix's desperate pursuit of the prince's attention was what made her seem possessive and unstable. But the opposite, complete withdrawal, would be read as illness or insult. She needed to be present enough to avoid suspicion and distant enough to avoid entanglement. A vanishing act that looked like composure. She had read a strategy like this once, in a fan forum thread about how to maximize Oswin's route while minimizing the villainous confrontation. The trick was to occupy the prince's visual field without demanding his attention. Be seen, be polite, then leave before he could respond. Maelys wrote visible, not available at the bottom of the page. The second principle was easier to define and harder to execute. Commit no cruelty towards Sibylle. That meant not only refraining from the canon slights, the whispered mockery, the planted evidence, but actively protecting the girl from the court's casual predation. Because Sibylle would arrive in provincial silk with a scholarship medal pinned to her collar, and the wolves of Aulenne would smell fresh meat before she finished her first curtsy. If Maelys defended her, the court would wonder why the villainess had turned protector. If Maelys ignored her, the court would do the damage for her. If Maelys was cruel, even once, she would activate the flag that doomed them both. She wrote, Sibylle is not the enemy underneath the first line. Then she crossed it out and rewrote it. Sibylle is not the game's heroine. She is a scholarship student from the provinces who is about to be eaten alive by people who have never been hungry. That felt true. That felt like the girl she had glimpsed in the game's spite art, bright-eyed and terrified, drowning in etiquette she had never been taught. The third principle was the one that kept her hands shaking as she wrote it. Engineer a mutual dissolution. She had no idea how to ask a crown prince to break his own betrothal. In the game, The engagement only ended when Dellacroix's crimes were exposed and the Crown was forced to annul it. There was no friendship route, no graceful exit. The contract was designed to hold until one party shattered it, but she had seen the dissolution mechanic in the game's code. It existed. It was hidden behind late-game flags that most players never triggered, a legal escape hatch that required both parties to consent, witnessed by a chapel jurist, with no accusation of wrongdoing on either side. The difficulty was not legal, it was social. A mutual dissolution required both houses to agree that the match no longer served the kingdom. That meant convincing Friedrich, who had tied his entire legacy to the engagement. That meant convincing Oswin, who had every reason to suspect a trap. That meant doing it before the autumn session, before Sibyll's arrival, before the narrative hardened into its worst shape. Maelys set the pen down. Her wrist ached. The penciled date on her inner wrist, day 43, had smudged from the salt of her own skin. She looked at the three principles again. Avoid Oswin, protect Sibyl, dissolve the engagement. 3 actions. 43 days. One body that everyone expected to fail. A knock at the door made her flinch. Lady Dellacroix? Saniel's voice, low and careful. You asked me to come. There is news from the palace. Maelys folded the parchment and tucked it into the desk drawer, then slid the drawer closed and locked it with a small brass key. Come in. The door opened. Saniel stepped inside, her face unreadable, a folded note in her hand. The prince's secretary sent word, she said. The audience in 3 days has been moved. Prince Oswin requests that you attend the Harvest Festival opening instead, a formal dinner in the palace's grand hall. He will escort you himself. Maelys's stomach dropped. The Harvest Festival dinner was a public spectacle. Every noble house in Aulenne would be watching, and Oswin wanted to walk her through the center of it, on his arm, in front of every witness whose opinion could seal her fate. When is the dinner? Tomorrow evening. The room went quiet. 43 days. And now the prince wanted her seen before she had time to prepare, wanted her displayed like a trophy he was testing the weight of. Maelys forced her voice steady. Tell the secretary I accept. Saniel studied her for a moment, then nodded and turned to leave. At the door, she paused. Lady Dellacroix, whatever you are planning, whatever you are trying to do, be careful. The palace has been waiting for you to break since the day you were betrothed. Do not give them the pleasure. She closed the door behind her. Maelys stood alone in the dimming light of the room, the folded parchment burning in her mind. 3 principles, 43 days, and now a dinner that would be watched by every wolf in Aulenne. She had wanted to stay invisible. She was about to be the most visible woman in the room. Chapter 5. The dress was a trap. Maelys stood before the mirror in the Fongier town residence, while Sinold fastened the last row of silver hooks up her spine. Deep blue silk, stiff with embroidery, cut to sit exactly as a betrothed woman should sit, move, breathe, and be seen. The neckline was modest, the sleeves were long, the message was clear. This body belonged to the crown. She had wanted something that faded into the wall. This fabric glowed. Sinold stepped back and studied her. You look like a betrothal portrait. Good, Maelys said. That is the opposite of memorable. Sinold's reflection raised an eyebrow. Lady Dellacroix, a portrait is the opposite of forgettable. Maelys pressed her cold hands flat against her skirts and watched the fabric settle. The carriage was waiting. The palace was waiting. Oswin was waiting. She could do this. She had translated 80 hours of dialogue trees. She knew every conversational dead end, every affection threshold, every flag that triggered a root lock. Oswin was just a character with a limited animation set and a few dozen lines of voiced dialogue. He was not real. The thought sat poorly in her chest, like food that refused to digest. The palace grand hall was a cavern of white limestone in candlelight. Chandeliers hung in tiers, each flame reflected in the polished floor until the whole room seemed to float on fire. Tables curved along the walls in nested crescents, leaving the center open for presentation. Maelys had studied the layout and the game's background art, but the art had never captured the heat, the press of bodies, the weight of so many eyes turning at once. She felt them register her the moment she stepped through the arch. Whispers folded through the crowd like wind through grass. Dellacroix. She came. She looks well. Too well. Did you hear about the fainting? She kept her spine straight and her face still, the way Frederick had trained into Dellacroix's muscle memory. Her hands were cold. Her pulse was not. Then she saw Oswin. He stood near the far end of the hall, flanked by palace attendants, wearing formal black with silver trim that caught the candlelight along his shoulders. He was taller than the gang sprite had suggested, broader. His hair was dark, his face cut in clean lines that the pixel art had only hinted at. He was not a character with a limited animation set. He was a person who had requested an audience after 8 months of silence, and she was about to walk toward him in front of every noble house in Aulenne. Maelys moved. The first dodge was accidental. Oswin stepped forward to meet her, and a cluster of matrons shifted into the path between them, their wide skirts creating an accidental barrier. Maelys did not push through. She stopped, inclined her head politely, and let the matrons close the gap. By the time they parted, she had angled herself toward a different part of the room. She heard Lady Osen, the wine merchant's widow, say something about the autumn grain tithe. Maelys answered without fully hearing the question, her eyes tracking Oswin's position across the hall. He had stopped moving. He was watching her. She smiled at Lady Osen and did not look back. The second dodge was deliberate. Oswin crossed the floor with 2 attendants, taking a path that would intersect hers near the center table. Maelys saw it 3 seconds before it happened, the same way she had learned to read enemy movement patterns in the game's timed dialogue battles. She turned left instead of forward, as if drawn by something on a side table, and let a jurist in chapel robes step between them. The jurist was tall, broad-shouldered, and completely oblivious to the tactical service he was providing. He bowed to her. She returned the bow with perfect courtesy. By the time she straightened, Oswin had passed behind him and was already being drawn into conversation with a treasury official. Maelys exhaled. Then she saw a gap near the wall, behind a cluster of older women discussing chapel embroidery, and she moved toward it without hesitation. The third dodge was absurd. Oswin had finished with the treasury official and was scanning the room. His gaze found her almost immediately. Maelys did not think. She stepped sideways, behind the largest floral arrangement she had ever seen, a tower of autumn chrysanthemums and dried branches set on a pedestal near the eastern wall. The arrangement was nearly 6 feet tall. It hit her completely. She stood there, breathing chrysanthemum pollen, and wondered what the game's writers would have done with this scene. The villainess hides behind foliage. All routes remain open. A footman passed. He did not see her. A matron passed. She did not see her either. Maelys pressed her back against the wall and counted to 20. When she stepped out, Oswin was talking to a gray-haired woman near the fireplace. He had not been looking for her. She found a seat between 2 elderly jurists who were arguing about river rights and did not require her to speak. She nodded at intervals. She smiled when one of them made a point about naggable tributaries. She did not look at the prince. The dinner progressed. Plates were served, wine was poured, speeches were made about the harvest, the kingdom's abundance, the favor of the old gods whose names Maelys was still learning. She ate when the jurists ate. She laughed when they laughed. She kept her gaze fixed on the table, the candles, the salt cellar, anything that was not the far end of the hall where the crown prince sat at the royal table. She did not know if he was still watching her. She refused to find out. The dinner ended with a formal procession to the adjacent salon, where small tables had been set with cordials and sweet pastries. The crowd loosened. Conversations broke into smaller clusters. Maelys found herself near a window, a cup of something she had not tasted in her hand, when a voice spoke beside her. "You are very good at not being seen." She turned. Oswin stood 3 feet away, alone, a cup of his own held loosely between his fingers. He was not smiling. He was not frowning. He was looking at her with the same quiet attention he had given the treasury official, the same careful assessment she had seen in the game's cutscenes when the prince evaluated a witness. "I was admiring the flowers," she said. "Behind them." She felt heat rise along her neck. The arrangement was striking. The arrangement was 6 feet of dried leaves. You stood behind it for nearly a minute. He had counted. Maelys set her cup down before her shaking hands could betray her. I did not want to interrupt your conversation with the Treasury official. You did not want to speak to me. The words hung between them, plain and unadorned. She could lie. She could deflect. She could hide behind etiquette, behind the script she had memorized, behind any of the 100 lines Dellacroix had been programmed to say. But he had counted the minute behind the flowers. I was not ready, she said. His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a fraction of tension released. Neither was I. 8 months of silence is not a foundation for easy conversation. Then why request the audience? He studied her for a beat. Because I heard you had changed, and I wanted to see if the rumor was accurate. And is it? Oswin tilted his head, the first hint of warmth breaking through his reserve. You stood behind a floral arrangement to avoid me. The Dellacroix I knew would have walked through the center of the room and dared anyone to look away. The old Dellacroix would have owned the room. The old Dellacroix would have wanted to. Maelys looked down at her empty hands. Perhaps I am learning that attention is not the same as victory. Something flickered in his eyes. Interest, maybe, recognition. Tomorrow, he said, there is a smaller gathering in the Eastern Salon. Fewer people, less spectacle. I will be there at the third bell. He did not wait for her answer. He inclined his head, turned, and walked back toward the royal table, leaving her standing alone by the window with the taste of chrysanthemum dust still shop in her throat. She had wanted to repel him. He had looked at her like she was a question he intended to solve. The carriage ride home was silent. Sunnold sat across from her, arms folded, watching the streetlights pass. She did not ask about the dinner. She did not ask about the prince. But as the carriage turned onto the Fondier road, she spoke. He noticed you avoiding him. I was not, he noticed. And he is interested now in a way he was not before you started. Maelys closed her eyes. The third bell. She would be there. She had to be. Because staying away would confirm the rumor of instability, and attending would mean standing in the same room as Oswin without a floral arrangement to hide behind. Sunwell would not look like the $1 million Finity's craft. She had wanted to repel him. She had made herself fascinating instead. Chapter 6. The Eastern Salon smelled of old paper and beeswax, the same scent that clung to the Fontrier archives. Smaller than the Grand Hall, paneled in pale oak, it held perhaps 40 people instead of 200. Maelys had chosen a corner near a window, positioning herself at an angle that let her see every entrance. Sunnold had not argued when Maelys insisted on arriving early. She had simply fastened the pearl clasps at Maelys's wrists and said nothing. Now the room filled, slowly. A trio of jurists by the fireplace, 2 ladies of the bedchamber near the cordial table, a man in Marshal's braid standing alone by the far wall, arms crossed, watching the doorway with the kind of stillness that belonged to someone paid to notice things. Maelys did not recognize him. She filed the observation away and returned her gaze to the window. The third bell rang. She counted the seconds. 14, 20, 33. The door opened and Oswin entered. Not in formal black, but in a dark gray coat with silver buttons. No crown, no attendants. He looked like a man who had decided to arrive without armor. He found her immediately. Maelys did not look away. That was the rule she had set for herself this morning. No hiding, no floral arrangements. She could be present without being available. Oswin crossed the room. People noticed. Conversations faltered and resumed, but at a lower pitch. Lady Dellacroix. Your Highness. He stopped at the window beside her, leaving a full arm's length of space between them. Not crowding, not retreating, choosing exactly where to stand. You came, he said. I said I would. You said you were not ready. I wondered if that would keep you away. She turned to face him fully. If I stayed away, the rumor would be that I was unstable. If I came and behaved poorly, the rumor would be that I was unchanged. I came and stood by a window. That seems safe enough. His mouth curved just slightly. You have started thinking in outcomes. Should I not? Most people here think in impressions. They ask how something looks, not what it will produce. He studied her with that same quiet attention from the night before. Are you unwell? The question landed softer than she expected. No accusation in it, no test. She could lie. She could tell him she was perfectly well and let him wonder why she had fainted in the antechamber 3 days ago, why she had hidden behind flowers, why she spoke like someone who had never met him before. But he had asked like he meant it. I am tired, she said. I have been thinking about what it means to be seen clearly, and I am not certain I know how to do that yet. He was quiet for a long moment. The salon murmured around them. A cordial glass clinked somewhere, and Oswin stood motionless beside her as if the noise did not touch him. That is the most honest thing anyone has said to me in this room in years. Maelys felt her chest tighten. That cannot be true. It is. He looked down at his hands, then back at her. The Dellacroix I knew before would have told me I looked well, asked after the treasury session, and found 3 reasons to touch my sleeve before the conversation ended. You were standing against the wall telling me you do not know how to be seen. She did not know how to answer that, so she said nothing. Oswin let the silence hold, then nodded once, like he had confirmed something he needed to know. I will not keep you, but I want you to know that I am glad you came. He walked away before she could respond. She stayed by the window for another 10 minutes, breathing through the space where her lungs had forgotten how to expand. The man in Marshal's braid was still watching. She felt his attention like a thread pulling across the room, tracking her movements, measuring the distance she kept from other guests. When she shifted her weight, he shifted his gaze. When she picked up a cordial glass she did not drink from, he noted it. She knew him. Not from the dinner, not from the game's love interests, but from a memory that was not hers, Dellacroix's memory. A sharp exchange in a palace corridor, a complaint about a guard who had not bowed quickly enough. Marshal Ivo Penhall, captain of the palace guard detail assigned to the royal apartments, and someone who remembered every public slight Dellacroix had ever delivered. Maelys set the cordial down and walked toward the door, keeping her pace unhurried. She did not look back. She did not need to. She could feel him tracking her, patient and unmoving, like a man who had learned that predators always circled back. The carriage was already waiting when she reached the courtyard. Sunnold climbed in beside her and did not speak until they had cleared the palace gates. He spoke to you by the window a long time. He asked if I was unwell. And what did you say? Maelys stared at the street passing beyond the glass. I told him I was tired. I told him I was learning how to be seen. Sunnold was quiet for a moment. Then she said, that was dangerous. He asked. He is the Crown Prince. He asks to test. He does not ask to understand. The carriage lurched around a corner. Maelys gripped the seat to steady herself. Maybe, she said, but I am tired of being tested by people who pretend they do not see. If he wants to look, let him look. I will not perform for him. Sunnold said nothing more, but her silence felt heavier than any warning. That evening, alone in her room, Maelys unrolled the small paper she had hidden beneath her mattress. The 3 principles were still there, written in her own cramped hand. Avoid Oswin, protect Sibi, dissolve the engagement. She had broken the first one already by telling him the truth by the window. The second was still untested. The third felt like a door she was walking away from instead of toward. She took the pencil from the nightstand and scratched a line through the top of the paper, then sat staring at the 2 principles that remained. A knock came at the door. Her hand stilled. Enter. The door opened a crack. A palace messenger stood in the corridor, breath misting in the cold. Lady Dellacroix, a message from the Eastern Palace. He held out a folded letter sealed with plain wax. She took it. The messenger left. Maelys broke the seal and unfolded the paper. Lady Dellacroix, I would like to speak with you again. Not at a function, not before witnesses. Alone, if you are willing. I will be in the chapel garden at dawn. If you do not come, I will understand. O.T. She read the letter 3 times. Then she set it beside the scratched-out principle and sat very still, listening to the house settle around her, the night pressing in against the windows. Dawn was 6 hours away. She did not know if she would go. Chapter 7. Dawn came gray and cold, the light barely breaching the curtains. Maelys had not slept. The letter sat on the nightstand where she had left it, seal broken, the words memorized. "I will be in the chapel garden at dawn. If you do not come, I will understand." She had not gone. She had stood at her window instead, watching the sky lighten over the rooftops, her hands pressed flat against the sill until her fingers went numb. Every instinct she had told her that meeting him alone, without witnesses, without script, was a door she could not close once opened. So she had stayed. And now it was morning, and the decision felt less like victory and more like cowardice dressed in caution. A knock pulled her from the window. Sunnold entered without waiting for permission, carrying a tray with bread and preserved fruit. She set it on the table, then stopped, studying Maelys with the particular stillness of someone counting evidence. "You did not sleep?" "No." "The dawn." Maelys did not answer. Sunnold's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. She crossed to the wardrobe instead and began sorting through the gowns with sharp, efficient movements. "The kitchens are full of it," she said, not turning around. "Lady Dellacroix!" Quiet by the window. "Lady Dellacroix! Refusing the prince's dance!" Lady Dellacroix, leaving early with her lady-in-waiting, and no explanation. "The kitchens talk." "They do." Sunnold pulled out a gown the color of pale ash, held it up, then set it aside for another. "But the kitchens are not the only ones. The upper salon was discussing you before the torches were even extinguished." Maelys turned from the window. "What are they saying?" "That you have come interesting." Sunnold's voice carried no warmth. "That your fainting was not weakness, but strategy. That perhaps the old Dellacroix was a mask, and this quiet, watchful woman is the truth beneath it." The words landed like stones. Maelys had expected mockery, suspicion, at best, wary tolerance. She had not expected admiration. Sunnold chose a gown of deep green wool and laid it across the chair. "You should dress. His Grace sent word that he wants to see you before the midday meal." "Frederick." Maelys felt her stomach tighten. "Did he say why?" "He said to tell you that the morning reports were favorable." Sunnold's eyes met hers in the mirror. He used the word progress. Progress. The word tasted wrong. She dressed in silence, let Sunnold pin her hair with less tension than usual, and walked to the small dining room where Frederick sat alone, reading a folded dispatch over cold tea. He looked up when she entered. The expression on his face was unfamiliar, not suspicion, not calculation, satisfaction. "Sid," he said. She sat. Frederick set the dispatch aside and studied her with the particular attention of a man appraising an investment that had finally begun to yield. "The palace is speaking of you, Dellacroix, not as a liability, not as a risk." He paused. "The word being used is refined." Maelys kept her hands still in her lap. "I did nothing different." "You did everything different." Frederick leaned back. "You did not chase the prince. You did not demand attention. You stood at the edge of the room and let them wonder. That is not the behavior I taught you, but it is working, and I am not too proud to admit when I am wrong." She did not know what to say to that, so she said nothing. Frederick's eyes narrowed just slightly, searching for the lie beneath the silence. When he did not find one, he continued. "There is another salon tomorrow evening. The autumn preparatory gathering at House Valtieri's town residence. Every noble family with a voice in the session will be there." He tapped the table with his index finger. "You will attend. You will repeat exactly what you did last night. Stand at the edge. Speak little. Let them fill the silence with their own conclusions." Maelys felt the trap closing before she could see its shape. "You want me to perform restraint?" "I want you to be effective." Frederick's voice flattened. "There is a difference. The old approach earned you fear and a reputation for volatility. This new approach earns you curiosity and respect. I do not care which version is genuine. I care which version keeps House Fontier in the conversation." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that she was not performing, that the distance was real, that the quiet was not strategy but survival. But the truth would only make him suspicious again, so she nodded. "I will attend." Frederick dismissed her with a wave. She rose, walked to the door, and had her hand on the frame when his voice stopped her. "You did not meet the prince this morning." Her blood chilled. "I heard he waited in the chapel garden until the bells rang. Alone." Frederick's tone was unreadable. "I do not know if you intended that, or if you simply chose not to go. But the result is the same. He is wondering about you now. That is valuable." She did not turn around. "Rest today," Frederick said. "Tomorrow you will be seen again." Maelys walked back to her room with her hands cold and her chest hollow. Sundald was waiting by the window, arms crossed. "He wants me to do it again," Maelys said. "The salon, the silence, the performance. And you agreed. What else could I do?" Sundald did not answer. The room was quiet, the morning light climbing higher, the house beginning to stir with the rhythm of another day. Maelys sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the paper still lying on the nightstand. Protect Sybil. Dissolve the engagement. 2 principals left. Neither one accounted for the thing Frederick had just handed her, a new reputation built entirely on a lie she had not meant to tell. She looked at the open window, at the rooftops, at the pale sky. Somewhere in the palace, Oswin had stood alone in a garden waiting for her, and she had not come. The knock came before she could finish the thought. Not from the door, from the window. Maelys turned, heart seizing. A gray pigeon sat on the sill, a small rolled paper tied to its leg with plain string. Chapter 8. The pigeon did not flutter or startle when Maelys approached the window. It stood still, gray-breast, soft as dust, and watched her with one black eye while she untied the string. The paper was small, folded once, the handwriting cramped and hurried. "Lady Dellacroix, I have been told you might be the only person in the palace who will not hurt me. If that is true, please let me know before the salon. If it is not, I will try to stay out of your way." Sibylle Marceau, Maelys read it twice. The second time the word settled somewhere beneath her ribs. The only person who will not hurt me. She looked at the rooftops, at the pale sky, at the pigeon still waiting on the sill as though it expected an answer. She had no ink, no paper small enough to tie to a bird's leg. She folded the note and slipped it into the pocket sewn inside her sleeve. The pigeon stayed another moment, then lifted and vanished into the morning. The Valtiritain residence was smaller than the palace, but louder, the walls crowded with gilt mirrors and the air thick with the chatter of noble families testing each other's intentions before the autumn session. Maelys stood at the edge of the room in a gown of deep bronze that Sundald had chosen without argument, her hands still, her face calm, her pulse counting something that felt like a countdown she had not started. She did not have to wait long. The door opened and Sibylle Marceau stepped through in a dress of pale blue wool, the fabric too heavy for indoor wear and cut in a style that belonged to a provincial tailor's interpretation of court fashion. The silk trim at the collar was uneven, the fit loose through the shoulders, and the color was soft and honest and entirely wrong for this room. Maelys recognized it. In the game, it had been described as scholarship silk, the garment issued to palace-funded students, meant to save them from embarrassment and guaranteed to mark them instead. Every head in the salon turned. Sibylle stood in the doorway with her hands pressed flat against her skirts, her hair pinned neatly but without style, her face pale and her eyes fixed on a point somewhere past the chandeliers as though she could survive this room by refusing to see it. Maelys knew that posture. She had worn it herself, in 1,000 crowded subway cars and university corridors, pretending invisibility would protect her. A voice from the far corner broke the silence. "Is that what they're wearing in the provinces now? Or did the scholarship fund run out of fabric?" Laughter. Light. Shop. The particular sound of aristocrats confirming they shared the same cruelty. Lady Cassia Valtiri stood near the fireplace with a glass of pale wine, dark hair coiled tight as a spring, her smile pleasant, and her eyes not pleasant at all. Sibylle's face did not change. Her hands tightened on her skirts. Maelys heard herself speak before she decided to. "The dress is practical," she said, "and honest, neither of which is common in this room." The laughter stopped. Cassia turned. Her smile hardened at the edges when she saw who had spoken. "Lady Dellacroix, I did not expect you to defend provincial tailoring." I did not defend it. Maelys kept her voice light, her posture easy, as though she were discussing the weather. I described it. There is a difference. The room had gone still in that particular way that meant every ear was listening. One would think they could afford better fabric, Cassia said, undeterred. One would think, Maelys agreed, that a house as prominent as Valtieri could afford better conversation. A beat of silence. Cassia's smile thinned. Sibby had not moved from the doorway, but her hands had stopped gripping her skirts. Maelys turned away from Cassia as though the exchange were already finished. She crossed the room with unhurried steps, past the gilt mirrors and the whispering clusters of silk and velvet, and stopped in front of Sibylle. Up close, the girl was younger than the game had suggested. Her eyes were hazel, wide and wary, and the scholarship dress looked even more inadequate in the chandelier light. You must be Sibylle Marceau. Maelys said it loud enough for the room to hear. I am Dellacroix Fontier. I have been hoping to meet you. She held out her hand. Sibylle stared at it for a long moment, then she took it. Her palm was cold. I was told, Sibylle started, then stopped, swallowed. I was told you might be kind. People tell many things at court, Maelys said. Approximately half of them are true. She released Sibby's hand and gestured toward the far end of the room, where a window seat sat empty. Come, I will show you which pastries are safe to eat and which have been sitting out long enough to harden into weapons. Sibby blinked. Then, like a knot loosening, her shoulders dropped the smallest fraction. She followed. The hour that followed was strange and fragile. Maelys introduced Sibby to the pastry tray, naming each item with dry precision. She pointed out nobles by their least dangerous feature, the Earl of Mossbury's fondness for his spaniels, the Viscountess Orme's collection of pressed ferns, the quiet jurist who had once been a provincial scholar and might be worth speaking to. Sibby listened, nodded, asked one or two questions. She did not thank Maelys aloud, but when their eyes met across the rim of a teacup, something passed between them that felt like recognition. Across the room, Cassia Valtieri had retreated to a cluster of older women and was speaking in low, rapid tones. Maelys felt the weight of it settle on her shoulders. She had just made an enemy. But Sibylle was not being mocked anymore, and that, for the moment, would have to be enough. The salon wound toward its close. Maelys was calculating the quickest path to the door when Sunilde appeared at her elbow, silent as always. You made an enemy tonight. I know. Cassia Valtieri does not forget. I know. Sunilde was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in a tone Maelys could not classify, You did it anyway. Maelys turned to look at her. Sunilde's expression was unreadable. Her jaw was tight, but her eyes were not angry. I did it anyway, Maelys agreed. Sunilde held her gaze for a long moment, then looked away. You should know the prince was here tonight. Maelys's blood chilled. He arrived late, stood at the back, watched you with the provincial girl. Sunilde's voice dropped lower. He left before you could see him. Maelys stared at the empty doorway. Oswin had seen everything. Her intervention, her courtesy, her choice to protect a scholarship student instead of serving the script. She had no idea what he would make of it. The carriage ride home was quiet. Maelys sat with her hands folded, Sibylle's note still tucked inside her sleeve, Sunilde's warning still echoing in her chest. She had crossed out Avoid Oswin days ago. Now she wondered if she had just crossed out something else. When she reached her room, a folded square of paper waited on the floor just inside the door, slipped under the gap during her absence. Not sealed, not tied. She picked it up and opened it, the same cramped handwriting. Thank you. I did not think anyone would speak. I'm in the blue room at the end of the east corridor if you want to tell me which half of what people say is true. Maelys stood in the dark with the paper in her hand and felt the story shift beneath her feet. The heroine had arrived, and she had asked Maelys to come find her. The pigeon was gone, the message remained, and the night was not over yet. Chapter 9. The corridor stretched ahead, dim and empty. The blue room stood at the end, its door slightly ajar, a sliver of candlelight bleeding into the dark. Maelys had not planned to come. She had stood in her own room for nearly 10 minutes with Sibyl's note in her hand, reading it twice, then a third time, as though repetition might reveal a trap hidden between the thank you and the invitation. It was not a trap. It was a provincial girl sitting alone in an unfamiliar house, waiting to see if the woman who had defended her would come explain what it meant. Maelys knocked. The door opened wider. Sibyl stood in the gap, her hair unpinned, her hazel eyes too bright in the candlelight. She had changed out of the scholarship dress into a plain cotton shift that made her look younger than 17, younger than the role she was supposed to fill. "I did not think you would come," Sibyl said. "Neither did I." The answer came out before Maelys could smooth it into something courtship. She winced internally, but Sibby's mouth twitched. "Honest already. That is faster than most." Sibyl stepped back and let her in. The room was small. A narrow bed, a writing desk, a single chair by the window, a suitcase half unpacked on the floor, clothes folded with precision that spoke of limited wardrobe and careful planning. No lady's maid in sight. Sibyl gestured at the chair. Maelys did not sit. They stood facing each other across the worn rug. "You defended me," Sibyl said. "In front of everyone. You did not have to." "I know. Why?" The question hung in the air between them. Simple, direct, unprotected. Maelys could have given her the easy answer. Because it was cruel. Because someone should have. Because scholarship students deserve better than mockery from silk-draped nobles who had never worked for anything. All of those were true, but the real truth was harder. She said, "Because I know what it feels like to be the person everyone expects to fail." Sibyl's expression flickered. Something raw passed through it, quickly suppressed. "Then you know why I wrote to you before we even met." Sibyl's voice was quieter now, but steady. "I asked if you could be trusted not to hurt me. You said yes. You believed me. I believed the pigeon's leg was not broken when it returned." Maelys almost laughed. The sound surprised her. Sibyl sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clasped in her lap. The candlelight caught the hollows under her eyes. "I read the file on you before I left," Sibyl said. "The scholarship board prepares a summary of every notable house we might encounter. Yours was 3 pages long. None of it said you would be kind. An alliance was forming, but it wouldn't be unblemished." The weight of everything Maelys hadn't yet told her pressed against her ribs. "I'm not entirely kind." "Good." Sibby met her eyes. "I would not trust someone who was." They talked for nearly an hour. Sibby spoke carefully, feeling out each subject before committing to a full sentence. She had grown up in a river town 2 days north of Aulenne, the daughter of a widow who ran a bookbinding shop. She had sat the scholarship examination against 300 applicants and placed first in jurisprudence and covenant law. "I did not choose court life," Sibby said. "It chose me." "That is a diplomatic way of saying you are trapped." "I am a provincial girl with a state-funded education and a dress that announces my poverty to every titled guest in the room." Trapped is accurate. Maelys sat in the chair by the window and watched the candle gutter. "I am the villain of this story," she said. She had not meant to say it aloud. Sibby looked at her for a long moment. Then she said, "I read the file. I know what you have done. Do you believe it?" "Cassia Valtieri believes it. I am learning to wait and see what I believe." Maelys felt something loosen in her chest, just slightly. Maybe this was not a route to be managed. Maybe it was just 2 people who had both been handed roles they did not choose. "I want to dissolve my engagement to the Crown Prince," she said. The words fell into the room like stones into still water. Sibylla did not gasp. She did not recoil. She nodded slowly, as though slotting a new piece into a puzzle. "Then you need allies who are not watching your reputation." "I have Sunil Tharari," Sibylla tilted her head. "Your lady-in-waiting. The one who is standing in the corridor watching us through the gap in the door while we talked." Maelys Muns brothed off Patchwites who foffered her fear. Maelys' blood went cold. She turned. The door was still ajar. The gap was empty, but the floor beyond it creaked, once soft and deliberate. Someone had been there. Someone had heard. Maelys looked back at Sibyl. The girl's face was unreadable, but her hands had gone still on her lap. You did not tell me she was listening, Maelys said. I am not sure she wanted to be heard. Sibyl's voice was very quiet. But I grew up in a house with thin walls. I learned to recognize when someone is breathing on the other side. Maelys stood. Her hands were cold. The corridor outside the blue room was empty when she reached it. The torches had burned low. The shadows stretched long and uneven along the walls. No one was there. But the creak had been real, and Suneld had been watching them both with unreadable eyes all night. Maelys walked back toward her own room with Sibyl's warding still ringing in her ears and the old game knowledge pressing against the back of her skull. In the original route, betrayal came from the inside. It came from Sunelic. She had known it since Chapter 1, but knowing it and seeing the shape of it move in the dark were two different things. The corridor turned. Her room appeared ahead, and standing outside her door, arms crossed, face half in shadow, was Sunelid Thallery. She had not gone to bed. She had been waiting. You went to see her, Sunelid said. Her voice was flat, not accusing, not angry, unrateable. I went to see her, Maelys agreed. Sunelid was silent for a beat. Then she said, We need to talk. Chapter 10. We need to talk, Suneld said again. The corridor torches had burned low. Shadows pooled in the corners. Maelys' hands had gone cold at her sides, but she did not let them shake. Then talk. Suneld's arms stayed crossed. Her face gave nothing away. I heard you tell Sibyl Marceau you want to dissolve the engagement. The words hung in the air between them, sharp-edged and undeniable. Maelys said nothing. You did not tell me. Suneld's voice was flat. Not angry, not hurt. Flat, like a door she had already decided to close. You told a Provincial scholarship girl you met 3 hours ago. You did not tell me. Suneld, how long have you been planning this? Maelys looked at her. The torchlight caught the tight set of Suneld's jaw, the stillness of her hands. She was holding herself very still. Since the morning I woke up, Maelys said. Suneld's mouth tightened. Before the fainting, you decided to leave the prince before you even came downstairs. I decided I could not survive the match the way it was. And you did not think to tell me. You were loyal to the old Dellacroix. I am loyal to you. Sunod's voice cracked on the last word, just slightly. I have been loyal to you through every door slam, every servant you reduced to tears, every public scene that made the palace jurists write notes about your fitness. I stayed, and you decided to tell a stranger before you told me. Maelys felt the truth of it land in her chest like a stone. I was afraid, she said, of me, of losing you. The words came out rougher than she meant. Of the day you decide I am not worth protecting anymore. Sunod stared at her. The silence stretched long enough that Maelys heard her own pulse. Then Sunod said, very quietly, You have been waiting for me to betray you since the day you woke up. It was not a question. Maelys did not answer. Sunod nodded slowly, as though confirming something she had already suspected. She uncrossed her arms. She looked at the floor for a long moment. Whatever you think I am going to do, Sunod said. I hope you are wrong, because if you keep treating me like an enemy, I will become one eventually, and that will be your doing. She turned, walked down the corridor, disappeared around the corner. Maelys stood alone in the half-dark with her cold hands and her careful plans, and the echo of Suneld's footsteps fading into silence. The next morning, Maelys woke before dawn. The room was still dark. The stag-shaped clock on the mantel read 5:15. She sat up, looked at the small writing desk where she kept her correspondence, looked at the door where Suneld would arrive in 2 hours, with breakfast and a dress selection, and the same unreadable face she had worn last night. Maelys crossed the room barefoot, opened the desk, pulled out 3 letters she had written in the days after waking as Dellacroix. One to the palace archive, requesting a copy of the betrothal contract's dissolution clauses. One to a chapel jurist asking about legal precedent for mutual separation. And one to Sibyl's scholarship board, asking for a list of all scholarship students arriving this autumn. All 3 were evidence of a plan that, if exposed, would reach Duke Friedrich within hours. She laid them on the desktop, spread them out, deliberate, visible, the kind of mistake the old Dellacroix would never have made. She left them there when she dressed, She left them there when she walked to the window. She left them there when the door opened at 7, and Sunil stepped in with a tray of warm bread and tea. Sunil set the tray on the side table. She did not look at the desk. She did not look at Maelys. "The palace sent a note," Sunil said. "The Autumn Preparatory Council meets at midday. Your father wants you present." "Understood." Sunil turned to leave. "Sunil," she stopped. Maelys had the words ready. An apology, an explanation, something true. What came out was, "The letters on the desk. I want you to read them." Sunil looked at her. Then she looked at the desktop, where the 3 folded sheets lay exposed in the morning light. She looked back at Maelys. "I saw them when I walked in," she said. "You meant me to?" Maelys said nothing. Sunil crossed to the desk. She picked up each letter in turn. She read them. She set them down. Then she turned and faced Maelys with the letters still lying open behind her. "You left these out to see if I would take them." "I left them out because I am tired of wondering." Sunil's face did not change. "Did you think I would carry them to your father? I thought you might. I am completely loved. I have been your lady-in-waiting for 4 years. I know. You know." Sunil's voice dropped low. "You know everything. You know what I am supposed to become. You know the shape of the betrayal before I have even chosen whether to commit it. And you are so certain of your knowledge that you cannot see what is in front of you." Maelys's throat tightened. "Then tell me what is in front of me." Sunil held her gaze. A woman who stood in a corridor last night and listened to her mistress give a trust she had never offered to a stranger. A woman who went back to her room and did not sleep. A woman who came here this morning to tell you that your father's steward was already asking questions about last night's visit to Sabile's room, and that she had turned the conversation aside before it reached his desk. Maelys went still. "A woman who?" Sunil continued. "When she walked in and saw letters that could ruin you lying open on the desk, chose not to touch them because she knew exactly what you were testing. She reached into her sleeve, pulled out a folded sheet of paper, held it out. Maelys took it. It was a note, written in a hand she did not recognize. The seal was already broken. "What is this?" The question your father's steward was asking. He heard from a groom that Lady Dellacroix visited the scholarship student's room alone after midnight. He wrote to ask whether there was cause for concern. Maelys read the note, then read it again. The steward had written with careful formality, asking if the visit was a courtesy, or if Sunil believed the household should be alerted to a potential breach of protocol. Sunil's reply, written on the bottom of the same sheet, was 2 lines. Lady Dellacroix extended courtesy to a new arrival at court. No breach occurred. No further inquiry is needed. She had not forwarded the question. She had intercepted it. Maelys looked up. Sunil stood in the morning light with her hands at her sides and her face set in the careful lines of someone who had expected to be hurt and was bracing for it anyway. "I am not her," Maelys said. "I know. I meant the old Dellacroix." "I know. Then why are you still here?" Sunil looked at her for a long moment. "Because I am not her either," she said. "And I am tired of being measured against a shadow." Maelys folded the steward's note into her palm. The paper was warm from Sunil's sleeve. She had set a test. She had failed it. The person who passed it had been standing in front of her the whole time. "I am sorry," Maelys said. "I was wrong to test you." Sunil's jaw tightened. "You were. I will not do it again." Sunil held her gaze for a beat. Then she said, very quietly, "Good. Because your father's steward may write again. And the next time I turn a question aside for you, I will need to know you trust me enough to tell me what you are actually doing before I protect you from it." She moved toward the door, paused. Without turning, she said, "The letters are still on the desk. Put them somewhere safer before the midday council, or burn them, but do not leave them where a servant who does not love you might find them." She left. The door clicked shut behind her. Maelys stood alone with the folded letters and the steward's note, and the weight of something she had not expected. The possibility that she had been wrong about Sunil Thowry from the beginning, or that the timeline was already changing in ways she could not predict. Her wrist itched where the pencil marks had been. The countdown was still running, but the numbers no longer felt certain. Chapter 11. Maelys stood at the desk with the steward's note still warm in her palm. The letters lay where Sunald had left them, 3 folded sheets that could unravel everything if they reached the wrong hands. She gathered them slowly, sliding each one into the inner pocket of her traveling coat, and the motion felt less like securing evidence than admitting defeat. She had set a test. She had failed it. And the person who passed had walked out the door with her pride held tight as a blade. Maelys followed. The corridor stretched east toward the servants' stair, empty but for the distant clatter of kitchen work. Sunald was not in sight. Maelys walked faster, past the narrow window where morning light fell in a gray rectangle across the floorboards, past the door to the small parlor with its cold hearth, to the corner where the corridor turned toward the household quarters. Sunald stood there. She had stopped at the window, one hand pressed flat against the sill, her back to the corridor. She did not turn at the sound of footsteps. "You should not have followed." "I know." Maelys stopped 3 paces away, close enough to speak without raising her voice, far enough that Sunald could leave if she chose. The morning light caught the edge of Sunald's jaw. She was not crying, but her shoulders were set in the precise tension of someone holding something heavy in place. "I am not going to apologize for being careful," Sunald said. "I have spent 4 years learning which doors to stand beside and which conversations to forget. That is not disloyalty. That is survival." "I know." "Do you?" Maelys's throat tightened. "I know you intersected the steward's question. I know you wrote a reply that protected me. I know you walked into my room this morning, expecting to find evidence of something I had done wrong, and instead found a trap I had set for you." Sunald turned. Her face was calm. That was worse than anger. "You did find something I had done wrong," Maelys said, "and I am sorry. Not because I got caught. Because I was so certain you would betray me that I could not see you were already protecting me." The words hung in the cold corridor air. Sunald looked at her for a long moment. "You speak as though you have already lived through a version of me that hurt you," she said. "I do not know what that version did, but I am not her." Maelys felt the truth of it settle in her chest, like a stone dropped into deep water. "I know. Then stop watching me like I am about to turn." "I am trying." Sunald's mouth tightened. She looked away, out the window at the gray sky pressing low over the palace roofs. "I would rather be distrusted openly than managed in silence," she said. "If you think I will betray you, tell me. If you think I have already done something wrong, accuse me. But do not leave letters on a desk and wait to see if I steal them. That is not strategy, that is cruelty." The word landed. Maelys felt it. Cruelty. She had been so focused on survival that she had not noticed the shape of the thing she was building. "You are right," she said. Sunald's gaze flicked back to her. "I am right. You are right. I was cruel. I thought I was being careful, but I was being cruel." Sunald studied her face. Then she exhaled, slow and deliberate, and some of the tension in her shoulders eased. "I do not need you to be perfect," she said. "I need you to stop treating me like a variable." Maelys opened her mouth to answer. A footman turned the corner. He was young, pale-faced, wearing the dark livery of the palace messenger service. He stopped when he saw them, coughed once, and held out a folded sheet sealed with pale wax. "Lady Dellacroix, a summons from the palace, delivered for your immediate attention." Maelys took it. The seal bore the mark of the royal chapel office, not the prince's personal crest. She broke it open and read the 3 lines written in careful administrative script. "By order of the chapel jurist's office, Lady Dellacroix Fontier is required to attend the Whitestone observance at the 3rd bell. The Crown Prince will escort you from the Fontier residence. Formal dress, no attendance." She read it twice. The 3rd bell was in 2 hours, and Crown Prince Oswin would be arriving to collect her. Sunald read over her shoulder, her breath warm against Maelys's cheek. "Whitestone," she said quietly. "The autumn observance. The abbess will be there." Maelys's blood chilled. "Abbess Malone," she said. Sunald nodded. "The same." The name hit like a door closing in a room she had hoped never to enter again. In the game, Abbess Malone was the woman who supervised Dellacroix's confinement. She was the ending Maelys was trying to outrun, and now she would have to stand in front of her, escorted by the prince she was trying to leave, wearing the face of a woman the abbess had been trained to contain. Maelys folded the summons. The paper creased along the seal line like a wound too clean to bleed. She looked at Sunald. Sunald looked back. "I will help you dress," she said. No forgiveness, no reconciliation. But she did not walk away. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 12. Sunald's hands moved fast and precise, pulling the dark wool gown over Maelys' shoulders before she could think about the weight of the fabric or the way it fell like a habit. The bronze gown was gone. In its place, sober gray that reached her wrists and collarbone. The only ornament was a thin silver chain at her throat, and Sunald had fastened it without asking permission. "You will stand beside him," Sunald said. "You will not cling to him. You will not avoid him. You will simply stand." "I know how to stand. You know how to perform. That is different." Maelys held still while Sunald adjusted the fall of the fabric across her shoulders. The touch was efficient, not gentle. Professional. The touch of someone who had dressed a body too many times to mistake closeness for care. Outside, the palace bells began marking the half hour. 2 floors down, a door opened and closed with the solid click of a lock engaging. Oswin. "One more thing," Sunald said. She stepped back, meeting Maelys' eyes in the mirror. "The abbess is not the court. She will not be impressed by silence or mystery. If she speaks to you, answer plainly. She can smell a script from across a room." Maelys' throat tightened. "Have you met her before?" "No." Sunald's reflection was still. "But I know what she represents, and I know you recognize the name." The words sat between them like a blade laid flat on a table. Maelys turned from the mirror. "Will you be there?" "I cannot. The summons says no attendance. I will wait in the corridor outside the chapel." The corridor. The same place Sunald had stood while Maelys talked to Sabile. The same place she had been caught listening. Maelys opened her mouth. Sunald shook her head. "I will wait," she repeated. "Not because I need to hear anything. Because someone should be there when you come out." Maelys nodded. She walked to the door. The corridor was quiet, the morning light falling in pale slabs across the stone floor. At the far end, near the main staircase, a figure stood in dark formal wear. Oswin. He had not entered the residence. He waited at the threshold, one hand resting on the newel post, his face turned toward the window, giving her space to approach rather than greeting her from inside. When he heard her footsteps, he turned. His eyes moved over her once, taking in the gray gown, the silver chain, the absence of jewelry or ornament. He did not smile. "Lady Dellacroix." "Your Highness." He offered his arm. She took it. The contact was light, palm on his forearm, barely enough to guide. He matched her pace immediately, slowing so she did not have to hurry to keep up. The street outside was empty. The palace carriage waited at the bottom of the steps, its horses stamped and breathing steam into the cold morning air. He helped her in. The carriage interior was dark velvet, warm, smelling of old leather and beeswax. He sat across from her, not beside her, and the distance felt deliberate. "You received the summons," he said. "At dawn." "I did not send it." Maelys looked up. "The chapel office did. I was informed after the fact that I would be escorting you." His voice was calm, professional, but there was something in the way he held her gaze. "I do not know why they wanted both of us present for a white stone observance. It is usually a minor ceremony." Maelys' fingers tightened on the velvet seat. "Then why are we going?" "Because the chapel office does not issue empty summonses." He paused. "And because Abbess Kova arrived in Aulenne last night. She requested to see the autumn court before the session begins. The observance is a convenient excuse," the abbess requested. Kova had walked into the capital last night, and by this morning, a summons had arrived pulling Maelys into a chapel where the abbess would be waiting. That was not a coincidence. Oswin was watching her. "You know her," he said. It was not a question. Maelys met his eyes. "I know her reputation." "Which is?" She considered lying, considered the careful answer that would deflect and protect. Then she remembered Sunald's voice. "She can smell a script from across a room." "She is the woman who supervises difficult cases," Maelys said. "Women who cannot be managed by their families, women whose behavior threatens their house's standing." Oswin's expression did not change. That is a specific reputation to know. It is a specific world we live in. He held her gaze a moment longer, then he looked away, out the window at the gray stone buildings passing slowly. I asked to speak with you alone after the observance, he said. The chapel jurist agreed to a private anteroom. Maelys' stomach dropped. Why? Because I have been standing in gardens at dawn by myself, he said, his voice low. And I would like to know whether you intended me to wait there alone, or whether something prevented you from coming. The carriage fell silent. Maelys felt the weight of the question settle in the space between them. The carriage stopped. The doors opened onto the pale stone courtyard before the white stone chapel, its narrow windows rising in 3 slim arches above a single iron-bound door. Oswin stepped out first. He turned and offered his hand. She took it. The stone was cold under her feet. The wind pulled at her skirts, and above them, the chapel bell began to toll the 3rd hour. The door swung open from within. A figure in a dark robe stood in the threshold, hands clasped, face serene. Abbess Miret Kova. She was older than the game sprite had suggested, 50 perhaps. Her hair was gray and smooth, pulled back under a simple linen veil. Her eyes were the pale blue of winter sky, clear and utterly still. She looked at Maelys, and she smiled. Lady Dellacroix, how lovely to finally meet you. Maelys felt the words land like a stone dropped into deep water. She had never met this woman, but the abbess spoke as though she had been waiting. The interior of the chapel was smaller than Maelys had expected. White, limestone walls, a single narrow aisle, wooden pews carved with simple vine patterns. The altar was a slab of pale stone, unadorned, with a single candle burning at its center. A handful of figures sat in the front pews, chapel jurists, a few senior nobles, a woman in widow's black who did not look up when they entered. Miret guided them to the front row. Oswin sat on Maelys's right. His arm brushed hers once, deliberately, and then settled into stillness. The ceremony was brief. Prayers, a reading from the covenant texts about witness and memory, a litany of names, recent dead of the autumn season, spoken in a low monotone by a junior jurist. Maelys kept her hand still in her lap. She felt the abbess's gaze on her throughout, not hostile, not searching, watching, as though she were reading a text she already knew and waiting for the passage she had been told to expect. When the ceremony ended, the other attendees filed out slowly. The widow in black first, the jurists in prayers, nobles who nodded at Oswin and ignored Maelys entirely. Miret rose. Lady Dellacroix, a moment if you're willing. Maelys looked at Oswin. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. Not concern, not suspicion, something quieter, something that looked like waiting. I will wait in the anteroom, he said. He stood, bowed slightly to the abbess, and walked toward a side door. The chapel was empty now. Miret sat down in the pew beside Maelys, leaving a deliberate gap between them. You look tired, the abbess said. Maelys blinked. I am well. No, you are performing well. That is different. Miret's voice was soft, unhurried. I have spent 30 years watching young women perform composure in rooms exactly like this one. I know the difference between stillness and peace. Maelys said nothing. Miret looked at the altar. You have a reputation, Lady Dellacroix. Several, in fact. The court remembers you one way, the palace remembers you another. I have read the file prepared before your father's house applied for autumn session participation. Maelys's pulse quickened. And what does the file say? That you are difficult, that you are sharp-tongued, that you have been known to humiliate servants and rivals alike. Miret turned to look at her. But that is not what I see. What do you see? A young woman who is very afraid, Miret said, and who is trying very hard to be someone she has not been before. The words landed like a knock on a door Maelys had not known she was standing behind. She could not speak. Miret's gaze held hers. I am not here to judge you, the abbess said. I am here to watch. The chapel office requested my presence for the autumn session, that is all. But I wanted to meet you before the season began, because I have heard interesting things about the woman you are becoming, and I wanted to see for myself whether they are true." Maelys found her voice. "Are they?" Myrette smiled. "I think you are still deciding that." She stood, and the movement felt like permission. "One question, Lady Dellacroix, before I let you go." Maelys stood as well. Myrette looked at her with those pale, clear eyes. "Are you being allowed to choose anything at all?" The question hung in the cold air of the chapel. Maelys opened her mouth. But before she could answer, the side door opened, and Oswin appeared in the frame. "Lady Dellacroix," he said, "the anteroom is ready." Myrette inclined her head. The abbess walked past Maelys toward the altar, and Maelys was left standing alone in the aisle with the question burning in her chest like a wound too clean to bleed. She turned. She walked toward Oswin, and behind her she could feel Myrette's gaze follow like a promise she had not asked for. Chapter 13. The anteroom was smaller than the chapel, paneled in dark wood with a single narrow window letting in pale afternoon light. Oswin stood near the fireplace, hands clasped behind his back, and turned when she entered. "I thought you might prefer the carriage," he said. "Or a walk, if the cold does not trouble you." Maelys stopped just inside the door. "The carriage?" "The observance is concluded. There is no formal obligation to remain." He gestured toward the window. "I told the driver to wait, but I did not give him an order. I wanted to ask what you would choose before I made that decision for you." The question was small. It felt enormous. She thought of Myrette's voice still ringing in her chest. "Are you being allowed to choose anything at all?" "A walk," she said. Oswin nodded. He reached for the outer door and held it open without ceremony. The path from Whitestone Chapel led through a narrow garden, old flagstones bordered by late-blooming asters and shrubs already browning at the edges. The air was sharp with the scent of damp stone and fading leaves. Oswin walked beside her, not quite in step, but close enough that their shadows overlapped on the stones. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Maelys waited for the test, for the pointed question about the garden, about why she had not come, about the performance she had just survived inside the chapel. She had answers prepared, deflections polished like river stones, but Oswin said, "Do you dislike public ritual as much as I do?" She nearly stopped walking. "I am sorry?" "Public ritual," he repeated. "Ceremonies. Prayers watched by people who are counting the minutes until they can speak of other things. I have sat through 300 of them, and I have never learned to feel anything but hollow during the readings." He glanced at her. "You held still very well, but your hands were cold." Maelys looked down at her fingers. She had not noticed clutching them together. "You could see that from where you were sitting?" "I was watching." The admission was plain, not flirtatious, not weighted. He said it the way he might have said the sky is gray today, as though observation were simply the thing he did. She chose honesty. "I dislike them," she said. "The rituals. I dislike standing in a place where everyone is looking and pretending I feel something I do not." Oswin was quiet for 3 steps. "Then why did you come today?" "Because the summons arrived. And if it had not..." She turned to look at him. His expression was open, curious, without the edge of calculation she had learned to expect from every conversation in this world. "I do not know," she said. "I think I might have stayed home." "Home." He tested the word. "The Fontier residence." "Yes." "Do you think of it as home?" The question was too intimate. Or it would have been if he had asked it differently. But his voice carried no demand, only the kind of wondering she might have directed at a stranger's life. "I am learning to," she said. Oswin nodded. The path curved around a dry fountain, and the carriage came into view at the garden gate, a plain black lacquered vehicle with the royal crest on the door panel. The driver sat waiting, posture rigid. Oswin stopped walking. "I will not keep you," he said. "I wanted to speak with you after the observance because I thought the chapel might make it easier, but I see now that it did not, for either of us." Maelys looked at him. "What did you want to say?" He met her eyes. "I wanted to know whether you intended to leave me waiting in the garden the other morning, or whether something prevented you from coming." There it was. The question she had been avoiding since she chose not to meet him. The question that had sat between them through the carriage ride, through the ceremony, through the abbess's piercing gaze. She could lie. She could say she had been ill, detained, confused about the hour. She could say any of the things that would let him save face and let her retreat. But Mirette's question was still burning in her chest. She said, "I chose not to come." Oswin's face did not change. "May I ask why?" "Because I was afraid of what would happen if I did." The words came out before she could stop them. Raw, honest, stripped of the careful polish she had been applying to every sentence since she woke in Dellacroix's body. Oswin was very still. "Afraid of me?" "No." She shook her head. "Afraid of what it would mean. Afraid that if I met you alone, I would not be able to keep pretending that this is simple." He held her gaze for a long moment. "Lady Dellacroix." "Maelys." The name slipped out. Her name, not Dellacroix's. She froze. But Oswin only said, "Maelys." He said it carefully, as though tasting the shape of it. "I have spent 8 months believing I understood who you were. I was wrong. And I think you have been spending those same 8 months believing you understood who I am." He paused. "Perhaps we have both been wrong." The air between them felt thin, then a voice cut across the garden. "Lady Dellacroix!" Duke Frederick. He stood at the garden gate, dressed in formal black, his steel-gray eyes fixed on her with satisfaction of a man who had found exactly what he was looking for. "You are early from the chapel," he said. "I had hoped to speak with the abbess before she retired, but I see the observance concluded sooner than I expected." It was not a question, it was a claim. Maelys felt the leash tighten around her throat. Frederick stepped forward, his gaze moving from her to Oswin and back with deliberate slowness. "I heard from the steward that the service was brief. Your composure was remarked upon favorably." He smiled, and the expression did not reach his eyes. "It seems my earlier concerns were unfounded. You are learning restraint at last." The praise was a cage. Maelys understood it instantly. Every word he spoke was a bars being welded into place. Composure, restraint, learning. He was telling the court, telling Oswin, telling her that the new Dellacroix was exactly what House Fontier needed. Compliant, controlled, valuable as a political asset. She had performed the role too well, and Frederick had noticed. "I am glad to hear it," she said, because there was nothing else she could say. Frederick turned to Oswin. "Your Highness, I trust the observance was satisfactory?" "It was," Oswin said. His voice carried no warmth. "And I trust you will excuse Lady Dellacroix. She has had a long morning." Frederick's smile did not waver. "Of course. I will accompany her back to the residence myself. There are matters to discuss before the Autumn Council." It was not a request. Oswin looked at Maelys. His expression was unreadable, but something in his posture shifted, a tension that had not been there a moment before. "Lady Dellacroix," he said, "I will remember what you told me." He turned and walked toward the carriage without looking back. Frederick waited until Oswin was out of earshot. Then he said, "You spoke with the abbess alone." The statement was flat. It was not a question. "Yes." "What did she ask you?" Maelys felt the question like a hand closing around her throat. "She asked whether I was being allowed to choose." Frederick's eyes narrowed. "Choose what?" "Anything." The word hung in the cold air between them. Frederick did not answer. He simply turned and began walking toward the gate, expecting her to follow. Maelys followed. And behind her, the chapel door stood open, and she could feel Mirette's gaze still watching from somewhere inside the dark, like a promise she had not asked for and could not refuse. Chapter 14. The residence corridors felt narrower on the return. Frederick walked half a step ahead, his silence a leash of its own. He had not pressed further about Mirette after her single answer, but the question hung between them like a blade, waiting for a hand to grip it. Maelys kept her pace steady. Her hands were cold. At the study door, Frederick stopped. "The Autumn Council begins at midday. You will attend." "Of course." He studied her for a moment, then nodded once and disappeared inside. The door closed. Maelys stood alone in the corridor, breathing. The house was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that meant servants had been dismissed or had withdrawn to avoid witnessing something they would rather not remember. She walked toward her room, counting steps to keep her mind from spiraling. 18 steps. 19. 20. A figure stood at the end of the corridor. Marshal Ivo Penhall. He was not dressed for ceremony. His uniform bore the dust of travel, and his arms were crossed in that stillness she had learned to recognize, the stillness of someone paid to notice things. He had been waiting for her. Maelys kept walking. Stopping would look like guilt. Hesitating would look like fear. She let her feet carry her forward until she was close enough to see the set of his jaw, the way his eyes tracked her movement like a man reading a ledger. Marshal Penhall. Lady Dellacroix. His voice was flat, not hostile, not quite, but carrying the weight of memory. "You were at the White Stone observance this morning," he said. "I was told you spoke alone with the abbess. News travels quickly. I am paid to track movement, not gossip." His gaze did not waver, though I hear the gossip as well. Maelys waited. He stepped closer, not threatening but deliberate, close enough that a whisper would carry. "I remember you, my lady." She felt the words land like stones. 3 years ago, the spring muster. You were standing with Lady Cassier Valtieri and 2 of her cousins. A footman carrying a wine tray stumbled near your hem. He did not touch you. He did not spill a drop. But you turned and told him, loud enough for the entire terrace to hear, that if his hands could not manage a tray, they should be put to work in the stables, where the horses would not mind the clumsiness. Maelys' stomach turned. She did not remember the incident, but Dellacroix would have. Dellacroix had stored that moment somewhere, filed it under approved behavior, expected superiority. The footman's name was Tom, Ivo continued. He was 18 years old. His mother was a laundress in the palace. He'd been working since dawn and had not eaten. He came to me afterward and asked if he should request a transfer. He was afraid you would remember his face and demand worse. Maelys opened her mouth, closed it. She had no script for this. Ivo watched her with the patience of a man who had delivered this speech 100 times in his own head. "I am telling you this because I want you to know that I remember, and I want you to know that I am watching to see whether the change everyone speaks of is real, or whether it is simply a new shape for old cruelty." The corridor was very still. Maelys thought of the letters on her desk, the trap she had set for Summild, the way she had tested loyalty instead of trusting it. She thought of Maret's question, "Are you being allowed to choose anything at all?" She had chosen to be honest with Oswin. She could choose to be honest here. Marshal Penhall. He waited. "I cannot undo what was done. I cannot take back words I spoke before I understood what they cost." She paused. "I can ask you what conduct would count as repair, because I do not want to be the woman who humiliated a tired boy for the crime of being seen." Ivo's posture shifted. A micro-movement, barely visible, but she caught it. "That is not an answer I expected." "I imagine very little I do is what you expect." The corner of his mouth tightened, not a smile, but something close. "Repair," he said slowly, "would require consistency, kindness that does not fade when the audience changes, restraint that holds even when no one is watching." He met her eyes. "I have seen reformations that lasted a season and collapsed the moment they were tested. If you want me to believe this is real, you will have to prove it over time, not words." "I understand." "Do you?" His voice dropped. "Because I will be watching. Not as an enemy, Lady Dellacroix, but as a witness. And I do not forget what I witness." He held her gaze a moment longer, then stepped back. "The Autumn Council will be called soon. Her Highness's procession has already begun its approach to the East Courtyard. You should prepare." He turned and walked away, his boots echoing on the stone. Maelys stood alone in the corridor, breathing. Her hands were shaking. She had done the right thing. She was almost certain of it. But the weight of Delacroix's past pressed against her chest like a hand, and she could feel how easily it could crush her if she stumbled. She started walking again. The East Courtyard. The procession. Another performance. She was halfway down the corridor when she noticed the folded paper on the floor outside her door. White, unmarked, no seal. She picked it up. Inside, a single line in a hand she did not recognize. The Covenant remembers everything, so do I. No signature. Maelys turned the paper over. Nothing. She looked up. True here. The corridor was empty, but somewhere, someone was watching. Chapter 15. Maelys stood in the corridor with the paper still in her hand, reading the line again. The Covenant remembers everything. So do I. No seal, no signature. The hand was careful, deliberate, each letter formed with the same pressure. Someone had written this at a desk, not in haste. She folded it along its original crease and slipped it into her sleeve. The corridor remained empty. The servants had not returned. The only sound was the distant clatter of wheels in the east courtyard, Her Highness's procession arriving as Ivo had warned. Maelys pushed open her door and stepped inside. The room was exactly as she had left it. The 3 letters still on the desk, though Sunhild had moved them to a drawer after the confrontation. The bed was made. The window was closed. She crossed to the desk and pulled out the autumn schedule Frederick had sent up 3 days ago, a single sheet of heavy parchment listing court dates, ceremonial obligations, and council sessions from the first day of the autumn term through the closing feast. She had not looked at it closely. She had been too focused on Sabili, on Sunhild, on the White Stone observance, on Oswin. Now she read it. The first day of the autumn term was 17 mornings away. 17. She had been counting days since she woke in this body, but the number had stayed abstract, a marker on her wrist and a chant in her head. 17 days felt like a door slamming shut. The schedule listed 14 events in the first week alone: the opening address in the Great Hall, the presentation of Provincial scholarship students, Sabili among them, a joint council session on river tariffs and autumn harvest distribution, a formal dinner for all noble houses with voting voice, a chapel thanksgiving for the season's yields, a hunting party for the Crown Prince and his chosen company. Her eye caught on that line. Hunting party, 5th day of autumn term. Crown Prince Oswin Tessell and invited company. Departure at dawn from the north courtyard. She was not named on the schedule, but she knew, with the same cold certainty that had told her which scene she had landed in on day 1, that Frederick would ensure she was invited. A betrothed couple seen together at the season's first royal leisure event. The court would read it as unity. The crown would read it as House Fontier's continued commitment. 17 days. She set the parchment down and pressed her cold hands flat against the desk. The window showed a gray afternoon sky, the light already beginning to thin toward evening. She had the autumn council at midday tomorrow. She had a mysterious note in her sleeve from someone who knew about covenants. She had Ivo Penhall watching her for consistency. She had a father who was already welding the cage shut. And she had Oswin, who had said her real name back to her like he was learning a new word. She sat down on the edge of the bed and did not move for a long time. The afternoon passed in fragments. Sunhild came in twice, once to light the lamps, and once to ask if Maelys wanted supper brought up. Maelys said yes to the lamps and no to the food, and Sunhild did not argue, only looked at her with the careful expression of someone still learning where the new boundaries lay. The folded paper stayed in Maelys's sleeve. She should tell Sunhild about it. She knew that. Sunhild had proven herself, had intercepted the steward's inquiry, had demanded only honesty in return. But the note felt different from the steward's questions. The steward was Frederick's instrument, predictable, readable. The note was a voice she did not recognize, speaking of covenants and memory, 2 things that sat at the heart of everything she was trying to outrun. She kept it hidden. At nightfall, she undressed alone. The gray wool gown went back onto its hook. The silver chain went into its box. She unpinned her hair, and the ache in her temples spread across her scalp like relief. She lay down in the dark and closed her eyes. The dream came without warning. She was standing in a chapel she did not recognize, white stone and cold air, and Dellacroix was kneeling at the altar in a gown of pale gray linen. No jewelry, no pins in her hair. Her hands were folded. Her face was still. The evidence was found in her chambers, a voice said. The heirloom brooch, wrapped in silk, hidden beneath the floorboard beside her bed. Maelys tried to speak, to say it was planted, that she knew the dialogue, that she had read this scene 100 times, but her mouth would not move. Dellacroix lifted her head. Her eyes were gray-green. Her eyes were Maelys's eyes. "I did not take it," Dellacroix said. Her voice was not angry. It was tired. The tiredness of someone who had stopped expecting to be believed. "But I would not expect you to believe me." The chapel dissolved. She was in a corridor, running. Her breath came in short, sharp pulls. Behind her, boots on stone, many of them getting closer. She rounded a corner and saw a door with light beneath it. She reached for the handle. The door opened onto a courtyard full of faces. Cassier Valtieri stood at the front, her dark hair coiled tight, her smile pleasant. Beside her stood Marshal Ivo Penhall, his arms crossed, his gaze steady. Behind them, rows of courtiers in autumn colors, watching. "The reputation was earned," someone said. "She chose every stone of it." Maelys turned to run back the way she had come and found Duke Frederick blocking the corridor. "You were given everything," he said. "Position, training, a future, and you threw it at their feet and called it strategy." She tried to explain. The words would not form. Frederick's scarred palm opened, and in it lay a folded paper, the same white paper, the same careful hand. "The Covenant remembers everything." She woke, gasping. The room was dark. The curtains were drawn. The stag-shaped clock on the mantel read 3:15. She was sitting upright, one hand pressed to her chest, her heart beating so hard she could feel it in her throat. Her shift was damp at the collar. The dream clung to her like oil, slippery and thick. She forced herself to breathe. It was a dream. It was the original route. It has not happened yet. She repeated it until her pulse slowed. The room was still. No boots in the corridor, no faces in the courtyard, just the dark, the clock, and the faint creak of old wood settling in the cold. She swung her legs over the edge of the bed and stood. Her feet found the floor. She crossed to the window and pulled the curtain back a finger's width. The courtyard below was empty, washed in pale moonlight. No movement, no watchers. She turned back toward the bed and stopped. The door. There was something on the floor just inside it where the shadow fell deepest. A folded blanket. Gray wool, plain, unadorned, neatly folded. Placed precisely so that anyone entering the room would step over it, but anyone leaving the bed and crossing in the dark would find it first. Maelys stood very still. She had locked the door. She was certain she had locked the door. She looked at the blanket, then at the lock. Still turned, still secure. The corridor was silent. She crossed to the door and picked up the blanket. The wool was soft, warm, as though it had been held recently. No note, no marking, just the blanket, folded with care, left where she would find it when she woke. She looked at the lock again, turned, secure, impossible. She pressed the blanket to her chest and stood in the dark, listening to the house breathe around her, and felt, for the first time since she had woken in Dellacroix's body, that she was not alone in a way she could not explain and could not escape. Chapter 16. The morning came gray and heavy. The sky pressed low against the rooftops like a held breath. Maelys stood at the window with the folded blanket still in her hands. She had not slept again after finding it. She had sat on the edge of the bed, the wool warm against her palms, and watched the dark inch toward dawn without a single sound from the corridor. The lock was still turned, the window was still latched. She folded the blanket again, precisely, and placed it at the foot of the bed where the servants would find it and assume it had been there all along. Samiel arrived before the third bell with a tray of bread and preserves. Her gaze caught the blanket, paused, moved on. She said nothing. "There is news," Saniel said, setting the tray on the writing desk. "A provincial rite, the autumn memorial at Thornwood Cross. Duke Frederick is summoning the household." Maelys looked away from the window. "When?" "I'm shuttle. Tomorrow morning. The travel order came an hour ago. The entire household, including the Crown Prince's party, which will ride from the palace and meet the Frontier carriage at the South Bridge." Including the Crown Prince's party. Maelys felt the words land like stones. "He wants me to ride with them." "He wants you seen riding with them," Sunhold corrected. "The betrothal has been quiet since the observance. The court is watching for signs of fracture. A joint appearance at a provincial rite is a public reassurance." Maelys pressed her palm flat against the window glass. The cold seeped into her fingers. How long is the journey? 2 days if the roads hold. The rite is at midday on the second day. There will be lodging at Thornwood Manor, a minor holding belonging to the chapel office. You will share the guest wing with the royal attendants. 2 days of supervised proximity, carriage rides, shared meals, a single wing of a provincial manor. Every moment watched, every exchange noted, every silence interpreted. And my father? Riding with his own steward. He will join the rite but not the travel party. He has business at the River Toll House on the way. Of course he did. Frederick would be absent for the journey itself, present only for the public appearance. He was giving her enough rope to either prove the betrothal stable or hang herself with it. Who else is riding with the royal party? Sumild's pause was barely a breath. Lady Cassia of Altieri's family holds lands near Thornwood Cross. She will be traveling in the same procession, though not in the same carriage. Maelys closed her eyes. Cassia of Altieri, who did not forget. Cassia of Altieri, whose pleasant smile and coiled dark hair had promised retribution since the salon. Cassia of Altieri, who would now spend 2 days in the same convoy, watching for any misstep, any crack in the performance. The autumn schedule said the hunting party was on day 5, Maelys said. This is day 3. Sunild's expression did not change. The schedule is a proposal, not a contract. Your father adjusts it as he sees fit. Adjusts, as he saw fit. Maelys looked at the tray of bread and preserves and felt no hunger. She looked at the folded blanket at the foot of the bed and felt no safety. She looked at the grey sky pressing against the glass and felt the walls of Dellacroix's life closing in again, faster than she had anticipated. Pack the grey wool, she said, and the bronze gown from the salon. I want to look like someone who belongs at a rite, not a celebration. Sunild nodded and left. An hour before noon, the rain began. It started as a thin drizzle, the kind that barely spotted stone. But by the time Maelys reached the carriage, it had thickened into a steady, hammering downpour. The cobblestones of the South Bridge gleamed dark and slick, and the river below ran high and brown. The royal party was already assembled. 3 carriages, 12 mounted guards, a supply wagon, and a cluster of attendants huddled under oilcloth covers. The first carriage bore the Tessell crest, a silver stag on a field of deep green. The second carried attendants and luggage. The third, smaller and less ornate, was marked for guests. Crown Prince Oswin stood beside the first carriage, speaking with the captain of the guard. His coat was dark wool, his collar turned up against the rain, and he looked up when Maelys' carriage pulled into formation. Their eyes met through the curtain of water. He did not smile. He simply watched, the way he always watched, as though counting the distance between them and deciding what it meant. Maelys looked away. The carriage lurched forward. The rain hammered the roof. Inside, the air was close and smelled of damp wool and old leather. Sunild sat across from her, hands folded, gaze fixed on the window. They rode in silence. For the first hour, the road held. The rain kept falling, steady and relentless, turning the dirt track into brown slurry that splashed against the horses' fetlocks and painted the carriage wheels in mud. The guards rode with hoods pulled low, their oilcloth capes streaming water. Maelys watched the countryside slide past the window. Fields of stubble, stone walls, the occasional cluster of trees bent against the wind. It looked real. It looked like a world that had existed before she woke in Dellacroix's body and would continue after she was gone. The thought did not comfort her. At the second hour, the road began to soften. The carriage slowed. The horses' hooves made sucking sounds in the mud. The driver called something Maelys could not hear over the rain, and the rhythm of the wheels changed. Sunild looked up. Trouble. The carriage stopped. Maelys pressed her face to the window, wiping the fogged glass with her sleeve. Ahead, a cluster of mounted guards had gathered around a narrow bridge where a stream had swollen past its banks. Water churned brown and fast over the stone arch, lapping at the edges of the road. A rider peeled away from the group and came alongside the carriage. The captain of the guard, his face wet and grim, leaned down from his saddle. The bridge is not safe, my lady. The water is rising. We will need to reroute through the lower valley. How much longer? 3 hours, if the roads hold. The manor at Thornwood will have a dry roof and a fire. We will push through. 3 hours. Maelys sat back. The rain kept falling. The carriage did not move. She looked at Sumnield. How bad? Bad enough to stop a royal convoy. Worse than your father planned for. The planned was an illusion. The journey was already off its script. Every mile was a deviation, every delay a crack in the careful structure Frederick had built. And Maelys had no idea what happened next. They reached the bridge. The lower valley road was narrow, winding along the swollen river's edge, and the carriages moved at a crawl. The rain had not let up. The light was fading, the sky darkening toward an early dusk. By the time the manor appeared, a low stone building hunched against the hillside. The first lamps were already lit in its windows. But only 2 carriages pulled into the courtyard. Maelys leaned forward. Where is the third? Sealed's face went still. Turn back. The supply wagon lost a wheel a mile back. The captain left a guard detail with it. The guest carriage is not here. The guest carriage. Cossier Valatieri's carriage. The one that had been carrying half the attendants and most of the dry linens. Maelys pressed her hand against the cold window glass and watched the rain sheet across the courtyard stones, and understood with a cold certainty that had nothing to do with the weather. The journey had become dangerously unscripted. Chapter 17. The manor steward met them in the narrow entry hall with a lantern in one hand and an apology already forming on his lips. My lord, my lady, the storm has taken the south road entirely. The ridge-line path will not be passable until morning, perhaps later. We have prepared what rooms we can, but the manor was not built for a royal party. Maelys stood in the doorway, water dripping from the hem of her cloak onto the worn flagstones. The hall was small, low-ceiled, with smoke-darkened beams and a single hearth fire struggling against the damp. A handful of servants moved in the background, carrying linens, banked coals, oil lamps. Behind her, she heard the rest of the reduced party dismounting, boots in mud, horses blowing, the creak of wet leather. Oswin stepped past her into the hall, his coat dark with rain, his hair plastered against his temples. He looked at the steward with the calm patience of someone who had spent his life receiving bad news in good rooms. How many chambers? 4, my lord. 2 sleeping chambers, a sitting room, and a servant's alcove off the kitchen. The manor has a chapel loft as well, but it is unheated and the roof leaks. 4 rooms. For a party that included the Crown Prince, the Duke's daughter, 2 senior attendants, a captain of the guard, 6 mounted guards, and a steward who had not planned to host anyone tonight. Maelys felt the arithmetic settle in her chest like a stone. The steward was still speaking. We have prepared the larger chamber for Lady Dellacroix. The sitting room has a chaise that can be made into a bed for the prince's attendant. The captain has offered to billet the guards in the stable loft. No mention of where the prince would sleep. Oswin turned to Maelys. His expression was unreadable, but his voice was careful. Which room would you prefer? The question landed like a stone in still water. Maelys stared at him. He was asking her to choose, not assuming the best room, not expecting her to defer, giving her the decision as though the arrangement of their sleeping quarters was a matter of her comfort alone, not the political optics of every witness in the hall. She should say she would take the smaller room. Protocol demanded it. The prince's comfort came before the duke's daughters, betrothed, they're not. But the words stuck in her throat because she knew what it would look like if she did, and she knew what it would look like if she did not. Show me both, she said. The smaller room was at the end of the corridor, narrow and cold, with a single window that rattled in its frame. A narrow bed, a washstand, a wooden chair. The hearth had not been lit. The larger room faced the courtyard. It had a proper bed with wool blankets, a writing desk, a lamp, and a fire that had been burning long enough to warm the stones. The window looked out over the rain-swept yard where the remaining horses stood in wet misery. Maelys stood in the doorway of the larger room and felt the heat seep through her damp clothes. She wanted to stay here. She wanted to close the door and sit on the edge of that bed and let the warmth soak into her bones until she stopped shaking. She turned to Oswin, who had followed at a measured distance. This one is yours, she said. He did not argue. He simply tilted his head, a faint crease between his brows. You are certain? The steward prepared it for me. That means every servant in the manor expects me to sleep here. If you take it, the story becomes the prince claimed the better room, and the gossip bends toward tension between our houses. Or toward you sacrificing your comfort for mine. That assumes anyone believes I have a choice. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once and stepped past her into the room. I will have your things brought from the carriage, he said. The sitting room has a chaise. I will sleep there. You are the Crown Prince. I am a man who has slept in worse conditions than a chaise, and I will not be the reason you spend a wet night in an unheated room because the gossip calculus favored my reputation. Maelys opened her mouth, closed it. Oswin had already turned away, crossing to the writing desk to examine the lamp. The sitting room connects to both chambers. The door on the far side leads to yours. The steward said there is a lock on your side. If you want privacy, use it. He said it without emphasis, without looking at her, as though the suggestion was practical, not pointed. Maelys stood in the doorway, rain still seeping from her hem, and felt something shift in the space between them. The steward returned with warm water, dry linens, and the news that the missing guest carriage had been sighted by a relay rider from the valley crossing. Lady Cassia Valtieri and her attendants had taken shelter at a farmhouse 3 miles east and would arrive at first light, assuming the roads held. Maelys washed her face in the porcelain basin. The water was not hot, but it was not cold either, and the simple act of removing the road's grime felt like reclaiming a small piece of control. Sunnold appeared at the door with a folded gown, dry wool, and no questions. She helped Maelys out of the damp layers with the efficient silence of someone who had learned to read rooms before reading faces. He is sleeping in the sitting room, Maelys said. Sunnold's hands did not pause. I heard. Is that going to be a problem? It would be a problem if he tried to sleep in yours. This is the best possible arrangement for appearances. Any whisper that reaches Aulenne will paint him as restrained and you as proper. Maelys looked at her reflection in the darkening window glass. And if someone decides to paint it differently? Then we find a better brush. Sunnold finished smoothing the gown and stepped back. I will be in the servants' alcove if you need me. The captain has posted a guard at the corridor junction. No one will reach you without passing both of us. She left before Maelys could thank her. The manor fell quiet. Maelys sat on the edge of the bed, still in the dry gown, listening to the rain hammer the roof and the wind push against the window frame. The fire crackled. The lamp cast long shadows. She should sleep. She was exhausted in the bone-deep way that came from being afraid for too many hours in too many ways. But her mind would not stop turning. She thought of the missing carriage, of Cassia Valtieri stranded 3 miles away in a farmhouse, arriving at dawn with whatever story she chose to tell. She thought of Duke Frederick, who had put this journey in motion before she knew it existed. She thought of the blanket that had appeared in her locked room and the note that had followed it. The Covenant remembers everything. So do I. She rose from the bed and crossed to the door that connected her chamber to the sitting room. The lock was a simple iron bolt. She slid it home. The click was loud in the quiet. She stood there, hand on the bolt, listening. On the other side of the door, the sitting room was silent. No footsteps, no breathing, no sign that anyone was there at all. She turned back to the bed, lay down in the dark, and stared at the ceiling until the rain blurred her vision and sleep finally pulled her under. She woke to a soft knock. Not on her chamber door, on the sitting room door, the one that led to the corridor. Followed by voices, low and formal, too distant to make out words. Maelys sat up. Gray light filtered through the window, pale and watery, the rain reduced to a drizzle. Dawn. She crossed to the connecting door and pressed her ear to the wood. The voices stopped. Then Oswin's voice, clear and deliberate as though he knew she was listening. The road is passable. The captain says the south bridge held through the night. We can leave within the hour. A pause. I have not used the chamber door. She can come out when she is ready. Maelys stood with her hand on the iron bolt, the cool metal pressing against her palm, and realized she had nothing to say that would not sound like an admission of something she was not ready to name. Chapter 18. She pulled her hand back from the iron bolt. The voices in the corridor faded. Boots retreated down the stone stairs, and the manor settled back into the gray hush of early morning. Maelys pressed her forehead against the wood and counted her breaths. 5, 10, 15. until her pulse stopped trying to outrun her thoughts. She can come out when she is ready. He had known she was listening. He had said it for her, not for the captain. She dressed in the dry gown Sunil had left, working the wool over her shoulders with fingers that still remembered the cold of the iron bolt. She pinned her hair without a mirror, letting the copper strands fall where they settled. Then she stood at the connecting door and tried to decide what version of herself she wanted on the other side. The Dellacroix who would thank him crisply and request breakfast in her chamber. The Dellacroix who would demand to know how he had known she was awake. The one who would open the door and say nothing at all, letting the silence speak for her. None of them felt true. She slid the bolt open. The sound was softer than it had been the night before, less final. She turned the handle and stepped into the sitting room. Oswin stood at the window with his back to her, still in the same coat from the night before, the fabric rumpled at the shoulders. He turned when the door opened, and she saw that he had not been watching the courtyard. He had been watching the reflection in the glass. Her reflection. "You heard me," he said. "The floor creaks, and the door is thin." "I meant the bolt." She did not answer. He crossed to the low table where a porcelain pot sat beside 2 cups. Steam curled from the spout. "The steward brought tea a few minutes ago. I thought you might want some before the road." "You waited. I've told you last night I would not use the door. That included knocking." He poured the tea with the same care he had used in the chapel garden, the same deliberate precision that made every gesture feel weighted. He did not look at her while he did it, and that small act of not looking felt like permission. Maelys sat in the chair across from the chaise where he had spent the night. The blanket was folded at one end, neat and precise. She did not ask whether he had slept. He handed her the cup and sat down in the chair opposite, leaving the chaise empty between them, as though it marked a boundary neither of them had named. She wrapped her hands around the warmth. The tea was strong and slightly bitter, the way she had learned to drink it as herself, the way Dellacroix had never taken it. "You knew I was awake," she said, "before the captain arrived." Your breathing changed. Why? When someone shifts from sleep to waking, the rhythm breaks. It happens even before movement. Most people do not notice it. And you do. His mouth curved barely. I have sat through enough ceremonies to learn how to tell when someone has stopped listening. It is the same skill. She took another sip of tea and let the silence settle, not because she had nothing to say, but because she wanted to feel whether it was a weapon or a bridge. Oswin said, "I did not sleep well either." She looked at him. He was not watching her with the careful assessment she had grown used to in the salon, the chapel, the carriage. He was looking at his own hands, turning the cup between his palms. "I heard you," he said. "Last night, through the door." Her chest tightened. She set the cup down. "Heard what?" "Talking. Not to me, not to anyone in the room." He paused. "You were dreaming." She said nothing. "I am not asking what it was about. I am only telling you that I know what it sounds like when someone is afraid in their sleep. I have done it often enough myself." The words landed in her chest like stones dropped into still water. Maelys picked up her cup again, more for something to hold than for the tea. "What do you dream about?" He did not answer immediately. He set his cup down, squared the handle with the edge of the table, and looked at her with the directness she had only seen once before, in the white stone garden, when he had said her real name back to her. "Crowds," he said. "Every face turned toward me. Every mouth saying something I am supposed to hear but cannot make out. And I am standing in the center of it, smiling, because that is the only thing I am allowed to do." She knew that dream. She had lived it, in different clothes and a different world, but the shape was the same. "Is that why you watched me through the ceremony?" she asked. "To see if I was smiling too? To see if you were faking it as badly as I was? And what did you see?" He studied her for a long moment. "Someone who has learned to wear stillness the way I learned to wear a smile, because the alternative is too dangerous to show." The fire crackled. The rain had stopped and the light through the window was pale gold, the kind of light that made everything look fragile. Maelys said, "You are not what I expected. Neither are you." She almost laughed. Almost. The sound caught in her throat and came out as something smaller, a breath that did not quite arrive. Oswin leaned forward. "I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to hear it without deciding what it means before I finish." She held the cup tighter. "I did not request the audience because I heard you had changed. That was true, but it was not the whole truth. I requested it because I was tired of being engaged to someone I did not know, and I did not know her because I had never tried. I took the arrangement as it was given to me, and I let it sit in my life like a piece of furniture I was expected to inherit." He looked at her. "That was wrong of me, and I am sorry for it." Maelys stared at him. He was not performing. She had been watching for performance all her life, in every room she had ever entered, and she knew the signs. The slight upward tilt of the chin, the pause before an answer calculated to land, the small adjustment of expression that said, "Look how sincere I am." Oswin showed none of them. "Thank you," she said, and meant it. The silence that followed was not heavy. It was the first silence she had experienced in this world that did not feel like a test. A knock came at the corridor door, a servant's voice, low and apologetic, announcing that Lady Cassiavaltieri's carriage had arrived from the farmhouse and was being prepared for the onward journey. Oswin rose. He did not rush. He picked up his cup, carried it to the tray, and turned back to her with something in his expression she could not name. "I will wait for you in the courtyard," he said. "Take the time you need." He crossed to the door, paused with his hand on the latch, and said without turning, "When you are ready." Then he was gone. Maelys sat alone in the sitting room, the tea cooling in her hands, and realized that she had just spent half an hour with the Crown Prince without once thinking about how to escape him. She did not know what that meant, but she knew, with the same certainty that had carried her through every wrong turn she had made since waking in Dellacroix's body, that it was going to matter. Chapter 19. The girl who brought fresh water did not meet her eyes. Maelys noticed, because she noticed everything now, the way small kindnesses landed like stones in still water. The girl set the pitcher down, murmured something about the courtyard being ready, and left before Maelys could thank her. She stood at the window and watched morning light pool across the gravel below. Oswin was already there, standing beside the carriage, speaking to the captain. He did not look up. Good. Distance. That was what she needed. She had spent half an hour with him yesterday without once thinking about escape. The memory sat in her chest like a bruise she kept pressing to see if it still hurt. It did. Sunnold arrived as she was fastening the last pin into her hair. No knock, just the door opening, and Sunnold stepping through with a leather satchel and a face that said she had already heard everything. "You look like you have not slept," Sunnold said. "Wrong, I slept. I just also dreamed." Sunnold set the satchel on the bed and began laying out the things Maelys would need for the journey. A small jar of salve, a folded cloth, a comb. She did not ask what the dream had been about. That was the thing about Sunnold. She never asked the question she wanted to ask. She waited for you to tell her or not. "The manor steward asked me about the sleeping arrangements," Sunnold said without looking up. Maelys's hand stopped halfway to her collar. "What did you tell him?" "The truth, that the Crown Prince slept on the chaise in the sitting room, and you slept in the larger chamber with the door locked between you." She folded the cloth into precise thirds. "He said the footman who brought the tea this morning reported the same thing." "Does that matter?" Sunnold finally looked at her. "It does when the footman tells the cook, and the cook tells the groom, and the groom tells the driver who will be sharing the bench with the Valtieri coachman for the next 3 hours." Maelys let her hand fall. "So everyone knows we stayed in separate rooms. Everyone knows the Crown Prince chose the chaise so you could have the fire." Sunheld's voice was careful, neutral, the voice she used when she was saying something she wanted Maelys to hear without being told. "They are calling it admirable. Admirable. Chivalrous. Considerate." Sunheld picked up the satchel strap and adjusted it over her shoulder. "The story of the night is that he was a gentleman, and you were dignified. It makes you look more compatible, not less." Maelys stared at her. That was the opposite of what she needed. She had wanted awkwardness, distance, a story that cooled rather than warmed. Instead, the night had done exactly what every other attempt at avoidance had done since she woke in this body. Made everything worse by making it look intentional. "The carriage leaves in 20 minutes, Sunnold said. "Lady Cassia is already in the courtyard." Of course she was. Maelys finished dressing in silence. The gown Sunnold had laid out was simple, dark wool, high collar, nothing that could be read as either invitation or rejection. She caught her reflection in the window glass and did not recognize the woman looking back. Copper hair pinned too tight, gray-green eyes that had stopped searching for a way out and started searching for something else. She did not want to name what that something was. The courtyard was full of movement when she stepped outside. Horses stamping in the cold, servants lashing luggage to the rear of the carriage. Lady Cassia Valtieri stood near the manor door, wrapped in a traveling cloak so dark it looked black in the morning light, her dark hair coiled tight as a spring, watching Maelys with the stillness of someone who had already drawn conclusions. Oswin turned when he heard the door. Their eyes met across the gravel, and Maelys felt it again, that shift in the air, that charge she had spent half an hour with yesterday and still did not know how to name. She looked away first. "Lady Dellacroix." Cassia's voice cut through the morning like a blade drawn across silk. "I heard you had an eventful night." Maelys turned toward her. "I slept well, thank you." The manor was generous with its accommodation. Cassia smiled. It did not reach her eyes. "I heard the Crown Prince was generous as well." "Lady Cassia." Oswin's voice was calm, unhurried, the voice of a man who had been interrupted mid-thought and was choosing not to react. "I trust your driver found the farmhouse hospitable." The deflection was smooth. Cassia's smile tightened, but she let it go. For now. Maelys climbed into the carriage before anyone could offer her a hand. She chose the seat facing backward, away from the direction of travel, because it meant she would not have to watch Oswin the whole way. She was wrong. He climbed in after her and took the seat facing forward, which meant she had to look at him whether she wanted to or not. Cassia sat across from them both, arranging her skirts with the precision of someone arranging a battlefield. The carriage lurched forward. For the first hour, no one spoke. The road climbed through forest that still dripped from yesterday's rain. Water ran in silver threads down the bark of old oaks. The air through the cracked window smelled of wet earth and leaves, the particular smell of autumn beginning its long slide toward winter. Maelys kept her hands folded in her lap and her eyes on the trees. She was acutely aware of Oswin's presence across from her, the way his knee did not touch hers even when the road jolted them sideways, the way he kept his hands still and open on his thighs, the way he was not looking at her. He was not looking at her. That was worse than if he had been. Cassia broke the silence somewhere after the second hour. "I understand the memorial rite was well attended." "It was," Oswin said. "The chapel office sent Abbess Kova to observe the autumn session. She spoke with Lady Dellacroix afterward." Cassia's gaze slid to Maelys. "The abbess is known for her discernment. I imagine she found the conversation instructive?" Maelys said nothing. She had learned that silence could be a form of armor if you held it long enough. "I found it instructive," Oswin said, with no particular emphasis. "I did not know the Whitestone ceremony could feel personal until I watched someone experience it without performance." Cassia's eyes narrowed. The remark had landed. Maelys looked at Oswin. He was still not looking at her, but he had said it anyway. The words meant for her to hear, and no one else. She did not know what to do with that. The road continued. The forest thinned. Fields opened on either side, low and brown, waiting for winter. A falcon circled over the stubble, patient and alone. By the time the carriage reached the southern gate of Aulenne, the sun had passed its peak and begun its long fall toward the horizon. The palace rose ahead of them, white stone and gilt edges, every window catching the afternoon light like a row of staring eyes. Maelys felt the weight of it settle back onto her shoulders. She had left Aulenne as Dellacroix Fontier, a girl running from a script she could not escape. She was returning as someone who had spent half an hour with the Crown Prince without once thinking about how to leave, who had heard him say her real name in the dark, who had watched him choose the chaise over the bed and called it nothing. She did not know what she was returning as, but when the carriage stopped and the footman opened the door, she climbed out before Oswin could offer her his hand, straightened her collar, and walked toward the Fontier residence with her head high and her hands cold. She would figure out the rest later. A messenger was waiting at the door. He was young, no older than 16, in the livery of the palace chapel office. He held a sealed letter in both hands as though it might bite him. "Lady Dellacroix Fontier," he said, "for your attention." She took it. The seal was plain wax, no mark, no crest. She broke it open in the entrance hall while Sunald stood watch at the door. The letter contained 3 lines. The Covenant remembers everything. So do I. A fire kindles best when the logs are placed at a distance. I am watching from the edge of the room. Maelys read it twice, then she folded it, slid it into her sleeve, and walked upstairs without a word. Chapter 20. The room felt smaller than she remembered. Maelys stood at the window of her chamber in the Fontrier residence, the folded Covenant note hidden in her sleeve, and watched the palace throw long shadows across the courtyard. The afternoon light had deepened to amber, catching the edges of every window like fire. She had been back less than an hour. Someone had already lit the hearth. Her traveling trunk sat unopened at the foot of the bed. The gray wool blanket from the manor was gone, returned to whatever servant had stored it, and she had not asked where it had been taken. Sunald entered without knocking. The housekeeper wants to know if you will take supper in your room or the dining hall. The dining hall. It was the wrong answer, and she knew it. The dining hall meant Friedrich. Friedrich meant questions. But staying in her room felt like surrender, and she had already surrendered enough ground today. Sunald studied her for a moment. You look like someone who spent the night in a strange house with the Crown Prince and has not decided how to feel about it yet. I know exactly how to feel about it. Do you? It was not a question. Maelys turned from the window and met Sunald's gaze. The lady-in-waiting stood with her arms loose at her sides, her face unreadable, but there was something careful in her posture, the way someone stands when they are waiting to see which way the wind will blow. Maelys did not answer. She had hidden the note from Sunald twice now. The first one, the Covenant threat, had been cowardice dressed as caution. The second one, delivered by the chapel office messenger, was something else entirely. She could not explain why she had folded it into her sleeve instead of showing it, only that the sender had known exactly where she would be standing, and that knowledge felt like a hand closing around her throat. I need to change, Maelys said. Something appropriate for the dining hall. Sunald moved to the wardrobe without another word. The dining hall was smaller than the main reception room, paneled in dark wood that swallowed the candlelight. Duke Frederick sat at the head of the table, his hands flat on either side of his plate, the thin scar across his left palm catching the flame as he moved. He did not rise when she entered. You are back. The road was passable by dawn. He gestured to the chair on his right. She took it, unfolding her napkin with the careful composure she had learned from watching courtiers. A footman filled her glass. The wine was dark and dry, and she drank half of it before setting the glass down. Frederick watched her. The silence stretched, not awkward, deliberate. He was letting her feel the weight of his attention. The memorial rite was well served, he said finally. I received word that the chapel office will include your attendance in the autumn record. That was not a casual observation. The autumn record was read by every noble house with a voice in the session. Her name would be linked to the rite, to Oswin, to the unspoken narrative of a betrothal proceeding as planned. Maelys said nothing. The prince's choice to remain in the sitting room was noted, Frederick continued, his tone neutral. The household staff at Thornwood Manor speak highly of his consideration. It will make for favorable comparison when the wedding terms are presented. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Wedding terms. Frederick's fork paused over his plate. The Autumn Council will discuss the formal timeline. You did not think the engagement would remain indefinite. She had thought, perhaps naively, that she still had time. The game had given her 43 days. The autumn schedule had given her 17. Frederick was giving her something closer to now. I have not been consulted on any timeline. You are being consulted now. He set the fork down and leaned back, studying her with steel gray eyes that missed nothing. The Crown will expect a proposal before the winter recess. That gives us 6 weeks to prepare the documentation, the household arrangements, and the public narrative. 6 weeks. Maelys kept her hands still beneath the table. Her fingers had gone cold. I thought the autumn session had not yet begun. The session begins in 17 days. The betrothal ceremonies will follow within the month. The marriage itself will be scheduled after the new year. Frederick spoke as though reading from a ledger. That is the shape of it. The details will be negotiated in council, but the outcome is not in question. Every word he said made the room feel smaller. She had spent weeks trying to create distance, to build a path toward dissolution. And while she had been maneuvering, Frederick had been building a road straight to the altar. There has been no public announcement. There will be. He picked up his fork again. By the end of the week, the rest of the meal passed in silence. Maelys ate because eating was something to do with her hands. She did not taste anything. She found Sybille in the east corridor, standing outside the library with a book pressed against her chest. The scholarship student looked up as Maelys approached. Her hazel eyes were wide and watchful, the same expression she had worn the night of the salon when Cassia Valtieri's mockery had found its mark. "You look terrible," Sybille said. It was so direct, so free of the court's careful language, that Maelys let out a breath she had not known she was holding. "Thank you." Sybille tilted her head. "That was not a compliment, but I will take it as one if it makes you feel better." Maelys stopped a few feet away. The corridor was empty. The servants had retreated to whatever corners they occupied between tasks. For a moment, there was no one watching. "I heard about the journey," Sybille said. "The whole palace has heard. They are calling it a promising sign of compatibility." "And what do you call it?" Sybille considered the question. "I call it a convenient story that someone wants people to believe." That was sharper than Maelys had expected. She looked at Sybille with new eyes, seeing not the provincial scholarship student who needed protection, but the girl who had placed first in jurisprudence, who could detect breathing through walls, who had read a 3-page dossier on Dellacroix before arriving. "Why are you here, Sybille?" "Because you seem like someone who needs a friend who does not want anything from her." The words landed softer than Frederick's, but they cut deeper. Maelys opened her mouth to say something, a deflection, a denial, a thank you that would not admit how much the offer meant. But before she could speak, a footman appeared at the end of the corridor, carrying a tray with a single sealed envelope. "Lady Dellacroix, from the Palace Chapel office." Her blood went cold. She took the envelope with steady hands, waited until the footman had withdrawn, and broke the seal in full view of Sybille. One line. "The logs are closer now. I'm still watching." She folded the paper and slid it into her sleeve next to the first one. Sybille had not looked away. Her hazel eyes tracked the movement of Maelys's hands, the careful fold, the practiced concealment. "You are in trouble," Sybille said quietly. It was not a question. Maelys met her gaze. The corridor was empty. The shadows were long. Somewhere in the palace, someone was watching from the edge of the room, and she had no idea who. "Yes," she said. "I think I am." Chapter 21. The corridor stretched empty after the footman withdrew. Sybille stood with her book still pressed against her chest, hazel eyes fixed on Maelys with undisturbed attention. "You looked like you expected that note," Sybille said. "Not the content, the fact of it." Maelys kept her hand at her sleeve, the paper warm against her wrist. "I have received a few lately. From the same person. I do not know who sends them." Sybille considered this. Then she did something that surprised Maelys more than any courtier's calculation. She held out her hand. "Let me see." Maelys stared at her. "You want to read a threatening letter addressed to me." "I want to know if the handwriting matches the chapel office's official scribe." Sybille shrugged. "I spent 3 months copying archival documents for the scholarship application. I know every clerk's hand in that building." The offer was so practical, so utterly free of drama, that Maelys found herself pulling the first note from her sleeve before she had decided to show it. Sybille took it with careful fingers, read the 3 lines once. Then again. "The covenant remembers everything. So do I." She looked up. "That is not a clerk's hand. Too deliberate. They wanted it to look standard, but the pressure on the downstrokes is wrong. Someone practiced this shape." Maelys felt the air in her chest shift. "You can tell that from one reading. I told you, 3 months of archival copies." Sybille handed the note back. "They're not palace staff, or if they are hiding it." It should have felt like a violation, having someone read the threat meant for her. Instead, it felt like setting down a weight she had been carrying alone. "You are not afraid of what it says," Maelys observed. "I am not the one receiving it." Sybille tucked her book under her arm. "But I would be, if I were you." "Why?" "Because whoever wrote it knows you are hiding something." Sybille tilted her head. "And they want you to know they know." The word hiding sat between them like a stone dropped into still water. Sibyl did not press. She simply turned and began walking down the corridor, her steps unhurried, her back straight in the scholarship dress that still did not quite fit her frame. Maelys followed. The orangery stood at the eastern edge of the Fontre grounds, a glass-roofed gallery where winter citrus trees grew in terracotta pots and the air smelled of damp earth and peel. Maelys had passed it a dozen times without entering. The game had never placed a scene here. Sibyl pushed the door open without asking permission. Warm, heavy air spilled out, carrying the scent of blossoms and wet stone. "They told me scholarship students were not permitted in the private gardens," Sibyl said, stepping inside. "I asked which rulebook specified that. No one could produce one." Maelys followed her into the green light. The glass roof filtered the afternoon sun into pale gold. Lemon trees lined the central path, their leaves glossy and dark, their fruit hanging small and hard. "You ask a lot of questions," Maelys said. "It is the only way to find out which rules are real and which are just habits people repeat." Sibyl stopped beside a tree and touched one of the leaves. "Most of them are habits." She turned to face Maelys fully. The glass light made her look younger than 17, more fragile, but her eyes held the same sharp attention that had caught the breathing behind the door. "I hate it," Sibyl said quietly. "The way they look at me, like I am something they put on a shelf to see if I belong there." Maelys understood. She had been that curiosity too, but in reverse. The girl who had been cruel and was now polite. The monster who had stopped biting. Everyone watched to see when the old Dellacroix would emerge. "You wear it well," Maelys said. "The looking." "I have practice." Sibyl pulled her hand back from the leaf. "My mother taught me to be invisible in a room full of customers. Watch first, speak later. That way, if they decide you do not belong, you have not given them anything to use against you." "That is very practical. It is very lonely." The words landed in the warm green air and stayed there. Maelys felt the shape of her own confession pressing against her teeth. "I know what you are supposed to become. I know what I was supposed to do to you. I have been trying to stop a story that ends with both of us ruined, and I do not know if I am succeeding." But she did not say it. Sibyl was looking at her with those hazel eyes, patient and unafraid, and Maelys realized she was afraid of what would happen if she told the truth. Not because Sibyl would use it against her, but because she would believe it, and then she would be part of the danger too. "You look at me like you are expecting something to go wrong," Sibyl said. Maelys' chest tightened. "You do," Sibyl continued. "Every time we speak you have this expression, like you are waiting for a door to open and someone to walk through with bad news. I saw it at the salon. I saw it in my room. I see it now." She stepped closer. Her scent was plain soap and paper. "Why do you always look like you are waiting for disaster?" The question sat between them, clean and direct, stripped of courtly evasion. Maelys could have deflected, could have smiled, turned it into a joke about the autumn session or her father's expectations. But the orangery was warm and green, and Sibyl had asked the one question that mattered. "Because I know what happens," Maelys said slowly, "when someone like me stops being useful." Sibyl's expression did not change, but something in her stillness shifted, like a reader turning to the next page and finding a line she had not expected. "Someone like you," Sibyl repeated, "a duke's daughter who was not raised to be kind." The words came out steadier than Maelys felt. "I have been told what people expect of me, and I know what happens when I disappoint them." Sibyl was quiet for a long moment. The lemon leaves rustled above them. "Then we are both waiting for the same thing," she said. "For someone to decide we do not belong here." It was not a confession. It was an offering. Maelys opened her mouth to return it, to say something true enough to bridge the space between them, when the oratory door opened. A footman stood in the frame, his face carefully blank. "My lady, His Grace requests your presence in the study. He says it is urgent." The green light shattered. Sibyl met Maelys' eyes once, a question without words. Maelys shook her head, a fraction of movement, and Sibyl stepped back, becoming the scholarship student again, the girl who knew how to be invisible. Maelys walked toward the door. The covenant note was still in her sleeve. The wedding timeline was still 6 weeks, and somewhere in this palace, someone was still watching from the edge of the room. She did not look back at Sibyl, but as she stepped through the door into the cooler corridor, she felt the loss of the green light like a door closing on something that had only just begun to grow. Chapter 22. The seamstresses arrived before the bells, 3 of them, gray-haired and efficient, carrying armloads of fabric that caught the morning light like water. The ceremony cloth, they called it. Silver-threaded silk in the pale blue of House Tessell, cut to fall in precise folds from shoulder to floor. Maelys stood on the fitting platform in her shift while they circled her with pins. "Her Highness wore this same pattern at the spring investiture," the eldest said, her mouth full of pins. "The fall is longer on Lady Dellacroix, 3 inches at least. We'll need to adjust the shoulder." "The shoulders are fine. It is the waist." Maelys kept her arms raised and said nothing. The dressing room in the Fonchier residence had been transformed overnight. A full-length silver mirror stood where the writing desk had been. Leaden covers protected the carpet. The air smelled of starch and dried lavender, and everything in the room was arranged for the ceremony that would happen in 12 hours. The annual betrothal reaffirmation, a tradition as old as the Tessell line. Each year, the engaged couple stood before the court and renewed their vows publicly, witnessed by chapel jurists archived in the palace record, binding them tighter until the wedding rendered the ritual unnecessary. Maelys had known it was coming. She had seen it on the autumn schedule Frederith had sent, but seeing it written on paper and standing in the ceremony cloth were 2 different things. "Lower your chin, my lady." She lowered her chin. The seamstress pinned the collar, her fingers quick and impersonal. "The prince's measurements arrived this morning. His tailor confirms the matching trim will be ready by noon." Matching trim. They would match. That was the point. 2 bodies in the same silver-threaded fabric, standing in the same light, saying the same words, while the court watched and nodded and understood that the contract was holding. Maelys thought of Oswin's face in the carriage yesterday. The quiet weight in his voice when he said the ceremony had felt personal, watching her experience it without performance. She had not answered him. She had climbed out of the carriage before he could offer his hand and walked toward the house with her head so high her neck ached. Now she was standing in a dress that would make them match. "My lady is quiet today," the youngest seamstress observed, not a criticism, a curiosity. "I am thinking about the fit." "Ah," the young seamstress smiled. "That is what we are for. You do not need to think about it at all." The words landed like a second layer of fabric, heavy and airless. You do not need to think about it at all. The ceremony cloth closed around her in a cool, silver rustle. The seamstresses stepped back. Maelys looked at her reflection, copper hair still unbound, gray-green eyes watching from inside a dress that had been designed for a woman who wanted to be there. The eldest seamstress circled her, checked the fall of the silk, and nodded once. "It will do," she said. Maelys did not feel like it would do. She felt like something pinned to a board, measured and recorded, waiting for the ceremony to press the final seal. "When can I take this off?" "After the fitting is approved. His Grace asked to see the final drape before noon." Of course he did. The seamstresses began unpinning her, their movements efficient, practiced. The silk loosened, then fell away. Maelys stepped off the platform and reached for her day gown where Sunnold had laid it across the chair. Sunnold had been silent through the fitting, standing by the window with her arms crossed, watching the street below, her face unreadable. Maelys had not asked what she was thinking. She was afraid of the answer. "The messenger came while you were being pinned," Sunnold said without turning. "From the prince's household." Maelys's hands stilled on the gown. "He left a note. I put it on the desk." It was there, a folded square of paper, unsealed, lying beside the silverback brush. Maelys crossed the room and picked it up. The handwriting was Oswin's. She recognized the clean, unhurried strokes from the letter he had sent before their first meeting, before the ceremony. The chapel antechamber at 4th bell. I need to speak with you, oh. 4 sentences, no explanation, no indication of what he intended to say, but his tone was calm, deliberate. The same rhythm he had used when he told her she could come out when she was ready, when he said he would not keep a wife through coercion. Sunald had turned from the window. She was watching Maelys read the note. What does he want? I do not know. He chose the antechamber, not a public room. Maelys heard what Sunald was not saying. The chapel antechamber was private, semi-sacred, a space where conversations were not easily overheard. If Oswin had chosen it, he wanted to say something that should not reach the court before the ceremony. He is going to ask something, Sunald said. Or tell something. Yes. And you are going to walk into that room and hear it. Maelys folded the note and slid it into her sleeve beside the covenant note. 3 pieces of paper now. 3 messages she was carrying through the house. Yes, she said. Sunald was quiet for a moment. Then she crossed to the desk, picked up the silver brush, and held it out. It was not forgiveness. It was not trust. But it was something. A hand extended across the distance Maelys had created. She sat down and let Sunald work. The brush moved in long, even strokes, pulling the copper strands into order. The rhythm was soothing, almost hypnotic, and Maelys felt the tension in her shoulders ease by a fraction. You should know, Sunald said quietly, that the steward came by again this morning. Maelys tensed. He asked about the orangery visit yesterday, who you met, how long you stayed. And you told him. I told him you were alone. Sunald's voice was flat. I said you often walk the grounds when you cannot sleep, and that the scholarship student did not accompany you past the door. Maelys turned her head. You lied for me. I chose what to remember. Sunald's eyes met hers in the mirror, but I cannot keep choosing it if you will not tell me what I am protecting you from. The question hung in the air. Maelys thought of the covenant note in her sleeve, the 3 lines about logs and distance. The wedding timeline Friedrich had laid out like a road already paved. She was running out of space to hide. After the ceremony, Maelys said. I will tell you after the ceremony. Sunald's hands paused on the brush. Then she resumed, her stroke steady. Then I will hold you to that. The 4th bell rang. Maelys rose, her hair pinned in a simple knot, her day gown smooth. She walked out of the dressing room and into the corridor, past the footman who straightened at her approach, past the windows where the autumn light slanted across the stone floor. The chapel antechamber was at the end of the east wing. She had never been inside it. She pushed the door open. Oswin was standing by the window, his back to her, his hands clasped behind her. He turned when he heard the door, and his face was calm in a way that made her heart beat faster. He had decided something. She could see it in the stillness of his shoulders. I asked you here, he said, because I wanted to say it once, clearly, before the ceremony makes it harder. He took a step toward her. I have been thinking about what you said at the manor, about the engagement serving neither of us. He paused. I think you were right. The words settled in the narrow space between them. And I think I know what I want instead. Chapter 23. The antechamber was smaller than she expected. A single window, a plain wooden altar, 2 chairs that had not been arranged for comfort. The air smelled of old incense and colder stone. Oswin stood 3 feet away, his hands loose at his sides, his face still carrying that terrible calm. I think you were right, he had said. And I think I know what I want instead. The words hung between them, unfinished. Maelys pressed her cold hands flat against her skirt. What do you want? He did not answer immediately. He looked at her the way he had looked at her in the carriage returning from Thornwood Manor, as if she were a document he was learning to read in a language he had only just begun to study. I want to know, he said slowly, whether you asked me that because you are afraid of the answer, or because you want to hear it. Both, she thought. But she did not say it. I asked because I have spent weeks trying to guess what everyone wants from me, she said. My father, the court, the servants who remember what I used to be. And I realized I have never once asked you directly what you want. I have only assumed. Assumed what? That you want what the contract says. She heard her own voice grow thinner. A wife who performs correctly. A house alliance that strengthens your claim. A continuation of what was arranged before either of us had a say. Oswin's jaw tightened. Is that what you think I am? I do not know what you are. The words came out before she could stop them. I know what the game told me you were. A route, a set of scenes, a man who could be won or lost depending on which lines I chose. She stopped, breathed. But you are not that. You have not been that since the first moment I hid behind the flowers and you noticed. The silence stretched. You hid because you did not want to be seen, Oswin said quietly. I have been doing that my entire life. I know the shape of that fear. Maelys looked down at her hands. The ink smudges on her wrist were faint, almost gone. She had stopped marking the days. I am afraid, she said, all the time, of saying the wrong thing, of being recognized as someone who does not belong here, of becoming what everyone expects me to become, because the pressure to fit the shape they have made for me is heavier than anything I have ever carried. She looked up. I do not want to be a root in someone else's story. I do not want to be a clause in a contract my father wrote before I was born, and I do not want to stand beside you in that ceremony and promise something that was never chosen. Oswin's expression did not shift, but something in his posture softened. The stillness of his shoulders became less like armor and more like waiting. Then do not, he said. What? Do not stand beside me. He took a step closer. If that is what you want, say it now, and I will find a way to end this before the ceremony is archived. I will take the blame. I will say the change of heart was mine. I will protect your standing however I can. Maelys stared at him. Because I will not keep a wife through coercion, Oswin said. I will not bind someone who looks at me the way you looked at me in the carriage, as if the future I represent is a cage you are trying to escape. I have spent too many years watching people perform duty without desire. I will not ask that of you. But the contract, she said. Your house, my father. I did not say it would be easy. His voice was steady. I said I would find a way. The words landed like a hand extended across a gap she had thought was unbridgeable. Maelys felt something crack open in her chest. Not painfully, like a seam giving way under pressure she had not realized she was holding. Why? She asked. Why would you do that? You barely know me. A month ago you thought I was the woman who threw a vase at a footman and blamed him for it. I thought that, Oswin admitted. And then I watched you thank a maid for bringing tea. I watched you defend a scholarship student against Cassia Valtieri. I watched you sit in a chapel and not perform, not once, not even when every eye was on you. He paused. And I watched you hide behind chrysanthemums because you did not want to dance with me, and I found that more honest than anything any woman has ever done in my presence. Maelys let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I was trying to repel you. It worked. His mouth curved, barely. You made me curious, and then you made me pay attention. The fourth bell had stopped ringing. The silence in the antechamber was thick and weighty. If we stay bound, Oswin said quietly, it must be because we choose it, both of us, not because our fathers agreed to terms before we could speak, not because the court expects a performance, because we look at each other and decide the weight of this is worth carrying. Maelys felt the shape of his words settle into her ribs. And if I cannot make that choice, she asked, if I am still too afraid to know what I want, then we find a way to end it cleanly. His gaze held hers. Either way, I will not let you walk into that ceremony alone and pretend. The door behind her shifted, a footman's voice muffled through the wood. Your Highness, the chapel jurist is ready. Oswin did not look away from Maelys. Tell him we need a moment longer. The footsteps retreated. Maelys stood in the narrow space between the altar and the window, between the ceremony waiting for her and the choice Oswin had just placed in her hands. She thought of the 3 principles she had written in her room. Avoid Oswin, protect Sibyl, dissolve the engagement. All of them had assumed she could control the shape of what happened next. She had been wrong. What do you want? She asked again, not deflecting this time, asking him the way she should have asked at the beginning. Oswin looked at her for a long moment. "I want to know who you are when you are not performing," he said. "I want to know if the woman who hid behind the flowers and the woman who told me the truth in the manor are the same person. I want to find out whether we could have been something, if the circumstances had been different." He paused. "And I want you to answer that question for yourself before you decide whether to stay or leave." Maelys felt the weight of his honesty press against her ribs. She did not have an answer. The door shifted again. This time the knocking was sharper. "Your Highness, Lady Fonteria, the ceremony cannot wait longer." Oswin held her gaze a heartbeat more. Then he moved toward the door and opened it. The corridor beyond was full of light and waiting faces. Maelys stepped forward into it, her heart beating against her ribs, the question still unanswered. But for the first time, she was not alone in carrying it. Chapter 24. The chapel was cold, despite the candles. Rows of them burned along the aisle, orange flames swaying in the draft from the high windows, and the light caught the silver thread in Maelys's sleeves as she walked. The cloth felt heavier than it had in the fitting room. Every step pulled the fabric against her shoulders, reminding her she was wearing a future she had stopped believing in. The room was full. She felt the weight of watching faces press against her skin as she moved past the pews. Cassio Valtieri sat 3 rows back, dark hair coiled tight, pleasant smile carved into something unreadable. Sibby was further down, near the scholarship section, her hazel eyes tracking Maelys with open concern. Maelys kept her gaze straight ahead. Oswin stood at the altar in black, trimmed with silver, the same blue thread catching the candlelight along his collar. His hands were still at his sides. His face was composed, princely, the mask she had seen him wear through 300 ceremonies. But when she reached the step, his eyes met hers, and the mask cracked. Not visibly, not in a way the room would catch, but she saw it in the way his breath shifted, the way his fingers twitched once before stilling again. He was not performing. He was standing beside her, waiting, holding the same question she carried. The chapel jurist began the rite. Today, before this company, the House of Tessell and the House of Fontier reaffirm the bond of betrothal, sealed by witness and covenant, binding in honor and law. Maelys listened to the words and felt them pass through her like water through a sieve. The jurist spoke of lineage, of duty, of the crown's continuation, of the sacred trust between 2 houses joined for the realm's stability. Every phrase was polished, ancient, designed to make the arrangement feel inevitable. She'd heard versions of this speech in the game, translated them even. They had always sounded like plot exposition. Now they sounded like a door closing. Lady Dellacroix Foncier. She stepped forward at her name. The jurist held out the ceremonial ribbon, deep blue silk threaded with gold, the same ribbon that would bind their wrists for the final blessing. She had seen this in the game too. It was meant to symbolize unity. Intertwined paths, 2 lives braided into one direction. Oswin held out his arm. She wound the ribbon around his wrist, then her own, her fingers steady despite the cold in her palms. The silk was smooth and cool. The jurist tied the knot. "For the renewal of this bond," the jurist said, "let the witnesses see what is freely offered." Maelys turned to face the room. The faces blurred. Candles, pew cushions, the high stone arches of the chapel ceiling. She felt the ribbon pulled gently as Oswin moved closer, following the ritual. His hand found hers beneath the silk, palm against palm. His thumb pressed once against her fingers. A question. "Are you all right?" She pressed back. "Yes. No, I do not know." The room could not read the difference. The jurist raised his hands. "Let the covenant be witnessed and recorded. So stands the House of Tessell and the House of Fontier, bound until the marriage is sealed." The assembly echoed, "So stands." The ribbon was loosened, the knot undone, the silk coiled into the jurist's hands, and the ceremony was finished. Maelys walked back down the aisle with her head held high, her hand still warm where Oswin had pressed it, the weight of every watching eye burning along her spine. The corridor outside was empty. The court did gather in the reception hall for the formal congratulations, the wine, the murmured pleasantries that would fill the next hour. But for a moment, the stone passage was quiet, and Maelys leaned against the wall and let her shoulders drop. She heard his footsteps before he spoke. Maelys. Her name. Not Dellacroix, the one she had given him in the chapel garden, the one he had repeated carefully, testing the shape of it. She opened her eyes. Oswin stood a few paces away, still in his ceremony blacks, the silver trim catching the torchlight. He had dismissed whatever attendant had tried to follow. I meant what I said, he told her. In the antechamber, every word. I know. I need you to believe it. She pushed off the wall. I do believe it. That is the problem. He waited. Because if you had been cruel, she said, if you had been the cold prince the stories describe, this would be easy. I could fight you. I could hate the contract. I could walk away clean. And instead? She looked at him. At the face the game had rendered in pixels and dialogue sprites, now solid and tired, and watching her with a patience that made her chest ache. Instead, I do not know what I want, she said, and I am terrified that when I finally figure it out, it will be the wrong thing for both of us. Oswin stepped closer, not near enough to touch, near enough that she could see the pulse in his throat, the tension in his jaw. Then let us find out together, he said, before the court decides for us, before the contract hardens into something we cannot break. How? Give me time. A week. 2. Let me bring the dissolution language to the chapel jurist myself. Let me find the precedents, the clauses, the lawful shape of a path that preserves both our houses and gives you the choice you were never offered. He paused. I am not asking you to promise me anything. I am asking you to trust me long enough to try. The word trust landed like a stone in still water. Maelys thought of Sunald, whose trust she had tested and strained, of Sibyl, who had offered hers freely, of the 3 principles she had written in her room, all built on the assumption that she could control events alone. She had been wrong. Your father will be here soon, Oswin said quietly. I saw his carriage pass the courtyard as I left the chapel. He will want to speak with you about the ceremony, about the announcement, about the wedding timeline. He has a steward investigating my movements, Maelys said. He already knows I met you before the rite. Then he will expect you to be cornered. Oswin's voice dropped. Do not let him see you waver. Do not let him taste uncertainty. If he believes we are divided, he will push harder. And if we are divided, then we are both good enough actors to make him believe otherwise. The sound of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Maelys looked past Oswin's shoulder and saw the silhouette she recognized. Friedrich's lean, upright build, his measured stride, the shape of a man who had spent 15 years building a future she was trying to dismantle. She had seconds. 1 week, she said. Oswin's eyes held hers. I will find a way, he said. Trust me. The footsteps grew closer. Maelys did not look away from him. I will try. Chapter 25. Duke Frederick approached with measured strides, his lean frame cutting the torchlight into long shadows. His gaze passed from Maelys to Oswin and back, cataloging their positions, their posture, the distance between them. Your Highness, a bow precise as a blade stroke. I trust the ceremony met with your approval. It did. The reception awaits. The court will wish to offer congratulations. Oswin did not move. I will join shortly. I wish to speak with Lady Dellacroix about the autumn session schedule. Friedrich's mouth curved, but his eyes stayed cold. Then I will wait. The silence stretched. Maelys felt the shape of the trap. Friedrich would not leave her alone with Oswin. Not now. Not when he had seen something shift between them. She could force the issue and confirm his suspicion, or she could retreat and lose the moment. She chose retreat. I will follow you, she said, and Friedrich inclined his head as though her obedience had never been in question. Oswin's jaw tightened. He understood. And in the second before Friedrich turned, Maelys saw something new in his face. Not frustration, but certainty. The reception bled color and noise. Wine cups, laughter. Cassia Valtieri watching from the far wall with the stillness of someone reading a room for weaknesses. Sibby caught Maelys's eye from the scholarship row and raised her glass in a small, private salute. Maelys smiled. It felt like the correct shape. Friedrich kept her close. He led her through conversations with lesser nobles, his hand light on her elbow, his voice warm with the satisfaction of a deal moving towards signature. She answered questions about the ceremony, about the autumn schedule, about her health, which had, everyone noted with relief, seemed to improve. "The country air," she said, and the matriarchs nodded approval. Oswin appeared at the far end of the room, surrounded by advisors, his attention divided. He did not look at her. Good. That was good. The next morning, a sealed note arrived at her breakfast tray, carried not by chapel courier, but by a groom Maelys did not recognize. North Library, 3rd hour. Bring jurisprudence. Oh. She burned it in the candle flame. At the 3rd hour, Maelys stood in the North Library with a stack of precedent scrolls borrowed from the chapel archive, her heart beating hard enough to ache against her ribs. Oswin entered alone. "The steward thinks I am reviewing trade agreements with the northern duchies," he said, closing the door. "And Sunil thinks I am selecting fabrics for autumn linens." He almost smiled. "Then we have a few hours before anyone notices." They worked in parallel, dragging scrolls onto the long oak table, building a language that would satisfy the chapel jurist without triggering the Crown's legal scholars. Oswin had brought 3 precedents: a minor dissolution from 2 generations ago, an annulment by mutual accord from a baronial house, and a fragment of Tessell's succession law that mentioned the possibility of a betrothal being set aside without dishonor. "None of us exact," he admitted, "but the shape is there." Maelys traced the language of the baronial dissolution, noting where the clauses had been softened to avoid insult. "If we model the petition on this structure, mutual acknowledgement of changed circumstance, no attribution of fault." "Yes. We will need witnesses, someone the chapel trusts." "Ivo Penhall." She looked up. "He saw you at the observance," Oswin said. "Heard your answer to the abbess. If he believes the dissolution is honorable rather than cowardly, he will stand." "You have already asked him." "I have observed him." A pause. "He is watching you. That can work in our favor if he sees consistency." She turned back to the scroll, but her focus had scattered. Consistency. That was the word that mattered. Ivo needed to see a version of Dellacroix that matched her actions, not the legend he remembered. "He witnessed the footman incident," she said quietly, 3 years ago. "He told me he would watch to see if I had changed." "I know." "Then you know he expects me to fail." Oswin set down his pen. "He expects the girl who humiliated a servant, but he has seen the woman who defended Sibylla Marceau at the salon, who thanked a maid, who sat in a chapel without performing. Let him hold both images. One of them will prove true." She looked at him. The candlelight cut shadows across his face, and she realized he was not offering strategy. He was offering a statement of what he had witnessed, without demand, without expectation. "If I cannot prove it," she said, "then none of this matters. The petition, the language, the precedents. If I behave like Dellacroix even once, the whole argument collapses." "Then do not behave like Dellacroix." "I do not always know the difference." He held her gaze. "I do." The words landed like a stone dropped into deep water. She wanted to ask how he could be certain, what measure he was using, but the question felt too large for the room. She looked down at the scroll instead. "We need more specific language about the dissolution conditions," she said. "If the chapel jurist requires a formal ground, changed circumstance, mutual acknowledgement. That is not a legal ground. That is a diplomatic one. Then find me the legal ground, and I will wrap it in diplomacy." She did. 2 hours later they had a first draft. Frederick waited in her sitting room when she returned. His posture was still, his hands folded over his knee, the thin scar across his palm minimalisted in the lamplight. He did not stand when she entered. "The steward tells me you spent the afternoon in the North Library. The autumn linens required reference to the household inventory." "Do not lie to me." She stopped. "I am not asking where you were," Frederick said. "I am telling you that I know, and I am telling you that this ends now." "Father." "The betrothal is sealed. The ceremony has been witnessed. If you attempt to undo what took 15 years to build, I will have you examined by the chapel physicians for fitness of mind, and I will ensure the record reflects a medical withdrawal rather than a voluntary dissolution." The words were calm, practiced. Publicly, you will be seen as unstable, he continued. Privately, you will be supervised. The marriage will proceed on schedule, and you will be returned to your duties as soon as you are deemed capable of fulfilling them. Maelys's hands went cold. You cannot. I can. The petition will require your signature and mine. Without my consent, the chapel will not accept it. He stood. Choose your next steps carefully, Dellacroix. One path leads to a crown, the other leads to a room with a locked door. He walked past her and did not look back. She stood alone in the fading light, her pulse hammering, the notes from the North Library still hidden in her sleeve, and realized that Oswin's week was already running out. Chapter 26. Maelys stood in the sitting room long after Frederick's footsteps faded. The lamp had burned low, the dissolution draft lay folded in her sleeve, and her hands were cold in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. She had promised Sunald the truth after the ceremony. The ceremony had passed, the reception had passed, and Maelys had kept the covenant notes hidden, had kept the library meetings hidden, had kept the threat of confinement pressed against her ribs like a second pulse. She crossed the corridor before she could talk herself out of it. Sunald's door was closed. A line of light showed beneath it. Maelys knocked. A pause. Then the latch lifted. Sunald stood in her dressing gown, hair loose, face unguarded in a way Maelys rarely saw. She did not step aside. It is late. I know. I have been waiting since the ceremony. I know. Sunald studied her. Then she opened the door wider and turned back into the room without waiting to see if Maelys followed. The chamber was small, neat, a single window facing the courtyard. Sunild's desk held a stack of household ledgers and a cup of tea gone cold. She sat on the edge of the bed and folded her hands. Then tell me. Maelys closed the door behind her. I am afraid, she said, that if I tell you everything you will leave, and I cannot afford to lose you. But I also cannot keep asking you to protect me while I hide the reasons you need to. Sunild's expression did not change. That is not an apology. That is an explanation of why you withheld one. It is both. Then say the apology first. The explanation can wait. Maelys felt the words lodge in her throat. She had apologized before, in the corridor after the test with the letters, but that apology had been tactical, designed to repair a breach she needed closed. This one had to be different. I am sorry I tested you, she said. I am sorry I hid the notes. I am sorry I let you stand between me and the steward's questions while I kept the truth sealed in my sleeve. You deserved better than my fear dressed as strategy. Sunald watched her for a long moment. That is a better apology than the last one, because I mean it more. And why do you mean it more? Maelys pressed her palms flat against her thighs. Because my father just told me that if I pursue the dissolution, he will have me declared unfit and confined before the petition reaches the chapel. And I realized that the person I most wanted to tell was you. Not because you could fix it, because you would know what to say. Sunald's hand stilled on her lap. He threatened confinement. He said the physicians would examine me, that the record would reflect a medical withdrawal, that the marriage would proceed on schedule, and I would be returned to my duties when I was deemed capable. And what did you say? Nothing. I stood there with my hands going cold and let him walk past me. Sunald exhaled. It was not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. That sounds like the truth. It is. Then I will answer in kind. Sunald leaned forward. I have known for 6 days that you were planning something. You stopped sleeping through the night. You stopped leaving your correspondence where I could see it. You flinched when I entered a room too quickly. I told myself you were adjusting to the betrothal, that the strain of court was changing you. But I knew. Knew what? That you did not trust me. Sunald's voice was steady, and I did not know why. I thought I had failed you somehow, that something I had done or not done had convinced you I was dangerous. It hurt more than I expected it to. Maelys closed her eyes. It was not you. It was never you. Then what was it? The question hung between them. Maelys could not explain the game. could not explain that she had read the route where Sunil handed over the documents, where the betrayal arrived on schedule, where Dellacroix fell because the person closest to her had chosen survival over loyalty. She could only give the shape of the truth. "I was told," she said slowly, "that someone close to me would turn, that when the pressure came, the person nearest would choose themselves over me. I did not know who. I only knew it was coming. And I was so afraid of being wrong about you that I started watching for proof that I was right." Sunil's jaw tightened. "So you tested me?" "Yes." "With the letters?" "Yes." "And when I passed, you hid more?" "Yes." "Because you still did not trust the result." Maelys nodded. Sunil stood. She walked to the window and pressed her palm flat against the glass, looking down at the darkened courtyard. "I do not know who told you that someone would betray you," she said, "but I know what it costs to carry that kind of certainty. I have spent 4 years in this house learning which servants report to the steward and which ones report directly to the Duke. I have seen how suspicion spreads when a household decides someone is dangerous, and I have watched you become that person." Maelys felt the words land like stones. "I am not the one who will turn," Sunil said, "but I cannot keep proving it. Either you decide to trust me, or you do not. I cannot earn a faith you refuse to extend. Then let me extend it now." Sunil turned. "I am telling you the truth," Maelys said. "All of it. My father threatened confinement. Oswin and I have drafted a dissolution petition. I have received 3 notes from someone who knows more about me than they should, and I need someone who will stand beside me when the pressure comes, not because I tested them and they passed, but because I asked and they chose." Sunil studied her for a long moment. "One more question." "Ask it." "It's, when you came to my door tonight, did you come because you needed my help, or because you finally realized I deserved the truth?" Maelys held her gaze. "Both, but the second one is the reason I stayed." Sunil nodded slowly. "Then I will stand beside you. But if you hide from me again, if you test me again, that standing ends. No more chances, Dellacroix. Honesty or nothing." "Honesty." Sunil crossed back to the desk and picked up the cold tea, stared into it, set it down. "The steward has been compiling a record of your movement since the orangery visit. He asked 2 of the kitchen maids what time you returned each night. He questioned the footman who escorted you to the library. Your father knows more than he revealed tonight. He is waiting for you to make a move he can document." Maelys's stomach turned. "How do you know?" "Because the maid he questioned came to me afterward. She said he looked satisfied when she answered, like he had already guessed the answer and only needed confirmation." Sunil's voice dropped. "He is building a case against you, Dellacroix, and he is using the household to do it." Chapter 27. The morning light came gray through the mullioned windows, casting the corridor in a flat silver wash that made every shadow look deliberate. Maelys stood at the junction where the household wing met the palace guard corridor and waited. She had not told Sunil where she was going. The new honesty had limits, or at least needed to be tested in small doses before she risked it on something that mattered. Besides, this was not a conversation that benefited from an audience. Ivo Penhall found her there at the 7th bell, exactly as the morning rotation reports moved through the eastern checkpoint. He stopped when he saw her. His hand rested on the hilt of his short sword, not quite a threat, not quite casual. The pause of a man who had spent 20 years learning that unexpected encounters in empty corridors were rarely accidents. "Lady Dellacroix?" "Captain Penhall." She let the silence stretch. The corridor remained empty. No servants passed with linens. No clerks hurried between offices. If she had planned the timing, she could not have chosen a more private moment. And she saw him register that fact in the slight shift of his jaw. "You are waiting for someone," he said. "I am waiting for you." He did not move toward her. He stood exactly where he had stopped, a tall figure in the Marshal's braid and the dark wool of the palace guard, arms at his sides, the stillness of someone paid to notice things and paid again not to react to them. That is unusual. Yes. Most people in this palace avoid speaking to me unless required. I know. He waited. She waited. The silver light shifted through the window as a cloud passed, dimming the corridor for a breath before releasing it again. You came to me, Ivo said, which means either you want something, or you have decided that being seen approaching me carries less risk than being seen avoiding me. Neither? Then why are you here? Maelys drew a breath. The words had to be exactly right, not because Ivo was easily offended, but because he was exactly as literal as he appeared. And a poorly chosen phrase would read as manipulation he had already learned to expect from her. I came to tell you that I am trying to change. Ivo's expression did not shift. People say that often, usually when they have been caught doing something they should not have done. I have not been caught. No, you have not. He studied her the way he had studied her in the chapel, in the corridor after the white stone, in every encounter since she had stopped being the woman who had humiliated a footman 3 years ago. But you are being watched. You know that. By you. By me. By others. By people who remember what you were and do not trust what you are becoming. Maelys held his gaze. I am not asking you to trust me. Then what are you asking? She had rehearsed this. In her room, in the dark after Sunnold had left, she had turned the words over until they felt like something she could deliver without flinching. I am asking you to judge what you see now instead of what you remember. I am not the woman who stood in the spring muster and told a laundress's son that his hands belonged in the stables. I do not expect you to forget that she existed. But I am asking you to watch what I do next and decide whether it matches what I was or whether it matches something else. Ivo's hand left his sword hilt. He stood very still for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was lower than before. You do not speak like her. I know. Your posture is different. The way you hold your shoulders, the way you meet a person's eyes. These are not things a person changes deliberately unless they are performing, and you do not perform well enough to sustain it this long. Maelys felt the words land like a door opening. You have been watching me. I told you I would. And have you decided? Ivo shook his head slowly. I have decided that you are not what you were, but I do not yet know what you are, and I will not vouch for you until I do. That is fair. It is not generous, it is fair. I did not come here asking for generosity. Ivo studied her again. The silver light caught the edge of his braid, the weathered line of his scarred knuckles, the set of his mouth that was neither hard nor soft, but something in between, the expression of a man who had seen too many people lie to trust a woman who spoke plainly without testing whether the plainness itself was the lie. Where Father's steward has been asking questions about your movements, he said. Maelys did not flinch. She had known this. Sunhild had told her. But hearing it from Ivo, from outside the household, carried a different weight. I know. He is compiling a record. He has spoken to the footman who escorted you to the library, the maid who brought your evening tray, and 2 of the kitchen staff who could not account for your whereabouts on the night you visited the orangery. I know that too. Ivo's eyebrow lifted a fraction. Then you know you are being documented, that your father is not merely suspicious but methodical, that if he chooses to act, he will have a written case ready before anyone can raise an objection. Yes, and you are standing in an empty corridor asking me to judge your character instead of preparing a defense. Maelys met his eyes. I am preparing a defense. This is part of it. Ivo was silent for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he nodded. You want me as a witness. I want you as someone who saw what I was and can speak to what I have become. If that day comes, I would rather you speak from what you have observed than from what you assumed. And if what you have become turns out to be another mask, then you will say so, and I will have earned whatever follows. The words sat between them like a sealed document. Ivo looked at her for a long moment, and something in his face shifted. Not softened exactly, but became something other than the set suspicion she had seen in every previous encounter. I will watch you, he said. Not because I trust you, but because you asked me to judge what I see. That is more than most people in this palace are willing to risk. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. I may still conclude that you are dangerous. You may. but at least you will have concluded it honestly. Ivo turned to continue his patrol, then paused. One more thing, Lady Dellacroix. She waited. The Duke's steward is not the only person keeping a record. He did not look back at her. I have kept my own. Watch your step carefully. He walked away before she could respond. Maelys stood in the silver light and let the corridor settle around her. She had not expected him to warn her. The Marshal owed her nothing, least of all intelligence about her father's investigation, and yet he had told her anyway. Not as an ally, but as a man who had decided that fairness required her to know the shape of the trap before she stepped into it. It was not trust, it was not loyalty, but it was something. She turned toward the household wing, where a footman stood in the entrance to the servants' passage, pale-faced, watching her with the wide eyes of someone who had seen too much and could not look away. He was young, maybe 16, round-cheeked, rough hands, the fine tremor of someone who had learned to expect cruelty from the woman who now stood alone in the silver light. Maelys looked at him. He looked at her. And she saw him glance down at his hands, the same gesture she had seen Ivo make when he remembered the footman, the same reflex of a person who had been taught to expect pain from the mere sight of her. He knew she had changed. The whole house knew, but knowing was not the same as believing. She stepped forward, and the footman stepped back into the passage and was gone. Chapter 28. The morning light came thin and gray through the high windows as Maelys crossed the east courtyard toward the scholarship wing. She had not slept well. Ivo's warning repeated in her chest like a second heartbeat. The steward is not the only one keeping a record, and the footman's flinch had followed her into the dark hours. But she had done what she came to do. She had asked for judgment on her present rather than her past. That was a start. Now she needed Sabile. The scholarship corridor was quiet, the other students already at their morning lectures. Sabile answered the door in a plain wool gown, her hair half-pinned, a jurisprudence text still open on the desk behind her. You look like someone who has been thinking too hard, Sabile said. I have. Then come in before the corridor hears you thinking out loud. Maelys stepped inside and closed the door. The room was smaller than hers, narrower. The desk crowded with stacked papers and a single candle burned down to a nub. A lemon from the orangery sat on the windowsill, bright and foreign against the gray glass. I need your help, Maelys said. Sabile tilted her head. With what? Managing how things look. The court, the household, the autumn session. I need someone who can draw attention away from certain movements without making it obvious. You want me to run interference? Yes. Sabile considered this. She did not ask why. She did not demand explanations Maelys was not ready to give. She simply turned to her desk, picked up a quill, and tapped it twice against the inkwell. I can do that. I am already the scholarship student everyone watches, but no one takes seriously. If I am seen near you frequently, they will assume I am angling for patronage. That will bore them eventually. You are willing to be seen as opportunistic, Sabile smiled. I would rather be seen as opportunistic than as a threat. Opportunistic is predictable. Threatening gets you investigated. Maelys felt something loosen in her chest. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. I have conditions. Name them. When this is over, whatever it is, you tell me the full truth. Not the shape of it. Not the parts you think I can handle. The whole thing. Maelys met her eyes. The hazel gaze was steady, not demanding, just certain. Sabile had been watching her too, in her own way, and she had drawn conclusions Maelys could not yet confirm or deny. Agreed, Maelys said. Sabile nodded once and turned back to her text. Then I will start this afternoon. There is a tea service in the West Salon that several minor houses attend. If you are seen there with me, people will talk about the scholarship girl angling for favor, not about whatever else you are doing. Good. And Maelys? The name stopped her cold. She had not told Sabile that name. She had never spoken it aloud in the girl's presence. Sabile was still looking at her text, her face calm. You said it once, when I asked you what you wanted to be called. You said the name that mattered. She looked up. I remembered. Maelys could not speak. She simply inclined her head, turned, and left the room before the feeling in her chest could become something she would have to name. Sundold was waiting in the corridor outside the household wing, arms crossed, face unreadable. She fell into step beside Maelys without a word and matched her pace toward the east stair. "The steward has finished his interviews," Sundold said quietly. "He has a written account of your movements for the past 9 days. The footman who escorted you to the library gave a full report. So did the maid who brought you tray on the night of the orangery visit." "What did the maid say?" "That you were not in your room between the 8th and 10th bells. She could not account for your whereabouts." Maelys kept walking. "That is not a lie." "No, but it is a gap. Gaps become evidence when someone wants them to." They reached the stair landing. Sundold stopped and turned to face her. "The Duke is expecting a formal response from you by midday. He sent word to your rooms half an hour ago. He wants to know whether you have reconsidered your position on the wedding timeline." Maelys felt the pressure coil in her chest. "And if I have not?" "Then he will begin the process of convening a chapel review. I heard him give the order to his steward before I came to find you." The words sat between them like a stone dropped into still water. "The chapel review," Maelys repeated, "for fitness of mind. It requires 3 examining physicians and a written recommendation to the Autumn Council. If they concur, you would be placed under household supervision until the wedding is concluded." Maelys had known this was coming. She had heard the threat from Frederick's own mouth, but hearing it from Sunhild, spoken in that low, careful voice, made it feel real in a way it had not been before. "How long until the review is convened?" 3 days, possibly 4 if the physicians are slow to respond." 3 days. Maelys had 1 week from Oswin. Now she had 3 days before Frederick could move to take her choices away entirely. "Then I need to see Oswin," she said. Sunhild shook her head. "You cannot. The steward has ordered that any correspondence between you and the prince be logged. If you send a note, it will be recorded. If you meet him, it will be observed. Then I need someone who can carry a message without being logged." Sunhild was quiet for a moment. Then she said, very softly, "I know someone. A junior clerk in the chapel archive who owes me a favor. He can deliver a sealed note without it passing through the household couriers. Can you trust him?" "I can trust that he will do exactly what he is paid to do, and no more. That is a different kind of trust. It would have to be enough." Maelys wrote the message in her room, on a scrap of paper small enough to fold into the seam of a sleeve. She used no names, no titles, only words that Oswin would recognize as hers. 3 days before the review convenes. I need to see you before then. Find a way that no one logs. She sealed it with plain wax, no crest, and handed it to Sunhild without a word. Sunhild took it, tucked it into her own sleeve, and left. Maelys stood alone in the gray morning light and tried to breathe past the weight in her chest. She had Sabile. She had Sunhild. She had the skeleton of a Petition and a prince who had promised to find a way through. But 3 days was not a week, and Frederick had already begun to move. The knock came at the 10th bell. Maelys opened the door to find a young acolyte in the plain gray robes of the chapel office, her hands clasped, her face smooth and expressionless. "Lady Dellacroix, the abbess requests a private audience at the white stone chapel at the first afternoon bell." Maelys felt her pulse shift. "Did she say why?" "No, my lady, only that she would wait for you there." The acolyte bowed and was gone before Maelys could ask another question. The white stone chapel was empty when Maelys arrived. Candlelight pooled at the altar, catching the pale limestone in ripples of gold and shadow. The scent of old wax and cold stone filled the air, familiar now, but no less unnerving for it. Abbess Mirette stood at the front pew, her gray veil falling straight to her shoulders, her hands resting on the worn wood. She did not turn when Maelys entered. "You came," Mirette said, not a question. "You asked." "I did." Mirette turned, and her pale blue eyes found Maelys with the same quiet certainty they had held at their first meeting. "I have been watching the court prepare for autumn session. There is a particular rhythm to it, a tightening of schedules, an increase in sealed correspondence. The machinery of decision begins to move before anyone announces what will be decided." Maelys said nothing. She stood in the aisle and waited. "I also heard that your father has requested a chapel review." Mirette's voice was calm, unhurried. as if she were discussing the weather. That is a serious step, one that suggests he believes you are no longer acting in your own best interest. Or in his. Mirette's mouth curved slightly. Yes, or in his. She stepped closer. The candlelight caught the lines of her face, the patience in her expression, the stillness of someone who had spent decades watching people choose and live with what they chose. You are building something, Mirette said. I can see it in the way you move through the palace. You are gathering allies, strategies, documents. You are preparing for a confrontation. Maelys did not deny it. But I wonder, Mirette continued, whether you are preparing for the right one. What do you mean? The abbess stopped 2 paces away. Her eyes held Maelys with a gentleness that felt more dangerous than accusation. You have spent your time here learning how to resist, how to say no to your father, no to the marriage, no to the role you were given. But resistance is not the same as freedom. It is still a reaction. It still lets someone else determine the shape of the fight. Maelys's hands had gone cold. She pressed them together to still the tremor. What would you have me do instead? Mirette was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was very soft. I would have you ask yourself what you want when no one is watching you choose. Not what you want to escape, not what you want to avoid, what you want to build. The words landed like stones dropped into deep water. Maelys opened her mouth to answer, but the abbess raised a hand. Do not answer me now. Answer yourself first. When you know, you will not need to say it aloud. It will show in everything you do. She stepped back, folded her hands, and inclined her head. That is all I came to say. Mirette moved past her toward the chapel door, her steps slow and unhurried. She paused at the threshold and looked back. One more thing, Lady Dellacroix. Fear often disguises itself as obedience until it is too late. Do not mistake acting as you are told for safety. She was gone before Maelys could form a response. The chapel settled back into silence. Maelys stood alone in the candlelight, her hands cold, her chest tight, and the abbess's words repeating in her mind like a refrain she could not stop hearing. Do not mistake acting as you are told for safety. She had been fighting so hard against the role she was given that she had not stopped to ask what she would build in its place, and she had 3 days to find an answer. Chapter 29. Maelys found Oswin in the North Library, seated at the same table where they had drafted the first petition, a fresh sheet of parchment before him, and the jurisprudence documents stacked in neat rows. He did not look up when she entered, but his hand stopped moving. You came, he said, the same words Mirette had used, but his carried a different weight. I said I would. You also said 3 days. I counted 6 hours. Maelys closed the door behind her and crossed to the table. The candles had burned low, and the light caught the tension in Oswin's jaw, the way his fingers pressed flat against the parchment, as if holding it in place by will alone. The review, she said. My father ordered a chapel review of my mental fitness. It convenes in 3 days. Oswin's head came up. His eyes held hers for a long moment, and she watched him absorb the news, the shape of it settling into his expression like a stone dropped into still water. He cannot do that without cause. He has cause. He has a steward's record, interviewed staff, 9 days of logged movements. He does not need proof. He only needs enough doubt to justify the examination. Oswin set down his pen. The motion was careful, deliberate, the control of a man who wanted to break something and refused to let himself. Then we file before the review convenes. We cannot file without language that holds. The chapel jurist will not accept petition on feeling alone. We need precedent, framework, wording that no one can call reckless. Oswin looked at the parchment before him. The tension in his shoulders shifted, not easing but settling into something more resolute. Then we finish it tonight. They worked in parallel, the way they had before, but the air between them had changed. Every word they chose carried the shape of what they were doing, what they were ending, and neither of them pretended otherwise. Maelys traced the phrasing aloud. Both parties acknowledged that the circumstances under which the original compact was formed no longer reflect the conditions required for its continuation. It is too broad, Oswin said. They will ask what changed. They changed. We changed. The court watched us change. Watched you change. He did not look at her. I am the same prince I was at the signing. You are the variable they will question. Maelys set down the paper. Then we make you the variable too. Oswin's pen stopped. He looked at her, and something flickered in his expression. Surprise, maybe, or the beginning of understanding. What do you mean? You told me you no longer want a wife bound by obligation. That is not a small change. If we present this as mutual recognition, not unilateral retreat, they cannot frame it as my instability alone. He was quiet for a long moment, then he picked up his pen and wrote something in the margin. Mutual acknowledgement of shifted intent, he said slowly. Both parties affirm that the foundation of the original compact no longer supports the structure built upon it. Maelys read the words. They were precise, careful, and utterly final. Yes, she said, that will hold. He wrote it cleanly onto the fresh sheet, and she watched his hand move across the parchment, each stroke adding another layer to the bridge they were building toward freedom, toward parting. The silence stretched. Maelys heard him exhale, a sound that was almost a laugh, but not quite. We worked together on the same table for 3 hours to break what our houses spent 15 years binding. The irony is not lost on me. It is not lost on me either. He looked at her. The candlelight carved shadows across his face, and for a moment he looked younger, less like a prince and more like a man standing at the edge of a choice he had never expected to make. You asked me what I wanted, he said, instead of the engagement. Maelys nodded, her throat tight. I am still trying to answer you, but I know one thing clearly. He paused. His hand rested on the table, close enough that she could have reached for it. I do not want this to be the last time we sit at a table together and speak without performance. The words landed softly, but they hit like a blow. Oswin, I know. He raised a hand, stopping her. I know what we are doing. I am not asking you to stop. I am saying it aloud so it is true between us. He was looking at her now, fully, and Maelys felt the weight of it, the recognition that this was real, that the dissolution would cost them something neither of them had named. We should finish the petition, she said. Yes. He turned back to the parchment and they worked in silence for another hour. The work was methodical, precise, a legal scaffold built to carry the weight of a broken contract without collapsing into scandal. Clause by clause, they layered the argument, framed the mutual acknowledgement, and preserved the dignity of both houses. When Maelys finally set down her pen, her hand ached from the cramped grip, and her chest felt hollow and full at once. The petition lay before them, complete, ready to be copied and sealed. Oswin looked at it without touching it. One more thing, he said. When we submit this, it ends, not just the engagement, the expectation that we will stand together in public, that I will have a reason to cross a room towards you, that the court will place us in the same frame. Maelys did not answer. She could not. I want you to know that I understand what I am losing, he said. Not just a betrothal, the proximity, the permission to be near you without explanation. She stood. The motion was too quick, too sharp, and she felt his gaze follow her. We are running out of time, she said. The review convenes in 3 days. We file before then, or we do not file at all. Oswin rose as well. He took a step toward her, and then another. The space between them shrank to the width of a breath. He raised his hand. She saw the intention in his eyes before his fingers moved, saw him decide to reach for her, saw the moment of gravity that pulled him forward. His hand was halfway to hers when footsteps sounded in the corridor. He stopped. His hand fell. The moment shattered like glass. Oswin's jaw tightened. He looked past her toward the door, and his voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. We're out of time. The footsteps grew closer. A shadow moved past the crack beneath the door. Maelys did not know whose shadow it was. She only knew that the corridor outside was no longer empty, and that Oswin's hand had almost reached hers, and that they had 3 days to file a petition that would sever everything between them before the review took the choice away entirely. Chapter 30. The morning light came thin and gray through the casement windows. Maelys had not slept. The petition sat folded in her sleeve, the parchment warm against her wrist, and every shadow in the corridor had felt like a watcher since she left the library. She was reaching for her brush when the knock came. Not Sunild's rhythm, not a servant's. 3 even beats, spaced like a command. Maelys opened the door to find the household steward standing in the corridor, his hands clasped at his waist, his face unreadable. "His Grace requests your presence in the study, immediately." No please, no explanation. She followed him because there was no other direction to go. Frederick stood behind his desk, the morning papers spread before him in neat rows. He did not look up when she entered. The steward closed the door behind her, and the click of the latch sounded like a seal being pressed into wax. "You were in the North Library last night." Frederick should, not a question. Maelys said nothing. "With the prince." He raised his eyes now, steel gray and flat. "Again." "I was studying jurisprudence." Studying. He picked up a sheet of paper and held it between 2 fingers. "Is that what you call drafting a petition to dissolve a 15-year contract?" The room went cold. He knew. He had known before she walked in, maybe before she reached her chamber. The shadow in the corridor had not been random. It had been his. Frederick set the paper down and folded his hands over it. The scar across his left palm caught the light. "I hoped you were merely frightened," he said. "Frightened I could manage, but this is not fear. This is a deliberate attempt to undo everything our house has built." "The engagement was built around a woman I am no longer," Maelys said. The words came out steadier than she felt. Frederick's gaze sharpened. "That is precisely the problem." He stepped around the desk, and the movement was unhurried, the gait of a man who had never needed to rush, because the world waited for him to finish speaking. "You are not the same woman who accepted this match. You have changed, visibly, publicly, and every house at court has noticed. Some call it instability. Some call it manipulation. None call it improvement." Maelys forced herself to hold his gaze. "They do not know me." "No," Frederick agreed. "They do not, and that is the danger." He stopped a few feet from her, close enough that she could smell the ink on his hands, the cedar of his coat. "A woman who has changed once can change again. A woman who breaks a royal match is unreliable. A woman who is unreliable is unmarriageable. And an unmarriageable woman, in this court, is prey." The word landed like a slap. "You think the dissolution will set you free?" Frederick said softly. "It will not. It will leave you exposed. Every lord who ever wanted Fontier's territory but could not reach it through a proper alliance will begin circling. Every whisper about Dellacroix's cruelty will resurface, because scandal sells better than reform. You will be mocked at every event you attend. You will be pitied in the spaces where mockery is not permitted. And the men who once feared your reputation will no longer fear anything, because a reputation that breaks once is already broken." Maelys's hands were cold. She pressed them flat against her skirts so he would not see them shake. "I understand the cost," she said. "Do you?" Frederick's voice dropped. "You will not be invited to salons. Your name will be spoken in drawing rooms as a cautionary tale. The marriage offers that do come will come from houses too desperate or too degraded to care about scandal. You will choose between a man who treats you as a transaction and a life of quiet decline in a rural manor that no one visits." He paused. "Or you could choose the convent." The word hit like a door slamming shut in a stone corridor. "The White Stone Chapel has a residence for women who require stillness and supervision," Frederick said. "Abbess Mirette is skilled at restoring clarity to minds that have grown confused." Maelys heard her own pulse in her ears. "You would send me to the convent?" she said. "I would send you nowhere you do not force me to send you." His voice was calm, almost gentle. "I am telling you what waits on the road you are walking. A broken betrothal, a diminished reputation, a narrow set of futures, each lonelier than the one before it." He turned back to his desk and picked up the paper again, scanning it as if he were checking a grocery list. "The petition has merit as a legal document. The language is clean. The mutual acknowledgement framing is smart." He set it down. "But it is built on a foundation of fantasy. You believe that ending this match will free you from consequence. It will not. It will simply trade one form of captivity for another." Maelys stood very still. The convent. The same convent. The same ending the original Dellacroix had walked toward, step by step, while the court watched and the doors closed behind her. She had spent 30 days trying to outrun that fate. and her father was offering it to her as a gentle suggestion. "If I refuse," she said slowly, "you will convene the review. The physicians will examine me. They will find what you want them to find. I will have them examine you honestly, Frederick shot, and they will find a young woman whose behavior has shifted so dramatically that her own household cannot recognize her. That is not persecution, Maelys. That is documentation." He said her name. Not Dellacroix, her name. The word felt like a key turning in a lock she had not known was there. "The review convenes in 3 days, Frederick said. "You may spend them as you wish, but I would advise you to consider carefully what you are choosing to destroy." He sat down at his desk and began writing, the scratch of his pen filling the silence. Maelys stood at the center of the room, her hands cold, the petition still folded against her sleeve, and the walls of the study felt like they were contracting around her. The convent. She could see it now. The pale stone corridors, the silence, the locked door. She had been running from that ending since the moment she woke on the fainting couch, and her father was standing between her and every path that led away from it. "You may go," Frederick said without looking up. Maelys walked to the door. Her hand was on the handle when his voice stopped her. "One more thing." She waited. "The shadow in the corridor last night," Frederick said. "The one you saw pass beneath the library door." Maelys's breath caught. "It was not mine." He turned a page and continued writing. "I do not know whose it was." The words hung in the air like smoke. Maelys opened the door and walked out into the corridor, her heart hammering, the petition sharp against her wrist, and the question she could not answer burning through her mind. If the shadow had not been Frederick, whose was it? And what had they heard? Chapter 31. The night air was cold and still as Maelys stepped into the corridor, her father's words still echoing in her mind. The shadow under the library door. It was not his. Someone else had been listening. She pressed the petition against her sleeve and walked. The east garden was dark, the lanterns unlit except for one near the fountain where Oswin stood, his silhouette sharp against the pale stone. He turned when he heard her footsteps, and she saw the tension in his shoulders ease slightly before he spoke. "You came. You asked." She stopped a few feet away, her hands gold. The gravel crunched under her shoes like small bones. "Frederick knows about the petition," she said. "He summoned me to his study. The steward brought me like I was being led to a sentencing." Oswin's jaw tightened. "How much does he know?" "Enough." She told him everything. The study, the threat of physicians, the convent offered as a softer cage, the name he had used that was not Dellacroix, and finally the shadow that had not been his. She did not soften it or arrange the words for comfort. She let the worst of it stand raw between them. The way Abbess Meret had told her fear dressed itself like obedience until it was too late. When she finished, Oswin was silent for a long moment. The fountain murmured behind him. Then he said, "We submit it tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Jointly, publicly." He stepped closer, his voice low and steady. "Before the Autumn Council, not in a sealed petition that can be buried in household procedure. In the session hall, where every noble house in Aulenne can see the words and the witnesses." Maelys felt something shift in her chest, not relief, but the sharp edge of irrevocable decision. "He will stand in front of them and call me unstable. Let him." Oswin's gaze held hers. "Let him make that accusation where every jurist, every observer, every woman who remembers being called the same thing can watch him try to prove it." She pressed her cold hands together. "He has a file, a documented record, interviews with the footman, the maid, 2 kitchen staff. He has been building a case for 9 days. I have watched you for longer than that." Oswin's voice was quiet but did not waver. "I have watched you thank a maid, defend a scholarship student, sit in a chapel without performing devotion you did not feel. I have watched you choose honesty when deception would have been easier. That is not instability. It is something he cannot afford to name." Maelys looked down at her hands. "It is not the truth of who I am that matters. It is the shape of what the court believes." "Then we give them a better shape to believe." He was close enough now that she could see the shadows under his eyes, the same sleepless exhaustion she felt in her own bones. "Tomorrow, at the opening session, I will stand before the Autumn Council and state in my own voice that the betrothal between House Tessell and House Fonchieri is dissolved by mutual accord. I will say it plainly, without reservation or condition. And I will say that I was not coerced, that I was not manipulated, and that the decision belongs to both of us equally. Maelys stared at him. Your house will not forgive you for that. My house will understand that a prince who marries a woman held against her will is a prince who cannot be trusted. He held her gaze, and a prince who refuses to be part of a lie is one who may be worth following. The words landed like stones in still water. You do not have to do this, she said. I know. His voice was quiet. That is precisely why I am doing it. The fountain filled the silence between them, and Maelys realized she was no longer cold. The warmth had started somewhere in her chest and spread outward, past the fear, past the 3-day deadline, past the shadow that still moved unnamed through the corridors. What do you need from me? She asked. Be there. Oswin's voice was steady, but something beneath it shifted, like a door opening in a room she had not yet learned to enter. Stand beside me in the session hall. Let them see that we are not enemies, not schemers, not two people tearing each other apart to save face. Let them see two people who chose dignity when they could have chosen cruelty. Maelys thought of the betrothal ceremony, the silk ribbon wound around their wrists, the faces watching from the pews. She had walked that aisle afraid. She could walk the next aisle differently. The petition is ready, she said. The language is clean, mutual acknowledgement of shifted intent. Both houses preserved, no fault assigned. Oswin nodded. Then we have one thing left to do. What? He looked at her, and for a moment the mask of the Crown Prince cracked, and she saw something younger beneath it, something that had been waiting a long time for permission to speak. Trust each other enough to let the court see it. The words stayed between them as the fountain ran and the dark garden held its breath. Maelys reached into her sleeve and pulled out the folded petition, the paper warm from her body. I have carried this for 2 days, she said. I have slept with it against my skin. I have read it so many times the words have lost their shape. She held it out to him. Take it. Read it one more time before tomorrow, and if there is anything in it you cannot stand beside, tell me now. Oswin took the paper. His fingers brushed hers, and neither of them pulled away. I will read it, he said, but I already know what it says. Oh? It says that 2 people who were given no choice have decided to make one anyway. He folded the petition carefully, without breaking the seal. It says that the Covenant can write whatever it wants, but the pen is ours. Maelys felt the words settle into her like a key turning in a lock she had not known needed opening. She looked up at the dark sky beyond the garden wall. Somewhere out there, the shadow from the library corridor was still moving, still listening, still carrying whatever it had heard toward a destination she could not see. But tomorrow, she would stand in the session hall with Oswin beside her, and she would speak. The walk back through the dark corridors felt shorter than the walk out. The household staff had retreated for the night, and the only light came from the oil lamps hung at intervals along the walls. Maelys passed the study where her father still sat, the crack of light beneath the door sharp as a blade. She did not stop. Her room was cold when she entered. The fire burned down to ash. She stood at the window and looked out at the dark shape of the palace beyond the garden, where, somewhere in a private chamber, Oswin was reading the petition one last time. Tomorrow. She pressed her palm against the cold glass and felt the faint pulse of her own heartbeat. The door behind her opened without a knock. Maelys turned. Sunald stood in the doorway, still dressed, her face pale in the low light. There is someone in the east servants' passage, she said, her voice low. They have been watching the study all evening. Maelys felt the cold spread from the glass into her fingertips. Do you know who? Sunald shook her head. But they are gone now. I checked the passage after the steward locked the doors. Gone how? Just gone. Sunald stepped inside and closed the door behind her. No footprints in the dust, no disturbance in the locks. They were there, and then they were not. The 2 women stood in the dark room, the unspoken question burning between them. If the shadow in the library had not been Friedrich's watcher, and the figure in the servants' passage left no trace, then whose game was Maelys really playing in? Chapter 32. The palace chapel office smelled of old paper, beeswax, and the faint metallic tang of ink left too long in iron pots. Maelys stood at the counter while a junior clerk with sleep in his eyes checked the petition against the autumn register, his thumb moving slowly down each clause. Oswin stood beside her, not touching, not speaking, just present, solid, a wall she could lean against without asking permission. The clerk paused at the third page. "This is an unusual filing," he said, not looking up. "Mutual acknowledgement of shifted intent. I have not seen this language used for a royal betrothal in—" he counted silently on his fingers. "In my entire tenure." "It is the correct language," Oswin said. "I verified it with the chapel jurist myself." The clerk's pen hovered. "His Highness is aware that once witnessed and sealed, this petition enters the autumn record as a matter of public proceeding. There is no provision for quiet filing." "I am aware. And, Lady Fontier," the clerk finally looked up, his eyes meeting Maelys's with the careful neutrality of someone paid to notice everything and say nothing. "You are signing of your own will, without coercion?" Maelys felt the question land like a stone in still water. Behind her, somewhere in the palace, Frederick was already waking, already reading the morning reports, already counting the hours until he could bury her in household authority. "Yes," she said. "I am signing of my own will." The clerk dipped his pen and wrote the date in the margin. The scratch of nib against paper was the loudest sound in the room. "Then I require 3 signatures," he said. "The petitioner, the consenting party, and a witness who is neither household nor crown. Standard procedure for any dissolution that involves a named title." Maelys's hand went cold. They had discussed this, they had planned for this. But hearing the requirement spoken aloud made it real in a way the drafting had not. She turned to Sunald, who stood against the far wall with her arms crossed, her face unreadable. Sunald had agreed to witness. That was the plan. Sunald was household, technically, but she was also the daughter of a merchant family with no direct stake in the Fontrier succession. The chapel recognized that distinction. But Sunald's face was pale, and her hands were tight against her elbows. "One moment," Maelys said. She crossed the room and stopped in front of Sunald, close enough that the clerk could not hear. "You do not have to do this," she said quietly. "If you stand as witness, Fredericks will know. He will make your life difficult. He will question your loyalty, your motives, your character. He will try to turn this into a conspiracy." Sunald's jaw tightened. "I know. Then why are you shaking?" Sunald looked at her, and for a moment the mask cracked, and Maelys saw the girl beneath, the one who had spent 6 days hurt and silent, the one who had been tested and had passed, the one who had chosen to stand anyway. "Because I am afraid," Sunald said. "But I am more afraid of what I would become if I stood aside and watched you face this alone." She stepped past Maelys and took her place at the counter. "Where do I sign?" The clerk indicated the line beneath the witness designation. Sunald took the pen and wrote her name with deliberate, unhurried strokes. Maelys signed next, her handwriting steady, even though her fingers had gone cold. Then Oswin signed, his name curved and certain, a prince's hand that had been trained since childhood to seal treaties and condemnations and everything between. The clerk dusted the page with fine sand, shook it clean, and stamped the chapel seal in dark blue wax. "The petition will be presented at the autumn council session this afternoon," he said. "You are both expected to attend and affirm the contents in person before the full assembly." Oswin nodded. "We will be there." The clerk looked at the petition one more time, then carefully placed it between 2 leather-bound registers and closed the drawer. "The matter is now in the record," he said. "There is no withdrawing it without a formal countersuit." Maelys felt the words settle into her like stones dropped into deep water. There was no going back. Outside the chapel office, the corridor was empty. The morning light slanted through the high windows in pale gold bars, and somewhere in the palace, a clock struck the hour. 2 hours until the council, Oswin said. "We should separate. Walk in from different entrances. Let the court see us arrive as we always do." Maelys nodded. The strategy was sound. The less the council suspected collusion, the cleaner the presentation would read. "Sibylle is already in the Great Hall," Sunil said. "She has been there since dawn, moving between the scholarship section and the kitchen. She told me she would redirect any loose talk toward Prudence." Maelys felt a flicker of warmth in the cold. Sibylle, moving through the palace like a current, shaping the water before the boat arrived. "Then we have 2 hours to make sure nothing goes wrong," she said. Oswin touched her arm. Just a brush, just a moment, but it said everything. Then he turned and walked toward the east corridor, and Maelys watched him go until the light swallowed his shadow. The great hall was already half full when Maelys entered through the household wing. She walked with her head high and her hands still, the way she had practiced, the way Dellacroix had always walked. Courtiers parted around her, their eyes tracking her movement with the hunger of predators watching for weakness. Cassia Valtier stood near the east colonnade, her dark hair coiled tight, her eyes following Maelys with the stillness of someone who had already drawn conclusions. Beside her, 2 lesser noblewomen whispered behind their hands. Maelys did not stop. She found her place in the Fontier section, 3 rows back from the front, where she could see the dais and the empty throne and the seat where the Autumn Council president would preside. Sunil sat beside her, her posture rigid. "Sibylle is at the far end," Sunil murmured. "She has already spoken to 4 of the lesser houses. The word being circulated is that the dissolution is a practical measure, not a romantic collapse. That you and the prince have agreed the match no longer serves the kingdom's stability." Maelys felt a strange, hollow gratitude. Sibylle had taken the most dangerous narrative, the one about scandal and broken hearts and unstable brides, and had quietly replaced it with something dull and bureaucratic. The council would be easier to convince if they believed no one was suffering. But the truth was that she was suffering. And so was Oswin, and the dull, bureaucratic language of the petition could not contain any of it. The doors at the far end of the hall swung open. The council president entered, followed by the senior jurists, the palace archivist, and the witnesses who would verify the proceedings. And behind them, late and deliberate, Duke Frederic Fontier stepped into the hall. He did not look at Maelys. He walked to the Fontier section, took his seat in the front row, and folded his hands on the rail with the exact precision of a man who had already decided how the game would end. Maelys's palms went cold. "I expected he would know by now," Sunil whispered. "I expected him to know," Maelys said. "I did not expect him to arrive before the petition was read." Sunil said nothing. There was nothing to say. The council president struck the floor with his staff, and the hall fell silent. "The autumn session of the Royal Council of Aulenne is now in session," he announced. "The first matter before this assembly is a petition for the dissolution of a binding betrothal by mutual accord, submitted by the household of His Highness Crown Prince Oswin Tessell and the household of Lady Dellacroix Fontier." A murmur ran through the hall like wind through dry grass. Maelys felt the weight of every eye in the room, and across the aisle, in the royal section, Oswin rose from his seat and walked to the center of the hall, where the petition lay open on the clerk's table. "Your Honors," he said, his voice carrying to the farthest corners, "I stand before you today not as a prince seeking escape, but as a man honoring a promise that should never have been made." He paused, and in that pause Maelys saw him turn, saw his eyes find hers across the hall. "I am here to say that the engagement between Lady Dellacroix Fontier and myself is dissolved by our choice," he said. "Not through quarrel, not through scandal, but through the clear recognition that we serve each other best by parting with dignity." The hall erupted. Chapter 33. The council president struck the floor 3 times before the noise subsided. Maelys sat with her hands pressed flat against her thighs, her palms cold, her breath measured. Beside her, Sunil had gone very still, the way a rabbit goes still when the hawk's shadow passes overhead. Oswin had not moved from the center of the hall. He stood with his hands at his sides, his voice still hanging in the air, and waited for the chamber to settle. It took longer than it should have. The lesser nobles in the back rows were already leaning toward each other, hungry for the flavor of the scandal they would carry into the salons by evening. "His Highness has made his statement," the council president said, his tone neutral. "The petition will now be read in full before this assembly." The clerk stepped forward, unrolled the parchment, and began to read. Maelys heard the words as if from a great distance. Mutual acknowledgement of shifted intent. No allegation of fault. Both parties affirmed that the original terms of the betrothal no longer served the stability of the crown or the dignity of the houses involved. The language was dry, precise, and entirely unromantic. It could have been a shipping manifest or a land transfer. It was the most carefully crafted document she and Oswin had ever written, and it said nothing at all about the hours they had spent in the North Library, the almost touch of his hand, the way he had looked at her when he said he did not want to lose the permission to be near her. The clerk finished reading. The council president turned to the Fontier section. "Lady Dellacroix Fontier, do you affirm that this petition represents your will, freely given, without coercion or external pressure?" Maelys rose. She had practiced this moment 100 times in her head, in the dark of her room, in the carriage, in the corridor before entering. She had rehearsed the precise pitch of her voice, the angle of her chin, the stillness of her hands. But practice did not prepare her for the weight of every eye in the hall. "Yes," she said, "I affirm it." The words came out steady. She was grateful for that. The council president nodded. "Duke Friedrich Fontier, as head of House Fontier and the lady's legal guardian before the age of majority, you are entitled to address this petition before the council renders its judgment." The hall went quiet in a different way. Not the buzz of scandal, but the hush of anticipation. Friedrich rose from the front row. He did not look at Maelys. He adjusted the cuff of his sleeve with deliberate care, the thin scar on his left palm catching the candlelight for just a moment. "Your honors," he said, "I will not waste the council's time with objections that are not mine to make." Maelys felt her stomach drop. Friedrich turned, and now he did look at her. His steel-gray eyes were calm, almost kind, the way a hunter's eyes are calm when the trap is closed exactly as planned. "I have watched my daughter transform over the past several weeks," he said. "She has become quieter, more restrained, more thoughtful. She thanks servants. She avoids conflict. She spends her evenings with jurisprudence texts and her mornings in private conversations with the Crown Prince." He paused, letting the words settle. "Many of you have remarked on this change. Some have called it improvement. Some have called it maturity." He stepped closer to the center of the hall, his voice carrying without effort. "I have called it concerning." A murmur rippled through the chamber. "I am not a physician," Friedrich continued. "I cannot diagnose the causes of a sudden and radical shift in a young woman's character, temperament, and judgment. But I am her father, and I have watched her long enough to know that the woman standing before you today is not the daughter I raised." Maelys' hands went cold. She had expected him to fight the petition directly, to argue that the dissolution would disgrace House Fontier, to demand more time, to threaten legal action. She had not expected him to sound reasonable. "Your honors, I am not here to block this petition," Friedrich said. "I am here to ask that the council delay its judgment until a full competency review can be conducted by 3 impartial chapel physicians. If my daughter is of sound mind and acting of her own free will, I will withdraw all objections and support the dissolution with my full public endorsement." He turned to face the council president directly. "But if she is not, if this transformation is the result of illness, manipulation, or instability, then I ask this council to consider whether approving a dissolution under such conditions serves the kingdom or merely accelerates a tragedy." The hall erupted again, louder this time. Maelys stood frozen, her pulse hammering in her throat. He had done it perfectly. He had not accused her of madness. He had not threatened or raged. He had simply asked for caution, for time, for the very review he had already ordered 3 days from now. And he had made himself sound like a concerned father rather than a controlling one. Across the hall, Oswin was speaking, his voice cutting through the noise, but Maelys could not hear the words. She could only watch Friedrich settle back into his seat, his hands folding on the rail, his expression serene. He had expected this. He had shaped the stage before she ever walked onto it. The council president struck the floor again, demanding order. "The council will hear the witness testimony before any procedural motion is considered," he announced. "The petitioner has submitted 3 character witnesses. We will begin with Sunald Thellery. Sunald rose beside Maelys, her face pale but her spine straight. She did not look at Frendrith. She walked to the center of the hall, and Maelys watched her go, understanding with terrible clarity that this was only the first move in a game whose full board she still could not see. Chapter 34. Sunald reached the center of the hall and stopped. She stood alone on the worn stone where petitioners usually knelt, her hands clasped at her waist, her chin lifted. The candlelight caught the pale line of her throat as she swallowed once, then faced the council president with steady attention. "State your name and relation to the petitioner," the president said. "Sunald Thellery. I am Lady Dellacroix's lady-in-waiting and companion. And how long have you served in this capacity?" 7 years, Your Honor." A murmur passed through the chamber. 7 years was long enough to know someone, long enough to see through performance. The council president adjusted the papers before him. "You've been called as a character witness for the petition. The council wishes to hear your observations regarding Lady Dellacroix's conduct, temperament, and state of mind over the past weeks." Sunald nodded once. She did not look at Frederick. She did not look at Maelys. "Your Honors, I have served Lady Dellacroix since we were both children. I knew her habits, her temper, the sharpness of her tongue, and the speed of her displeasure." She paused. "And I have watched her change." A ripple of attention ran through the chamber. "I do not mean the kind of change that comes with age or growing responsibility," Sunald continued. "I mean a change that arrived without warning, without explanation, and without any visible cause that I can name." Maelys's hands went cold. Sunald was speaking the truth, the exact truth, and the exact truth was devastating. "Before the autumn season began," Sunald said, her voice carrying through the hall, "Lady Dellacroix was quick to anger and slow to trust. She dismissed servants for small errors. She spoke to those beneath her station with impatience, sometimes with cruelty. She guarded her position as if the entire court were waiting to take it from her." The murmuring grew. "And now?" Sunald turned, and for the first time, her eyes met Maelys's. "Now she thanks the maid who brings her tea. She waits for others to speak before answering. She spends her evenings reading jurisprudence texts and her mornings in the chapel garden, alone, thinking. She let the words settle. Now she protects those who cannot protect themselves. Now she asks questions instead of issuing commands. Now she speaks to me not as a servant, but as a friend." The council president leaned forward. "And you find this concerning?" Sunald's voice dropped, barely audible in the vast hall. "I find it terrifying." The chamber went still. "Because I do not know where it came from," Sunald said. "I do not know what caused it, and I do not know if it will last." Frendrith rose from his seat. His movements were unhurried, his expression composed. "Thank you, Lady Sunald," he said. "Your honesty does credit to your house." He stepped closer to the center of the hall, positioning himself between Sunald and the council. 7 years, he repeated, letting the number hang in the air. 7 years of consistent character, reliable temperament, predictable conduct. And then, in the space of a few weeks, everything changed. He turned to face the council. "I am not a superstitious man, Your Honors. I do not believe in sudden transformations of the soul. I believe in causes, pressures, influences. And when a young woman of 17 undergoes a complete inversion of her known character without visible cause, I ask myself, what pressure has been applied? What influence has been exerted?" His voice hardened slightly, barely enough to notice. "The Crown Prince has taken an unusual interest in my daughter's company this season. He has requested private audiences. He has walked with her through the palace gardens. He has stood beside her at ceremonies and spoken for her in chambers where she should have spoken for herself." Oswin's jaw tightened, but he did not interrupt. "I am not accusing the prince of wrongdoing," Frederick said, raising a hand. "I am asking this council to consider whether the change we are witnessing is transformation or influence. Whether Lady Dellacroix stands before you today as herself or as someone shaped by a hand not her own." A murmuring spread through the hall, low and dangerous. Maelys felt the script closing in around her. She had seen this scene before. Not in the game, not in any translated route, but she had seen the shape of it in every story about women who stepped out of the roles assigned to them. The concern, the careful framing. The way a woman's agency could be described as illness, her choices as manipulation, her growth as instability. She thanked a maid, someone whispered near the back of the hall. She told a footman to sit down. Who does that unless something is wrong? Supervision, another voice murmured. Protection. The words spread like heat through dry grass. All I ask, Frederick said, settling back into his seat, is that we wait, that we let the physicians examine her, that we do not make a decision under the influence of this transformation before we understand what caused it. He folded his hands on the rail. 3 days. That is all I ask. 3 days for certainty. The council president turned to Maelys. Does the petitioner wish to respond? Maelys opened her mouth. And then she saw him. At the back of the hall, near the east colonnade, a figure stood in the shadow behind the last pillar, tall, still, watching her with calm, patient attention. He was dressed in dark gray, unremarkable, easy to miss in the crowd. He raised one hand, just slightly, and touched his chest in a gesture that might have been respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. Maelys's words died in her throat. The figure behind the pillar was Lord Weston Fayle. Chapter 35. Lord Weston Fayle did not move. He stood in the shadow of the east pillar, one hand resting against his chest, head slightly tilted, as if he had all the time in the world and the dissolution of a royal betrothal was merely the entertainment before the main course. Maelys's throat locked. The council president cleared his throat. Lady Dellacroix, do you wish to respond to your father's concerns? The chamber waited. She could feel them watching. The lords and ladies, the minor heirs and their mothers, the scholarship students in their plain blue wool, the clerks with their quills poised over the autumn record. They had come expecting a scandal, a collapse, a confirmation that Dellacroix-Fontier was finally breaking the way everyone had always predicted. And Frederick had given them a story they wanted to believe. A girl changed overnight, a crown prince's unusual attention, a household that no longer recognized its own daughter. It fit so neatly. Maelys looked at Suneld first, still standing in the center of the hall, pale and straight-backed, her eyes wet with the cost of telling the truth. Then at Sibylle, seated in the scholarship row, one hand gripping the bench edge so hard her knuckles had gone white. Then at the figure in the shadows. Weston Fayle had not lowered his hand. His gaze stayed on her, steady, patient, as if he were waiting to see which version of her would speak. And Maelys understood, suddenly and coldly, that she had been performing for months, performing kindness, performing normalcy, performing the role of a woman trying to escape a script while clinging to a different script of her own making. She had treated Frederick like an obstacle to be outmaneuvered, Suneld like a trap to be avoided, Oswin like a route flag she could manage into the correct position. She had built her freedom on the same architecture as the cage. The thought landed like a stone in her chest. She turned away from Weston Fayle, away from the pillar, the shadow, the gesture she could not read. She faced the council directly, planted her feet on the cold limestone, and let her hands hang at her sides without arranging them into a posture of composure. "Your honors," she said. Her voice came out thin. She steadied it. "I have been betrothed to Crown Prince Oswin Tessell since I was 12 years old." She did not look at Frederick, did not look at Oswin. She looked at the council president, an old man with tired eyes and a silver chain of office across his chest. "I was told it was my duty. I was told it was my future. I was told that House Fontier had staked everything on this match, and that my only responsibility was to grow into the role that had been chosen for me." She paused. "I believed it. For a long time I believed it. I performed the part I was given, because I did not know there was any other choice." The hall had gone quiet. Not the tense quiet of scandal waiting to break, but the stillness of people who were no longer certain what they were watching. Then something changed. She let the words sit. "I cannot explain it to your satisfaction. I cannot produce a reason that will fit neatly into a physician's report. But I can tell you this." She raised her chin. "The girl who threw a vase at a footman and blamed him for breaking it was cruel because she was afraid. The girl who mocked scholarship students in salons was cruel because she had been taught that cruelty was the only language power understood. I am not that girl anymore. Friendrich shifted in his seat. She felt his gaze like a blade between her shoulder blades. I do not know if I will stay this way. Sunnel was right to be terrified. Change can reverse itself. Growth can falter. I cannot promise the council that I will never be cruel again, because I do not know what the future will ask of me. She took a breath. But I can promise this. I do not want to marry a man I was given to before I knew what choice meant. I do not want to stand beside a prince because I was raised to be his ornament. And I will not let my father's fear of losing face destroy the only honest chance I have ever had to become someone I can live with. The council president's quill had stopped moving. Your honors, Maelys said, I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to let me choose. Let me stand before the autumn record as someone who walked out of a contract she did not want, rather than as someone who was dragged through it by physicians and household supervision. She lowered her hands. If you need certainty before you act, then you will never act. Certainty belongs to the past. I am asking you to move forward without it. The silence stretched. Then Oswin stepped forward. He did not ask permission. He did not wait for the council president to acknowledge him. He walked to the center of the hall, stopped beside Maelys, and faced the bench with the kind of stillness that comes from a decision made long before the moment demanded it. I support the dissolution, he said. His voice carried no hesitation, no qualification. I support it not because Lady Dellacroix asked me to, not because I was pressured by her father or her household or any faction in this chamber. I support it because I have spent the past weeks watching a woman discover that she is capable of more than the role she was assigned. He turned to look at Maelys, and I refuse to be the man who locks her back into it. Friendrich's voice cut across the chamber. Your Highness, this is highly irregular. You cannot simply— I can, Oswin said, still looking at Maelys. I am the Crown Prince. I can say, in this chamber, before every noble house present, that I will not marry a woman who does not choose me freely. And I can tell you that the dissolution we have submitted is not the product of manipulation or influence. He finally turned to face Friendrich. It is the product of two people who stopped lying to each other. The chamber erupted again, but the quality of the noise had changed. It was not the hungry murmur of scandal taking shape. It was the confused, uneven sound of people who had come expecting a scripted confrontation and were watching something real happen instead. The council president raised his hand. Order! The noise subsided. He looked at Maelys, then at Oswin, then at the petition lying open on the bench before him. He picked up his quill, dipped it, and held it over the autumn record. I will enter the testimony of the afternoon session as follows, he said. The petitioner has spoken. The consenting party has affirmed. The witness has given her account. He paused. The council will retire to deliberate. Judgment will be delivered before the evening bells. He set the quill down. Until then, this session is adjourned. The hall began to stir, chairs scraping, voices rising in overlapping waves of speculation and argument. Maelys stood in the center of it, her hands cold, her pulse hammering, her mind still caught on the shape of what she had just done. She had told them the truth, not a scripted truth, not a carefully managed performance of honesty. She had stood in front of the Autumn Council and admitted she had been cruel because she was afraid, that she could not promise to stay changed. That certainty belonged to the past. And the chamber had listened. Oswin touched her elbow, light and brief. Come, he said, before they find us. She followed him toward the side corridor, past the scholarship row where Sibyl caught her eye and nodded once, a tight, fierce nod that meant she would hold the narrative steady as long as she could. They reached the narrow hallway behind the council chamber, empty of courtiers, lit only by a single bracket lamp. Oswin stopped. That was brave, he said. Maelys shook her head. That was desperate. Sometimes they look the same. She leaned against the stone wall, let her head rest against the cold surface, and closed her eyes. Weston Fayle was in the hall. She felt Oswin go still. He was watching me, the whole time. He touched his chest like he was acknowledging something, and I could not speak. A pause. Oswin, I have never met him. I have never exchanged a word with him. but he looked at me like he knew exactly what I was going to say before I said it. She opened her eyes. And I do not know how that is possible. Oswin's jaw worked. He looked at the floor, then back at her, and she saw something flicker in his expression, something he was trying to decide whether to speak. He opened his mouth. A clerk's voice echoed from the council chamber doorway behind them. "Lady Dellacroix, a message for you." Maelys turned. The clerk held out a folded paper, plain, unsealed. She took it, unfolded it, and read the single line written in the same brisk, unhurried hand she had seen once before. "The Covenant remembers. Congratulations on the victory. Now the real game begins." She looked up. The clerk was gone. And at the far end of the corridor, a tall figure in dark gray stepped out of the alcove by the archive door, turned, and walked into the deeper shadow without looking back. Chapter 36. The council chamber had not settled. The recess had done nothing to cool the air. It had only let the whispers crystallize into something harder, more certain. Maelys stood in the same spot she had occupied before the adjournment, her hands cold at her sides, the unsealed note still folded in her palm. The Covenant remembers. Congratulations on the victory. Now the real game begins. She had not shown it to Oswin. She had not shown it to anyone. The council president returned to his seat, and the chamber fell into a waiting hush that felt different from the earlier chaos. This was not the noise of scandal taking shape. It was the stillness of a room that had heard something true and did not know what to do with it. "The council will hear further testimony before rendering judgment," the president said. "The court calls Simhild Theory to speak on the petitioner's conduct within the household." Simhild rose from the witness's bench. Her face was pale but composed, and she walked to the center of the hall with the same deliberate steadiness she had shown when she signed the petition. She did not look at Frederick. She did not look at the council. She looked at Maelys. "Lady Dellacroix has been my charge for 7 years, Simhild said. I have dressed her, accompanied her to every function, spoken for her when she could not speak for herself. I know the shape of her cruelty. I know the sound of her anger. I know the exact weight of her displeasure, because I have carried it for years." She paused. "I also know when that weight disappeared." The chamber was silent. She stopped ordering servants to their knees. She stopped using names as weapons. She stopped performing the role of a woman who had been told she was too much and decided to prove them right. Simhild's voice did not waver. "I do not know why she changed. I have told the council that I find the change terrifying because I cannot explain it. But I will tell you this. Whatever caused it, she has not once used her old power against anyone in my sight. She has thanked maids. She has sat with scholarship students. She has spoken to me as a friend rather than a servant." She turned to face Frederick directly. "And that is not the behavior of a woman who has been manipulated. That is the behavior of a woman who has chosen to stop hurting people." Frederick's jaw tightened. He did not rise. The council president nodded. "The witness may step down. The council calls Marshal Ivo Penhall." Maelys's breath caught. She had not expected this. Ivo walked to the center of the hall with the measured gait of a man who had crossed palace floors 1,000 times. His scarred hands hung at his sides, and he did not look at the Fontier section. "I have observed Lady Dellacroix in public settings for the duration of the autumn season," he said. "As captain of the guard detail assigned to the royal apartments, it is my duty to note irregularities in behavior among the court." He paused. "I did note an irregularity." The chamber leaned forward. Lady Dellacroix stopped behaving like the woman I remembered. She did not deliver public slights. She did not mock provincial scholarship students. She did not treat servants as obstacles. Ivo's gaze was flat, professional. I kept a record of these observations because I expected the change to reverse. It did not. I have seen her refuse to trade on her betrothal. I have seen her speak with more restraint than half the lords in this chamber. And I have seen her stand in this hall and tell the truth about her own failures. He looked at Frederick. That is not instability. That is discipline. And discipline is not a threat to the crown. Frederick's hands were flat on the table before him, the scar on his palm hidden. The council president nodded once. "Thank you, Marshal." Ivo stepped back. The president's gaze moved to the scholarship row, where Sibylle sat with her hands folded in her lap, her provincial silk dress neat and still beneath the candlelight. The council will also note the presence of Sibylle Marceau, the president said, the scholarship student whose arrival at court was expected to create friction. Sibylle rose, calm and unhurried. She did not speak. She did not need to. Her presence alone, seated among the scholarship students, watching the dissolution of the engagement that should have made her arrival, was a statement that could not be contradicted. Every lord in the chamber knew the old stories. They knew what Dellacroix was supposed to do when the provincial scholarship girl arrived. Instead, Sibylle had been seen walking through corridors with Maelys. She had been seen laughing in the orangery. She had been seen sitting in the scholars' row, gripping the bench, white-knuckled, as Maelys spoke. The narrative of jealous rivalry was dead. It had been dead for weeks, and the court had simply not noticed until now. Frederick's voice cut across the silence. "This is theater." He rose slowly, deliberately, his steel-gray eyes fixed on Maelys. "You have dressed your defense in witnesses and sympathy. You have made yourself a figure of restraint and honesty. But I raised you for 15 years. I know the architecture of your cruelty, and I do not believe it has vanished." He turned to the council president. "I withdraw my objection to the dissolution petition." The chamber stirred. "I will not waste the court's time with a battle I cannot win today, but I will say this. The woman who stands before you is not my daughter. She wears her face, she speaks with her voice, but she is not the child I raised. And if the council wishes to approve the dissolution on the basis of testimony from a lady-in-waiting, a guard captain, and a provincial scholarship student, I will not stop them." He sat. The council president was silent for a long moment. Then he picked up his quill. "The council has heard sufficient testimony. Judgment will be rendered now." He dipped the quill. "On the matter of the dissolution petition submitted by Lady Dellacroix and Crown Prince Oswin Tessell, the council finds the petition valid, the witnesses credible, and the mutual accord genuine." He wrote, "The betrothal between House Fontier and House Tessell is hereby dissolved by joint consent, effective immediately. The autumn record will reflect the dissolution as a matter of mutual acknowledgement of shifted intent, with no stain on either house." He set the quill down. "This session is concluded." The chamber erupted. Maelys stood in the center of the noise, her hands cold, her pulse hammering, her mind struggling to catch up with what had just happened. It was over. She had won. The dissolution was approved. She was free of the Crown Prince. And then she saw the tall figure in dark gray step out of the archived alcove at the far end of the hall, and she understood that freedom was not the end of the game. It was only the beginning. Chapter 37. The chamber roared around her, but Maelys heard none of it. She stood at the center of the noise, hands cold, pulse hammering against her ribs, the council president's words still echoing in her skull. Dissolved by joint consent. Effective immediately. No stain on either house. She had won. She had done everything she set out to do. She had avoided the villainous route. She had protected Sibylle. She had ended the engagement with dignity intact. The autumn record would reflect mutual acknowledgement of shifted intent, a phrase so clean and bloodless that no historian would ever guess at the weeks of fear, the sleepless nights, the careful architecture of honesty she had built to reach this moment. And yet, she turned her head, searching the chaos for Oswin. He stood at the far end of the petitioner's bench, surrounded by advisors and clerks, his face unreadable. He was not looking at her. He was speaking to a man in Tessell gray, his jaw tight, his shoulders set in the posture of a man who had just surrendered something he had not known he wanted until he lost it. Maelys's chest tightened. This was what she had asked for. This was what he had agreed to. They had both known, from that first night in the North Library, from the moment he said he understood what he was losing, that the dissolution would leave them standing on separate shores. Knowing it and feeling it were not the same. Sunnold's hand found hers. "Breathe," Sunnold said quietly, her voice barely audible over the din. "You are allowed to breathe now." Maelys breathed. The air tasted like beeswax and ink and the cold stone of the hall. She let it fill her lungs, let it push against the pressure in her chest, let it steady her knees. "I did it," she said, and the words felt foreign on her tongue. "You did it," Sunnold agreed. "Now we walk out of this hall before anyone tries to corner you with congratulations or questions." Maelys nodded. She let Sunald guide her toward the side corridor, past the clusters of nobles who parted like water around a stone, their eyes tracking her with a hunger she recognized. Some were curious, some were calculating. A few, in the shadows near the pillars, watched with the stillness of predators measuring a wounded animal. Cassio Valtieri was among them, her dark hair coiled tight, her pale wine glass empty, her smile pleasant and poisonous. She did not speak. She did not need to. Her gaze followed Maelys like a thread that would be pulled later. Maelys looked away. The corridor was cooler, quieter, the noise of the chamber fading behind her like a tide retreating. The stone walls swallowed sound. The torches cast long, wavering shadows that stretched and shrank with every step. "Wait," Oswin's voice. She stopped. He was standing at the junction where the corridor split toward the palace proper, his formal coat unbuttoned, his hair slightly disordered as if he had been running his hands through it. He looked younger in the dim light, less like a crown prince, more like a man who had just made a choice he could not take back. "One moment," he said, "if you can spare it." Sunald released Maelys' hand and stepped back, positioning herself at the corner where she could see both approaches without being obvious about it. Maelys faced Oswin. The silence between them was not empty. It was full of everything they had said in the North Library, in the farmhouse sitting room, in the antechamber before the reaffirmation ceremony. Full of the words they had exchanged and the words they had swallowed. "It is done," Oswin said. "It is done," she agreed. He nodded slowly. "I thought I would feel lighter." "So did I." The ghost of a smile crossed his face. "We are terrible at being free. We never practiced." He laughed, short and quiet, and the sound caught in her chest like a hook. "I meant what I said," he told her. "Before the council, I will not marry a woman who does not choose me freely. I meant it when I said it, and I mean it now. I know. I do not regret this. I know that too." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he stepped forward, close enough that she could smell the cedar and ink that clung to his coat, and he took her hand. Not in the formal grip of a betrothed, not in the persuasive clasp of a politician, just his fingers around hers, warm and steady, as if he were memorizing the shape of it. "If there is ever a day," he said quietly, "when you choose freely, and I am still the one you want, I will find a way to earn it again." He released her hand. He stepped back, and then he turned and walked down the corridor without looking back, his footsteps echoing against the stone, the dark fabric of his coat disappearing into the deeper shadow where the torches did not reach. Maelys stood still. Her hand was cold where his fingers had been. Sunald appeared at her side, silent and patient, asking nothing. "Come," Maelys said. "The Covenant correspondent is still in the hall." Sunald's eyes sharpened. "The note writer?" "Tall, dark gray, archive alcove." Maelys started walking back toward the chamber entrance. "He was watching me before the judgment. He was watching me after. I want to know who he is." Sunald matched her pace. "And if he is gone, then I want to know where he went." They reached the junction where the corridor opened into the great hall. The chamber was still half full, nobles clustering in small groups, clerks gathering papers, the council already dispersing toward the side rooms where the real negotiations would happen. The archive alcove at the far end was empty. No tall figure in dark gray, no lingering shadow. But on the stone floor, directly where the alcove opened into the hall, lay a single piece of paper. White, unsealed, folded precisely in half. Maelys crossed the distance before she could think better of it. She bent and picked it up. The handwriting was the same as the note from the corridor, the same as the congratulations. Clean, practiced strokes, no flourish, no hesitation. 2 days. The Covenant expects you at the Fayle Town Library. Come alone. Beneath the words, a seal she had never seen before. A knot of 3 lines interlocked, forming a shape that looked like a door opening inward. Maelys stared at it. Her hand trembled. 2 days. The Covenant. And a seal that belonged to House Fayle. Chapter 38. The corridor stretched ahead of her, white stone and torchlight, and the distant hum of voices from the great hall. Maelys stood where Oswin had left her, her hand still cold where his fingers had been wrapped around it. The note burned against her palm. 2 days. The Fayle library. Alone. Sunnold was watching her with the steady patience of someone who had learned to wait for truth rather than demand it. The seal on the paper, 3 interlocked lines like a door opening inward, pressed against Maelys' thumb like a brand. She folded the note and tucked it into her sleeve. "Not here," she said. Sunnold nodded once and fell into step beside her. They walked through the dispersing crowd in silence. Nobles parted around them, some offering polite nods, others pretending not to see. The dissolution had been approved, which meant Maelys was no longer the crown's concern. She was just a duke's daughter again, which, in some ways, made her more vulnerable. Cassia Valteri stood near the east colonnade, her dark hair coiled tight as a spring, her smile pleasant and poisonous. Maelys did not look at her. She kept walking. The Fontier residence was quiet when they reached it. The servants moved with the careful, muted efficiency of people who had heard the news and were waiting to see which way the wind would settle. No one met her eyes. Sunnold guided Maelys to her chambers without speaking. The door closed behind them. Maelys stood in the center of the room, her hands at her sides, the folded note in her sleeve pressing against her wrist like a second pulse. "We did it," she said. Sunnold leaned against the doorframe. "You did it. We did it." The words felt hollow in her mouth. Not untrue, just incomplete, like calling a storm a passing shower. Maelys pulled the note from her sleeve and held it out. Sunnold took it, read it, and went still. 2 days, she said. Yes. Alone. Yes. Sunnold's jaw tightened. That is a trap, probably. Then do not go. Maelys looked at the seal, the 3 interlocked lines, the door opening inward. I have to, she said. The Covenant remembers everything. So does he. Sunnold was quiet for a long moment. Then she folded the note with precise, deliberate movements and handed it back. Then I will be outside, she said, watching the door. Maelys felt something loosen in her chest. Thank you. Sunnold's smile was thin, but it reached her eyes. You stopped being just my lady a long time ago. I am not letting you walking into Spy Master's library alone without someone on the outside. The afternoon passed in a strange, suspended hush. Maelys changed out of the ceremony gone. The blue silk felt heavy with memory, the reaffirmation, the walk down the aisle, Oswin's hand in hers, the binding ribbon wound around their wrists. She folded it carefully and laid it on the chest at the foot of her bed. She put on a simple gray dress, practical, anonymous. Sunnold brought tea. They drank it in silence. There was nothing left to plan. The dissolution was done. Her freedom was real. And yet, the note sat on the writing desk like a living thing, the seal catching the light, the 3 lines seeming to shift when she looked away and looked back. She thought about Oswin, his hand around hers, his voice in the corridor. If there is ever a day when you choose freely, and I am still the one you want. She thought about Weston Fayle, his stillness in the shadows, his hand on his chest, the way he had watched her like a man reading a page he already knew by heart. She thought about the Covenant note, the first one outside her door, the second one in the corridor. The congratulations. Now the real game begins. The door opened. A young clerk stood in the threshold, his face pale, a leather folder clutched to his chest like a shield. Lady Dellacroix, he said. Forgive the intrusion. The palace archivists require your presence for the final witnessing of the dissolution contract. Maelys looked at him. Now? The documents must be sealed before the evening bells, he said. There is a technicality in the language that requires your signature. A formality. His voice caught on the word formality. Sunnold was already on her feet. What technicality? The clerk swallowed. The original betrothal contract contained. He opened the folder, scanned a page, and went pale. I am not certain I understand it myself, but there is a codicil, an addendum. It was filed with the original terms and has only now become active. Maelys's blood went cold. Codicil, she repeated. The clerk nodded, his hands trembling. It bears the seal of House Fayle. The room tilted. Maelys heard Sunhild say something sharp. She heard the clerk stammer an apology. She heard her own voice, steady and hollow, agreeing to accompany him. But what she saw was the note on the desk. The 3 interlocked lines, the door opening inward. 2 days. The Covenant expected her in 2 days. But the Covenant had already found her. Chapter 39. The corridor leading to the archive chamber had never felt longer. Maelys followed the pale clerk through a succession of narrow passages, past doors she had never noticed, deeper into the palace's administrative skeleton. The leather folder in his hands seemed to grow heavier with every step. His shoulders had climbed toward his ears. Sunhild walked at Maelys's shoulder, her footsteps steady and deliberate. What did the folder say? Maelys asked. The clerk did not turn. I am not authorized to interpret the contents, my lady, only to deliver them to the archivist for witnessing. He read it, Sunhild said. You face-told us. He said nothing. The passage opened into a square room lined with document shelves. A single oil lamp burned on the central table, casting long shadows across a spread of papers and a pot of sealing wax. The air smelled of dust and old parchment. Lord Weston Fayle stood at the table. He was not in shadow now. The lamplight caught the planes of his face, the quiet stillness of a man who had been waiting longer than the moment required. He wore dark gray, unadorned, the same color as the alcove he had vanished into after the hearing. His hands rested on either side of an open document, palms flat against the table's edge, as if he had been reading it when they entered. He looked up. Lady Dellacroix, he said, thank you for coming. His voice was calm, courteous, the tone of a man offering tea. Maelys stopped at the threshold. Your clerk said there was a technicality. There is. Weston gestured to the document before him. A codicil attached to the original betrothal contract between House Fontier and the Crown. It was filed the same year the engagement was negotiated and has remained dormant until tonight. Sunhild stepped forward. Dormant how? Weston's gaze shifted to her, acknowledging the question with the same polite patience. Codicils of this kind are conditional. They do not activate until a specific set of witnessed circumstances occurs. In this case, a lawful dissolution of the primary betrothal by mutual accord before the Autumn Council, with no stain on either house and no countersuit filed. He looked at Maelys. You met every condition tonight. The room felt smaller. Maelys kept her voice level. What does the codicil require? Weston turned the document toward her. The seal at the bottom was unmistakable. 3 interlocked lines, a door opening inward. Upon dissolution of the primary betrothal under the described conditions, he read, the hand of Dellacroix Fontaire passes to a secondary marriage compact with the heir of House Fayle, to be formalized within 30 days of activation. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Maelys heard Sunhild inhale sharply. She heard herself say nothing. That is not possible, Sunhild said. Betrothal contracts cannot contain secondary clauses without the consenting party's knowledge. Weston's expression did not shift. They can if the consenting party was a minor at the time of filing and the clause was witnessed by the head of house. Duke Frederick shod this codicil the same week the original betrothal was negotiated. It was placed under seal with the palace archives, accessible only to the signatories and their direct heirs. Maelys's hands had gone cold. Frederick knew. He filed it. She thought of her father, his thin scar, his careful, measured cruelty, the way he had withdrawn his objection to the dissolution, as if he had already won something she could not see. He had. He let me dissolve the engagement because he knew this existed. Weston inclined his head. I cannot speak to Duke Frederick's calculations, but the codicil was always waiting. The dissolution was the key that turned the lock. Maelys moved to the table. The lamplight flickered as she passed. She looked down at the document, at the precise legal language, the signatures, the seal. Her father's signature. Weston's name. A date from 15 years ago. You knew, she said. You knew before tonight, before the hearing, before... She stopped, The notes, the covenant, the way he had watched her from the shadows. How long? Weston met her eyes. I have been aware of the Codicil since I came of age. I read it for the first time 4 years ago. And you said nothing. It was not my secret to reveal. The compact could not activate until the dissolution was approved under specific conditions. Speaking of it, before that would have made me a party to breaking a sealed covenant, which carries its own consequences under chapel law. Maelys laughed. It came out hollow. So you waited. You watched me fight for freedom that was never going to be mine. Weston was quiet for a moment. His hands remained still on the table. I watched you fight, he said, and I watched you win. The dissolution was real, Lady Dellacroix. Your freedom from the crown was real. What the Codicil does is not undo that victory. It redefines what comes after. Sunhild stepped closer. She does not have to sign. Weston's gaze moved to her. The covenant has already recognized the conditions. It does not require a signature to take effect. The marriage compact is binding from the moment the dissolution was sealed in the autumn record. The words hung in the air. Maelys felt them settle into her chest like a weight she could not shift. You are telling me, she said slowly, that I am already betrothed to House Fayle? That my father arranged it before I was old enough to understand, and that everything I did tonight accomplished nothing except to confirm the terms? Weston did not look away. I am telling you that you accomplished exactly what you fought for. You are no longer bound to the crown. You are no longer required to be the woman the court expected you to become. The dissolution gave you that. He paused. The Codicil gives you a different future, one that was written before you had a voice in the matter. I cannot tell you it is fair, because it is not, but I can tell you it is real. Maelys looked down at the document again. The seal seemed to pulse in the lamplight. 30 days, a marriage compact, a man she had never spoken to until tonight. She thought of Oswin, his hand around hers in the corridor, his voice, raw and honest, telling her he would earn her choice again. She thought of the note on her desk, the 3 interlocked lines, the door opening inward. The covenant note, she said. You left it outside my room, before the dissolution, before any of this. Weston's expression flickered, just barely. A crack in the calm. Yes. Why? He was quiet for a long moment. Because I wanted you to know you were not alone. The words landed differently than the rest. Not like a threat, not like a legal argument, like a man telling the truth and hating that he had to. Maelys looked at him. The oil lamp cast his face in sharp relief. He was not smiling. He was not triumphant. He looked like someone standing at the end of a long road he had not chosen to walk. I do not know you, she said. No, I do not trust you. I would not expect you to. She looked down at the Codicil. 15 years of silence. A father who had planned for this moment before she had learned to read. She heard Sumelt's voice, low and fierce. What happens if she refuses? Weston's answer came without hesitation. The covenant does not recognize refusal. It will hold her bound regardless. A legal challenge could be raised, but it would require proving fraud, incapacity, or coercion at the time the Codicil was filed. All 3 would require testimony from Duke Friedrich, who signed the document. Maelys raised her eyes from the page. You are telling me I am trapped. Weston met her gaze. I am telling you, he said, that the game has changed. The lamplight burned between them. Maelys heard nothing but the distant ticking of the palace clock, and far below that, the faint, terrible certainty that the covenant had been waiting for her all along. She had not escaped the script. She had only turned the page. Chapter 40. The archive chamber smelled of old paper and dust. The oil lamp had burned low, casting long shadows across the codicil that lay between them like a wound that would not close. Maelys stared at the seal. 3 interlocked lines. A door opening inward. Her hands had gone cold. You have known for 4 years, she said. You watched me fight for dissolution. You watched me stand before the council and speak the truth about what I was running from, and you said nothing. Weston's expression did not change. If I had told you before the dissolution was approved, the compact would not have activated. The The conditions require a lawful mutual dissolution under autumn record. Speaking of it early would have contaminated the terms. Contaminated the terms? She heard her own voice, hollow and strange. You speak like a jurist. I speak like a man bound by a contract I did not write. Sinel took a step forward. Then why tell her now? If the covenant is already binding, what do you gain by showing her the document? Weston looked at Sunil with something like respect. Because she deserves to know the shape of the cage she is standing in. The words hit Maelys harder than anger would have. She looked down at the Codicil again, her father's signature at the bottom, clean and practiced, the same hand that had signed her birth record and her betrothal contract, and every document that had ever pinned her future to someone else's plan. 15 years ago, he had planned this before she understood what a vow meant. Your father, Weston said quietly, as if reading her thoughts, negotiated the original betrothal as a layered agreement. The primary match secured House Fontier's position with the crown. The secondary compact secured it with House Fayle in the event the primary failed. He was protecting his duchy against uncertainty. Right to reaping me tomorrow? By trading me twice. Yes. The word hung in the air. Maelys pressed her palm flat against the table. The wood was cool and solid, real. The only thing in the room that felt like it belonged to the world she had thought she was living in. And if I refused to acknowledge it, Weston's hands remained still. The covenant does not require your acknowledgement. It recognized the conditions the moment the dissolution was sealed in the autumn record. The marriage compact is legally active. You are bound to House Fayle regardless of whether you choose to sign the witness copy. Then why have me here at all? Her voice rose. Why the note? Why the summons? Why stand in the shadows and watch me speak my heart to the council if the outcome was already written? Weston was quiet. Then he said, Because I wanted you to know that I see you. The words landed like a stone in still water. Maelys stared at him. I have been watching you since the autumn session began, Weston continued. Not as a predator watches prey, as someone who recognized the shape of what you were doing. You were not playing the game the way it was written. You were trying to rewrite the rules. And you let me believe I was winning. You were winning. His voice was steady. The dissolution was real. Your freedom from the crown was real. What I am offering you is not a cage that replaces the one you escaped. It is a different arrangement entirely. Sinel made a sound low in her throat. You cannot expect her to trust that. I expect nothing. Weston's gaze did not leave Maelys. I am asking for a conversation, not an acceptance, not a surrender. A conversation. The silence stretched. Maelys looked at the Codicil again. 30 days, a marriage compact. A man she had seen twice before tonight, once in shadow at the dissolution hearing, and once in the archive alcove, watching her with eyes that held no malice. She thought of Oswin, his hand around hers in the corridor, his voice raw and honest, telling her he would find a way to earn her choice again. She thought of the note on her desk, the 3 interlocked lines, the door opening inward. You left the blanket, she said. Weston's expression flickered, just barely. Yes. The gray wool blanket, in my room, the night after I returned from the manor. He did not deny it. You told me you wanted me to know I was not alone. Yes. Why? He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was lower than before. Because I know what it feels like to wake up in a life you did not choose. Maelys felt the words settle into her chest. She did not know what to do with them. Sunil moved closer, her hand brushing Maelys's elbow. You do not have to decide anything tonight. The Codicil is active, but the wedding cannot happen for 30 days. That is time. Time for what? Maelys asked. Time to find the cracks. Weston's head tilted slightly. The Codicil was drafted carefully, but no contract is perfect. If there are grounds for challenge, they will be in the language or the conditions of activation. Maelys looked at him. You would help me find them. I am offering you the truth of what binds you, he said. What you do with that truth is your choice. The lamplight flickered. Maelys heard the distant sound of the palace clock striking the hour. The session hall would be empty by now. The council members would have dispersed to their chambers. Oswin would have returned to the royal wing. The dissolution was real. She was free of the crown, and she was standing in a room with a man she did not know, holding a document that tethered her to a future she had never imagined. "Where?" she said slowly. "Would you like to discuss the contract?" Weston's eyes met hers. "There is a room in the Fayle wing, private. No clerks, no witnesses, no one to record what is said. And if I refuse to go with you, then I will leave the document here. You may take it to your rooms. Have your lady read it. Have a jurist read it. The terms are what they are, and they will not change overnight." The answer was so reasonable it was almost disarming. Maelys looked at Suneld. Suneld's jaw was tight, but she nodded once. "I will wait outside the door," she said. "If I hear anything that sounds like pressure, I will enter." "She may enter," Weston said. "I have nothing to hide." Maelys looked down at the Codicil one last time. Then she lifted her eyes to the tall man in the gray coat, the one who had watched her from the shadows, who had left a warm blanket in her room, who had told her she was not alone, and who had known about this trap for 4 years without telling her. "Take me to the Fayle wing," she said. Weston inclined his head. Then he turned and walked toward the door, holding it open for her with the patient courtesy of someone who had been waiting a very long time to hear those words. Chapter 41. The corridor narrowed as they walked. Paintings of Fayle ancestors lined the walls, faces with Weston's same stillness, the same watchful patience. Maelys counted 11 before they reached a door that looked like every other door she had passed. Weston opened it without ceremony. The room beyond was smaller than the archive chamber. A single table, 2 chairs, a lamp burning low on the desk, casting long shadows across a document already laid out like a prepared meal. He stepped aside and let her enter first. Maelys crossed the threshold and stopped. The air smelled of old paper and beeswax. No windows, 1 door. The kind of room where secrets came to be buried or born. Weston closed the door behind them and did not lock it. She noticed that. He moved to the table and sat in the far chair, leaving the nearer one for her. The gesture was courtly, deliberate, and maddeningly calm. "Please." She did not sit. "Tell me something I do not already know." Weston's mouth curved slightly, not quite a smile. He reached for the document and turned it so she could read it from where she stood. The Codicil is 3 pages. The first page establishes the secondary compact. The second page defines the conditions of activation. The third page lists the witnesses and the date of filing. "I know what it says." "Do you know what it does?" She waited. Weston leaned back. The lamplight caught the planes of his face, making him look older than she had first judged. Not old, worn in a way that had nothing to do with years. "The covenant is not a metaphor, Lady Dellacroix. It is a binding instrument recognized by chapel law and crown precedent. When the dissolution was sealed in the autumn record, the covenant acknowledged the conditions as met. The engagement between House Fontier and House Fayle is now legally active." "I did not sign it." "You did not need to. Duke Frederick signed as your legal guardian at the time of filing. The Codicil was witnessed, sealed, and archived according to every requirement of the succession code. It does not require your consent. It requires your presence." Her hands were cold. She pressed them flat against her skirts so he would not see them tremble. "Then why give me 2 days to come to you? Why the note at all, if you already had the power to summon me?" Weston's gaze held hers. "Because I wanted you to come willingly." "You wanted me to walk into the trap with my eyes open?" "I wanted you to see that the trap was not set by me." She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "You are telling me you are a victim of this too?" "I am telling you that I inherited a contract I did not negotiate. Duke Frederick approached my father 15 years ago with an offer, a secondary marriage compact, dormant unless the primary betrothal failed. My father accepted because House Fayle does not refuse information, and a dormant contract is information about the future. And you. And I learned of it 4 years ago, when my father died and I read every document in his vault." She sat down, not because she wanted to, but because her legs had stopped trusting her. 4 years, she said. "You have known for 4 years that I was a contingency plan, that if I ever managed to escape Oswin, I would fall directly into you." "Yes, and you said nothing." "I left notes." Notes that told me nothing useful. Weston's jaw tightened, the first crack in his composure she had seen. I left you a blanket. I left you a warning that the Covenant remembered. I watched you fight a dissolution that I knew would trigger a second binding, and I could not tell you the full truth because telling you would have activated the Codicil before you were ready to face it. She stared at him. The Codicil required a lawful mutual dissolution under Autumn record. If I had told you before you filed the petition, you would have tried to stop it. The dissolution would have failed. You would have remained bound to Oswin, resentful and trapped. And that is worse than this? Weston's eyes held hers. You tell me. She looked away. The lamp flickered. Somewhere in the Fayle wing, a clock ticked, measuring seconds she could not afford to waste. Who else knew? She asked. Weston was quiet. Who else knew about the Codicil, Weston? He exhaled, slow, controlled, as if he had been waiting for this question and dreading it. The Crown Prince. The words did not make sense at first. They hung in the air like smoke, shapeless and acrid. Oswin, she said. Oswin Tessell was informed of the secondary compact 3 years ago, when the Succession Council reviewed all dormant contracts tied to the royal line. He signed an acknowledgement that the Codicil existed. He did not sign the Codicil itself, but he knew it was there. She felt the world tilt. Oswin knew. He knew that a secondary compact existed. He did not know the specific terms because the Codicil was sealed and the review only required acknowledgement of its presence. But he knew. Yes. She stood up so fast the chair scraped against the stone floor. He let me fight for the dissolution. He let me believe I was escaping. He stood beside me in the council hall and swore he would earn my choice again, and he knew the entire time that I was walking into another trap. Weston did not flinch. He could not tell you without breaking state seal on the succession review. If he had disclosed the Codicil's existence before the dissolution was filed, the review would have been invalidated. The Crown would have lost access to the dormant contracts for future negotiations. Politics, she said. The word tasted like ash. Politics, Weston agreed. His voice was gentler than she wanted it to be. He chose the kingdom over you, just as you chose your freedom over him. She wanted to argue. She could not, because she had done exactly that. Chosen strategy over honesty. Chosen the dissolution she wanted without considering what it cost him to let her go. The silence stretched. He should have told me, she said finally. Yes, even if it meant the dissolution failed. Even if it meant I stayed bound to him forever. He should have told me. Weston did not answer. She looked at him across the table, at the man who had left a warm blanket in her room, who had watched her from the shadows, who had given her a name for the Covenant when no one else would. Why are you telling me now? Because you asked. That is not an answer. Weston rose. He was taller than she remembered, or perhaps the room was smaller than she had noticed. Because I want you to marry me with your eyes open, he said. Not because you have no other choice, but because you see the board clearly and you decide that this move is better than the alternatives. And if I refuse? Then we find the cracks in the contract together, and if there are none, we widen them until there are. She stared at him. For the first time since she had entered the room, she believed him. The clock struck again. Somewhere in the palace, the dissolution was still fresh, the ink still drying on the autumn record. Oswin was in the royal wing, carrying the weight of a secret he had kept for 3 years, and she was standing in a windowless room with a man who had just offered her a choice she had not expected. I need time, she said. Weston inclined his head. You have 30 days. That is not what I meant. I know. She looked at the door. Sunnold was waiting on the other side. Outside this room, the world was still turning, still watching, still waiting to see what Dellacroix Fontier would do next. She picked up the Codicil. I am taking this with me. Weston did not stop her. I thought you might. She walked to the door. Her hand was on the handle when his voice stopped her. Lady Dellacroix? She turned. If you choose to challenge the contract, I will not stand in your way, but I will ask you one thing. What? Do not decide what I am before you know what I have already chosen to lose. The words hung between them. She opened the door and walked out. Sunnold was there, straight-backed and alert, her eyes scanning Maelys' face for damage. Well? Maelys looked down at the codicil in her hands. Then she looked back at the door Weston had not closed behind her. He says Oswin knew. Sunnold went still. Maelys heard the clock again, felt the weight of 30 days pressing down on her chest, and for the first time since she had woken in Dellacroix's body, she had no idea what move came next. Chapter 42. The corridor outside the Fayle wing was empty. Sunnold had stepped aside when she saw Maelys coming, her face a careful mask, but Maelys had nothing to offer her, not yet. The Codicil was heavy in her hands. The words were still burning. She walked, past the servants' passage, past the alcove where the Covenant notes had first appeared, past the north library door where she and Oswin had sat in candlelight and planned a future neither of them had understood. She did not know where she was going until she stopped. The winter garden. Glass panels arching overhead, catching the last gray light. Stone benches, frost on the lemon leaves. Oswin was already there. He stood with his back to her, hands braced against the low wall that separated the path from the sunken fountain, shoulders set in the posture of a man who had been waiting for a blow he knew was coming. He must have heard footsteps, because he turned. His face was unguarded for a fraction of a second. Then the mask came down, but she had already seen enough. "You knew," she said, not a question. Oswin's jaw tightened. Yes. She had wanted him to deny it, had wanted Weston to be wrong, or exaggerating, or shaping the truth to fit his own strategy. But Oswin did not lie. 3 years, she said. You knew for 3 years. I knew that a secondary compact existed. I did not know the terms, or the activating conditions, or the house it was tied to until 4 days ago. 4 days ago, she heard her own voice, flat and strange, when the dissolution was already filed, when it was already too late to stop it without invalidating the succession review and losing every dormant contract the Crown holds. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to sit down on the cold stone and press her palms against her eyes and wake up somewhere else. And where else? Instead, she stood very still. You let me believe I was choosing. I was choosing too. His voice was low, rough at the edges. I chose your freedom over my right to warn you. I chose the dissolution over the certainty of keeping you. You chose the kingdom. He did not flinch. I chose both. Or I thought I could. I believed the Codicil was a formality, a dead clause filed by your father as insurance, never meant to survive a clean dissolution. I did not know House Fayle had kept it active. I did not know Weston was watching. But you knew something. Yes. And you said nothing. He held her gaze. If I had told you before the petition was filed, what would you have done? She opened her mouth, closed it. Because she knew the answer, she would have stopped. She would have pulled the dissolution back, retreated into the safety of the engagement she hated, because a known trap was better than an unknown husband. She would have stayed bound to Oswin out of fear, not out of choice. You would have chosen me, he said, because it was safer than the alternative, and you would have resented me for it. You would have spent the rest of your life wondering if I had told you the truth to keep you, not to free you. And you decided for me. I decided to give you the one thing I could. He stepped closer, not quite reaching his hands at his sides. I gave you your freedom, even knowing you might use it to walk away from me forever. The words hit like a stone dropped into still water. She stared at him. He meant it, every syllable. He had watched her stand in the council hall and swear she wanted out. He had stood beside her, supported her, kissed her hand one last time in the corridor, and all of it was true. All of it was love wearing the shape of release. I hate you, she said. His mouth curved, not quite a smile. I know. I hate that you were right. I know that too. She stepped forward and the distance between them collapsed. Her hand hit his chest, not hard, more a gesture of helpless fury than a blow. He caught it, held it, did not pull her closer. You should have told me, she said, and her voice broke on the last word. Yes. The moment you knew the Codicil was active, the moment you understood what it meant. You should have told me. I wanted to. But you did not. No. She looked at his hand around hers, at the cold garden light catching the silver trim on his coat. "Why are you here?" she asked. "I wanted you to hear it from me, before the court version reached you, before Weston shaped the story in a way that made me a villain or a fool." "Which one are you?" "Both. Neither." He let go of her hand. "I am a man who loved you enough to let you go, and not enough to warn you on the way down." The words sat between them, raw and unedited. She should walk away. She should take the Codicil and the 30 days and the strange, unsettling offer Weston Fayle had made, and she should leave Oswin standing in this garden with the frost on the lemon leaves and the weight of his own choice pressing down on him. Instead, she asked, "Would you do it again?" He looked at her for a long moment. "If I had known the Codicil would activate," he said, "I would have found another way." "That is not what I asked." He knew. She watched him understand what she was really asking. Would he choose her again, knowing it would cost her something he could not repay? Yes. The word came without hesitation. "I would let you go again. Every time. Because the only thing worse than watching you walk into a trap I could not name is watching you stay beside me out of obligation instead of desire." Her eyes burned. She did not cry. She had spent too many weeks inside Dellacroix's life to let the tears fall now, in front of the man who had kept the largest secret of all. "You gave me freedom," she said slowly. "And it was the most loving thing anyone has ever done for me. And it was also a betrayal." "Yes, both things can be true. Yes." She stepped back. The cold air rushed between them. "I do not know if I can forgive you yet. I know. I do not know if I want to." He nodded once, and the motion carried a finality she had not expected. "Then do not decide tonight," he said. "Do not decide anything tonight. Take the 30 days. Look at the contract. Decide what you want, not what you are running from." Locked toward the arcade arch with the shadows pooled like water. And paused. Maelys. Her name. He had used her name. "If you choose Fayle," he said without turning, "choose him because you want him, not because the contract forced you. And if you choose me afterward, I will spend the rest of my life earning what I broke today." He stepped into the shadow, and the winter garden was empty except for her, and the frost on the leaves, and the terrible weight of being loved by a man who would rather lose her than trap her. She stood there until her hands went numb. When she finally walked back through the glass doors, Sonald was waiting in the corridor, pale and silent, and Maelys realized she still had the Codicil, still had 30 days, still had no idea what move came next. A footman in Fayle gray was standing at the far end of the hall, waiting, watching, and behind him, an envelope was already resting on the side table by her door. Chapter 43. She reached for the envelope before Sonald could warn her. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, sealed with a single blob of dark wax. No emblem, no housemark, just a smear where a signet had pressed and lifted too fast. She broke the seal anyway. 2 lines inside, in a hand she recognized from 15 years of breakfasts and council threats. "My study, now. The Fayle matter requires immediate discussion." Maelys looked up. The footman in Fayle gray had not moved. He stood at the far end of the hall with his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze fixed somewhere past her left shoulder, the posture of a man who had been told exactly where to stand and for how long. "He has been there since you entered the garden," Sonald said quietly. "He did not follow you. He did not approach. He only watches." "Friendrich note or Fayle's?" "Friendrich's." The footman arrived after the messenger left. Maelys folded the note and tucked it into her sleeve beside the Codicil. 2 documents, 2 traps. One father who had signed her away before she could walk. "I have to go." "Maelys." She stopped at the sound of her real name in Sonald's voice. "You just learned your father sold you to House Fayle 15 years ago. You have spent the evening confronting the man who loved you enough not to warn you. You are still holding the contract that decides your future. And now Frederick summons you like a clerk who misplaced a ledger." Sonald stepped closer. "You do not have to go." "Yes, I do."
Why? Because if I let him dictate when I appear, he will also dictate how I appear. If I run or hide or delay, he will read it as fear, and he will shape the next conversation around that fear. She straightened her shoulders. I will walk in on my feet, not on my knees. Sinold studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once and stepped back. I will wait at the end of the corridor outside his study. If you do not come out within an hour, I will find Marshal Ivo and tell him the Duke is detaining his own daughter against her will. He will not detain me. He might try? Maelys almost smiled. It came out wrong, too sharp at the edges, but it was there. He is my cage, she said, not my gaoler. There is a difference. She walked past the Fayle footman without looking at him. His gaze followed her anyway. She felt it between her shoulder blades like a hand pressed flat against her spine. Frederick's study was at the end of the same corridor where they had breakfasted on her second morning in this life. The same door, the same brass handle, the same guard who stepped aside without meeting her eyes. She opened the door and walked in. Frederick was standing at the window with his back to her, one hand pressed flat against the glass, the other resting on the sill. His shoulders were tight. His silver-streaked hair caught the lamplight. He did not turn. Close the door. She closed it. The room smelled of ink and old paper and the faint sharpness of wine left too long in a decanter. A single lamp burned on his desk. The rest of the room sat in amber-shadowed stillness. You have seen the Fayle Codicil, he said. Yes. And you have spoken to Lord Weston. Yes. And to the prince. She did not answer. He turned. His face was unreadable. Not angry, not triumphant. The face of a man who had already calculated every branch of this conversation and was simply waiting to see which one she would choose. The dissolution was clean, he said. You and Oswin performed well. The court believes the split was mutual and dignified. House Fonere retains its standing. Is that what you called me here to discuss? My performance? No. He moved away from the window and sat behind his desk, folding his hands on the blotter with the precise economy of a man who had been arranging pieces on a board for 30 years. I called you here to tell you that the Fayle Compact is not a disaster. Maelys stared at him. I assure you, she said slowly. It feels like one. You are alive. You are not disgraced. You are not confined to a convent. And you are betrothed to the heir of a house that controls the kingdom's intelligence network. Which means you will have access to information, protection, and leverage that a crown princess never could. He said it like a math problem, like she had failed to see the elegant solution hidden in the wreckage. You signed me away, she said, when I was 2 years old. You signed a secondary compact with House Fayle without telling me, and you let me fight for the dissolution, knowing it would trigger a second binding. And now you sit there and tell me this is an advantage. I did what was necessary to secure House Fontier's future. You sold me. I insured you. The words landed like a door slamming shut. Maelys gripped the edge of his desk. You do not get to frame this as protection. You do not get to sit behind your polished wood and your wine and your 15-year-old signatures and tell me that binding me to a spymaster's heir is the same as keeping me safe. I am not framing anything. His voice did not rise. I am explaining the reality you will face tomorrow when the court learns the Fayle Codicil has activated. You can walk into that conversation as a victim, and they will pity you, and then they will devour you. Or you can walk into it as a Fongier who understands that every closed door is another room with a lock you can pick. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to pick up the decanter and throw it at the wall and watch the glass shatter the way her life had shattered in the space between one seal and another. Instead, she said, the deadline. He raised an eyebrow. The Codicil gives me 30 days, she said. But you did not call me here to discuss strategy. You called me here because you have more bad news, and you want me to hear it from you before I hear it from someone else. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he opened the top drawer of his desk and slid a single sheet of paper across the blotter. She picked it up. The handwriting was small, precise, legal. A formal acknowledgement notice from House Fayle. She read it once, then again. The deadline was not 30 days. It was 7. 7 days to appear before a chapel jurist and sign the formal confirmation of the marriage compact. 7 days to make the binding official. 7 days to decide whether to fight or fold. Weston Fayle does not control the Covenant timeline, Frederick said. The countdown was written into the Codicil by the original negotiator. Who signed it with you? Yes. So you both set the trap. Yes. Maelys set the paper down. Her hands were cold. She looked at her father across the desk, at the man who had raised her, watched her, tested her, and finally declared her not his daughter in open council. And she smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. Then I have 7 days to find a way out, she said. And you have 7 days to decide whether you want to be the Duke who buried his daughter in a contract she did not sign, or the Duke who helped her escape it. You cannot escape it. I can try. You will fail. Then I will fail on my feet. She picked up the paper and folded it into her sleeve beside the codicil. Not on my knees. She turned and walked to the door. Behind her, Frederick said, You are not Dellacroix. She stopped. I have known it since the morning you thanked the maid and she dropped the tea tray. You are not the daughter I raised. You are not the daughter I planned for. And you are not the daughter I signed away. She turned. His face was still unreadable. But you are the daughter standing in my study with a Fayle contract in your sleeve and a Crown Prince's heart in your pocket. And that daughter might survive this after all. Maelys held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she opened the door and walked out into the darkened corridor where Sunil was waiting, pale and silent, with the Fayle footman still watching from the far end of the hall. Chapter 44. The archive chamber smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint metallic tang of ink left too long in a bottle. The lamp on the corner of the central table cast a weak circle of light, leaving the ceiling lost in shadow and the shelves at the edges of the room dark as standing water. Maelys sat at the table with the codicil spread before her, a stack of blank paper at her elbow, a pen in her hand. The ink had dried on the nib twice already. She had sent Sunil to the door with instructions to knock twice if anyone approached, and 3 times if the approaching person wore Fayle gray. Sibby was somewhere in the corridor network, positioned at the junction between the archive passage and the main hall, ready to cough loudly if anyone turned toward the restricted wing. 3 women, 1 lamp, 1 document that should not exist. Maelys dipped the pen and began to copy. Section I. Establishment of Secondary Compact. Witnessed and sealed by the undersigned, Duke Frederick Fontier, as legal guardian of his minor daughter, Dellacroix Fontier. Lord Aldrich Fayle, as head of House Fayle and legal guardian of his minor son, Weston Fayle. The date was 15 years ago. She had been 2 years old. Weston Fayle had been, she stopped writing and calculated, 4 years older than her. By his own earlier disclosure, he would have been 6. 6 years old, and someone had already written his future. She kept copying. Section 2. Conditions of activation. The compact shall remain dormant unless and until the primary betrothal between House Fontier and the Crown of Araman is dissolved under conditions witnessed and sealed in the autumn record. Should such dissolution occur by mutual accord, lawful review, or failure of consummation, the secondary compact shall assume full binding force within 30 days. Section 3. Terms of union. The heir of House Fayle shall take Dellacroix Fontier as his lawful wife, with all rights and privileges appertaining to that station. Her property, inheritance, and future issue shall be governed by Fayle's succession law. No further consent from the bride or her house shall be required. Maelys set the pen down. Her fingers ached from gripping the shaft. She read the copied lines again. The language was precise, brutal, absolute. No further consent required. She could walk into the chapel jurist's chamber screaming refusal, and the contract would still bind her. The lamp flickered. She reached for the codicil itself and turned to the 3rd page, the one that listed the filing details and witnesses. The witness signatures were small, neat, unremarkable. 2 names. One she recognized from the court rolls as a chapel jurist who had died in office 8 years ago. The other was a woman's name, Ilara Venn, scribe, with an address in the lower city that probably no longer existed. She copied both names. Then she turned back to the 1st page and began to trace the language against her memory of the game scripts. The dissolution mechanics she and Oswin had used, mutual accord, witnessed by a non-interested party, Sealed in Autumn Record. Those had existed in A Crown for Karena as a hidden mechanic for players who wanted to break the royal route without triggering the villainous ending. She had translated every line of that mechanic herself, late at night, with coffee growing cold beside her keyboard. She had never translated anything about House Fayle. The name did not appear in any route, any background document, any throwaway line of dialogue. She had checked 3 times on the walk back from Friedrich's study. Fayle was a blank, a lacuna, a name the game had simply chosen not to write. Why? She picked up the pen again and made a note in the margin of her copy. Fayle equals 0, appearance base game. Possible explanations. 1. Removed from final build. 2. Hidden behind unlock condition never met. 3. Not in-game at all yields. Codicil is invention of this world only. The third option made her stomach turn. If the Codicil was not in the game, if it had been written into the world by forces she did not understand, then her game knowledge was not merely incomplete. It was useless. She could not predict what came next. She could only read what was already written. The lamp spat a thin thread of smoke. Maelys turned to the second page again, searching for something she had missed on the first pass. The activation conditions, the terms, the signatures, the filing date. She stopped. Her gaze caught on a single line in the margin, in the space between the end of Section 3 and the witness list. The handwriting was different, smaller, tighter, as if written by someone who had been holding the pen wrong. Indexed under Succession Disputes, Year 12. She did not recognize the hand. It was not Weston's careful script or the original scribe's neat court lettering. It was cramped, economical, the hand of someone who wanted to record a fact without leaving a trace of who they were. She reached for the codicil and held it closer to the lamp. The note was not part of the original document. It was written in ink that had aged differently, slightly darker, slightly more absorbed into the paper. A later edition. Someone had made sure the codicil was filed where no one would find it. She set the document down and looked at the shelves around her. The archive was organized by year, by type, by status. Succession Disputes would be in the 3rd row, left side, 15-year shelf. If the note was accurate, there would be a cross-reference entry there, a thin thread leading from the codicil into the kingdom's legal architecture. She stood. The floorboards creaked. She crossed to the 3rd row and ran her finger along the spines of the ledgers. Year 12, Year 13, Year 14, Year 15. She pulled the Year 15 ledger from the shelf and carried it back to the table. The leather cover was warm, smooth, worn at the corners. She opened it to the index and found the section marked Succession Disputes, A.L. The entries were alphabetical by house name. Fayle should have been between Farron and Fenwick. She found Fenwick. She found Farron. Between them, the page was blank. Not missing, not cut, not torn. Simply blank, as if the scribe had left space for an entry that never came. The codicil had been indexed, then de-indexed, removed from the record by someone who knew how to make a ledger look clean. She pressed her palm flat against the blank space. The paper was slightly rougher there. Not visibly, not to a casual glance, but to a touch that knew what to look for. The page had been scraped. Someone had erased the entry. Not cut it out, not replaced it, just scraped the ink away until the paper held nothing but a shallow groove where the letters used to be. She brought the lamp closer and tilted the page to catch the light at an angle. Yes, the groove was there, faint as a breath, but present. A hand had pressed hard enough to leave a shadow in the pulp. She could not read what had been written. The scraping had been thorough, the paper sanded smooth by someone with patience and a steady hand. But she could read what had been written over it, because the blank space was not entirely blank. At the very edge of the groove, where the scraper had stopped a fraction too early, a single letter remained. F. The lamp flickered again. Maelys stared at the mark. Someone had come into this archive, found the cross-reference entry, and scraped it clean. They had left only one letter, the first letter of something that began with F, not Fayle. Something else. Something that had been indexed beside the codicil, tied to it, stored with it, and then erased from memory. She reached for her copy and wrote in the margin, F, not Fayle, index entry scraped. Who? The lamp guttered. She had only begun. 7 days remained, and the archive was full of shadows she did not know how to read. Chapter 45. The lamp burned low as Maelys traced the groove one more time, fingertip following the ghost of a letter that had no right to exist. F. Not Fayle. She did not know how long she stood there, palm flat against the blank page, willing the erased ink to rise again. The archive settled around her in its usual language of creaks and sighs, distant footsteps, the drip of water through stone. A knock. She straightened so fast the ledger scraped the table. The door opened a fraction. Sunnold's face appeared, pale in the corridor light. "A footman," she said quietly. "From the Fayle wing. He has a message." Maelys closed the ledger. Her hands moved automatically, gathering the Codicil copy, the scrap of paper with her notes, the lamp. "Let him in." The footman was young, dark-haired, dressed in Fayle gray so precisely it looked like uniform rather than clothing. He did not meet her eyes. He held out a folded square of paper on an open palm, as if offering a blade hilt first. She took it. The seal was the same 3 interlocked lines, opening inward. "House Fayle." She broke it open. "Lady Fontier, I would speak with you on the matter of our arrangement, not through clerks or correspondence. Face to face. My study, Fayle East Wing. This evening at the 9th bell, tea will be served. W. Fayle." She read it twice. The handwriting was the same as the covenant notes, the same controlled letters, the same pressure that did not press too hard. Tea will be served. As if this were a social call. As if the document burning a hole in her pocket were a suggestion rather than a sentence. "Tell Lord Fayle I will attend." The footman inclined his head and withdrew. Sunnold stepped into the room. "Alone?" he said face to face. "That is what worries me." Maelys looked at the scraped index entry one last time, then closed the ledger and slid it back onto the shelf. The groove would wait. The erased letter would keep its secret a little longer. She had a different trap to study tonight. The Fayle East Wing was quieter than the rest of the palace. Not silent, that would have drawn attention. But the corridors here absorbed sound differently, the carpets thicker, the doors heavier, the servants trained to move without rustling. Maelys counted 3 footmen stationed at regular intervals. They did not look at her directly. They did not need to. Their presence alone was a message. "We know you are here." The study door was open. Weston Fayle sat behind a desk that held nothing but a tea tray, 2 cups, and a single sheet of paper face down. He rose when she entered, a motion so smooth it looked rehearsed. "Lady Fontier, thank you for coming. You left me little choice. Choice is precisely what I am here to discuss." He gestured to the chair across from him. "Please." She sat. The tea was already poured, steam rising in thin curls. He did not take his seat until she had settled, a courtesy so deliberate it felt like a demonstration. "You have had time to read the Codicil," he said. "I have." "And to consider its terms." "I have considered that they were written when I was 2 years old by a man who had no right to bind me to a house I had never met." Weston did not flinch. He picked up his tea, took a measured sip, and set it down with the same precision. "The terms are protective. The marriage grants you Fayle name, Fayle resources, Fayle guards, Fayle legal standing. No one will touch you without answering to this house." "Protective," she repeated. "Or possessive. The difference is often a matter of perspective." She did not touch the tea. "Walk me through the provisions. Real ones. Not the surface." He leaned back. The lamplight caught his face, revealing nothing. "Full financial integration. Your accounts merge with House Fayle upon sealing. Joint management. But the signature authority rests with the househead until the marriage produces an heir. Control of my money. Protection of your assets. Duke Fredericks has debts. If he defaults, creditors cannot touch what belongs to Fayle." She filed that away, a crack she had not seen. "Next, residential clause. You would reside in the Fayletown residence for the first 2 years, with quarterly visits to Fontier lands permitted by mutual agreement." "Permitted," she said, "not guaranteed." "Mutual agreement," he repeated. "You would have the same authority over my movements." "Would I?" A pause. His eyes held hers. "You would." She did not believe him. but she noted that he did not look away. What else? Succession. It'll children of the marriage inherit Fayle name and standing. The Codicil specifies that the firstborn, regardless of sex, takes precedence over cousins or collateral lines. That sounds like you are protecting your heir. I am protecting our heir. He said it without emphasis, as if the word "our" cost him nothing. The Codicil was written by men who thought in dynasties. They wanted continuity, not affection. And what do you want? The question hung between them. Weston looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached for the single sheet of paper on the desk and turned it face up. Maelys read it. It was a list. 5 items, written in the same controlled hand as the invitation. Income separate from house accounts. Freedom of movement within the kingdom, no gate approval required. Right to maintain correspondence without interception. Authority to refuse any visitor to my chambers. A need island, overcome of 3 years before consummation is expected. Renegotiable by mutual consent. She stared at the last line. That is not in the Codicil, she said. No, it is what I am willing to add. Why? Weston set the paper down. For the first time, something shifted in his face. Not quite vulnerability, but the shadow of it. Because I have no interest in marrying a woman who believes I am her jailer. And if I refuse? Then we find cracks in the contract together, as I said before. He picked up his tea again. But I would prefer you see the terms I am offering before you decide which cage you are standing in. Maelys looked at the list. The provisions were genuine. She could test them, verify them, force them into the marriage contract if she agreed. They gave her room to breathe, room to move, room to keep her own name in the shadows where it mattered. But they were still concessions, and concessions meant he expected her to say yes. You speak like a man who knows how this ends, she said quietly. Weston set the cup down. His hands were still, resting on the edge of the desk. I speak like a man who has been waiting longer for you than you can possibly understand. The words landed like a bell tolling in an empty room. Maelys felt her breath stop. What does that mean? He did not answer immediately. He looked at her with an expression she could not name, something older than the conversation, older than the Codicil, older than the easy courtesy he wore like armor. It means, he said, that I have been watching for someone who would wake up inside a story and refuse to play her part. The lamp flickered. The corridor beyond the door was silent, and Maelys realized, with a cold that started in her spine and spread outward, that Weston Fayle had not been watching Dellacroix Fontier. He had been watching for her. Chapter 46. She found Sybil in the scholarship wing, sitting on a narrow bed that had been made with military precision, pale blue coverlet tight as a drum. A single candle burned on the desk. The jurisprudence text lay open to the same page it had been for 3 days. You look like someone who has seen a ghost, Sybil said. Maelys closed the door behind her. The lock clicked. She leaned against the wood and let the silence stretch until she trusted her voice. Weston Fayle knows. Sybil's hands went still on the book. Knows what? That I am not Dellacroix. That I woke up inside a story. That I have been trying to rewrite a script he has been reading longer than I have been alive. The words sounded impossible when spoken aloud. A girl in a scholarship room, a candle, a book, and a confession that belonged in fever dreams. Sybil set the book aside carefully. She rose, walked to the window, and stood with her back to Maelys for 3 long breaths. Did he say how he knew? He said he was waiting for someone who would refuse to play her part. That is not an answer. It is the only one he gave. Sybil turned. Her face was pale in the candlelight, but her eyes were steady. Then we need to decide what it means. Maelys pushed off the door and crossed to the desk. She sat in the single chair, the wood hard beneath her, and rested her hands flat on the open text she could not read. I checked the game, she said. Every route, every background file, every named character. House Fayle does not exist in a single line of code. Sybil sat on the edge of the bed, close enough that their knees almost touched. You are certain? I translated those files myself. I know the spelling variations, the footnotes, the cut content. There is no Fayle, no Weston, no Codicil. Then he is either an invention of this world, or he was hidden so deep that the game's engine never rendered him. The silence between them thickened. Sibyl pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. In the pale shift and loose hair, she looked younger than her scholarship status claimed. But her voice held nothing girlish. If he was hidden, then someone deliberately kept him out of the visible story. Which means someone in the world that wrote the story knew he existed and chose to bury him. Maelys stared at her. That is a worse answer than the first one. I know. Because if he is an invention of this world, I have no map, no route guide, no hidden dialogue tree to exploit. Sibyl nodded slowly. And if he was hidden on purpose, then the people who buried him are still here, still watching, still deciding when to act. The candle flame swayed. Maelys watched the wax pool at the base and thought about the scraped index entry, the single letter F that was not Fayle, the marginal note in an unknown hand. There are two people who touched that archive, she said. One who indexed the Codicil where it could be found, one who scraped the reference out. They may have been working against each other, or they may have been working together. Which means Weston Fayle is either the man who found the door, Sibyl said quietly, or the man who locked it behind you. Maelys pressed her palms against her eyes until she saw color. I do not know which is worse. I do. She dropped her hands. Sibyl was watching her with an expression she had never seen on the girl's face before, something older than 18 years. The man who found the door can show you the way out, Sibyl said. The man who locked it wants you to believe there's no other exit. Maelys opened her mouth to answer. A knock cut through the room. Both of them froze. The knock came again. 3 measured taps, not urgent, but deliberate. Sibyl rose and crossed to the door. She did not open it. Who is there? Archive runner, a voice said. Message for Lady Dellacroix. The sender said it could not wait. Maelys stood. Her legs felt unsteady, but she crossed to the door and took the folded paper from the runner's hand before Sibyl could intercept it. The seal was plain wax, no sigil. She opened it. 3 lines, no signature. The jurists are meeting tonight. They are deciding what happens if the bride refuses the covenant outright. You have until dawn to choose. Maelys read it twice, then held it out to Sibyl. Sibyl read it in silence. When she looked up, her face had gone very still. I heard them, she said. This afternoon, in the north corridor outside the chapel office. Heard who? 3 men in jurist grays. They did not see me. I was sorting delivery slips at the end of the hall, and they spoke as if they were alone. Maelys felt her fingers go cold. What did they say? Sibyl set the note down on the desk. Her hand trembled slightly before she pressed it flat. They said that if you refuse the covenant, the contract does not break. It redirects. Redirects where? Sibyl looked up. The candlelight caught the fear she was trying to hide. They did not say where. They said it is already written into the secondary terms, a clause that activates if the bride withholds consent. It does not free you. It transfers the obligation to someone else in House Fayle. Maelys felt the floor tilt beneath her. Someone else? She repeated. Weston Fayle has a cousin, older, unmarried. The jurists said he has been waiting for a match that would elevate his standing within the house. The room was very quiet. Maelys looked at the note. 3 lines, no signature. A warning that had arrived before Sibyl could finish telling her what she had overheard, which meant someone else in this palace knew what the jurists were planning, and that someone wanted Maelys to know before dawn. Chapter 47. The corridor outside Sibyl's room stretched empty in both directions when Maelys stepped out. The anonymous note burned in her pocket, 3 lines she had already memorized. Sibyl followed her to the junction and stopped. Where are you going? Dawn is not for hours yet. That is not an answer. Maelys turned. Sibyl stood in the doorway, the candle behind her throwing her shadow long across the stone. Her face held nothing soft. The jurists are meeting tonight, Maelys said, which means the decision is already in motion. I need to know what I am actually fighting before I choose how to fight it. And you know someone who can tell you? Maelys did not answer. She simply walked. The white stone chapel sat at the eastern edge of the palace complex, set apart from the main buildings by a narrow courtyard where winter herbs grew in raised beds. The path was dark. No torches burned here at this hour, only a single lamp above the iron gate. Miley had never come to this door alone at night. She lifted the brass ring and knocked twice. The sound echoed inside. She waited. The cold seeped through her shoes. She was about to knock again when the door swung inward, and Abbess Mirette stood in the gap, wearing the same gray habit she had worn at the observance, as if she had not been asleep at all. "Might I help you, child?" Miley had not been called child in years. The word settled on her like a garment that did not fit but could not be removed. "I need to know what a witnessed covenant can survive," she said. Mirette studied her for a long moment, then stepped back and held the door open. The chapel interior was darker than the night outside, lit only by a single votive candle burning before the altar. Mirette did not light another. She led Maelys to the first pew and sat, folding her hands in her lap with the stillness of someone who had learned to wait through decades of silence. "You have 7 days," Mirette said. It was not a question. "Word travels. Word is the currency of this place. I do not trade in it, but I hear it pass." Mirette's pale eyes caught the candlelight. "You wish to know whether the covenant can be broken?" Maelys nodded. "Lawfully witnessed covenants are upheld by 3 things," Mirette said. "The presence of the signatories, the clarity of the terms, and the absence of coercion at the moment of sealing. If any of those 3 can be proven false, the covenant can be contested." "Proven how?" "Fraud, incapacity, hidden coercion." Mirette's voice was calm, unhurried, as if she were reciting scripture. "Fraud requires evidence that the terms were misrepresented to one of the signatories at the time of signing. Incapacity requires proof that one signatory was not of sound mind when the seal was applied. Hidden coercion requires a witness willing to testify that pressure was applied in ways the document does not record." Maelys thought of Frederick's thin scar across his palm. She thought of the marginal note in an unknown hand and the scraped index entry, the single letter F that was not Fayle. "All 3 are almost impossible to prove against old noble houses," she said. Mirette did not deny it. "Because old noble houses keep their records close and their witnesses closer. Because the chapel jurists who seal such documents are often bound by allegiance rather than truth. And because the women who might testify against them are usually silenced before they can speak." The words landed like stones. Maelys felt the cold radiating from the stone floor through her shoes. She had known this. She had known it the moment Weston Fayle laid the Codicil on the table. "Then what happens to women who fail?" she asked. Mirette was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than before. "Some accept the match and learn to navigate its terms. Some find ways to endure within the cage that was built for them. Some," she paused, "some come to me." Maelys looked at the altar, at the single candle burning in its brass holder, at the shadows that pooled in the corners of the chapel like water. "To the white stone." "Yes. And what do you offer them?" Mirette turned to face her fully. For the first time, something moved behind the serenity of her eyes. Something that looked like grief worn smooth by repetition. "I offer them sanctuary. A life removed from the court, from the succession disputes, from the marriages that were written for them before they could speak. I offer them a room, a purpose, and the freedom to decide what they become." "A convent is not freedom, it is a choice," Mirette said, "which is more than most of them had before they arrived." Maelys pressed her palms against the worn wood of the pew. The grain was smooth beneath her fingers, shaped by decades of hands that had gripped it in prayer or desperation. "You have done this before. I have done it many times. And you are offering it to me now." Mirette did not look away. "I am offering it to you if you truly choose it, not because you are afraid of the alternative, not because you have run out of other doors, but because sanctuary accepted in fear is only another kind of prison." Maelys stared at her. "How do you know I am not choosing it in fear?" Mirette smiled. It was a sad smile, but not a pitying one. "Because you came here at midnight to ask what your options are, rather than to beg for shelter. Because you are still asking questions instead of accepting answers. Because you have not yet decided to stop fighting." The candle guttered. Maelys looked down at her hands. They were cold. They were always cold now. as if the Dellacroix body remembered something she did not. "There is a secondary clause," she said. "If I refuse the covenant, it redirects to Weston Fayle's older cousin, an unmarried man who has been waiting for a match that would elevate him." Mirette's face did not change, but something in her posture tightened. "You are certain of this?" "I heard it from 3 jurists in the North Corridor this afternoon, and an anonymous note confirmed it before I could finish being told." "That is unusual." "Which part?" "All of it." Mirette rose and walked to the altar. She stood before the candle, her back to Maelys. A secondary clause that redirects rather than dissolves is rare. It suggests the original architect wanted the match to hold regardless of circumstance. And an anonymous warning that arrives before the information it confirms suggests someone in the palace is watching the jurists more closely than the jurists realize. "Who? I do not know." Mirette turned. "But I would be careful whose help you accept, child. The person who sent that note may want you free, or they may simply want you to owe them a debt." The silence stretched. Maelys stood. Her legs felt steadier than she had expected. "Thank you," she said, "for the honesty." Mirette inclined her head. "The offer stands, Maelys, not as a last resort, as a door." Maelys stopped. She had not told Mirette her real name. The abbess met her gaze without flinching. The candlelight flickered across the lined face, catching the pale blue of her eyes, and Maelys understood that Mirette had known longer than she had let on, perhaps since the Whitestone observance, perhaps since the first moment they had spoken. "I will keep it in mind," Maelys said. She walked to the door. Her hand was on the iron ring when Mirette spoke again. "There is one more thing." Maelys turned. "The jurists who are meeting tonight," Mirette said, "they are not deciding whether the redirect clause exists. They are deciding how quickly it can be executed." The cold that went through Maelys had nothing to do with the night air. "How quickly?" "Dawn," Mirette said. "If you do not appear before a chapel jurist by sunrise and state under oath whether you accept or refuse the covenant, the redirect will be assumed by default. The contract requires your active refusal to trigger the secondary clause. Silence is treated as consent." Maelys stood in the doorway, the night wind curling around her ankles. "And if I appear and refuse it openly, then the redirect activates immediately, and you belong to the cousin by nightfall. Unless I can prove fraud, incapacity, or coercion." "Unless you can prove one of those 3 things," Mirette agreed, "which, as we have established, is almost impossible against an old noble house." The door gaped open behind Maelys, letting in the dark. She looked at the single candle burning on the altar and at the woman who had offered her a door of a different kind. "Then I have until dawn to decide whether to fight or to run." Mirette said nothing. Maelys stepped out into the cold. The door closed behind her with a soft click, and she stood alone in the courtyard, the anonymous note still burning in her pocket, the countdown now measured in hours rather than days. A figure moved at the edge of the courtyard. She tensed, ready to retreat back inside, but the figure stepped into the light, and she recognized the gray coat, the stillness, the patient watchfulness. Weston Fayle's footman. He did not speak. He simply stood there, waiting, as if he had known she would come here all along. Chapter 48. The footman did not move when she approached. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gray coat clean in the moonlight, posture so still he might have been painted into the courtyard. "My lord asks that you accompany me," he said. "No." The word came out before she had fully decided to speak it. The footman's expression did not change. "My lord anticipated that answer. He asked me to give you this instead." He extended a folded paper, sealed with the 3 interlocked lines. Maelys did not take it. "I am not accepting messages from House Fayle tonight. I am not walking into any more rooms with your lord. I am not making decisions at midnight based on notes delivered by men who have been watching me since sunset." The footman held the paper steady. "My lord also said you would say that. He told me to tell you that the message is not about the covenant. It is about the index entry you found." The cold that touched Maelys had nothing to do with the wind. She took the paper, broke the seal, unfolded it, standing in the courtyard with the footman's patient gaze on her and the chapel door dark at her back. 3 lines. The scraped letter is not Fayle. It is not a name at all. Come to the East Stables if you want to know what it marks. She read it twice. The handwriting was Weston's. She recognized the clean, unornamented stroke from the Covenant notes. But the message itself felt different, clipped, urgent, stripped of the polished courtesy he wore like armor. "What is at the East Stables?" The footman said nothing. "Is your lord there?" Another silence. A different kind of silence. The kind that meant the footman had been told not to answer that question, which meant the answer was yes. But Weston did not want her to know until she arrived, which meant this was still a trap, just a better-dressed one than the offers of sanctuary and separate income. She should go back inside the chapel. She should ask Moret if the white stone door was still open. She should burn the paper and walk to the palace guard station and demand an escort to her rooms and bars the door and think until dawn. Instead, she folded the note, tucked it into her sleeve, and walked toward the East Stables. The footman followed 3 paces behind. The palace was quiet at this hour. The servants' corridors held only the echo of her footsteps and the occasional hiss of gas lamps. She passed 2 kitchen maids who flattened themselves against the wall when they saw her, a night steward who looked through her as if she were not there, and a figure in palace gray who turned down a side passage before she could see his face. The East Stables sat at the edge of the palace grounds, a low stone building with a slate roof and a lantern burning over the main door. The smell of hay and horses reached her before she crossed the gravel. A groom sat on a bench near the entrance, head bowed, asleep or pretending to be. The footman stopped at the door. "He is inside," he said. Maelys pushed the door open. The stable was warm, lamp-lit, and empty of horses. A single stall at the far end held a gray mare who watched her with calm, dark eyes. The rest of the stalls stood open, their occupants removed for the night. Weston Fayle stood near the tack-room door, arms crossed, coat unbuttoned, looking less polished than she had ever seen him. His hair was slightly disheveled, his cravat was loose. He looked like a man who had been waiting long enough to stop caring about appearances. "You came," he said. "You sent a footman who told me you knew about the scraped index entry. What else was I supposed to do?" "Go back to the chapel, accept sanctuary, let dawn come without you in it. That would be the sensible choice." "Yes," he straightened. "I am glad you did not make it." Maelys stayed where she was, the stable door still open behind her. "The note said the scraped letter is not a name. What is it?" Weston moved to the tack-room door and pulled a folded sheet from his coat. He held it out. She did not take it. "Read it here," she said. "Tell me what it says." He unfolded the paper and held it so the lantern light caught the writing. "Index entry for the Codicil was filed under succession disputes in year 12, as you discovered. The marginal note was written by a clerk named Baron Venn, who worked in the archive from year 8 to year 19. He was the one who indexed it." "Venn," Maelys said. "Ilara Venn was the scribe witness." "His sister." The air in the stable felt thinner. "Baron Venn indexed the Codicil under succession disputes," Weston continued. "He also filed a separate private note in the same ledger, keyed to the same cross-reference, that did not belong to any contract. He filed it 6 months after the Codicil." "What kind of note?" "A death record." Maelys stared at him. "Whose?" Weston lowered the paper. His face was hard to read in the lantern light, but something in his voice had changed. Something careful had entered it. "My mother's," he said. "Baron Venn indexed her death alongside the Codicil. Then someone scraped both references out of the ledger. Not just the Codicil, her death. The same hand, the same blade, the same night." The stable was silent. The gray mare shifted in her stall, metal against wood. Maelys felt the shape of it forming in her mind. 2 entries, side by side in the same ledger. A codicil that bound a child to a house she did not choose. A death that removed the woman who might have objected. Both filed by the same clerk. Both erased by the same hand. "Your mother died in year 12, she said. "Yes." "Before or after the codicil was indexed?" "After." His voice was flat. "She died 3 weeks after the codicil was filed. Baron Ven indexed her death and the Codicil together, as if he wanted someone to find them connected. Then someone else erased both. Maelys stood in the warm stable, the lantern light flickering, the mare breathing softly in the dark, and understood that the Codicil was not a trap her father had laid for her. It was a trap someone else had laid for Weston's mother, and she had walked into the middle of a story she had never been meant to translate. "Why are you telling me this?" Weston met her eyes. "Because I want you to trust me, and the only way to earn that is to give you something I have never told anyone." He folded the paper and held it out again. This time, she took it. Chapter 49. The winter garden held the last of the daylight like water cupped in pale hands. Glass panels arched overhead, catching the dying gold and scattering it across stone paths, frozen moss, and the pale blooms that survived the season's edge. Maelys stood near the central fountain, its basin dry, her breath fogging the air. The paper from Weston sat folded inside her sleeve. His mother. 3 weeks after the Codicil. Both entries scraped by the same hand. She had not told anyone. She had walked out of the stables with the paper and the weight of a dead woman she had never met, and she had come here because the garden was the only place in the palace where no one expected her to speak. The crunch of gravel behind her was deliberate, measured, unhurried. She knew the weight of that step before she turned. Oswin stood at the archway, coat unbuttoned, no attendant behind him. The light caught the line of his jaw, the shadows under his eyes, the way his hands hung at his sides instead of crossing. He looked like a man who had been walking a long time and had only just found the place he meant to reach. "I did make sure I took the Cayman lamp to stay." "How did you know I was here?" she asked. "I did not." His voice was quiet. "I came because I could not stay where I was, and then I saw you through the glass." She waited. He did not step closer. "I spent 3 years telling myself that silence was duty," he said, "that the seal bound me, that the kingdom needed those dormant contracts accessible, that one girl's future was a smaller weight than succession law." Maelys said nothing. "I told myself those things until they became true." His jaw tightened, "and then I watched you stand before the council and speak the truth you had no obligation to tell, and I understood that I had used duty as a wall between myself and the cost of my choice." The garden held its cold breath. "I considered breaking the seal," he said, "twice. Once when I learned the Codicil's specific terms, once when I saw you leave the archive with the document in your hands. Both times, I did not." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to know that I saw the door, and I chose not to open it." The words sat between them, clean and final. Maelys felt the shape of them settle in her chest. This was not an apology designed to be forgiven. It was a confession designed to be believed. "I am not asking you to absolve me," Oswin said. "I am asking you to know that I understand what I cost you, and that if there is ever a door I can open for you, I will open it. No seal will hold me back a second time." She looked at him, the prince who had stood beside her in the council hall, the man who had promised to earn her choice again, the one person in this kingdom who had seen her clearly and had still chosen the kingdom first. "I do not know what I am going to do at dawn," she said. "I know. I do not know if I can trust you. I know that too." She stepped forward, one step, then another. He did not move. She reached him and stopped, close enough to see the pulse beating at his throat, the slight tremor in his hands that he could not quite still. "You chose the kingdom," she said, "but you came here tonight." "I will always come here," he said, "even when I have no right to." She did not plan the kiss. It happened because she stopped thinking about what came next, stopped calculating, stopped treating her own heart like a piece on a board she was trying not to lose. She rose on her toes and pressed her mouth to his, and his breath caught, and then his hands were at her waist. Not pulling, not holding, just there, as if he needed to believe she was real. The kiss was not gentle. It was not desperate. It was the shape of everything they had not said, pressed into one aching moment that could not last past dawn. When she pulled back, his eyes were still closed. "Maelys," he said. Her name, not Dellacroix. Her. The sound of it broke something open in her chest. She did not answer. She could not. The crunch of gravel came from the arcade. Maelys turned. Weston Fayle stood at the edge of the winter garden, barely visible in the dying light, his coat collar turned up against the cold, his face carrying no expression she could read. He had seen. She did not know how long he had stood there. Oswin's hand found hers, brief and warm, then released. Weston did not move. The garden held 3 people, and a silence that had teeth. "I came to tell you that the jurists have reached their decision," Weston said. His voice was flat, even. "Dawn will proceed as Maret warned. Unless you have grounds to contest the Codicil before then, the redirect activates at first light." He looked at Oswin, then back at Maelys. "I would advise you to finish what you came here to say." He turned and walked back into the shadows without waiting for an answer. Chapter 50. The stable air smelled of hay and cold iron. Lantern light threw long shadows across the packed earth floor, and the horses shifted in their stalls, uneasy at the hour. Weston stood exactly where she had left him when she walked out of the garden. He had not followed. He had simply been there, waiting, as if he knew she would have to pass through this corridor if she meant to reach her rooms. He did not mention the kiss. She watched his face for a flicker, a flinch, anything that would tell her what he had seen and what he planned to do with it. His expression carried nothing but professional calm, the same careful stillness she had seen in the archive chamber when he laid out the Codicil's terms. "There is something you need to know," he said. Maelys stopped 3 paces from him, close enough to speak without raising her voice, far enough to run. "The jurists are not the only ones who moved tonight," Weston said. "While you were in the winter garden, 2 lesser houses sent inquiries to the succession office. They wanted to know whether the Fayle covenant would be contested by morning, and if so, whether the redirect would leave the cousin eligible for a secondary negotiation." The words landed like thrown stones. "They are already angling for the pieces," she said. "They are already angling for you." He said it flatly, without emphasis, as if the distinction did not matter. "The covenant is not a secret. Half the palace knows the dissolution released a secondary compact. What they do not know is whether you will honor it, and that uncertainty makes you valuable. Valuable as a target. Valuable as a prize." He shifted his weight, and the lantern light caught the line of his jaw. "There are at least 3 houses with unmarried sons who would benefit from a marriage to a Fonterey daughter whose father is desperate enough to have signed a 15-year dormant contract. If you break the Fayle seal, you become available, and available women in this kingdom are approached, not asked." She understood what he was not saying. He was not warning her about the redirected cousin. He was warning her about what would happen if the redirect did not hold, if she found a way to break the Codicil cleanly, if she walked out of this with nothing binding her to any house. The vultures were already circling, and they had not waited for her to fall. "How do you know about the inquiries?" she asked. "Because House Fayle was informed within the hour." He said it without pride. "The succession office sends us courtesy copies of any correspondence that references our active contracts. It is not surveillance, it is procedure." "Convenient procedure?" "Yes." Silence stretched between them. A horse stamped in the nearest stall, and the sound echoed off the stone walls. "I am telling you this so that you understand the shape of the game you are playing," Weston said. "You walked into the White Stone tonight. You were seen. By morning, that visit will be common knowledge, and every house with a bachelor and an ambition will begin calculating whether you are worth a challenge. And if I refuse the covenant at dawn, then you are legally free, socially unmoored, and politically valuable to anyone who can secure your hand before your father negotiates a 3rd contract behind your back." He held her gaze. "I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to make sure you are not surprised when the first empty courtesy turns into a proposal before you have finished your breakfast." Maelys felt the cold spreading from her hands up her arms. She had spent weeks trying to escape one arranged marriage, and the moment she succeeded, the world had simply lined up a dozen more, all of them eager to claim the prize she had thought she was rescuing. "What do you want?" she asked. Weston considered the question longer than she expected. "I want you to see the board clearly," he said. I want you to know what every move costs before you make it. And I want you to choose with your eyes open whether you choose me, the cousin, the white stone, or a third option I have not yet imagined." "That is very generous of you." "It is not generosity." His voice dropped. "It is the only way I will ever be able to trust that what you give me is real." The words landed differently than the wording. She looked at him. Really looked. He was not the performing spy master she had seen in the archive, not the polished negotiator who had laid out provisions like a merchant displaying bolts of silk. He was tired. His coat was rumpled, his hair slightly disordered, as if he had been running his hands through it while she stood in the garden with Oswin. "I can offer you protection," he said. "Guards at your door, food tested before it reaches your plate, a schedule that keeps you away from the circulation areas where lesser nobles will try to corner you. And in exchange?" "Nothing tonight." He met her eyes. "But if you accept the covenant, I will expect you to understand that those guards are my men, not your father's. They report to me. That is the price of using them." Possession. She saw it in the careful way he offered, in the precise wording that made safety sound like custody. He was right that she needed protection. She also knew that accepting his guards meant accepting the shape of the life he was building around her, even if she had not yet said yes to the marriage. "I have my own attendants," she said. "Theria cannot fight off an armed intruder. Sibylle Marceau has her own position to protect. Your father's servants are loyal to your father." "And your servants are loyal to you." "Yes." The word hung between them, clean and unapologetic. Maelys thought about the dawn, the redirect, the cousin waiting in the wings, a man whose name she did not even know, whose personality she could not predict, whose intentions might be far worse than Weston's careful, watchful courtesy. "I will think about it," she said. "You have until dawn." "I know." She turned to leave, and his voice stopped her at the stable door. "Maely." She did not correct him. She did not turn. "The letter about my mother," he said. "The scraped index, that was not a gift I gave lightly." She waited. "If you decide to fight the covenant at dawn, I will not stand in your way. But I will not be able to protect you from what comes after." She turned then. He was still standing in the lantern light, his face half in shadow, and for a moment he looked younger than she had ever seen him, almost uncertain. "I know," she said. She walked out into the cold. The corridor was empty. The footman who had followed her to the stables was gone, recalled or repositioned. The palace slept around her, unaware that one woman's choice at dawn would ripple through every house in Aulenne before the bells rang noon. She reached her door and found Sunilde waiting. Her lady-in-waiting sat on the floor with her back against the wall, a single candle set beside her, her eyes red but dry. 2 hours until dawn," Sunilde said. Maely looked at her. "I brought tea," Sunilde added. "And a plan." "It is not a good plan, but it is the best I could do without knowing what Weston Fayle said to you in the stables." Maely sank down beside her. "Tell me." Sunilde blew out a breath and unfolded a piece of paper covered in her small, precise handwriting. "First, we need to decide whether you are going to fight the covenant or accept it, because the answer changes everything I am about to suggest." Maely took the paper. The candle flickered. The palace breathed around them. Dawn was coming, and she still did not know what she was going to do. Chapter 51. The carriage was lighter than she expected. No Fayle crest on the door, no footman in house colors, nothing to mark it as belonging to the spymaster's family. Just a plain black vehicle with a driver who did not look at her twice, and a bench seat worn smooth by years of use. Sunilde sat across from her, hands folded in her lap, watching the street slide past the curtained window. "You could still change your mind," Sunilde said. "I could." Maelys did not look away from the glass. "But the information would not come to me. I would have to go to it." The invitation had arrived an hour after dawn, delivered by a different footman than the one who had followed her to the chapel. Palm-sized card, cream stock, House Fayle seal in gray walks. Formal enough to satisfy protocol, vague enough to give no indication of what waited inside. Weston Fayle requests the honor of Lady Dellacroix Fontier's presence at the Fayle town residence for a formal family call, 3rd hour past noon. No mention of the covenant, no mention of the redirected clause, No mention of the kiss he had witnessed in the winter garden, just a call. As if this were any ordinary introduction between a betrothed woman and her future husband's household. The carriage turned into a narrow street she did not recognize, then into an archway that opened onto a gravel courtyard surrounded by gray stone walls. No gate, no guard. The absence of visible security was itself a statement. Either there was nothing here worth stealing, or the theft would be noticed before the thief had cleared the threshold. The carriage stopped. A servant opened the door before Maelys could reach for the handle. Young woman, plain dress, eyes that swept the interior of the carriage and registered Sunult, Maelys religic, Maelys dress, the position of her hands, all in the half-second before she stepped back and lowered her gaze. Lady Dellacroix, Lord Fayle is expecting you. Maelys stepped down. The gravel was dry under her shoes. The courtyard was empty except for a single fountain that had not run in years, its basin filled with dead leaves and rain-darkened stone. The servant led her through a door so low she had to duck, into a corridor so narrow she could have touched both walls by extending her arms. No windows, no portraits, no candles. The only light came from a slit at the far end, growing wider as they walked. Sunult followed close behind. Maelys heard her breathing quicken. Then the corridor opened. They stepped into a hall that seemed larger than the building that contained it, 2 stories of carved stone rising toward a ceiling painted with constellations Maelys did not recognize. A fireplace big enough to stand in sat cold and dark against the far wall. Above it hung a single portrait, a woman with dark hair and Weston's jaw, her eyes following the room with painted stillness. Weston's mother. Maelys felt the recognition settle in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. Lady Dellacroix. She turned. Weston stood at the base of a staircase she had not noticed, built into the shadow between 2 wall tapestries. He wore the same dark gray as the night before, but his hair was combed, his coat pressed, his face smooth of the exhaustion she had seen in the stables. He looked like a different man. No, she corrected herself. He looked like the man everyone else saw. Lord Fayle. He crossed the room toward her, footsteps silent on the stone. He stopped at a distance that was exactly proper, exactly courteous, exactly wrong for 2 people who had shared a stable at midnight and watched her kiss another man. You came. Your invitation was difficult to refuse. They usually are. He said it without irony, which made it stranger. I would like to show you the house, he said, if you are willing. It was not a request, it was not a command. It was something in between, a statement of intent that left the choice visible, but the consequences of refusal deliberately unclear. Maelys looked at Sunult, who gave the smallest of nods. Lead the way, Maelys said. He did. The Fayle residence was not a palace. It was not even a mansion by the standards of Aullenne's noble quarter. It was a warren, a labyrinth of corridors that doubled back on themselves, stairs that led to landings with no doors, windows that looked out onto inner walls instead of streets. Every surface was clean. Every candle was lit. Every servant they passed stepped aside without looking up, hands folded, faces blank. Maelys counted the doors. She noted the positions of the tapestries, the places where the floorboards changed from oak to stone, the faint scent of beeswax and something bitter underneath. Weston walked beside her, hands behind his back, pace measured. You are mapping the exits, he said. I am looking at the architecture. That is what mapping the exits sounds like when you do not want to admit you are mapping the exits. She did not answer. They turned a corner into a corridor lined with paintings. Portraits, mostly, faces stretching back generations, the same jawline repeated in different centuries, the same dark eyes watching from gilded frames. Maelys recognized the woman from the fireplace in several of them, younger in some, older in others, always with the same stillness. Weston's mother. She died when I was 12, Weston said. You already know that. I know the records were scrubbed. The records were scrubbed. He stopped in front of a portrait of the woman seated in a garden, her hands folded, her expression unreadable. What you do not know is why. Will you tell me? He looked at the painting for a long moment. She found the Codicil, he said, 3 days after my father filed it. She went to the archive herself to verify the witnesses. She was dead within the week. Maelys felt the cold spread from her chest to her fingers. Who killed her? Weston turned to face her. For a moment the polished surface cracked, and she saw the boy who had lost his mother to a document. I do not know, he said, but I have spent 12 years learning to ask the question in rooms where the walls have ears. He gestured toward the end of the corridor. The portrait gallery. They walked. The gallery was longer than the house could possibly contain. 60 feet of crimson carpet and ivory walls hung with more faces, more Fayles, more history pressed into oil and varnish. At the far end, at the very center of the far wall, a single empty frame stood on an easel, covered in dark cloth. Maelys stopped. That is where I will hang, Weston said quietly. One day, after I am dead or before, depending on how the house chooses to remember me. And the cloth is for the next alliance. He did not look at her. Every Fayle marriage is painted within the first year. The portrait goes up in the gallery. The frame is made in advance, measured, gilded, prepared for the new face. He lifted the edge of the cloth and pulled it aside. The frame was empty. But at the bottom, a small brass plaque had already been engraved. Dellacroix Fontier, wife of Weston Fayle, entered into covenant in the autumn of the kingdom's 89th year. Maelys stared at her own name. The letters were precise, clean, permanent. The frame was waiting. I did not order that, Weston said. My household prepared it. They assumed you would accept. They assumed correctly, because they have been trained to read outcomes before decisions are made. He let the cloth fall back into place. I brought you here because I wanted you to see what you would become, he said. Not a wife, not a partner. A portrait in a gallery full of dead eyes. A name on a plaque that someone else will look at in 100 years and wonder who you were. Maelys is a boast contection to the lasse. My trems of never will the leap is lied. The gene is imagining awake. Maelys did my bife. He sprained, did not harp. Maelys slights it out from my mouth, the carvage, the rightness in size. And whom? Maelys, I mean the Bessing. He clicks his crowd. And there is not before the overwordle G's for the universes is excusing physical drime. Maelys was the specific works a wall of Clath, the picture discover of Mance. The weakness is becoming mental Dopplerships, meth, one other eye's important. So I mendo we, press mince. For exactly the most seasoning nose that is feared by anybody which invides the joy now, those chattels about a god-dead clitting. Maelys had see outside I joyfully for the situation where they are so clishioning as the entries and their accounting. I wist the previous lasses just a moment. Chapter 52. The latch click echoed through the gallery, soft as a breath, final as a door sealing shut. Maelys did not turn around. She kept her eyes on the covered frame, on her own name engraved in brass, on the empty space waiting for a face she had not chosen to give. Weston moved first. He stepped past her, crossed the gallery in 10 silent strides, and pulled the door open. Empty corridor, fading candlelight, the faint scent of beeswax and something bitter underneath. He stood there a moment, hand on the latch, back to her. You should go, he said, before they decide you have seen enough. Maelys looked at the frame one last time. The brass plaque caught the candlelight, her name sharp and permanent, already written into a future she had not agreed to. She walked past him without speaking. Sinold was waiting at the end of the corridor, her face pale in the dim light. She did not ask what had happened. She simply fell into step beside Maelys and matched her pace toward the entrance. The unmarked carriage was still there. The driver helped them in without a word. The door closed, and the world outside the windows became narrow streets and shuttered windows, and Maelys did not speak until they were 3 blocks away. Evo's report mentioned an archivist, she said. A man who has been in the lower archive since before the Codicil was filed. Sinold turned toward her. You want to find him? He misfiled the Codicil under succession disputes instead of marriage law. Someone paid him to do it. I want to know who, and I want to know when the payments stopped, or started again. Maelys looked at her. Or started again, she repeated. The carriage turned a corner. The palace rose ahead of them, white stone and gilt edges, 1,000 windows catching the first pale light of a dawn that was still hours away. The lower archive was 2 floors beneath the palace kitchens, accessed through a service stairwell that smelled of damp stone and old paper. Maelys had never been there. It was not in the game. It was not part of any route she had memorized. Sunnold led the way, her steps certain, her hand brushing the wall to count the doors. "Third on the left," she said. "He works nights. He has been working nights for 20 years. Maelys knocked. A pause, a scrape of a chair. Then the door opened a crack, and a face appeared, old, tired, guarded, a man whose eyes had learned to read the danger in an unexpected knock. "What do you want?" "I want to ask about a codicil," Maelys said. "Indexed under succession disputes in year 12, misfiled by design." The man's face did not change, but his hand tightened on the edge of the door. "I do not know what you are talking about." "You do," Sunnold said quietly. "And you know we would not be here if we did not already have the name of the man who filed it." The archivist looked at Sunnild, then at Maelys, then at the empty corridor behind them. He opened the door. The room was small, cluttered, a single desk buried under ledgers and loose papers. A lamp burned low on the corner. The air was thick with dust and the smell of ink that had dried decades ago. He did not invite them to sit. He stood behind his desk, arms crossed, watching them with the wariness of a man who had spent his life learning when to speak and when to keep silent. "I misfiled the codicil," he said. "That is true. I was paid to do it." "By whom?" "A man who is dead now." His voice was flat. "I do not know his name. He paid in gold, no seal, no paper. He gave me the index number and the category, and I entered it where he told me to." "Succession disputes instead of marriage law," Maelys said. "Yes. Why would anyone want a marriage codicil hidden under succession disputes?" The archivist hesitated. It was a small hesitation, barely a breath, but Maelys caught it. "Because succession disputes are reviewed once a decade," he said. "Marriage law is reviewed annually. If you want a document to stay buried, you file it where no one will look for it." Sunnild stepped forward. "Who renewed the payment?" The archivist's jaw tightened. "Someone sent a new payment 6 weeks ago," he said. "Double the original amount, with instructions to make sure the index stayed the same." 6 weeks ago. Maelys felt the cold spread through her chest. 6 weeks ago, she had woken up on a fainting couch in Dellacroix Fontier's body. 6 weeks ago, the story had started to change. "Who sent it?" "I do not know. It came with no name. A sealed envelope left on my desk, no messenger." "You must have some idea," Sunnild pressed. "A seal, a mark, a specific coin, something." The archivist's hand moved toward a drawer. "I kept the envelope," he said. "I thought it might be useful one day." He pulled open the drawer. It was empty. He stared at it for a long moment, then looked up, and Maelys saw the fear in his eyes for the first time. "It was there this morning," he said. "I swear it. It was there this morning." A sound from the corridor. Footsteps, quick and deliberate, heading toward the door. The archivist flinched. Sunnild moved to the door and pressed her ear to the wood. 3 sets, she whispered. "Maybe 4. Moving fast." The footsteps stopped, then a crash somewhere deeper in the archive, followed by the sound of rotting. The archivist grabbed for his ledger. "I have records. I have dates. I have the index numbers. I have everything I ever filed under that cross-reference. If I can find it." He flipped the ledger open. The page where the codicil reference should have been was torn out. Cleanly. Recently. The edges were still white. The archivist stared at the empty binding. His hands trembled. "I did not do this," he said. "I did not do this." The footsteps in the corridor resumed, closer now, and Maelys realized they had run out of time. Chapter 53. Sunnild's hand found Maelys' wrist and pulled. They moved without speaking, past the archivist's frozen figure, past the torn ledger with its white edges still bleeding fresh. The footsteps in the corridor had stopped, which was worse than movement. Stopped meant listening. Stopped meant deciding which door to open first. Sunnild did not head for the main stairwell. She turned left, into a narrow service passage Maelys had not noticed, a slit between walls barely wide enough for shoulder and hip. The air changed, growing colder, carrying the smell of ash and damp wool. "There is a coal chute," Sunhild whispered. "It opens into the lower courtyard. If we reach it before they reach the junction." A door slammed somewhere behind them. They ran. The coal chute was exactly as narrow and filthy as Sunhild had promised. Maelys scraped her palms on rusted iron and landed hard on packed dirt, breathless, her gown streaked with black dust. Sunhild landed beside her, already pulling her upright. They did not stop running until they reached the east colonnade, where the morning light was pale and thin, and servants were beginning their rounds with brooms and buckets. Maelys leaned against a pillar, chest heaving. "You knew that passage." "I have been working in this house since I was 12, Sunhild said. "I know every way out that does not use a door." It was not a boast, it was a fact, delivered flat and final, and Maelys filed it away in the part of her mind that was still trying to survive. They parted at the Fontier residence gate. Sunhild would go to her room, change, and begin again. Maelys would wash the coal dust from her hands and find Sibylle. The scholarship wing was quiet at that hour, most of its inhabitants still at breakfast or already in the salons. Maelys found Sibylle in the small sitting room at the end of the corridor, curled in a chair with a cup of tea gone cold, her provincial blue dress pressed and neat, her hair pinned with the precise care of someone who knew every detail of her appearance would be judged. She looked up when Maelys entered, and her face did the thing it always did when she saw Maelys alive and unharmed. A small, private relaxation of the shoulders, quickly masked. "You look like you crawled through a coal chute." "I did." Sibylle's lips twitched. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Maelys sat down across from her. The chair was too low, too soft, the kind of furniture designed for decorative purposes rather than sitting. She leaned forward anyway. "I found that someone has been pulling threads faster than I can follow them." Sibylle set the cold tea aside. "I have been pulling threads too," she said. "Different ones." She leaned in, her voice dropping. "There is a rumor moving through the lower salons, not the main hall, not the rooms where the senior houses gather. The smaller rooms, the ones where second sons and minor secretaries talk freely because they think no one important is listening." "What kind of rumor?" "That the dissolution terms were not entirely your work." Sibylle held her gaze. "That someone fed specific language to the right ears, suggestions about how to frame the petition so it would pass without triggering the succession review, and that the person who fed those suggestions was Weston Fayle." Maelys went still. "Through intermediaries," Sibylle continued. "No direct connection, nothing that could be traced back to him in writing. But the people who know how to read a room's architecture say they saw his people in the same corridors as the junior jurists 3 days before the petition was filed." Maelys thought of Weston's face in the stables, disheveled, raw, offering her the paper about his mother. She thought of the portrait gallery, the engraved flamme, the black cloth over a future already measured. If he had engineered the dissolution language, if he had made sure the petition passed cleanly and quietly, then he had known what the Codicil would do. He had helped create the very conditions that now trapped her. "Do they know why he would do that?" Maelys asked. "They think he wanted a Fontier bride and found a cleaner way to get one than waiting for the original engagement to collapse under its own weight." Sibylle paused. "They do not know about the Codicil. The rumor is about the dissolution, not the secondary contract. They see him as clever, not as someone who planned this for 15 years. Better than the truth, but not by much." Maelys looked at Sibylle, at the provincial blue dress that marked her as an outsider, at the careful posture and the steady gaze. "You heard all of this in the lower salons. People do not guard their tongues around a girl in provincial blue," Sibylle said. "They think I am decorative. They think I am too grateful for my scholarship to notice when they say something useful in front of me." There was no bitterness in her voice, just fact. Maelys felt something twist in her chest. "Do you regret it?" Sibylle blinked. "Regret what?" "Befriending me." Maelys kept her voice level. "You are in the lower salons because you are associated with me, the scholarship girl who attached herself to the disgraced Duke's daughter. People are watching you because of what you know about my life." Sibylle was quiet for a moment, then she set her cup down with a soft click. "I was a target before you ever spoke to me," she said. "The only difference is that now I have someone who would notice if I disappeared." The words landed like a stone in still water. Maelys opened her mouth to answer, but Sibyl was already speaking again, her voice lighter, as if she had decided the moment had lasted long enough. Someone has been asking after my scholarship records. The shift was so abrupt that Maelys almost missed it. Who? I do not know. The scholarship office would not give me a name. They said the inquiry came through an intermediary, a sealed request with no return seal. Sibyl's fingers tightened on the edge of her sleeve. They asked about my family, my provincial examination scores, my correspondence history. Everything. When? 2 days ago. 2 days before Maelys had gone to the archive. 2 days before the archivist's envelope had been stolen. The timing was not a coincidence. They are looking for leverage, Maelys said. They want to know what you are worth as a target. Sibyl nodded slowly. The question is whether they are looking because they want to use me against you, or because they want to use me against someone else. The door behind them creaked. Both women turned. A servant stood in the doorway, young, nervous, her hands clasped in front of her apron. My lady, she said, addressing Maelys with the awkward deference of someone who had been sent against her will. There is a visitor at the courtyard gate. He says he has a message for the scholarship student. Sibyl's face did not change, but her hand moved to her sleeve, where Maelys knew she kept a small folding knife. A message from whom? The servant swallowed. He would not say. He said the student would know the mark. Sibyl went white. Chapter 54. The servant's words hung in the air like smoke. Sibyl did not move. Her hand stayed at her sleeve, fingers curled toward the hidden blade. Her face had gone pale in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The mark, she repeated. Did he describe it? No, my lady. He said you would know. Sibyl's jaw tightened. For a long moment she did not speak, and Maelys watched her calculate something behind her eyes, weighing a door she had hoped never to open. Tell him I will be there in 5 minutes, Sibyl said. At the fountain court, not the gate. The servant bobbed a curtsy and vanished. Maelys stood. What mark? Sibyl shook her head once, sharp, final. I need to know before I tell you. If it is what I think it is, you cannot be seen near me when I receive it. Sibyl? 5 minutes. Sibyl was already moving toward the door, her provincial blue dress catching the lamplight. Stay here. If I am not back in 20, find Sunald and do not let her out of your sight. The door clicked shut behind her. Maelys stood alone in the small sitting room, the cold tea untouched, the silence pressing in from every wall. She counted her breaths. 30, 40, 50. At 47, the door opened again. Sibyl stood in the frame, her face the color of old maker. In her hand, she held a folded square of parchment, no larger than a palm. The edges were rough, torn rather than cut. It is from my father, she said. Maelys felt the words land like a delayed blow. Your father. He is supposed to be dead. Sibyl's voice was flat, emptied of inflection. He died 4 years ago in a river accident. I saw the body. I stood at the grave. She held up the parchment. This is his hand. He used a note only the family knows. A pressed circle from a signet he wore on a chain under his shirt, the one they said was lost in the current. Maelys crossed the room and took the parchment. The fold was loose, unsealed. Inside, 5 words in a cramped, sloping hand. She knows. Do not come home. No signature, no date. Just the mark at the bottom, a small, impressed circle with a pattern too irregular to be accidental. She, Sibyl whispered. He means someone specific. Someone who has been watching long enough to know I am useful to you. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. 4 years, Maelys said. If he is alive, he has been hidden for 4 years. That is not fear, that is preparation. Sibyl's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her skirt to still them. I need to think, she said. I need time. You have until dawn. I know. They stood in the silence of the scholarship wing, 2 women holding secrets that kept unfolding into deeper chambers, and Maelys felt the shape of the night pressing down on her shoulders. She made a decision. Come with me. Sibyl looked up. Where? to see people who understand contract law better than either of us. The South Chapel vestry smelled of old paper and candle wax. Two jurists sat at a wooden table that had been polished smooth by decades of elbows and ink pots. One was old, with the kind of stillness that came from watching too many schemes collapse. The other was younger, with quick eyes and ink-stained fingers that moved restlessly over the documents spread before them. Oswin had arranged the meeting. He had not stayed. Maelys introduced Spill as her trusted advisor, nothing more. The jurists did not question it. They had been given a sealed request from the Crown Prince's office, and they knew what questions to ask. The Codicil, the older jurist said, is structurally sound. We have reviewed the copy you provided. The language follows standard secondary compact formatting. The witnesses are named and sealed. The activation conditions are clearly stated. But, the younger one said, leaning forward, sound does not mean clean. Maelys felt Sibyl tense beside her. Explain. The younger jurist tapped a finger on the document. There are two possible lines of attack. The first is concealment of material terms. If you can prove that Duke Frederick signed the Codicil without full disclosure of its implications to House Fontier's principal signatories, specifically that he did not inform the Succession Council of the secondary marriage compact when the primary betrothal was registered, the covenant could be challenged on grounds of procedural fraud. Frederick signed it, Maelys said. He knew what it was. He knew. The older jurist nodded. But the question is whether he disclosed it to the body that approved the primary betrothal. The Succession Council reviewed the Fontier-Tessell match in year 12. If the secondary compact was not listed in the disclosure documents submitted at that review, the Codicil's validity becomes contestable. Maelys thought of Frederick's face across the study desk, his calm, his certainty. He would have buried it deliberately. Almost certainly, the younger jurist said, which means the evidence is either destroyed or held in a place that cannot be reached without his permission. The second line of attack was worse. The activation conditions, the older jurist said slowly, require a lawful dissolution of the primary betrothal under autumn record. That much is clear. But the Codicil also specifies that the dissolution must be mutual and public, with no stain upon either house. Maelys frowned. We met those conditions. Did you? The jurist's voice was mild. The dissolution was mutual. It was public, but the phrase, no stain upon either house, is open to interpretation. If someone could argue that the dissolution itself, the fact that it was filed at all, stained House Fontier's reputation, they could claim the Codicil's activation was invalid. That is absurd, Sibylla said. The dissolution was approved by the full council. Approval does not prevent reinterpretation. The older jurist spread his hands. The law is not a machine, my lady. It is a fabric, and fabrics can be pulled in different directions depending on who holds the thread. Maelys sat back, her hands cold. Two paths, both narrow, both requiring evidence that had likely been erased before she ever knew to look for it. There is a third possibility, the younger jurist said quietly. He pulled a sheet of paper from the bottom of the stack and laid it flat. The Codicil was witnessed by two people, a chapel jurist deceased 8 years ago and a scribe named Alara Venn. Maelys leaned forward. Alara Venn of the lower city. Yes. The younger jurist's fingers stopped moving. We checked the death registry for the lower city scribes. Alara Venn died 12 years ago, 3 years before the Codicil was supposedly sealed. The room went still. Supposedly, Maelys repeated. The older jurist met her eyes. If one of the witnesses was dead at the time of signing, the Codicil was never legally sealed. It is not contestable. It is void. Sibyl's breath caught, but the younger jurist was not finished. We found the signature on the Codicil. It is Alara Venn's name, written in a hand that matches her known script. The date is year 14, autumn, which places her signature 3 years after her recorded death. He paused. Which means either the death registry is wrong or the signature is a forgery. And if it is a forgery, someone with access to her records and her hand has been planning this for a very long time. Maelys looked at the signature on the document she had carried for 2 days. A dead woman's name. And somewhere in the darkness before dawn, the person who had written it was still watching. Chapter 55. Maelys did not go back to her room. The burial register for the lower city scribes was kept in the small chapel archive off Fountain Court, 2 streets south of the palace boundary. She had passed it twice in daylight and never stopped. Now, at the hour when lanterns burned low and the streets emptied, she walked alone. The chapel door was unlocked. A single candle burned near the altar, and a verger in a patched wool coat sat at a desk near the back wall, reading from a worn prayer book. He looked up when she entered and did not ask her name. "The register," she said. "Lower City Scribes, year 14. He studied her for a moment. Then he rose without a word and crossed to a wall of ledgers, running a finger along the spines until he found the one he wanted. He pulled it free and set it on the desk. "You will not remove it from this room." Maelys nodded. She sat in the chair he vacated and opened the ledgers. The pages were thick, hand-numbered, each entry written in a clean administrative hand. Name, date of death, place of burial, witnesses, if any. She found the section for year 12 first and traced down the column with her finger until she reached the name she remembered. Ilara Venn, died 8th of Thornmoon, year 12. Cause, lung sickness. Buried in the lower city cemetery, plot 73. No attending jurist, no estate. 3 years before the Codicil was signed. Maelys read the entry 3 times. The date was precise. The hand was consistent with the rest of the page. There was no marginal note, no correction, no sign of tampering. She closed the ledger and pressed her palms flat against the cover. The younger jurist had been right. Ilara Venn was dead. The signature on the Codicil was either a registry error or a forgery, and if it was a forgery, someone had access to the dead woman's hand. She opened the ledger again and copied the entry onto a sheet of paper she had brought folded in her sleeve. Name, date, plot number, every detail that could be verified. The verger watched her write but said nothing. When she finished, she closed the ledger and rose. "There is a cemetery," she said. "Lower City, plot 73. The verger nodded slowly. "There is. Can you tell me who was buried there?" "I can tell you who the plot was purchased for." His voice was low, unhurried. "Whether the body inside matches the name on the stone is a question for the ground, not the book." Maelys held his gaze. "Who purchased it?" "A woman." The verger's eyes moved to the candle flame. "Paid in silver, no name given. She was young, dark-haired, and she did not cry at the burial." The description could have been anyone. It could have been no one. Maelys folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. She thanked the verger and walked back into the night. The cemetery was smaller than she expected. Rows of worn stones tilted at uneven angles, their inscriptions softened by years of rain. The iron gate groaned when she pushed it open, and the path beneath her feet was dirt packed hard by countless visits she had never made. Plot 73 was near the back wall, under a tree that had grown wide enough to shadow 3 graves. The stone was plain, unadorned. Ilara Venn, died 8th of Thornmoon, year 12. The same date, the same precision. Maelys knelt and touched the stone's edge. The ground beneath it was settled, undisturbed by recent digging. If Ilara Venn had been buried here, she had been buried long ago. She sat back on her heels. The Codicil was signed in year 14. The witness was dead in year 12. I gave someone 2 years to study Ilara Venn's handwriting, practice the shape of her letters, and produce a signature clean enough to pass a chapel review. 2 years of planning, before Maelys had ever woken in Dellacroix's body, before the game had even begun. She stayed there longer than she meant to, the cold seeping through her dress, her fingers numb against the stone. The questions circled like birds she could not catch. Who had known, 2 years before the Codicil was signed, that they would need a dead woman to witness it? A sound broke the silence, footsteps on the path behind her. Maelys turned, her body tensing for flight, but the figure that emerged from the shadow of the tree line moved with a gait she recognized. Weston Fayle walked toward her through the cemetery. No coat, no escort. His breath misted in the cold air, and his face was unreadable in the low lantern light. He stopped a few feet from the grave. "You found it." It was not a question. Maelys rose slowly, keeping the stone between them. You knew about the date. I knew there was a discrepancy. His voice was quiet, stripped of the polished ease he wore at court. I did not know how large until tonight. 3 years, Maelys said. She died 3 years before the Codicil was signed. The signature is a forgery. The Codicil is void. Weston looked at the gravestone. The Codicil is void, he repeated, unless the person who forged it has already accounted for that argument, unless they have a second witness ready, another document, another seal, unless the dead woman's name was chosen because she could not be questioned. Maelys felt the cold creep deeper. You think they planned for this? I think someone paid an archivist to misfile a document, paid a second time, 6 weeks ago, to keep it buried. I think they tore a page from a ledger the same night you found it, and I think they have been watching you since before you knew there was anything to watch. He took a step closer. So I will ask you again, Maelys. Do you truly believe forgery is the only impossible thing in this kingdom? The lantern swung between them, and Maelys realized she had no answer. Chapter 56. The lantern light shifted as Weston stepped closer, his face half in shadow. The Codicil was never meant for you, he said. It was insurance, fielded during a succession panic when the old king's health failed and 3 houses positioned heirs for a crown that was not yet empty. Maelys stared at him. Insurance for what? For Fayle's survival. He said it flatly without pride. My father believed Fongier would weather any succession shift because Frederick always landed on the winning side. He wanted a tie that could not be broken by a change of throne. So he bound me to you before I could walk. He bound Fongier to Fayle. I was 6. I had no say in the matter, just as you had no say in being born to the house that made the bargain. The wind moved through the cemetery trees, cold and dry. Maelys pulled her coat tighter and watched his face for the lie she expected to find there. It did not appear. You could have destroyed the Codicil, she said. When your father died, when you learned what it contained, you could have burned it and told no one. Weston's jaw tightened. I considered it. Then why did not you? He was silent for a long moment. The lantern flame jerked in the wind, throwing shadows across his face that made him look older, harder, more like the man the court believed him to be. Because I wanted to know who my father was afraid of. The words landed like a stone in still water. Maelys felt the ripple extend outward, touching everything she had assumed about the Codicil, about Weston, about the shape of the trap she had been fighting. The succession panic passed, he continued. The old king recovered. 3 houses folded their ambitions and waited for the next opportunity. But my father did not cancel the Codicil. He did not retrieve it from the archive or ask Frederick to release the terms. He kept it active, hidden, waiting. For what? For whoever made him afraid enough to file it in the first place. Weston took another step closer. He was near enough now that Maelys could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands hung loose at his sides, as though he was deliberately keeping them still. My father was not a cautious man, he said. He was bold, sometimes reckless, always certain of his position. But in the months before the Codicil was filed, something changed. He stopped sleeping through the night. He began keeping a written record of every conversation. He told my mother that if anything happened to him, she should look in the archive before she looked at the will. Maelys felt the cold creep deeper. He died 4 years ago, she said, before you could ask him what he meant. He died 4 years ago. Weston's voice was quiet, almost gentle, and the Codicil surfaced in his personal effects the same week, neatly copied, annotated in his own hand, with a note that said only, "If this ever activates, do not let them marry quickly." The words hung between them. Do not let them marry quickly, Maelys repeated. Them. You and me. Yes. Why? Weston looked at her, and for a moment his composure cracked, revealing something raw underneath. Not grief exactly, fear. Because the faster I bring a Fongier bride into House Fayle, the faster the person who killed my mother will have reason to finish the work. Maelys' breath stopped. She thought of the portrait in the Fayle gallery, the dark-haired woman with Weston's jaw, the mother who had found the Codicil 3 days after it was filed and died within the week. You think she was killed because she found the Codicil? I know she was killed because she found the Codicil. His voice was flat now, stripped of emotion. What I do not know is who gave the order, or whether that person is still watching. The cemetery felt smaller suddenly. The trees pressed closer. The graves around them seemed to lean in, listening. You want the marriage delayed, Maelys said slowly, because you believe whoever killed your mother will try to kill me if I enter your house too quickly. I believe that if you are folded into Fayle before we understand the full shape of the conspiracy, you will not live long enough to hate me properly. The words were stark, practical, and absolutely chilling. Maelys stared at him. That is a strange thing to tell someone you are trying to convince to marry you. I am not trying to convince you. Weston's eyes met hers, steady and unblinking. I am trying to keep you alive. Those are different objectives, and I have learned the hard way that confusing them costs more than most people are willing to pay. The wind picked up again, carrying the sound of distant bells from the palace tower. Midnight, or close to it. The dawn deadline was hours away. Maelys thought of the forged signature, the dead witness, the archivist's stolen envelope, the messenger at Sibyl's gate, the unknown watcher who had been tracking her since before she knew this world existed. If I delay the marriage, she said, what happens to the Codicil? It remains active. The terms do not expire. But if I refuse to set a date before the review panel, the contract enters a holding period while the jurists determine whether the delay constitutes a breach. How long does the holding period last? Weeks, possibly months. Long enough to identify the forger. Long enough to find out who has been watching you. He paused, long enough to decide whether you trust me. The word trust sat between them like a blade. I do not trust you, Maelys said. I know. I do not trust that you are telling me the truth. I do not trust that your motives are clean. I do not trust that you would not sacrifice me to protect your house if the balance shifted. Weston nodded slowly. That is the smartest thing you have said all night. Maelys felt something shift in her chest. Not warmth, not suspicion, something in between. If I agree to this delay, she said, what do you want in return? Your patience, and your willingness to let me share what I find before you act on it. That is not a small thing. I know. His voice was quiet. But I have spent 12 years trying to find out who killed my mother, and in that time I have learned one truth that matters. The person who plans alone dies alone. The lantern flickered. Maelys looked at the gravestone at her feet, at Alaraven's name worn smooth by rain, at the settled earth that proved she had been dead long before the codicil was signed. She thought of Synild waiting in the corridor, Sibby trembling at the messenger's mark, Oswin promising to open any door she needed. She was not alone. But Weston Fayle was asking her to stand beside him in a fight she did not fully understand, against an enemy whose face she had never seen. If I say yes, she said slowly, if I agree to delay the marriage and share what I find, what do I call this arrangement? Weston considered the question. A truce, he said, temporary, conditional, and revocable by either party at any time. And after the truce? He looked at her, and for a moment, something almost like a smile touched his mouth. After the truce, you can decide whether to burn the frame. The bells stopped ringing. The silence that followed was deeper than the night. Maelys held his gaze and realized that she was about to make the most dangerous choice of her life. Not to trust him, but to act as though she did, long enough to see what happened next. I have conditions, she said. Name them. First, Synild stays with me. She is not a Fayle servant. She does not answer to your household. Agreed. Second, I keep the Codicil. The original document stays in my possession until the review panel convenes. Weston hesitated, then nodded. Third, you tell me everything you know about your mother's death. Not what you suspect, not what you have inferred. Everything. His face went still. That is not a small thing. Neither is agreeing to stand beside a man whose house prepared my portrait frame before I made a choice. The lantern flame steadied. Weston looked at her for a long moment, and Maelys saw something shift behind his eyes, a door opening that she had not known was there. My mother was killed in our house, he said quietly, in her own sitting room, between the second and third bells of the night. There was no sign of forced entry, no weapon left behind. The only thing missing was a single sheet of paper from her writing desk. What was on the paper? A name. His voice dropped lower. The same name that was scraped from the archive ledger. The same name that was erased from the index. The letter F. Weston nodded. I have been trying to find out what that name was for 12 years, and I believe now that the answer is buried somewhere in the same conspiracy that forged your Codicil. Maelys felt the world tilt. The unknown letter F, the death record, the forgery, the archivist paid, the watcher who had been tracking her since before she arrived. They were all pieces of the same puzzle, and Weston Fayle had just handed her the edge piece. One more condition, she said. Name it. If we find the name, if we find out who killed your mother, if we prove the forgery and break the codicil. She paused. You let me walk away cleanly. No contracts, no obligations, no hidden clauses waiting to activate. Weston held her gaze. If we break the codicil, he said, I will stand beside you at the chapel door and watch you leave, and I will not follow. The promise was quiet, absolute, and Maelys believed him. She extended her hand. Then we have a truce. Weston looked at her hand, then at her face. He took it. His palm was warm, his grip firm, and when he spoke, his voice carried something that sounded almost like relief. Then let us find out who has been watching us both. The lantern guttered, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the cemetery wall, a figure withdrew into shadow, carrying news of the bargain. Chapter 57. The carriage wheels had not stopped turning before Maelys saw them. 2 guards flanking the Fontrier gate. Not palace issue, not Frederick's usual household men. Different wool, different stance, hands resting at their belts like they expected to use what hung there. Sunnold saw them too. Her fingers tightened on the carriage strap, but she said nothing. The driver pulled into the courtyard, and the footman who opened the door was new, young, clean-shaven, with eyes that swept the carriage interior before settling on Maelys' face. Lady Dellacroix, the Duke requests your presence in his study. Not requests, not at your convenience. Maelys stepped down and felt the weight of the codicil against her ribs, folded inside her bodice where no search would find it by accident. I need to change first. The Duke was specific, my lady. Immediately. Sunnold moved to stand beside her. Then I will accompany her. The footman's gaze flickered to Sunnold with the precise calculation of someone memorizing a face for later identification. As you wish, miss. The corridor to Frederick's study felt longer than she remembered. Every door she passed was closed. Every servant she saw kept their eyes on the floor. The residence had the quality of a room after a death, hushed and waiting for someone to decide what happened next. Frederick stood at his window with his back to her, his left hand pressed flat against the glass, the scar across his palm catching the gray afternoon light. You were not in your rooms this morning. I was in the cemetery. He turned. His eyes moved over her gown, her hair, her hands, cataloging evidence the way a merchant assesses damaged goods. Whose grave? Ilara Van, Lower City, died of lung sickness 3 years before she signed the codicil. Frederick's face did not change. He had known. He had known the witness was dead, and he had signed the document anyway. You have been busy, daughter. I have been trying to survive. And have you? The question hung between them like a blade suspended by a thread. Maelys did not answer. Frederick walked to his desk and picked up a sheet of paper, held it toward her without extending his arm fully, making her step forward to take it. The letter was short. Palace script, chapel seal. By order of the Succession Review Panel, Lady Dellacroix Fontier is to remain within the Fontier town residence until the Covenant acknowledgement hearing convenes. All visitors require written approval from the presiding jurist. Any departure from the residence without escort shall be grounds for immediate forfeiture of contestation rights. They framed it as protection, Frederick said. Whispers of threats against your person. A young noblewoman, isolated in the chaos following a broken royal engagement. The panel was most concerned for your safety. And who requested this restriction? Frederick's mouth curved into something that was not a smile. The request arrived with the Fayle seal already affixed. The room went cold. Weston. He had said the truce was conditional. He had said the truce was revocable. He had shaken her hand and promised to stand beside her at the chapel door. And while she was still walking back from the cemetery, he had already moved to lock her inside her own house. "You look surprised," Frederick shuffled the street, then fighterily. "I thought you were learning to read people better." "I am reading you perfectly," Maelys said. "You knew about the dead witness. You signed a document you knew was forged. You have been managing this trap since before I could walk." Frederick set the letter down. "I have been ensuring House von Trier survives," he said quietly. "That is the only duty that matters. You may believe you are fighting for freedom, daughter, but freedom is a luxury for women who do not carry a duchy on their backs." "And the Fayle attendant already installed in my hallway?" Frederick's chin lifted. "That was not me." The confirmation hit harder than his threats. 2 houses, 2 cages, both building walls around her while she stood in the middle of the study holding a letter that told her she could not leave. "You are dismissed," Frederick said. "I recommend you use the time before the hearing to consider whether your allies are as loyal as you believe." Maelys walked out. Sunnold was waiting in the corridor, her face pale, her hands clasped so tightly the knuckles had gone white. "Your rooms," she said. "They have been arranged." Arranged, not searched, not disturbed, arranged. Maelys climbed the stairs with Sunnold behind her, and when she pushed open the door to her chambers, she understood. Her writing desk had been moved 6 inches to the left. The chair that always faced the window now faced the door. Her books had been rearranged by height instead of by title. The inkwell was full, the quills were fresh. Everything was exactly where it should be. Nothing was where she had left it. She crossed to the desk and opened the drawer where she kept the folded paper from the verger, the burial register entry for Ilara Venn copied in her own hand. Gone. She checked the second drawer, the third, the small box where she stored correspondence. Empty. "They took your letters," Sunnold said softly. "Every one." "Not they." Maelys straightened. "Someone with training. Someone who knows how to leave a room looking untouched while removing everything that matters." The door behind them clicked. The young woman stood in the threshold, dark-haired, neat-handed, wearing the gray uniform of the Fayle household. She carried a tea tray with the precise posture of someone who had been taught exactly where to place her feet. "Lady Dellacroix, your tea. Is there anything else you require?" Maelys looked at the tray, at the cups, at the steam rising from the spout. She thought of Weston's hand in hers, his voice, quiet in the cemetery. "If we break the Codicil, I will stand beside you at the chapel door and watch you leave." She had believed him, and while she was still carrying that belief back through the gate, he had already sent someone to rearrange her life. "What is your name?" Maelys asked. "Tamsin, my lady." "Tamsin, whom do you serve?" The girl's smile did not waver. "I serve the household, my lady, as directed." Maelys looked past her, down the corridor, where the 2 new guards stood at the stairhead with their hands at their belts and their eyes fixed on her door. Weston's guards. Weston's servant. Weston's seal on the restriction order. The truce had been signed 1 hour ago, and she was already inside his cage. Chapter 58. The tea tray landed on the side table with a precision that spoke of practice. Tamsin poured without asking preference. The steam rose in a straight column, untouched by any draft from the window that had been sealed shut. "Is there anything else, my lady?" Maelys looked at the cup, at the guards visible through the open door, at the servant who had already memorized the shape of her room and would report every change. "No," she said. Tamsin withdrew. The door clicked shut behind her. Sunnold crossed to the window and tested the latch. It held. She turned back with her arms crossed. "We are locked in with a Fayle servant and 2 guards who report to a man whose mother was murdered for finding a document he wants you to marry him over." "I know. And your evidence is gone." "I know. And the restriction order says any departure forfeits contestation rights." Summed. Maelys pressed her palms flat against the desktop. "I know." The silence stretched. Sunnold opened her mouth, closed it, and then walked to the chair that now faced the door. She sat. She did not speak again. Maelys counted her breaths. 1, 2, 3. She reached for the tea, not because she wanted it, but because her hands needed something to hold that was not paper, not a letter, not the shape of Weston's truce crumbling between her fingers. The second bell had not yet rung when the knock came. Not Tamsin's rhythm, not the guards. A lighter touch, spaced evenly, 3 beats that expected answer. Sunnold rose before Maelys could. She crossed to the door, cracked it, spoke in low tones to whoever stood on the other side, and then turned with an expression Maelys had never seen on her face before. Relief. Mirakova stood in the corridor in her plain gray wool. No attendant, no escort. Her pale blue eyes fixed on Maelys with the stillness of someone who had already counted the cost of this visit and walked through it anyway. "May I enter?" Maelys nodded before she could think. Mirette stepped inside. Sunnold closed the door and positioned herself beside it, not quite blocking it, but close enough. The abbess did not sit. She stood in the center of the room, hands clasped at her waist, and looked at the rearranged furniture, the sealed window, the tray that still steamed. "You have had a difficult day," she said. "That is one word for it." Mirette's mouth moved, not quite a smile. "I brought the offer again, the same one I gave you at the chapel. The White Stone Convent will receive you before the hearing. A door, a room, a purpose. No jurist can reach you there without my consent." Maelys' chest tightened. "You know about the restriction order?" "I read it before I came." Mirette's voice did not waver. "The Fayle seal does not apply inside a consecrated chapel. Neither does a succession panel's administrative hold. If you walk out of this room with me now, the guards cannot follow." "And the Codicil hearing?" "It proceeds without you. If you are absent, silence is treated as consent, and the redirect to the cousin activates within the hour." Maelys closed her eyes. Mirette had not finished. "But I wanted you to understand something before you decided. A retreat to the chapel would pause the social proceedings. It would give you time. It would also be seen as confession." "Confession of what?" "Weakness, instability." Mirette's tone did not change. "The same language your father has already prepared." Maelys opened her eyes. "What language?" Mirette reached into her sleeve and drew out a folded sheet, crossed to the desk. "Laid it flat," Maelys read. "A daughter overwrought by the strain of royal attentions, a temperament unsuited to public life, a retreat considered by her guardians as prudent protection until her humor settle." The words were precise, clinical, designed to sound concerned while leaving a permanent mark on every record. "He wrote this before the restriction request arrived," Mirette said. "He had it ready since the dissolution was approved. He expected you to run somewhere. He simply did not know where." Maelys stared at the paper. The language was not about locking her in. It was about making her look like she had always been fragile. Like the kindness, the honesty, the trust she had fought for was not reinvention, but symptom. "If I come with you," Maelys said slowly, "he files this, and it becomes true in the court's memory. It becomes the story that survives. Yes. And if I stay visible? Then he must find another weapon. He will. But it will take time." Maelys looked at the door, at the guards, at the tea growing cold. She thought of Weston's hand in hers. "The cemetery. I will stand beside you at the chapel door and watch you leave." She thought of the restriction order with the Fayle seal already affixed. "I cannot win by disappearing," she said. "No," Mirette agreed. "You cannot. But I cannot win by staying here either. Not with my evidence stolen and a Fayle servant in my corridor." Mirette waited. Maelys looked down at the burial register entry she no longer had. "If I come with you," she said, "how long before the hearing proceeds without me?" "The jurists will convene at dawn tomorrow. If you are absent, they will rule on the Codicil as presented. The forged signature argument dies today because you no longer have the evidence to prove it. The quill's arranged by someone else's hand." "Then I stay," she said. Mirette did not react, did not argue, did not nod. She simply watched Maelys with those pale eyes, waiting for the rest. "If I stay," Maelys said, "I need proof that Fredericks wrote that language before the restriction order. I need a witness who saw him draft it. I need to show the court that his claim of concern is a pre-written script." Maret bent her head. "That witness exists." Maret went still. "One of his clerks," Maret said. "A young man who transcribed the draft beneath the east study window late last night. He came to me before the restriction order was filed." "He is still alive?" "He is sheltered in the Whitestone Chapel. He will testify." Maret stood there, hands flat on the desk, surrounded by a room that was no longer hers. She realized her hands were cold. They had been cold since she left the cemetery. They had been cold since Weston shook her hand and sealed her inside. "You came here knowing I would need that," Maelys said. "I came here hoping you would choose to fight," Maret said. "Sanctuary is a gift, but I do not think you are built for gifts, Maelys." Her real name, spoken in this room where no one else knew it. Maelys looked at the abbess, and for the first time all day, something in her chest loosened. "Dawn," Maelys said. "That is when the jurists convene." "Yes, and the clerk will speak." "He will." Maelys looked past her, through the sealed window, at the sky that was already shading toward evening. "Then I need to reach the chapel before first light." Miret's chin lifted. "The guards will not let you pass." "I know." "The Fayle servant will wake the moment your door opens." "I know." "And if Weston Fayle learns you are moving before the hearing, he will adjust his play accordingly." Maelys turned from the window. "Which is why," she said, "I need him to think I am staying exactly where he put me." Maret studied her. The pale eyes moved over her face with the patience of someone who had listened to many confessions and knew when the real one was still waiting. "What do you intend?" she asked. Maelys looked at the door, at the guards, at the tray of cold tea. "A trade," she said, "but not tonight." The third bell rang distantly, muffled by the sealed window. Maret bent her head. "I will wait at the chapel," she said. "If you do not come by the fourth bell, I will assume the truce failed and the clerk goes free." She turned. At the door, she paused. "One more thing, Maelys." Maelys waited. "The clerk who transcribed the draft, he said your father spoke the language aloud as he wrote, testing the rhythm of it." Maret looked back over her shoulder. "He said Frederick laughed halfway through and told the room that a daughter who disappears into a convent is never seen again, whether she comes out or not." He meant it as fact, not threat. The door opened, the abbess walked out, and Maelys stood alone in a room that had been arranged for her, listening to the lock click shut, knowing that the line between escape and disappearance was thinner than she had ever allowed herself to believe. Chapter 59. The fourth bell did not wake her because she had not slept. Maelys lay on the chaise in the same dress she had worn to the cemetery, the wool scratch against her cheek, the fold of her sleeve empty where the burial register copy had lived. She had not undressed, had not touched the tea Tamsin brought, had not moved. The locked door had not opened, the guards had not spoken, and somewhere in the palace, the clerk Maret had sheltered was waiting for a signal she had no way to send. She sat up when the bolt drew back. Tamsin entered first, carrying a tray, dark hair neat, gray uniform pressed, face smooth of anything that could be called expression. She set the tray on the desk and adjusted the angle of the teapot by a fraction. Behind her, Weston Fayle stepped through the door. He was dressed for morning business, dark coat, no ornament. His eyes moved across the room in the same inventory she had made last night. Chair displaced, books reordered, quills aligned by a stranger's hand. "You did not sleep," he said. "You have a talent for stating the obvious." He did not react to the edge in her voice. He walked past Tamsin and stood at the window, looking down at the courtyard where the fountain had not yet been filled for the day. "The acknowledgement ceremony is set for tomorrow afternoon," he said. "The jurists agreed to a brief postponement when I explained that the bride required time to prepare." Maelys stood. "I require time to contest." "You can contest at the ceremony. The procedure allows for objections to be voiced before the sealing." "Before a room full of witnesses who already believe I am unstable." Weston turned from the window. "You could use that room." She stared at him. "You want me to make a scene in front of every titled house in Aulenne. I want you to make a case in front of every titled house in Aulenne." He said it simply, as though the distinction were obvious. A quiet challenge dies in a back chamber. A public one forces the jurists to rule on record. And if the record is sealed by the same people who forged the Codicil, then you will have shown the court exactly how afraid they are of your voice. She felt the shape of the argument before she had finished hearing it. It was good. It was dangerous. It was the kind of move a spy master's heir would make, using visibility as armor instead of vulnerability. But that was not why her hands went cold. It was the way he had said it. Use that room. As if he had already seen her do it. As if he knew the ceremony would follow a script she had studied in another life. "Weston," he raised his eyebrows. "How do you know the ceremony procedure includes an objection window before sealing?" He tilted his head. "It is standard for all covenant acknowledgments." "It is not." She stepped closer. "I read the household code when I arrived. Objections are permitted, but only after the initial binding. There is no pre-sealing objection window, not an Aranan law." She watched his face. He did not correct her. "Unless," she said, "you know what the ceremony is supposed to look like in the game." The silence stretched. Tamsin had stopped moving. The teapot sat where she had placed it, steam curling upward in the still air. Weston looked at her for a long moment. Then he smiled. It was not a court smile. It was not a charming smile. It was the expression of a man who had been waiting a very long time for someone to ask the right question. "What game would that be?" he asked. His voice was light, curious. Wrong. She'd been so careful. She had tested everyone. Sunald, Oswin, the jurists, Miret. She had kept her knowledge close and her language neutral. But Weston had never once asked her how she knew what she knew. He had simply watched her move through the world she recognized and assumed she was the only one reading from the invisible script. "The one you are not supposed to know exists," she said. He smiled again. Then he said nothing. Maelys felt the floor tilt. "You know it?" she said. Weston looked at her with an expression she could not name. Not triumph, not apology, something closer to recognition. "I know what you've been trying to lose," he said. "And I know why you think you are the only one who has read the ending." The words hit her like a physical blow. The ending. He did not mean the dissolution. He meant the root, the canon, the fall she had been running from since she woke on the fainting couch. "You cannot know that," she said. "It is not written anywhere in this world." "No," he agreed. "It is not." She waited for him to finish. He did not. "The woman who bought the burial plot," Maelys said. "Young, dark-haired, paid in silver, did not cry." Weston stayed still. "That was not someone who knew Ilara Ven," Maelys said. "That was someone who knew Ilara Ven's signature would be needed, someone who had already seen the codicil before it was signed." He let the silence tell her she was right. "You were not investigating your mother's murder for 12 years, she said. "You were watching for the moment the story arrived." Weston looked at her. Then he said, very softly, "I was watching for you." The words did not land like comfort. They landed like a key turning in a lock she had not known existed. Maelys stood in a room that had been arranged by a stranger, facing a man who had been reading her moves before she made them, and she understood at last that the game she thought she had memorized was only the first layer. "Tomorrow afternoon," she said. Weston inclined his head. "I will be ready to contest." "And I will be ready to stand beside you." She looked at him. "Or in front of you," she said. "I have not decided which." Weston's smile flickered at the edges. He turned toward the door. Tamsin followed, and Maelys stood alone in the morning light, knowing that the only person in Iran who might understand her truth was also the one man she could not trust to tell it. Chapter 60. She moved before she had a plan. The third bell had not yet rung when Maelys stepped past the Fayle guards in the corridor, her cemetery dress exchanged for a dark wool traveling gown she had pulled from the bottom of the trunk, the one Tamsin had not thought to search. The guards looked at her. "I am not fleeing," she said. "I am walking to the chapel to pray before dawn. You may follow, or you may stay. Either way, I am going." She did not wait for their answer. The palace corridors were cold and empty, the torches burning low in their sconces, and she walked fast enough that the guards had to lengthen their stride to keep pace. She did not go to the chapel. She went to the East Scholarship Wing. Sibylle opened the door before Maelys finished knocking, already dressed, as if she had known someone would come. Her eyes went to the guards behind Maelys and narrowed. "The jurists meet at dawn," Maelys said. "I need you to find Sunald and bring her to the North Library. Do not let anyone stop you." Sibylle did not ask why. She pulled the cloak from the hook and slipped past the guards without a word. The North Library was dark when Maelys reached it. She lit the lamp on the reading table with steady hands, then sat in the chair where she had once sat with Oswin, discussing dissolution language that now felt like a child's game. She waited. Sunald arrived first, hair unpinned, no cloak, carrying a candle stub that had burned nearly to nothing. She looked at Maelys. "You should be resting. I should be contesting a forged codicil before it binds me to a man who has been reading my movements before I made them." Sunald's face did not change. She set the candle down and sat across from Maelys. "Tell me what you need." Sibby came next, and behind her, Marshal Ivo Penhall, still wearing the braid of the night watch. He stopped at the threshold, arms crossed, face unreadable. "You sent for me through a scholarship student with no seal and no authority." "I know," Maelys said. "That is why you came." He did not deny it. Two jurists followed within the same quarter bell, summoned by notes Sibylle had left at their doors before collecting Sunald. They were old men, gray-faced, with interrupted sleep, and they looked at Maelys with the wariness of men who had seen too many noble schemes to trust one before breakfast. "Lady Fontier," the elder said, "this is highly irregular." "I know," Maelys said. "Sit." They sat. She waited for the last chair to fill. Oswin arrived without announcement, a shadow in the doorway that resolved into his frame. He wore no crown, no formal trim, just a dark coat and the exhausted stillness of someone who had not slept either. "You sent word," he said. "Through Sibylle." He crossed the room and took the chair at the head of the table, the one she had left empty for him. The jurists exchanged glances. Oswin did not acknowledge them. "Tell us what you have," he said. Maelys told them. She laid out the forged codicil, the dead witness, the erased archive entries, the buried grave, the watcher who had been tracking her before she knew there was anything to watch. She told them about Weston's 12-year vigil and his confession that he had been waiting for someone to wake up inside the story. She did not tell them about the game. She did not have to. What mattered was the legal shape of the truth, and that was a shape she could hold. "As long as the codicil acknowledgment is private," she said, "Fayle can shepherd it through a closed hearing, seal the marriage before anyone has time to examine the signature, and present the court with a finished fact. I will be downed before the objections can be filed." The elder jurist rubbed his chin. "You want the acknowledgment moved to the open session?" "I want it forced into the full autumn review, with all titled houses present and a record that cannot be sealed." The younger jurist shook his head. "The covenant procedure does not allow for that. The acknowledgment is a private contractual affirmation. There is no mechanism to compel an open hearing unless—" He stopped. Oswin had moved, not dramatically. He simply unfolded a paper from his coat and set it on the table face up, with the royal seal already affixed. It was blank beneath the embossed crest. "I am not here as a former betrothed," he said. "I am here as the crown heir. If Lady Fontier petitions for a full review of codicil validity before a convened autumn council, I will recommend the petition to the regent's office with my seal attached." The jurist stared at the blank page. "Your Highness," the elder said carefully, "the regent's office does not accept blank petitions." "It will accept this one," Oswin said. "I will write the language myself, and I will stand beside it when it is read." The room went still. Maelys looked at him. He did not look back. He was watching the jurists, his face a careful mask of calm. But she saw the tension in his jaw, the way his hand rested flat on the table as if he was bracing against a blow. He knew what this cost. A former betrothed, putting the crown's weight behind a woman who had refused him, was one kind of risk. A crown heir inserting himself into a marriage dispute between two noble houses before the autumn review, with no clear political gain, was another kind entirely. "Why would you do this?" the elder jurist asked. Oswin looked at Maelys. "Because she asked," he said. It was not the whole truth. She could see that in the way he held her gaze a beat too long, in the thing he did not say aloud. But he had given her the only thing that mattered, his seal, his name, his public weight behind a gambit that could ruin him if it failed. The younger jurist cleared his throat. "If the Crown recommends an open review, the Regent's office cannot refuse without cause. And there is no precedent for refusing a royal request to examine a contested codicil when evidence of forgery exists." Maelys did not let herself exhale. "The Fayle guards are still outside," Sondeld said quietly. "They will report to Weston as soon as we leave this room." "Then we leave before they expect us to," Maelys said. "Evo, can you secure the chapel review chamber from the palace side before the Fayle household realizes we have moved?" Evo looked at her for a long moment. "I can keep it clear until the 4th bell," he said. "After that I cannot answer for what walks in." "I will have the petition written and sealed by 3 bells, Oswin said. "Sibyl, can you carry it to the Regent's office without being stopped?" Sibyl smiled. There was something sharp in it. "I can carry anything anywhere, as long as no one looks twice at the girl in Provincial blue." The room began to move. Maelys watched them scatter, collecting papers, lighting lamps, setting a plan in motion that had no guarantee of success, but at least had the shape of a fight. She stood at the edge of the table, her hands cold, her heart beating fast enough to ache, and she realized she had not told them the worst part. The woman who bought the burial plot did not cry. The woman who bought the burial plot was connected to Weston. Someone in this city had been preparing for her arrival long before she woke on the fainting couch, and she still did not know who they were, or how deep their plan went, or whether forcing an open review would drag her into a light that revealed more than the forgery. Oswin touched her arm. "Maelys." She looked at him. "You are not doing this alone." She wanted to thank him. She wanted to tell him that his trust in her, when she had given him so little reason to give it, was the only reason she had not broken under the weight of the morning. But the words would not come. So she nodded, and when she stepped out of the North Library into the pale corridor, the Fayle guards fell in behind her, and she did not turn around. The 4th bell would ring soon, and she intended to be waiting in the chapel when it did. Chapter 61. The corridor should have been empty. Maelys moved fast, keeping to the edge where the shadows pooled, her dark wool traveling gown blending into the stone. Behind her, the Fayle guards kept their distance, close enough to track, far enough to deny they were following. She had maybe 30 minutes before the 4th bell, maybe less. The chapel sat at the northern curve of the palace, a narrow, white stone chamber with a single altar and a side door that led to the review hall. If Mirette was already waiting, if the clerk was ready to testify, if Oswin had the petition written and sealed, too many ifs. She turned the corner toward the east colonnade and stopped. Sibyl stood at the junction, her face pale, a crumpled sheet of paper in her hand. "You need to see this," Sibyl said. Maelys took the paper. It was cheap stock, rough-edged, the kind used for market lists and servant notices. The text was cramped, handwritten in a precise, anonymous script, and the first line hit her like a stone to the chest. The Fontier girl could not hold the prince, so she spread her legs for the spymaster's heir instead. She kept reading. Witnesses report she left the palace alone on 3 separate occasions with Lord Weston Fayle, meeting in private chambers and locked archives long past propriety. The dissolution was no honorable parting. It was a trade. Oswin Tessell was fooled into signing away his claims so House Fayle could collect the debt. Her hands went cold. The language was crude, precise, and devastating. It named dates she recognized, locations she had visited, conversations she had held in rooms she thought were secure. The East Archive, the cemetery, the garden where Weston had given her the paper about his mother's erased records. Not everything was true, but enough of it was. Where did you find this? Maelys asked. The lower salon, Sibyl said. It was pinned to the notice board beside the morning menus. 3 copies. I took all of them, but... She stopped. Someone else already read it. A dozen someones. Maybe more. Maelys read the second paragraph. The Fontaine girl has always known how to use what she has. Ask any servant who watched her change overnight. She learned kindness like a weapon, wielded it like a blade, and when the prince no longer served her purpose, she dropped him for a richer mark. Her stomach turned. Who writes this? She said. Who has the reach to place it at a palace salon before breakfast? Sibyl did not answer. Maelys looked up. The Fayle guards had halted at the far end of the colonnade, watching her with the stillness of men who had been trained not to react. She had told them she was going to pray. She had not told them about the petition. If they reported this back to Weston, if he learned she had moved against him before the smear arrived, he would assume she had prepared it herself. A preemptive defense, a counter-narrative. She would lose him before she knew whether he could be trusted. Maelys. Sibyl's voice was different now. Maelys looked at her. There is something else, Sibyl said. A phrase, in the 3rd paragraph. She pointed. Maelys read it again, slower this time. She learned kindness like a weapon, wielded it like a blade. Keep going, Sibyl said, and when the prince no longer served her purpose, she dropped him for a richer mark. I heard that before, Sibyl said. Not the exact words, but close, very close. Where? Sibyl's face was doing something complicated. The day I arrived at court, she said, I was turned away from the Fontaine residence by a footman who said the household was not receiving. He told me to try the palace servants' entrance instead, and when I asked if I could leave a message for Lady Dellacroix, he said... She paused. He said I should learn kindness as a weapon before I tried to use it on anyone who mattered. Maelys stared at her. A footman. I did not remember it until now. It was the first time someone at court was cruel to me, and I put it away. But the phrasing... Sibyl shook her head. It is too close to be coincidence. The same words, the same rhythm. Whoever wrote this is connected to someone inside your household. Maelys looked down at the paper again. The smear was bad enough. It twisted every sincere step she had taken into a calculated play for power, painted her as a social climber who had used Oswin for status and Weston for security, and gave the court exactly what it wanted. A story that made sense of her sudden transformation without requiring anyone to believe she had genuinely changed. But the source. The source meant someone in the Fontaine house had fed information to the pamphleteer. Someone who had been close enough to hear Sibyl's first attempt to reach her. Someone who had watched her movements, noted her absences, and turned them into evidence of conspiracy. She thought of Tamsin. She thought of the Fayle footman. She thought of the servants who had worked in the residence for years, who had known Dellacroix long before Maelys woke in her body, who had seen every change and drawn their own conclusions. Maelys! Sibyl's hand touched her arm. Whoever did this, they are trying to poison the review before it opens. They want the jurists to see you as a schemer before you can speak. I know. Then what do we do? Maelys looked at the paper, folded it slowly, precisely, the way Sineld folded letters, pressed the crease with her thumb. We let them think it worked. Sibyl's brow furrowed. If the jurists believe I am a schemer, they will dismiss my testimony before I give it. But if I arrive at the chapel looking shaken, looking wounded, holding this paper where everyone can see... She stopped. Then they will wonder who is afraid enough of an open review to spread filth before the evidence is heard. You want to use the smear? I want to make it visible. Maelys tucked the paper into her sleeve. The regent's office does not like anonymous pamphlets. They call them admission of weakness. And whoever placed this on a notice board in a palace salon... She met Sibyl's eyes. They made a mistake. They showed me they are afraid. The 4th bell began to ring. Sibyl looked toward the chapel. You should go. Maelys did not move. The footman, who said that to you? She said. Can you describe him? Sibyl thought. Young, thin, dark hair, cropped short. He had a scar above his left eyebrow, like a healed cut. Maelys nodded. She did not know that face. She had not seen that scar, But she knew now that someone in the Fontier house had been watching her before she ever learned to watch them back, had been listening, remembering, and waiting to use what they heard. She turned toward the chapel. The Fayle guards stirred at the far end of the colonnade. She walked past them without looking, the folded paper a cold weight against her wrist, and she did not slow down when she heard one of them break into a run behind her. Let him run. Let Weston learn she was fighting. By the time he found her, she would already be inside the chapel, the clerk waiting, the petition sealed, and the smear spread open on the altar where every witness could read it. The game had changed. For the first time since she woke on the fainting couch, she was not the only one playing. Chapter 62. The chapel was colder than she remembered. Maelys stood in the side alcove where the morning light fell in pale stripes across the stone floor, the smear pamphlet still folded in her sleeve. She had not shown it to the junior clerk who greeted her at the door. She had only asked for a moment alone before the jurists arrived. The clerk had looked at her face and given her the alcove without question. She heard footsteps, not the measured stride of a jurist or the soft tread of a chapel servant. Quicker, harder, the step of someone who had been running. Sunnold appeared in the arched doorway, her hair escaping its pins, her breath visible in the cold air. She was still wearing the same dress from dawn, and there was a paper in her hand. "I found him." Maelys straightened. "The footman?" "Sibbard. That is his name." Sunnold crossed the stone floor, her voice low and fast. "He has been in the Fondier house for 4 years. Started as a stable boy, moved to hall service last spring. The scar above his left eyebrow matches Sibyl's description exactly." "Where is he now?" "Kitchen cellar. I told him I needed help moving casks for the morning service, and he came. He does not know I know about the pamphlet." Maelys looked at the paper in Sunneld's hand. "What is that?" Sunneld hesitated. "His statement, written. I told him there was a dispute about a delivery, and I needed his account of the morning Sibyl arrived. He wrote it down without thinking. Then I asked him about the phrasing he used." "And?" Sunneld's jaw tightened. "He said a steward told him what to say. A Fondier steward, not a Fayle one. The man came to him the night before Sibyl arrived and gave him the exact words. Sibber repeated them back until he had them perfect." A cold weight settled in Maelys' chest. "What steward?" "His name is Varn. He has been in Frederick's service since before Maelys was born. He manages the household roster, the hiring, the dismissals." Maelys knew the name. She had seen Varn at breakfast, standing behind Frederick's chair, silent and still. He had never spoken to her directly. She had never thought to ask why. "Where is Varn now?" "Upper storage room," Sunnold said. "I told him the chapel needed an inventory of the old vestments before the review, and he agreed to meet me there." Maelys stared at her. "You lured him." "I needed him away from Frederick." Sunnold's voice did not waver. "You have 10 minutes before the jurists arrive. Varn is waiting in a room 3 doors from here with a locked door and no window. I told him you would be there to sign the inventory approval." Maelys moved before she finished thinking. The upper storage room was small and dusty, lined with folded vestments and old candle crates. A single lantern burned on the wooden table. Varn stood beside it. He was older than she had pictured, gray at the temples, with the thick hands of a man who had worked his way up from the stable. His eyes found her the moment she stepped through the door. "Lady Dellacroix." His voice was flat. "I was told there was an inventory." "There is an investigation." She closed the door behind her. Varn did not move. "A footman named Sibber gave a statement about a conversation he had the night before Sibyl Marceau arrived at court. He said you gave him the words." Varn's expression did not change. "I manage the household. I give instructions to the staff." "You gave him a specific phrase." She paused. "Kindness like a weapon," before I tried to use it on anyone who mattered. The silence stretched. "That phrase appeared in a pamphlet placed on a palace notice board this morning. A pamphlet that accuses me of trading sexual favors for political advantage." Varn looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat. He pulled out a folded paper. The seal was broken. The edges were worn, as if it had been carried for days. He placed it on the table and pushed it toward her. Maelys picked it up. The handwriting was Frederick. She recognized the sharp slant of his letters, the way he pressed hard on the downstrokes. The paper was dated 4 days ago. The order was short. Prepare the household for a public narrative shift. If the dissolution proceeds, the daughter cannot emerge unstained. Select a footman with no strong loyalty to the girl, and feed him language that can be traced to her circle when needed. Do not tell him the purpose. Use Varn's authority, not mine. Maelys read it twice. The third time the words did not change. Frederick had written this before the dissolution was approved, before she had even walked into the Fayle archive. He had prepared the smear before she had given him reason to expect one. His Grace told me to protect the house, Varn said. You fed the footman the words. I followed orders. And the pamphlet? I do not know who wrote it. I only provided the language. Maelys looked at the paper in her hands. The cold weight in her chest had spread to her fingers. Leave. Varn did not argue. He walked past her, through the door, and did not look back. Sunnold was waiting in the corridor. Maelys held out the paper. Sunnold read it, and her face went pale. He planned this before the dissolution. Yes, before you even knew about the Codicil. Yes. Sunnold looked at her. Who is writing the pamphlet if Varn only provided the language? Maelys thought of Tamsin. She thought of the Fayle footman. She thought of the scar above Sibbert's eyebrow, and the woman who bought a burial plot without crying. I do not know, she said, but I know Frederick is not finished. She folded Frederick's order and tucked it beside the pamphlet in her sleeve. The first jurist's footsteps echoed from the chapel floor. Chapter 63. The jurist's footsteps stopped. Maelys stood in the corridor with Frederick's order folded against her palm and the pamphlet burning in her sleeve. The chapel door was 20 steps ahead. Sunnold had stopped breathing beside her. Then the footsteps resumed, but they were not coming toward the chapel. They were coming toward them. A figure turned the corner. Tall, dark hair, black coat with silver trim that caught the low morning light. Oswin. He stopped when he saw her. His eyes moved from her face to her sleeve, where the paper made a faint rectangle against the wool. Then to Sunnold, then back. You have not entered yet, he said. The jurists are assembling. That was not my question. Maelys pulled the pamphlet from her sleeve. She held it out without unfolding it. He took it. Read it. The muscles in his jaw tightened once, then stilled. When did you find this? Before dawn. Unsayable pulled it from a notice board in the east salon. He read it again. Then he folded it with careful precision and handed it back. This is not the first copy. No, but it is the only one I have. She tucked it away. The steward who fed language to the footman was acting on my father's written orders. I have that paper too. Oswin's expression did not change, but something in his stillness shifted, the way a blade shifts before it cuts. Frederick, prepared before the dissolution was approved, before he knew whether I would win or lose. Oswin looked at the chapel door. The light inside had changed as the jurists took their places. Walk with me, he said. He did not wait for her answer. He turned and moved down the corridor toward the small council antechamber, the one that opened onto the east colonnade, the one where no one sat at this hour unless something was being decided. Maelys followed. Sunnold stayed at the corridor junction, a silent guard in provincial blue. The antechamber was cold. The fire had not been lit. Oswin stood at the window with his back to her, his hands braced on the stone sill. The pamphlet is on every notice board in the palace by now, he said. The kitchens, the guard hall, the scholarship wing. Your father made sure of that. He did not write it. Oswin turned. Then who? I do not know. The steward provided language. Someone else chose the final text and placed the copies. She paused. Maybe the same person who has been watching me since before I knew there was anything to watch. Oswin's hand moved to the window frame. He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I will speak to the jurists. Oswin? I will tell them what I saw, what I know, that you came to me with a clean offer and a cleaner request, that you never traded anything you were not willing to lose. That is not how gossip works. You know that. I know. His voice was quiet. But I also know that silence in the wrong room is louder than any pamphlet. He crossed the antechamber, stopped in front of her. The council will reconvene this afternoon to review the open petition. The regent's office cannot block the review with a crown recommendation behind it. but they can delay. They can question your witnesses. They can make this last long enough for the smear to settle. And if you stand beside me in that room, they will say you are defending your former mistress because she still holds something over you. Oswin looked at her. Let them. Maelys felt the words land somewhere beneath her ribs. You will lose leverage, she said, with the regent, with the houses that supported your succession bid. Every man who watched you walk away clean will wonder why you walked back. I know. It is not. He held her gaze. But I told you once that I would open any door you needed. I meant it. The room was cold. The morning light fell in a narrow shaft across the floor. Maelys stood in it, holding Frederick's order and the pamphlet, and the weight of everything she had not said. Oswin took a breath. I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer without thinking about what you think I want to hear. She waited. Tomorrow, in the review chamber, do you still want me beside you? The question was simple. The answer was not. If she said yes, she was choosing him as ally, as witness, as something she could not name without breaking the last clean line between them. She was letting him carry part of the cost. She was admitting that the dissolution had not untied them as neatly as the papers claimed. If she said no, she was protecting him, and she was lying. Maelys looked at the window behind him, the gray sky, the rooftops of Aulenne, wet with morning mist. Yes, his breath came out slowly. Then I will be there. The chapel bell struck the hour. She turned toward the door. Her hand was on the handle when he spoke again. Maelys. She stopped. She did not turn. The woman who wrote the pamphlet, he said. I do not think she is finished. She looked over her shoulder. Why do you say that? Because the language is too precise, too well fed. He paused. Someone who watched you for weeks wrote that text. Someone who knows what you look like when you think no one is watching. That is not a hired scribe. That is a witness. The corridor was empty when she stepped out. Sumnold fell into step beside her. The jurists are seated, Sumnold said. The elder one asked where you were. I know. They walked toward the chapel door. At the threshold, Maelys stopped. She pulled the pamphlet from her sleeve. The paper was warm from her body. The ink had not smudged. She looked at the last line again. Kindness like a weapon before I tried to use it on anyone who mattered. She had told that phrase to no one in Aranon. She had never spoken it aloud. She had only written it once in the margins of a translation, in her own hand, in a language no one here should understand. The chapel doors were open. Inside, the jurists waited. And somewhere in the palace, someone was reading a language they should not know. Chapter 64. The chapel chambers smelled of old parchment and candle wax, the kind of cold that settled into stone and stayed there regardless of season. Maelys stood at the threshold with the pamphlet folded against her palm and Frederick's order tucked beneath her sleeve, and she watched the jurists arrange themselves behind a long oak table. 3 of them. Elder men in dark wool with chapel pins at their collars. They did not look at her when she entered. They looked at the table, at the window, at the empty chair beside them. Anywhere but at the woman who had come to contest a covenant that should never have been sealed. Sumnold stopped at the door. I will be outside. Maelys nodded. She stepped forward alone. The elder jurist, a man named Halver with gray brows and a voice that sounded like he had spent 40 years reading aloud in cold rooms, gestured to the chair across from them. Lady Dellacroix, she saffed. The acknowledgement ceremony is suspended, pending review of the open petition filed this morning with the regent's office. He paused. You are aware of this? I am. Then you know the covenant remains active until the review panel rules otherwise. Maelys kept her hands flat on the table. I know. The second jurist, younger, with a clerk's hand and a watchful expression, leaned forward. You have brought a claim of forgery against a sealed Fayle Codicil predicated on the death of a witness. Do you have the death registry that confirms Ilara Ven's burial? It was taken from my room. By whom? I do not know. The third jurist made a note. The scratch of the pen was loud in the silence. Halver folded his hands. Lady Dellacroix, you are asking us to pause an acknowledgement deadline on the basis of evidence you no longer possess, supported by a Crown recommendation that was filed 3 hours ago and opposed by the House whose seal is on the document. Yes, that is a narrow foundation. I know. Then you also know that without the physical registry or a corroborating witness, we have only your word that the witness was dead before the codicil was signed. Maelys reached into her sleeve. The jurists tensed. The younger one's hand moved toward the bell pull. She set the smear pamphlet on the table. Halvor looked at it, did not touch it. What is this? A pamphlet that appeared on palace notice boards this morning. It accuses me of trading sexual favors with Weston Fayle while maintaining a romantic hold on Crown Prince Oswin Tessell. It cites real dates and real locations from meetings I had with both men. She let the silence stretch. The language in this pamphlet was written by someone who has accessed my private writings. My own father, Duke Fredericks Fontier, ordered his steward to prepare the smear narrative 4 days ago, before the dissolution petition was even approved. The younger jurist picked up the pamphlet, read the last line. His face did not change, but his hand stopped moving. I am not asking this panel to believe me, Maelys said. I am asking you to ask yourself why someone is afraid of an open review, why someone prepared a smear campaign before the dissolution was approved, why my private writings were read by a person in this palace who should not be able to read them. She pulled Frederick's order from her other sleeve and laid it beside the pamphlet. This is my father's written instruction to his steward, dated 4 days before the dissolution was approved. The steward has confirmed it. Halvor picked up the order. Read it slowly. The third jurist leaned over to read as well. The room was very quiet. Then Halvor set the order down and looked at Maelys with different eyes. Lady Dellacroix, the acknowledgement deadline cannot be extended without cause. The covenant is active. The Regent's office has asked us to review the forgery claim, but review and pause are not the same thing. Then cite disputed witness validity. The younger jurist looked up. Hilar Viven's signature is on the Codicil. If I can prove she was dead when that signature was made, the Codicil is void. But I need time to produce the proof that was stolen from my room. She held his gaze. I am not asking you to rule. I am asking you to postpone until I can present the registry or a witness who saw it. Halvor exchanged a glance with the third jurist. The third jurist nodded. Halvor turned back to Maelys. 3 days. The word landed like a stone. We will suspend the acknowledgement deadline on grounds of disputed witness validity, pending production of the burial registry or corroborating testimony. If you have not produced either by the third morning, the covenant will proceed to sealing. Maelys nodded. Her hands were cold beneath the table. Thank you. Do not thank us yet, Lady Dellacroix. 3 days is not long. She stood. The chair scraped against the stone floor. The younger jurist held out the pamphlet. You will want this back. She took it. Then she walked toward the door with Frederic's order in one sleeve and the pamphlet in the other, and the weight of 3 days pressing down on her chest like a second ribcage. Sunnold was waiting in the corridor. 3 days, Maelys said. Sunnold's face did not change, but her shoulders dropped half an inch. That is more than we had. It is not enough. It is something. Maelys started walking. Sunnold fell into step beside her. The corridor was empty. The morning light had shifted, pale now, the gray burned off by a cold sun that did not warm the stone. They passed the east colonnade, the fountain court, the junction where the palace guard rotated shifts. Weston was standing at the next arch. He was alone. No escort, no Tamsin. He stood with his hands at his sides and his coat dark against the white stone, and he looked at Maelys with an expression she could not name. Sunnold stopped 3 paces back. Weston did not look at her. He looked at Maelys. 3 days. 3 days, she said. That is longer than I expected. That is shorter than I need. A pause. The air between them was cold and still. Then Weston stepped closer, close enough that no one in the corridor could have heard him if they tried. His voice was low. Someone on that panel would rather see you dead than married into Fayle. Maelys felt the words land somewhere beneath her ribs. I do not think he was speaking hypothetically. Weston's eyes held hers. He was not. He did not say it like a metaphor. He said it like a fact, a measured certainty delivered in the same tone he might have used to tell her the weather or the time of the next bell. Maelys did not ask how he knew. She did not ask who. She looked at his face and saw that he was not warning her about an enemy. He was telling her that the enemy was already in the room, had already voted, and would get 3 more days to act before the deadline expired. She turned and walked past him. Sunheld caught up at the next arch. What did he say? Maelys kept walking. Behind her, she heard Weston's footsteps retreat in the opposite direction, measured and unhurried, the gait of a man who had already counted every exit and every hour. 3 days. She had 3 days to find the registry, produce a witness, and survive whatever the panel member who wanted her dead would do before the deadline ran out. And someone in this palace was reading a language she had never spoken aloud. Chapter 65. They walked. Sunlight fell in pale bars across the corridor floor, and Maelys measured her breath against the rhythm of her steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Count kept the panic at the edges, kept her hands from shaking where they hung at her sides. Sunheld stayed close, not touching, just present. A warmth at her shoulder that said, "I am here," without needing to speak it. They reached the junction where the main corridor branched toward the chapel offices and the narrower passage that led to the servants' stairs. Maelys stopped. "Not the main way," she said. Sunheld looked at her. "The main corridor passes the east salon. Anyone can see me cross it. I want to reach the residence without walking through a gallery of watchers." Sunheld nodded once. No argument, just a pivot toward the service passage. The stair was narrow, stone steps worn concave in the center from generations of foot traffic. The walls closed in, and the air smelled of damp lime and old wax. A single lantern hung at the top of the landing, casting a circle of yellow light that did not reach the bottom. Maelys took the first step. The lantern went out. She heard the hiss of dying flame, felt the dark press against her face like a cloth, and then something hit her between the shoulder blades with enough force to lift her off her feet. She fell. Not clean, not straight, a twisting fall that turned her shoulder into the wall and her hip into the edge of a step and her head into something hard that sent a white flash across her vision. She heard Sunheld shout, heard feet, fleet, practiced, retreating upward. Then a hand caught her arm. Not the attacker, a different grip. Familiar, calloused. "Ivo, down," he said. "Stay down." She was already down. She had not stopped falling. She was on the stone floor with her shoulder screaming, and her ribs singing a thin, bright note of pain, and her skull ringing like a struck bell. Ivo's voice again. "That'll stay with her. Do not move her until I clear the passage." His boots retreated up the stairs, fast, controlled. Maelys lay on the cold stone and tried to remember how to breathe. 3 days. Someone on that panel would rather see you dead. She had not thought it would happen this fast. Sunheld was kneeling beside her, hands hovering, not touching. "Where are you hurt?" "Everywhere." "Can you move your fingers?" Maelys opened and closed her left hand, then her right. The movement sent a lance of pain through her shoulder, but the fingers obeyed. "Good. Toes?" She wiggled them inside her shoes. "Good." Sunheld's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking where she held them, suspended above Maelys's ribs. "Do not try to sit up yet." "Who?" "Gone." I did not see a face, just a shape in the dark. Sunheld's jaw tightened. He was wearing gray, failed gray. Maelys closed her eyes. The steps returned. Heavier this time. Ivo coming back down. "Gone," he said. He knew the upper passages, lost him at the East Gallery junction. He crouched beside her. His face was hard, professional, but there was something underneath it that looked like anger. "Can you sit?" "I can try." She pushed herself up with her good arm. The world tilted, steadied, tilted again. Sunheld's hand found her back, firm now, supporting. Maelys sat on the cold stone step and pressed her palm against her ribs. Nothing broken. She did not think so anyway. Bruised, deeply bruised. Her shoulder would be black by morning. Ivo was looking at the floor. He picked something up between his thumb and forefinger. A small disc. Dark metal. 2 holes where thread had once held it to a coat. A button. Fayle household issue. Maelys recognized the dull gunmetal finish from Tamsin's uniform. Ivo held it up. The light from the corridor caught its surface, and she saw the tiny stamped insignia, a bound sheaf of wheat, the Fayle housemark. "Your attacker was wearing Fayle livery," Ivo said. Maelys looked at the button. She thought of Weston's warning. Someone on that panel would rather see you dead. She thought of the gray shape in the dark, the practiced retreat, the knowledge of which passages would hide him. "He wanted me to find this," she said. Ivo's eyes sharpened. "He wore a Fayle coat. He left a Fayle button. He wanted me to know whose house he belonged to." She looked up at Ivo. "Or he wanted me to think I knew." Sunald helped her stand. The stairway swayed, then steadied. "I need to reach the residence," Maelys said. "Before anyone else decides to finish the job." Ivo stepped aside. "I will escort you. I thought you could not leave your post. I can make an exception for a woman who was just shoved down a service stair in the middle of a Covenant review." His voice was flat. "The palace guard has protocols for attempted murder." Maelys looked at him. "Is that what this was?" Ivo met her eyes. "That fall was meant to break your neck, Lady Dellacroix. The stairs are steep, the landing is stone. If I had not been making a routine check of the east passages, you would have hit the bottom alone in the dark, and no one would have found you until the third bell." The words hung in the cold air. 3 days. She had 3 days, and someone had already tried to use one of them to kill her. She started walking, Sunald on one side, Ivo on the other. The button was in her palm. She did not know yet whether it was a clue or a planted lie, but she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The person who wanted her dead was not finished, and they were wearing Fayle gray. Chapter 66. The physician left at the second bell with instructions Sunald repeated twice. Rest, cold compresses, no movement until morning. Maelys lay on the bed with her ribs wrapped and her shoulder bound, and her skull pounding a rhythm that matched the pulse in her throat. She had never hated stillness more. The door opened. Not Sunald. The footsteps were wrong. Heavier. Oswin crossed the room in 4 strides and stopped at the bed's edge. His face was pale. His jaw was set in a way that made the fine bones of his face look sharp enough to cut glass. "You were pushed down a stairwell." "I was. While I was drafting testimony. I was not aware you had scheduled my safety into your evening." His hands clenched at his sides. The anger was not directed at her. That made it worse. It sat on him like a coat cut for a smaller man, straining at the seams. "The guard at your door should have been mine. Your guard is assigned to the royal wing." "Then I should have assigned you one anyway." Maelys shifted against the pillows. The movement pulled at her ribs and she let the pain show. He needed to see it. Needed to understand that she was still here, still breathing, still capable of choosing her next fight. "I am not dead," she said. "That is the relevant fact." "Relevant." He repeated the word like it tasted wrong. "I am going to speak to the regent about security jurisdiction before the third bell. You are going to draw lines of authority while someone is trying to kill me. I am going to ensure that the person who tried can never get within 10 feet of you again." The quiet ferocity in his voice made her chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with the fall. "Sit down," she said. He did not sit. He stood at the foot of the bed with his arms crossed, looking at the bandages visible above her collar. "The button," he said. "I heard about the button. Fayle issue. Fayle issue." He let the words sit. "And you do not believe it." "I believe someone wanted me to find it. Weston Fayle could have arranged this, staged the attack, left a button from his own household to frame someone else, or to make me suspect him and waste my energy pursuing the wrong trail. Or someone is wearing Fayle gray to make me suspect him when the real culprit is standing in plain sight wearing something else entirely." Oswin looked at her for a long moment. "You are defending him." "I am not defending anyone. I am acknowledging that I do not know enough to eliminate any possibility, including the possibility that he is being set up by the same person who wants me dead." "He could have warned you sooner." "He warned me at all. He did not have to." Oswin's jaw tightened. He knew she was right. That did not mean he had to like it. The door opened again. Sunald entered with a cup of something steaming. She stopped when she saw Oswin, recovered, and set the cup on the bedside table without comment. "You need to drink this," she said. "The physician said willow bark tea before the pain peaks." Maelys reached for the cup. Her fingers trembled. She hated that more than the bruises. Sumneld noticed. She did not mention it. Oswin watched the exchange with a stillness that meant he was cataloging every detail, measuring, testing. "I will go," he said, "before I say something useful that the walls will repeat." He stopped at the door. 2 days. Then the review convenes. I will be there. He left. Sumneld waited until his footsteps faded before she spoke. "He is afraid." "He has no reason to be. He loves you." Maelys closed her eyes. The headache sharpened behind her lids. "That is the worst possible reason." Sumneld did not argue. The 3rd hour passed in silence. Maelys drank the tea. The pain dulled to a deep throb. She lay still and listened to the sounds of the residents settling around her. Footsteps in the corridor, the distant clatter of a kitchen, the wind against the window glass. She was not used to being still. Her mind moved faster than her body could follow. The button sat on the bedside table where Evo had left it. The bound sheaf of wheat gleamed dully in the candlelight. A dead man's button, she thought. That was the only explanation that made sense. Someone had taken it from a coat that no longer belonged to anyone. The door opened a 3rd time. Weston Fayle entered without knocking. He looked at the bandages. He looked at the button on the table. He looked at Maelys's face. Then he sat in the chair beside the bed and said nothing at all. The silence stretched. It was not an uncomfortable silence. It was the kind that let the other person gather themselves before choosing the next word. "I did not arrange the attack," he said. "I know." "You know." He turned the words over. "How?" "Because if you wanted me dead, you would not need to hire someone else to push me down a stair. You have access, proximity, and the kind of training that leaves no traces. The attack was clumsy. The button was deliberate. One of those things is a lie, and you are not the kind of person who builds lies that can be undone by a seamstress." Weston was quiet for a long time. "You see me too clearly," he said. "I am not sure whether that is useful or dangerous." "I am not sure either." He leaned forward. His face was unreadable, but his voice dropped to something almost gentle. "The button belonged to a man named Harvin Dell. He served House Fayle for 23 years. He died of a lung fever last winter. His personal effects were supposed to be sealed and stored in the Fayle archive." He paused. They were not. Someone opened the chest and removed a single coat. Whose seal was on the chest? "Mine." The word sat between them like a stone. "Your seal." Someone broke it. Professionally. The chest shows no signs of forced entry, which means either the lock was picked or the key was copied. "I keep the only key in my private study." Maelys looked at the button. "Someone had access to your study, copied a key, and stole a dead man's coat to wear during an assassination attempt. That is not a random actor. That is someone with resources, planning, and knowledge of your household routines." "Yes, and you are telling me this now." "I am telling you this because the investigation has just become significantly more dangerous than I anticipated." His voice was flat. "Whoever tried to kill you is not working alone. They have access to Fayle property, Fayle seals, and information about Fayle deaths. That means they have someone inside my house." He stood. "I will find them before the review." "And if you do not?" Weston looked down at her. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held something that looked almost like sorrow. "Then you will have to decide whether to trust a man who cannot even protect the seals on his own dead servants." He left. Maelys lay in the dark and stared at the button on the table. She had 3 suspects: a hostile jurist, a dead retainer's coat, a copied key from a spy master's private study. She had 2 days, and somewhere in the palace, someone was wearing gray that did not belong to them. Chapter 67. The Fayle archive smelled of dust and old sealing wax. Maelys stood at the reading table with the Codicil spread open, her ribs aching where the bandages pulled, the button from Harvin Dell's coat lying beside the document like an accusation. Weston had sent the servants away. They were alone in the narrow chamber with the single lamp and the shadow of the bound sheaf pressed into the paper's edge. The attack was meant to end the review. Weston said. Not you. The review. Someone wants the 3-day window to close without a challenge. Then they also want me alive long enough to miss the deadline. Maelys touched the button. A dead body discovered after the covenant is sealed cannot contest it. A living woman who fails to appear forfeits her right. He did not argue. He was already moving to the shelves, running his fingers along the spines of ledgers too old for the main archive. I have been reading this document for 4 years, he said. Every line, every seal, every witness signature. There is an inconsistency in the paperweight between the final sheet and the witness page. Maelys turned to the back of the codicil. The witness sheet felt heavier, slack against her fingers where the pages beneath were stiff. You think there is a hidden page? I think someone built this document in layers, and I have been looking at the wrong one. He pulled a ledger from the shelf and laid it open beside the codicil. The binding was cracked, the ink faded. He pointed to a note in the margin, written in the same hand as the archive index. Addendum filed under separate cover. Succession clause. Key. Fontrier bind. Maelys's breath caught. They filed an addendum. 3 years ago, the same week the codicil was signed. Weston's voice was flat. I never found it because it was not filed with the marriage contracts. It was filed under succession law, cross-reference to a code that expired when the old king died. He reached for a second ledger, thinner, bound in dark leather with no label. The pages inside were blank except for a single sheet stitched into the spine at the halfway point. The paper was the same weight as the witness sheet. Maelys watched him lift it free. The stitching had been cut and re-sewn. Someone had hidden this page deliberately, then sealed the ledger to look untouched. Read it, she said. Weston held the page to the lamplight. Addendum to the Fontrier-Fayle marriage covenant, witnessed and sealed in the 86th year of the kingdom. Terms: the marriage is contingent upon the production of an heir whose claim is secure against the Tessell succession challenge anticipated in the event of a disputed crown. Maelys stared at the words. An heir claim secure against a Tessell succession challenge. She tested the phrase aloud. This marriage was never about uniting houses. It was about creating a bloodline that could stand against the throne. Weston said nothing. His face had gone still in a way she recognized. The stillness of a man calculating how much of his life had been built on a lie. The succession panic, she said. When the old king's health failed, your father proposed the match as insurance. But insurance against what? The Tessells were the ruling house. There was no rival claimant. There is now. He turned the page. The handwriting shifted in the final paragraph, smaller, tighter, as if the scribe had been running out of space. If the Fontier heir is produced and the Tessell succession is successfully challenged, the Fayle claim to the regency shall be activated by covenant law, binding the crown to a Fayle-appointed regent until the heir reaches majority. Maelys heard her own pulse in her ears. That is not insurance. That is a coup. It was written before I was old enough to read. Weston set the page down carefully, as if it might shatter. My father did not propose this match to protect House Fayle. He proposed it to position us as heirs to the throne if the crown fell. Did your mother know? I do not know. His voice was quiet. She found the codicil 3 days after it was filed. She died within the week. The only thing taken from her murder scene was a sheet of paper with a name beginning with F. Maelys looked at the addendum, at the word Fontier written in the margin. F could stand for Fontier. It could. Or Fayle. It could. She reached past him and touched the edge of the page. The paper was warm from the lamp. Someone hid this addendum so well that even the heir to House Fayle could not find it for 12 years. That is not negligence. That is a deliberate act by someone who knew exactly what the document contained and wanted it buried until it was too late to contest. The same someone who stole a dead retainer's coat and pushed you down a stairwell. The same someone who is feeding information from inside your household. They stood in the silence of the archive, the addendum between them like a verdict neither had expected. The door opened. Duke Frederic Fontier stepped into the room, still wearing his traveling coat, his steel-gray eyes moving from Maelys to Weston to the page on the table. I see you found it, he said. Maelys's hands went cold. You knew. I knew there was an addendum. I did not know the exact language until your investigation forced the archive to release the cross-reference this morning. Friedrich closed the door behind him. I assumed it would be worse than it is. A regency claim is ambitious, but not illegal. The Tessells have weathered worse challenges. You knew, Maelys's voice was flat. You knew before you signed the Codicil. I knew the marriage was contingent on an heir clause. I did not know the succession language until I read the cross-reference an hour ago. He stepped toward the table. I am not your enemy in this, daughter. I am the man who spent 15 years positioning you to be the bride of a crown prince. If I had known the Fayle covenant aimed at the throne itself, I would have burned it before it could be filed. Then why did you not tell me there was an addendum? Because I did not know where it was filed. Frederick's jaw tightened. I spent 4 years searching the marriage archive. I assumed it had been destroyed. It never occurred to me that someone would file a marriage addendum under succession law and let the cross-reference code expire with a dead king. Weston spoke for the first time since Frederick entered. Who filed it? I do not know. The code was registered to a clerk who died the same week as the old king. Lung fever. The entire succession archive was reorganized after his death, and the cross-reference was never updated. Maelys looked at the addendum, at the careful handwriting, at the stitched spine that had been cut and resewn. Someone wanted this hidden until after the marriage was sealed, until after an heir was produced, until it was too late to challenge. Yes, Frederick said, and that someone is still moving pieces on a board we cannot see. He reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. I received this an hour ago. It was pushed under my door at the Fontier residence. He unfolded it and set it on the table. The handwriting matched the addendum. The addendum is not the deepest layer. There is a second witness signature beneath the first. Find it before the review, or the covenant will seal itself beyond contestation. Maelys looked at Weston. His face had gone pale. There is another page. Frederick said nothing. He simply watched. The lamp flickered, the shadows stretched, and somewhere in the palace, someone who had been waiting 12 years was counting down the hours to the review. Chapter 68. The silence in the archive stretched like a held breath. Maelys looked at the note Frederick had set on the table. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, each letter formed with the same precision as the addendum's marginalia. The same hand that had buried a succession clause under a dead clerk's cross-reference code. You received this an hour ago, she said, and you came here. To you. Frederick's steel-gray eyes moved between her and Weston. Not to the jurists, not to the regent's office, to you. Why? Because the note tells me 2 things I did not know an hour ago. He folded his arms. First, that someone has been tracking my movements closely enough to push paper under my door within minutes of the cross-reference release. Second, that whoever has been guiding this conspiracy from the shadows is now pointing us towards something they want us to find. Weston set his palms flat on the table, or toward a trap they want us to spring. Possibly. Frederick did not look away from Maelys. But the alternative is letting the covenant seal itself beyond contestation. If that second witness signature exists and we do not find it before the review, the marriage becomes legally unbreakable, regardless of what we prove about the forgery. Maelys's hands were cold. She pressed them against her skirts to still the trembling. You knew there was an addendum. I knew there was a contingency. Frederick's voice flattened. I did not know it was filed under succession law. I did not know it aimed at the throne. I accepted the original Codicil language as prudent insurance between houses, the kind of clause that gets signed in times of succession uncertainty and quietly forgotten when the crisis passes. Forgotten? Maelys heard her own voice sharpen. You mean buried, hidden so deep that the heir to House Fayle could not find it for 12 years. I mean, forgotten, because no one expected the royal match to break cleanly enough to trigger it. Frederick's jaw tightened. I spent 15 years positioning you for the crown, daughter. I did not spend those years planning for a Fayle contingency I assumed would never activate. But you signed it. Yes, knowing it could bind me to a man I had never met. Frederick's silence was the only answer he gave. The Maelys felt something cold settle in her chest. Not anger, not fear. Something clearer, harder. The shape of a truth she had been avoiding since the morning she woke on that fainting couch and recognized the sealing of a story she had translated in another life. You signed it because it did not matter who I married. Her voice came out steady. What mattered was that the match held, that Fonterre remained positioned near power, that the investment you made in a daughter was not wasted regardless of which house she ended up in. Frederick's steel-gray eyes did not waver. That is an unkind reading of a prudent arrangement. It is an accurate reading of a contract that treated me as collateral before I was born. Weston moved slightly, not toward her, not away, a shift of weight that acknowledged the blow had landed without taking sides. Frederick's face did not change, but something in his posture hardened, the upright stillness of a man who had been pushed past tolerance. House Fonterre cannot afford a daughter who chooses herself over strategy. He spoke the words like a verdict. I have spent 4 years watching you dismantle every advantage I built. You dissolved the royal match. You befriended a scholarship girl with no family backing. You allowed yourself to be seen entering the Fayle archive before the covenant was even acknowledged. Every choice you made was defensible in isolation, but together they form a pattern that the court is already reading as either instability or rebellion. Then perhaps the court should learn to read more carefully. The court reads what serves it. Frederick stepped closer. I am not your enemy in this room. I am the man who has kept House Fonterre solvent through 3 succession crises and 2 regency transitions. I am the man who ensured that when you woke in that body 4 months ago, you had a title, a household, and a standing that no one could strip from you without cause. I did not do that because I loved the girl you replaced. I did it because I understood that a Fonterre daughter's value is not measured in affection, but in position. Maelys met his gaze. And what is my value now, father? The question hung in the lamplight. Frederick did not answer immediately. He looked at her, then at the addendum on the table, then at Weston, who had not moved since Frederick entered. Right now, Frederick said slowly, your value is that you are standing in a locked archive with the heir to House Fayle and a hidden succession clause that could reshape the kingdom. Right now, your value is that someone who has been planning this for 12 years is afraid enough of what you might find to push that note under my door an hour after the cross-reference was released. He paused. Value is not permanent, daughter. It is measured in the moment it is demanded. And in this moment, you have more of it than you have had since the day you walked into the Autumn Council and asked for your freedom. Maelys felt the words land. She did not know whether they were meant as warning or acknowledgement, and she did not trust herself to ask. Then let us find the second witness signature before the review, she said, before whoever wrote that note decides we are not moving fast enough and takes the choice away from all of us. Frederick nodded once. Weston reached for the addendum and folded it carefully along its original creases. There is a clerk in the succession archive who might remember the reorganization, he said. Old man. Retired 3 years ago. He lives in a rented room above a chandler's shop on the lower Market Street. You know his name? I know where he drinks. Weston tucked the addendum into his coat. That is enough to start. Frederick looked at Maelys. Can you walk? My ribs ache and my head pounds every time I turn too fast. But yes, I can walk. Then we go now, before the palace notices that 3 people who should not be in the same room have left it together. Maelys moved toward the door. Her hands were still cold, but for the first time since she woke in Dellacroix's body, she was not following a script she had memorized in another life. She was following a thread that someone else had left for her, and she had no idea where it led. Chapter 69. The lower Market Street smelled of tallow and wet stone. Maelys kept her hood pulled forward as they walked, the ache in her ribs sharpening with every step. Frederick moved ahead, his pace adjusted to hers without acknowledgement. Weston stayed close enough to catch her if she stumbled, far enough to avoid touching her. The chandler's shop sat at the end of a row where the cobbles gave way to packed earth. A painted sign swung above the door, the lettering worn to ghosts. Frederick did not stop. He turned into the narrow passage beside the building and climbed the outer stairs without waiting to see if they followed. Weston touched Maelys's elbow. He knows the way. Of course he does. She climbed. The room above the shop was small and neat. A single window faced the street, the glass thick with age. The man who opened the door was thin-shouldered, his hands stained with ink that had faded to silver under the skin. He looked at Frederick first, then at Weston, then at Maelys. "You are the Fontier girl." "I am." He stepped back. "Then you had better come in." The room held a narrow bed, a writing desk, and 3 stools that looked like they had been bought at different times from different markets. The clerk, she caught his name as Alric, no house name offered, settled behind the desk like it was still an archive counter and waited. Weston closed the door. The Succession Archive Reorganization, year 82. 82. Alric's fingers moved on the desk, tracing a memory. "They brought in a private contractor for that one," said the palace clerks could not handle the volume. "I was the senior indexer assigned to supervise." "Who was the contractor?" "A woman. Came with a letter of marque from the regent's office, so no one asked questions." He paused. "She had a junior with her, young man, quiet, kept to the copy room, worked fast, never spoke unless spoken to." Maelys leaned forward. "What was her name?" Alric looked at her for a long moment. "I do not remember." He said it flatly, without apology. "I wrote it down at the time, but the record was pulled 3 years later. By then, I was retired and the archive had been reorganized 4 times. The name is gone." "Describe her," Weston said. "Tall for a woman, dark hair, graying at the temples, dressed like a clerk, moved like someone used to being obeyed. She knew the filing system better than I did." Alric's gaze drifted. "She also knew exactly which documents to pull from the public indexes before the reorganization started." Frederick's voice cut through. "You knew she was removing records and said nothing?" "I said nothing because I was told nothing." Alric's tone did not change. "The letter of marque gave her full access. If I questioned it, I questioned the regent's office. I was 63 years old, Duke Fontier. I wanted to retire with my pension." Maelys caught the thread before either man could speak. "You kept something." Alec's eyes met hers. He stood, moved to the narrow bed, lifted the straw mattress with both hands and pulled out a single folded sheet. The paper yellowed at the edges, but uncracked. "The junior left this behind. I found it wedged behind the copy room shelf 3 days after they finished." Maelys took the paper. The handwriting was cramped, hurried, written in a language she recognized immediately. Modern shorthand, English. Her hands went cold. "She knows the filing system. She knows why she is here. Do not trust the woman in gray. She is not what she claims. If you are reading this, you are not the first outsider they brought through. Find the index she pulled before the reorganization. The cross-reference is the key. No signature, no date." "You read this," she said, her voice steady only because she made it so. "I read enough to know it was not palace script." Alric watched her carefully. "I kept it because I thought it might matter someday. I did not know why until I heard about a girl in the Fontier house who woke up one morning and stopped being cruel." Fredericks stepped forward. "Show me." Maelys folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. "No." The word hung in the small room. Frederick's jaw tightened. "You cannot withhold evidence." "I can withhold anything I do not understand yet." She turned back to Alric. "The cross-reference she pulled. Do you remember which section?" "Succession files, mid-century." He paused. One index entry was scraped clean, not erased. Scraped. The paper was thin enough that she had to be careful not to tear it. I noticed because the texture was wrong when I ran my hand over it later. Weston moved to the window. The same scraped F that matched the addendum's cross-reference code. Alric nodded slowly. "Then she was looking for the same thing you were looking for now." Maelys felt the paper in her sleeve. "You are not the first outsider they brought through. Someone else had been pulled into this world before her. Someone who knew shorthand. Someone who had worked inside the palace archive and left a warning for another outsider she never met. You said the woman in gray was tall, dark hair, graying temples." Maelys heard her own voice like a stranger's. "Was there anything else? Any detail you remember?" Alric thought. "She did not blink enough," he said. "Some people hold your gaze too long." She held it the right amount, but her hands were always still. Even when she was reading, even when she was writing, still. A woman who had learned to control her tells. A woman who had been trained. Weston turned from the window.
The woman who bought the burial plot. Elara Van's plot. She paid in silver and did not cry. The same woman, Frederick said, not a question. No, Maelys shook her head. The same type, trained, controlled, someone who has been in Iron long enough to move through its systems without leaving tracks. The silence stretched. Alric sat back down. I have nothing else. I have been waiting to tell someone about that paper for 2 years. Now I have told you. Thank you. Maelys meant it. They left the way they came. The streets were darker now, the market stalls closed, the windows shuttered against the cooling air. Maelys walked between the two men, the paper in her sleeve pressing against her arm like a second pulse. When they reached the palace gate, Frederick stopped. I will review the Succession Archive Index tonight. If there is another scraped entry, I will find it. And if you find it? He looked at her. Then I will decide what to do with it. He walked away. Weston stayed. Will you tell me what the note says? Not yet. He did not push. Maelys climbed the stairs to her room alone. Sunnold was not there. Tamsin had been reassigned to the ground floor. The corridor was empty. She sat on the edge of the bed, unfolded the yellowed paper, and read it again. If you are reading this, you are not the first outsider they brought through. She turned the sheet over. On the back, in the same cramped hand, 4 words. She is still here. The mirror on the washstand caught her reflection. Gray-green eyes, copper-brown hair, pinned so tight her temples ached, the face of a girl who had been dead for 4 months before Maelys woke in her body. She looked down at the paper. At the bottom, in different ink, fresher, a new line had been added. Come to the old chapel, 3rd bell, alone. Chapter 70. The old chapel stood at the northern edge of the palace grounds, its entrance half hidden by an overgrown yew that had not been trimmed in years. Maelys had never noticed it before. She stood in the shadow of the yew, the note still warm from her palm, and counted the bells. 2 had sounded already. The 3rd bell would ring in 5 minutes. Alone, the note said. She had told no one where she was going. The walk had taken her through the empty kitchen gardens, past the cold frames and the compost heaps, along a gravel path that ended at a rusted gate. The gate had been unlocked. Someone wanted her to find this place. She pushed the gate open and crossed the small courtyard. The chapel door was solid oak, the handle worn smooth by hands that had used it long ago. She pulled. It opened without resistance. Inside, the air smelled of dust and dry rot and something floral that had faded decades ago. The windows were shuttered, the benches stacked against the wall, the altar stripped of its cloth and candles. Moonlight came through gaps in the shutters in thin white bars. Weston Fayle stood at the far end, beside the altar. He was not wearing his usual gray. Dark coat, no crest, no signet. He looked like a man who had dressed in haste and wanted to be unrecognizable. You came, he said. The note said 3rd bell. Alone. Maelys let the door close behind her. It did not say you would be here. I was already here when the note was written. She stopped. You wrote it? No. He stepped forward, his boots echoing on the stone floor. But I knew it was coming. I have been waiting for it. For what? For whoever left that note to decide you were ready. The air in the chapel felt thicker than it should. Maelys kept her hand near her sleeve, where a small knife lay flat against her forearm. She had learned to carry it after the stairwell. You cannot read it, she said. The note. You told me you learned fragments, not the full script. I learned enough to recognize it. Weston stopped a few feet away. The woman who taught me could read it fluently. She wrote in it the way you write in Iren's script, effortlessly. Who was she? He was quiet for a long moment. Her name is not safe to speak here, even now, even with the doors closed. Maelys felt the words settle in her chest like stones. Is she dead? Yes. How? Weston looked at the shuttered window beside him. The moonlight caught the line of his jaw, the set of his mouth. She died trying to break a pattern she could not name. She called it the root, the shape of events that pulled people into the same choices, the same failures, the same endings. He turned back to Maelys. She spent years teaching me to see it, to notice when the world was pressing toward a scene it wanted to repeat.
Maelys's throat tightened. She called it that. The root? She called it many things. The thread, the current, the shape of the cage. Weston's voice dropped. But root was her word, the one she used when she was too tired to translate. The chapel creaked around them. Maelys thought about Auric's hidden note, the yellowed paper in her sleeve, the cramped hand that had written in the same shorthand she used for her translation notes. The same shorthand. Did she leave anything else? Maelys asked. Papers, notes, a journal. She left fragments, pages she tore out before they could be taken. I have kept them in a place no one else knows. Show me. Weston did not move. I will show you, but first you need to understand what is waiting for you at the hearing tomorrow. The Codicil, the second witness signature, the succession clause. Yes, he took a step closer. And the woman who wrote the smear pamphlet. Maelys frowned. You know who she is? I know she is the same woman who bought the burial plot for Alara Venn. I know she is the same woman who has been watching you since before you woke in that body. He paused. And I know she was trained by the same person who trained the woman in gray. The woman in gray, the contractor who had reorganized the succession archive. The woman Alec remembered. Who is she? Maelys said. Her name was Anja Venn, Alara's sister. Weston held her gaze. She died 3 years ago, of the same lung sickness that killed her sister. But before she died, she told me something I did not understand until tonight. What? She said the root was not written for you. It was written for someone else, and the woman who wrote it is still alive. The silence stretched. Maelys heard the words repeat in her head. It's written for someone else. You mean the game, she said slowly. A crown for Karina. It was not created in this world. It was translated into this world by someone who came before you, someone who wrote the route you have been trying to avoid. Maelys felt the floor tilt under her feet. The woman in gray, she said, the one who reorganized the archive, the one who bought the burial plot, the one who is still alive. Yes, she wrote the game. Weston did not answer. He did not need to. The third bell began to toll. Maelys counted the rings. 7, 8, 9. When they stopped, she said, Why are you telling me this now? Because the hearing tomorrow is not about the Codicil. It is not about the marriage, or the succession, or even the conspiracy. He looked at her with an expression she could not name. It is about whether the woman who wrote the route can be stopped before she finishes what she started. And what did she start? Another route. Weston's voice was barely a whisper. One that ends with you sealed into a covenant you cannot break, trapped inside a role you were never meant to play. Maelys stared at him. Then we ended before the hearing begins. Too late. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet. She is already in the palace. She arrived an hour ago with the regent's seal and a written request to observe the proceedings. He held the paper out. Maelys took it, unfolded it. At the top, in elegant Arran script, a name she had never seen. Representative of the Count Archive, Lady Seraphine Venn. The hand that had written it was steady, trained, controlled. The same hand that had written the addendum, the same hand that had written the smear pamphlet. The same hand that had been writing Maelys's route before she ever fell asleep on that train. Below the official language, in the same cramped shorthand she used for her translation notes, a single line. We finally meet, little translator. I have been waiting. Chapter 71. Weston led her through the chapel's side door into a passage so narrow her shoulders brushed both walls. The air changed. Older, stiller. The limestone blocks shifted to rough fieldstone, and the floor sloped downward at an angle that pulled at her wrapped ribs. Maelys pressed a hand to her side and kept moving. No one comes here, Weston said ahead of her. Not the guards, not the chapel staff. The door at the far end was sealed before the old king died. Then how do you? I unsealed it. He stopped at a low iron door set into the stone. The lock was new, bright brass and a frame of rust. He worked the key, and the door swung inward on silent hinges. The room beyond was small. A table, a single stool, a wall lined with wooden shelves that held no books, only small clay pots and a brass lamp that Weston lit with a flint. The flame caught. Maelys saw the notebook on the table. leather-bound, worn at the corners. The spine had been restitched in thread that did not match the original. "Sit," Weston said. She did not sit. She stood at the table's edge and looked at the notebook. "Anya Ven's?" "Anya's copies." He pulled the stool out and settled onto it, elbows on his knees. "The originals belong to the woman who taught her, the woman who taught me. The one who died trying to break a pattern she could not name." "Yes." Maelys reached for the notebook. Weston did not stop her. The first page was covered in a hand she did not recognize. Cramped, precise. The letters pressed deep into the paper as though the writer had been afraid the words would fade before they were read. Festival of First Sowing. Forced attendance. 12 families minimum. Those who skip are mentioned in the spring petition reviews. Not law. Never law. But the thread pulls harder when you resist. Maelys turned the page. Autumn Council Session, Year 81. The Fontre delegation sat in the same seats as Year 79. Same arrangement, same complaints, same 3 abstentions. The pattern does not require obedience. It requires that no one notices. She looked up. Weston watched her with the stillness of a man who had already read this passage 100 times. "The woman who wrote this," Maelys said, "she was mapping the route, the way the world presses toward certain scenes." "Not mapping," he tapped the page with his index finger. "Testing." She sat in the wrong seat during the Autumn Council of Year 82. The delegation was delayed leaving the capital. A carriage axle broke. Nothing fatal. But she wrote in the margin afterward. "The correction was mild this time. It will not always be." Maelys turned the page. "The correction was mild this time. It will not always be." The words were there, exactly as Weston had quoted them. She kept turning. Festival patterns, marriage negotiations, funeral attendances, a page devoted entirely to the timing of royal processions through the lower market, noting that the 3rd bell crossing on the 2nd day of the week always drew the largest crowd, and the 5th bell crossing on the 5th day drew the smallest. "No one plans this," the writer had noted at the bottom, "but the crowd responds as though the hour were chosen. It was not chosen. It emerged. That is the mechanism. Enough tiny choices, all tending the same direction, and a shape appears that no one voted for. That is how the route works." Maelys's throat tightened. She had thought the route was a script, written by a writer, followed by characters who did not know they were being read. This was different. This was a pattern that grew from the ground up, not imposed, emerged. "You understand," Weston said. It was not a question. "She is saying the route was not written. It was cultivated." "Yes." Maelys looked at the remaining pages. There were more. Dozens more. Observations, timings, notes on which noble houses arrived early to which functions, and which arrived late, and what happened to the latecomers in the following season. House Fayle was mentioned 7 times. Each mention was a warning. Year 78. Fayle heir delayed at the harvest consecration, arrived after the first hymn. The household's grain levy was audited within the month, no penalty, but the message was read. Year 80. Fayle lady refused to dance at the winter revel, did not attend the next 3 palace functions. Her husband's petition for a water rights adjustment was denied without explanation. Year 83. Fayle delegation sat in the wrong alcove at the spring audience. The delegation's carriage threw a wheel on the return journey. Driver unhurt. The patter corrected. Maelys lifted her head. House Fayle learned to survive by reading these observations. "House Fayle learned," Weston said slowly, "because the woman who wrote this married into House Fayle and spent 30 years teaching us to see what everyone else ignored. She was my grandmother's younger sister, came to court as a bride at 17. Started writing the notebook in her first year when she noticed that the same families always sat in the same positions at every function, and that the families who changed position lost something within the season." Maelys turned to the final page. It was torn out, a clean edge at the spine, as though removed with a blade. "What was on this page?" Weston did not answer immediately. His gaze stayed on the torn edge. The thing she discovered at the end, the pattern she could not name, the shape of the cage. He paused. "She tore it out the night before she died. told my grandmother to burn it and never speak of what it contained. Did your grandmother burn it? No. His voice was flat. She read it first, then she burned it. But she remembered enough to tell me years later when I started asking questions. Maelys waited. Weston's jaw tightened. The final observation was a name. A single name, written in the center of the page, surrounded by a circle of dates. The name of a woman who had not been born yet when the page was written. A woman who... You. He met her eyes. The page contained your name, Maelys, and a date range that began 12 years before you transmigrated. Chapter 72. The jurist's chamber had been rearranged. Where the chapel hearing had been intimate, 3 men at a felt-covered table, this room held 20 chairs in a crescent, with a raised bench for the presiding panel and a clerk's desk at the side. The air smelled of old paper and floor wax, and every surface reflected lamplight in a way that made the room feel smaller than it was. Maelys stood at the center, alone. Sundald had been stopped at the door by a junior clerk who cited seating restrictions for attendance. Evo was stationed at the outer corridor, his marshal's braid visible through the gap before the door swung shut. Frederick sat in the 3rd row, steel-gray eyes fixed on her with the stillness of a man who had already calculated the range of outcomes and knew which one served him. Weston was not present. She had noticed his absence the moment she entered. The Fayle seat in the 1st row remained empty, and the clerk had not called his name during the roll. The presiding jurist was not Halver. A woman sat at the center of the raised bench, gray-haired and straight-backed, with the kind of stillness that came from decades of watching others speak. Her robe bore the double-stitched collar of a senior chapel magistrate, and the nameplate before her read Jurist Enid Renauld. Lady Dellacroix Fontaire, Renauld said. You have requested an open review of a marriage covenant filed under succession law, cross-referenced the House Fayle, on grounds of disputed witness validity and coercive concealment. Yes. The panel has reviewed the preliminary filings. Reynolds' gaze was neutral, unreadable. You are aware that a covenant challenged on these grounds, if found valid, will be sealed beyond contestation. I am aware. And you are aware that the covenant's acknowledgement deadline has already been suspended once at your request. 3 days ago, Maelys said, on grounds that the primary witness signature was obtained under circumstances that cannot be verified. Renauld inclined her head. The suspension stands, but the panel will hear testimony today to determine whether further proceedings are warranted or whether the covenant must be acknowledged by the original deadline. Maelys's hands were cold. She had expected Weston to be here, had counted on his presence not as support, but as a witness who could confirm the concealment timeline, the hidden addendum, the stolen coat, and the broken seal. His absence shifted the room's geometry in a way she could not immediately read. Present your case, Renauld said. Maelys drew a breath. She had prepared for this, had rehearsed the language in her head during the sleepless hours before dawn, while her ribs ached and her shoulder throbbed and the memory of the stairwell pressed against the back of her skull. The covenant in question, she said, was filed 12 years ago under succession law, with a cross-reference code that expired with the old king's death. It was not registered in the marriage archive. It was not disclosed to either party at the time of the original betrothal agreement. It was buried in a file system designed to be forgotten. She held up the folded sheets she had carried from the archive. The Codicil contains a hidden addendum, stitched into a blank ledger that reveals the marriage's true purpose, to position House Fayle as regent claimants through any heir produced. This addendum was concealed from both the Crown and the Fontaire delegation at the time of filing. The chamber was silent. Nundeld's expression did not change. You are claiming the covenant is void by concealment. I am claiming it was built to be hidden, Maelys said. The filing method, the expired cross-reference, the addendum stitched into a ledger that no one was meant to find. These are not the marks of a legitimate contract. They are the marks of a trap. A stir ran through the crescent of chairs. Maelys kept her voice steady. I am also claiming that the primary witness signature on the covenant belongs to a woman who died 3 years before she allegedly signed the document. Ilara Ven's burial record, registered in the Lower City Archive, confirms her death. The signature on the covenant is a forgery. She laid the burial register copy on the clerk's desk. The original was stolen from my room the night I confirmed the witness's death. but the copy is sworn and witnessed. Reynolds looked at the paper but did not touch it. A forgery claim requires proof that the witness did not sign. You have presented a burial record. The panel will need to verify the register's chain of custody. I understand. And you have presented no evidence of who committed the forgery, or under whose authority. No, Maelys said. Not yet. Reynolds' gaze held hers for a long moment. Then the chamber door opened. A young man in servant's wool entered, pale-faced and breathing hard, carrying a leather satchel pressed against his chest. He was young, maybe 18, with the calloused hands of someone who worked in records, not ceremony. I have, he said, and stopped, swallowed. I have evidence relevant to the witness signature. Reynolds' brows drew together. You are? Peller Ven, his voice cracked. Ilara Ven was my grandmother. The room went still. Maelys turned. The young man's hands were shaking as he opened the satchel and pulled out a small, bound ledger, its cover worn and stained. I have the chapel record from the year she died, he said. The original, not a copy. The record of her burial rite, signed by the priest who conducted it, witnessed by my mother and the chapel verger. He held it out. There is no signature from Ilara Ven on the covenant, he said, because she was dead when it was filed. But there is something else. Maelys' pulse caught. Peller Ven opened the ledger to a marked page. The chapel record shows my grandmother's burial was witnessed by 2 people. My mother, as I said, and a second witness whose name was recorded but struck through with a single line, as though the priest changed his mind about including it. He turned the ledger toward the bench. The struck-through name is Anja Ven. Chapter 73. Peller Ven's voice still hung in the air when Jurist Reynolds leaned forward. Anja Ven. The name settled over the chamber like dust. Maelys' hands pressed flat against the clerk's desk. She had expected a conspiracy, had prepared herself for layers of concealment, for signatures forged and records stolen. But a struck-through name on a burial register meant something different. It meant someone had tried to erase a person from the record and done it badly enough that the mark remained. Your grandmother's burial, Reynolds said, addressing Peller, was witnessed by Anja Ven. Yes, Jurist, and the name was struck through. My mother said the priest hesitated before writing it. Then he crossed it out and told her not to speak of it. Why? Peller's throat moved. My mother did not ask. She was afraid. The chamber absorbed this. Maelys turned the information over, searching for the angle she was missing. A struck-through witness on a burial record. Ilara Ven dead 3 years before the covenant was filed. The forger had used a dead woman's name, but Anja Ven had actually been present at the burial. Anja Ven was real. Anja Ven had been there. Which meant Anja Ven could have signed the covenant herself, using her dead sister's name. Maelys' pulse ticked faster. Jurist Reynolds. She kept her voice even. The signature on the covenant is Ilara Ven's, but Anja Ven witnessed the burial. Anja Ven was alive when the covenant was filed. If the signatory was actually Anja Ven, using her sister's name, then the forgery is not in the name itself, but in the representation. Reynolds' gaze shifted to her. You are saying the document could be valid in substance, even if it was signed under a false identity. I am saying we do not yet know whose hand held the pen. A murmur moved through the crescent chairs. Maelys held Reynolds' gaze. The forger chose Ilara Ven because she was dead. That is the simplest explanation. A dead woman cannot confirm or deny her signature. But if the forger was Anja Ven, then the signature is real, in the sense that a living woman wrote it. The fraud is in the name, not the act. And if Anja Ven had legal standing, Reynolds said slowly, as a scribe authorized to witness covenant documents, then her signature, under whatever name, might carry enforceable weight. The room went still. Maelys felt the ground shift beneath her. That is not how witness law works, she said. A signature under false pretense voids the witness. The person who signs must be the person named on the document. Reynolds picked up a slim volume from the bench, opened it to a marked page. In standard practice, yes, but the covenant in question was filed under succession law, not marriage law. Succession law includes a provision for hereditary proxy oaths, in which a named witness's legal authority passes to a blood relative if the original witness is deceased at the time of filing. Maelys's hands went cold. Anji Ven was Ilara Ven's sister, Renaud continued. Same bloodline. If the court determines that the signature was written by Anji Ven, acting under her sister's name, and that Anji Ven held a valid scribe's authorization at the time, then the covenant may still be enforceable. The name is fraudulent. The authority may not be. You cannot be serious. Renaud's expression did not change. I am reading the law as it stands. The law was written to prevent exactly this kind of exploitation. A dead woman's name used to seal a contract no one can verify, which is why the court must determine whether Anji Ven acted under her own authority or under instruction from a third party. If she was coerced, the covenant falls. If she acted freely, the proxy oath stands. Maelys stared at her. The room tilted. She had built her entire case on the cleanest argument available. The witness was dead, the signature was forged, the covenant was void. Simple, verifiable, devastating. But the law had a seam she had not seen. A hereditary proxy clause buried in succession statutes she had never needed to translate in the game. Because the game had never included this. Of course it had not. The root writer had designed the covenant to survive exactly this challenge. We will recess to verify the proxy oath provision, Renaud said. The court will reconvene at the 5th bell. No. The word came from the 3rd row. Maelys turned. Friedrich was standing, his steel-gray eyes fixed on the bench. You will not recess. Renaud's brows drew together. Duke Fontier, you are not counsel in this proceeding. I am the head of the house whose daughter is being bound by a covenant she never consented to sign. Friedrich's voice carried the weight of decades of negotiation. I have watched this court accept a struck-through name as evidence of valid witness authority. I have watched my daughter present a burial record and have it answered with a procedural evasion. He stepped forward into the aisle. If the covenant is enforceable because Anja Ven was Ilara Ven's sister, then the court must also consider who instructed Anja Ven to sign. Who paid her? Who promised her that her sister's name would never be checked against a burial register? Renaud's jaw tightened. You are making an accusation without evidence. I am stating a question the court has not yet asked. Friedrich's gaze swept the crescent of jurists. 12 years ago, a covenant was filed under an expired cross-reference code. The addendum was stitched into a blank ledger. The primary witness was a dead woman. The secondary witness was her sister, whose name was struck from a burial record 3 years before the covenant was filed. He paused. That is not a contract. That is a construction, and someone built it. The chamber held its breath. Maelys watched her father with something she had not felt in weeks. Not trust, not affection, but recognition. He was not defending her. He was defending the integrity of a process that, if corrupted, could be used against House Fontier in ways that had nothing to do with marriage. But he was standing, and the chamber was listening. Renaud's hand rested on the slim volume. The court will reconvene at the 5th bell to review the proxy oath provision and hear any additional testimony. She closed the book. That is not a recess. That is a continuation, and I expect every witness with relevant knowledge to be present. She looked at Maelys. You have 3 hours. Use them. The jurists rose. The crescent chairs scraped against the floor as the panel withdrew through a side door, leaving the chamber half empty and echoing. Maelys stood at the clerk's desk, her hands still pressed flat against the wood. You shred them in there, and they rise from the dead. It was Ivo's voice, low and without visible emotion. He had entered from the outer corridor during the recess announcement, stationed now at the chamber's rear door. You have better luck than most. She turned. He was watching her with the same stillness he had worn on the stairwell after the attack. Not sympathy, not suspicion, observation. The Fayle proxy privilege was written 60 years ago, he said, before your grandfather took the River Duchy, before the Vent name meant anything in the succession courts. It was designed to keep contracts alive when witnesses died before filing. You knew about it. I keep records. He did not move. I also keep track of who benefits from provisions no one remembers. The proxy oath favors the party who filed the covenant. That is Weston Fayle, whether he is present or not. Maelys' throat tightened. Weston had not come. He had known the proxy provision existed, had known her fraud argument would fail, and he had chosen to stay away rather than watch her learn it in public. I am going to speak. The voice came from behind her. Maelys turned. Sunnold stood at the chamber's main entrance, the clerk's prohibition still visible in her posture. She was not supposed to be here. The seating restriction had placed her in the outer corridor, and she had violated it. Sunnold, you cannot. I can. Sunnold's gaze was steady. I have been in the Fondier household since before you were born, Dellacroix. I know the pressure that was applied. I know who visited the steward in the months before the covenant was filed. I know what Frederick's agents were told to prepare. She stepped into the chamber. I can testify to the construction of a contract no one in House Fondier was allowed to refuse. Maelys stared at her. This was not part of any plan. Sunnold had never mentioned having this knowledge, had never hinted that she could dismantle the covenant from inside the household's own operations. How long have you known? Sunnold's expression did not change. Long enough to know that Angevin did not act alone. The chamber door opened again. A clerk in chapel gray entered, a folded paper in his hand. He crossed to the bench and placed the paper where Ranald had been sitting, then withdrew without meeting anyone's eyes. Maelys walked to the bench and unfolded the paper. The handwriting was familiar. The proxy oath holds, the covenant stands. You have 3 hours to find a better argument. I am not your enemy. Deadlow. Chapter 74. Sunnold stood at the chamber entrance, her hands loose at her sides, her face unreadable. Maelys folded Weston's note into her sleeve. You cannot testify without Frederick's permission. You are Fontier household. I was Fontier household. Sunnold's voice carried no heat. Before your father locked you in your rooms, before he restricted your correspondence, before he assigned Varn to prepare a smear narrative 4 days before your dissolution was approved. I was Fontier household. I watched him build this cage. The chamber had not fully emptied. 2 junior clerks remained at their writing desks, pens suspended. The crescent chairs sat empty, but the room still held the shape of an audience. Ranald had not yet left. She stood at the side door, one hand on the frame, watching. The proxy oath provision will be reviewed at the 5th bell, she said. Until then, this chamber is not in session. I cannot accept testimony. Then take it as information. Sunnold stepped forward. Write it down, seal it. Open it when the law lets you. Ranald studied her for a long breath. Then she turned to the senior clerk. Paper and ink. Record the lady's statement. Date it, seal it, and hold it for the continuation. The clerk opened a drawer. Sunnold did not wait to be offered a chair. She walked to the center of the crescent and stood where Maelys had stood, facing the empty bench, as if the jurists were still there. I came to House Fontier 18 years ago, she said. Maelys's mother was alive then. She chose me from 3 candidates because I did not curtsy low enough. She said she wanted someone who would stand upright when the room tilted. She paused. The room tilted often. Duke Friedrich does not rage. He does not strike. He constricts. He removes options until the only door left open leads where he wants you to go. He did it to his wife. He did it to his daughter. He did it to every servant who ever questioned an order. The clerk's pen scratched. When Maelys began speaking to the Crown Prince without performing affection, the Duke increased the household watch. When she requested the dissolution, he instructed the steward to prepare a narrative that would make her look unstable. When she found evidence in the succession archive, he moved her rooms under guard and restricted her movement. Sunnold's voice did not waver. I saw the order. I saw the seal. I saw the date. Ivo had not moved from the rear door. His arms were crossed, his scarred knuckles visible even in the low light. She is not lying, he said. Reynolds' gaze shifted. You have seen these documents, Marshal? I have seen the effects, the timing of the household actions, the acceleration of pressure after the dissolution petition was filed. He met Frederick's eyes across the chamber. I keep records. I note when a noble house changes its operational pattern. Frederick had not risen from the 3rd row. He sat with his hands flat on his thighs, his steel gray eyes fixed on Sunnold, his expression unreadable. The scar across his left palm was hidden beneath his glove. You would testify against your own house, he said. Not a question, an observation. I would testify to what I saw. Sunnold turned to face him. You taught me that loyalty means speaking truth when silence would serve you better. You said it the day you dismissed the old steward for hiding a grain audit. I listened. The pen scratched. The room held still. Reynolds spoke without raising her voice. Duke Friedrich, do you wish to respond now or wait for the continuation? Friedrich rose. He did not move toward the bench. He walked to the clerk's desk and stood beside it, his shadow falling across the paper where Synod's testimony was being recorded. I made choices, he said. I do not deny them. I restricted my daughter's movement because she was leaving the residence at odd hours without escort. I prepared a narrative because the dissolution was filed without my knowledge, and I needed to protect House Fontier from the perception of instability. I locked her rooms because someone had already attempted to kill her on a servant's stairwell, and I could not guarantee her safety through any other means. He paused. I am her father. The law gives me authority over her household, her correspondence, and her movements until she is married or 21. Every action I took was within that authority. He looked at Maelys. I did not forge the Codicil. I did not hire the pamphleteer who quoted your private handwriting. I did not push you down those stairs. And I did not create the legal provision that now threatens to bind you to Fayle. His voice dropped. But I will not sit here and let my household servants testify against me as if I am the architect of every trap that is closed around you. I am not the woman in gray. I am not the root writer. I am a father who watched his daughter change overnight and tried to keep her alive long enough to understand why. Sunil did not flinch. You kept her alive, she said. You also kept her contained. And containment, when the cage is comfortable enough, looks like care. The words hung. Maelys felt her hands go cold. Reynolds looked at the senior clerk. Seal the statement. The clerk sprinkled sand over the ink, folded the paper, and pressed wax against it. Reynolds turned to leave. Duke Friedrich. Her voice stopped at the door. You are not accused of the forgery. You are not accused of the attack. But when I return at the 5th bell, I will ask the question your daughter has not yet asked aloud. If you were not part of the construction, why did the construction rely on your authority to succeed? She left. The door closed. Friedrich stood at the clerk's desk, his hands still flat on the wood, his back to the room. Maelys watched the line of his shoulders, the way he did not turn. Sunil had not moved from the center of the crescent. Ivo remained at the rear door. And somewhere in the palace, 3 hours were already burning. Maelys opened her mouth to speak. The outer corridor door swung open. Oswin stood in the frame, still in formal black, his hair disordered, his breathing uneven. He looked at Maelys. The Regent's office just received a sealed request. His voice was raw. Lady Seraphine Venn has asked to address the continuation. The room went still again. Chapter 75. Oswin did not step fully into the room. He stood half in the corridor, one hand braced against the doorframe, as if the news had driven him there at a run, and he had not yet decided whether to cross the threshold. Sealed request, he repeated. Delivered to the Regent's office 40 minutes ago. Lady Seraphine Venn formally requests permission to address this hearing at the continuation. Reynolds had not left. She stood at the inner door, her hand on the latch, her gray head tilted. Is she within the palace grounds? She is, Oswin said. She arrived under the Regent's seal at midday. She has been lodged in the south guest wing since the 1st bell. Reynolds' expression did not change, and the Regent's office intends to grant the request. It is not a request the Regent's office can refuse. She arrived with a letter of marque from the Crown. She is entitled to address any sitting review panel on matters of covenant law. The room absorbed this. Maelys felt her hands go cold. She had not moved from where she stood when Reynolds first turned to leave, still half turned toward the bench, one hand pressed flat against her thigh to keep it steady. 3 hours. She had 3 hours to find an argument that could hold against a woman who had been writing legal traps since before Maelys knew this world existed. Reynolds released the latch. Then I will hear Lady Seraphine Venn's testimony when I return. She looked at the corridor beyond Oswin's shoulder. And I will hear your response, Lady Dellacroix. The door closed behind her. The clerk gathered the sealed statement and followed. For a long moment, no one spoke. Friedrich remained at the clerk's desk, his back still to the room, his hands flat on the wood. Ivo had not moved from the rear door. Sunil stood in the center of the crescent, where she had given her testimony, her shoulders straight, her gaze fixed on Maelys. Oswin stepped fully into the room. Maelys. He said it quietly, the name deliberate, a private signal in a room full of witnesses. I can delay the continuation. I can tell the Regent's office that new evidence requires a longer review. On what grounds? That the hearing produced contested witness testimony requiring independent verification. Sunild's testimony was already sealed. Reynolds accepted it. Then I can stand at the chapel door and tell Seraphine Ven that the panel is not ready for her. Maelys shook her head. She has been waiting for me since before I woke up in this body. If I delay, she will use the extra time to strengthen her position. She knows the law better than I do. She wrote the roots. She knows what I am going to say before I say it. Oswin's jaw tightened. Then what do you need? She did not answer immediately. She looked past him, past the door, past the corridor where Reynolds had vanished. I need to speak to Weston Fayle. Frederick turned from the desk. He is not here. I know where he is. She did not wait for permission. She crossed the chamber, past Sunald, past Ivo, past Frederick's steel-gray stare. At the threshold, she stopped and looked back. Sunald, stay with the chamber. If anyone from the south guest wing arrives before I return, send word to the old chapel. Sunald nodded. Maelys stepped into the corridor. The palace was quiet. The afternoon light had shifted toward the long gold of late day, and the corridors were emptying as clerks and attendants drifted toward the evening meal. She walked quickly, her steps echoing in the narrow passages, her mind racing through every piece of evidence she had and every gap she still needed to fill. The old chapel was dark when she reached it. The side door where Weston had led her the night before was still unlocked. She pushed it open and stepped into the descending corridor of older fieldstone, the familiar scent of damp stone and dust rising around her. The low iron door at the end was ajar. She pushed it open. Weston was sitting at the table, Anya Ven's notebook opened before him, his hands resting on either side of the worn leather. He looked up when she entered, but did not rise. I thought you might come. Then you knew Seraphine Ven would ask to address the continuation. He did not deny it. Yes. And you knew before Oswin delivered the message. A pause. Yes. Maelys stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. How long have you known she was coming? Weston's hands did not move from the notebook. His voice was steady. Since the morning the dissolution was approved, she sent word through the Regent's courier network. A sealed letter addressed to me, delivered to the Fayletown residents before the ink was dry on the council's judgment. Maelys felt the air leave her lungs. You knew she was coming 5 days ago, and you did not tell me. I told you she was alive. I told you she was in the palace. I did not tell you I knew the exact hour she would announce herself because I was not certain she would keep to her own schedule. He looked up. Seraphine Ven does not announce herself until she is ready to be seen. The letter told me she would come. It did not tell me when she would speak. Maelys pressed her hand flat against the wall. The stone was cold. It helped. She is going to address the continuation at the 5th bell, she said. Reynolds will hear her, and then Reynolds will ask me whether I accept the covenant. Weston nodded. And you will have to answer. I will have to answer truthfully. Something shifted in his expression, a flicker she could not name. And what truth will you offer? Maelys looked at the notebook on the table, the worn leather, the restitched spine, the pages that contained the map of a cage built before she was born. I will tell them that a lawful trap is still a trap when it is built to deny meaningful choice. Weston was silent. She continued. The covenant was hidden. The witness was forged. The addendum was stitched into a blank ledger and filed under an expired code. The proxy oath provision was discovered not through transparent law, but through obscure succession statutes that had not been referenced in 40 years. Every layer of this document was designed to close every door except the one the architect wanted me to walk through. She met his eyes. That is not consent. That is a door disguised as a choice. Weston held her gaze for a long moment. Then he rose. He did not approach her. He walked to the shelf where the brass lamp sat and adjusted the wick, his back to her. I have spent 4 years trying to understand what my father signed. 4 years watching the same dead-end routes, the same sealed archives, the same blank faces at the same interviews. I found the notebook. I found Anja Ven's copies. I found the torn page. But I did not find a way out of the covenant. He turned. Because there is no legal way out. The proxy oath holds. The addendum was filed within the old king's reign. The expired cross-reference is a procedural irregularity, not a nullification. Even if I refuse to claim you, the covenant remains active until someone dies or a higher authority voids it. He paused. I cannot free you through the law. Seraphine Venn designed it that way. Maelys felt the words settle around her like cold water. So you are telling me I have no choice? I am telling you that I will not exercise my claim under disputed consent. The words hung between them. Maelys stared at him. What? Weston's voice was quiet. I am telling you that when Reynold asks, I will stand before the panel and declare that I will not accept the covenant's activation because the basis for consent is contested by the woman whose name binds it. If she does not choose freely, I will not claim the choice. Maelys felt her chest tighten. Weston. He raised a hand. Don't. I am not doing this because I have found a better argument. I am doing this because Seraphine Venn built a cage that does not have a door. The only thing left to me is to refuse to turn the key. He looked at her. I do not know if it will hold. I do not know if the jurists will accept it. But I will not bind a wife through a trap. I have watched what that does to a house. I have watched what it did to my mother. Maelys' throat was dry. Your mother. She did not consent to what my father asked of her. She stayed because the covenant bound her. And she died trying to break it. He moved toward the door. Come. The 5th bell will ring soon, and I will tell the panel what I have told you. He paused at the threshold. Then Seraphine Venn will speak, and the real game will begin. Maelys followed him into the corridor. The bell had not yet rung, but she could feel it building, a vibration in the air, a weight pressing against the walls. 3 hours. She had 3 hours. And Weston Fayle had just offered her the one thing she had not expected. A choice. Chapter 76. The corridor outside the old chapel was empty. Maelys walked beside Weston, her hands cold at her sides, the echo of his words still settling in her chest. He would not claim her under disputed consent. He would refuse to turn the key. It was not freedom, but it was a door she had not known existed. They rounded the corner toward the main passage that led to the hearing chamber, and a figure stepped out of the alcove to block their path. She was tall, silver-haired, dressed in dark blue wool with a high collar that framed a face sharp as a blade. Her hands were still, unnaturally still. Maelys stopped. The woman looked past her directly at Weston. You will not do this, nephew. Her voice was soft, the kind of soft that did not invite argument. Weston did not flinch. Aunt Sabine. Lady Sabine Fayle did not acknowledge the greeting. She stood in the center of the passage, her gaze fixed on Weston with the patience of someone who had been waiting for this moment a long time. I have watched you dismantle a decade of careful work in 4 years, she said. I have watched you leave archives unopened, witnesses unchallenged, deadlines unenforced. I have watched you pull threads that should have remained buried. She took a step forward. And now, you intend to stand before a jurist panel and refuse to claim a wife who was delivered into this house by the same pattern that has kept House Fayle alive for 30 years? Weston's voice was quiet. The pattern is a cage, Sabine. You know that as well as I do. I know that the cage kept us alive while other houses burned. Maelys felt the weight of the words settle around her. This was the split Weston had warned about. The fracture in House Fayle that went deeper than she had understood. Sabine turned to her. Her eyes were gray, pale like winter river water, and they held no warmth. You are the one she wrote about. Maelys did not answer. Sabine reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded square of paper, old, worn at the edges. She held it up so the light caught the creases. I kept this when my sister burned the rest. She unfolded it. Maelys saw handwriting, cramped and careful, in a language she recognized. The same shorthand she had used to write translation notes in her own world. The same script the junior had used in the hidden note. Sabine read aloud. The Fontaire daughter will arrive when the old king's seal has not yet cooled. She will carry a name that does not belong to the body she wears. She will break the first lock and open the second. She lowered the paper. My sister wrote that 12 years before you appeared. 12 years before anyone in this kingdom knew your name. Maelys's throat was dry. Your sister was the woman from the notebook. Anya was my elder sister. She was the woman in gray. She was the one who organized the archive, who bought the burial plot, who wrote the pattern observations that kept this house alive. Sabine's voice did not waver. And she wrote that you would come. By bloodline pattern alone, not by prophecy, not by magic. By the same method she used to predict broken axles and denied petitions for 3 decades. She stepped closer. She wrote that a Fontier daughter would become a pressure point, where competing contracts could break if she chose publicly, and was believed. She wrote that the marriage was the lock, but the choice was the key. Maelys felt her pulse in her throat. And you twisted that. Sabine's expression did not change. I ensured that the lock held. Weston moved between them. You have been holding that page for 12 years, Sabine. You let me search every archive in the kingdom, while you kept the one piece of evidence that could have changed everything. I kept it because it could still be used. To force a marriage she does not consent to. To preserve a house that will not survive another succession crisis without this binding. Sabine's voice rose for the first time. You think I want this? You think I enjoy watching my sister's predictions become weapons? She looked at Maelys. I do not know who you are. I do not know what world you came from. But I know that Anga wrote your name, and she was never wrong. Not once. She turned back to Weston. If you refuse to claim her, the covenant does not dissolve. It freezes. And every party who bet on its activation will come to collect their losses from House Fayle. The regent, the jurists, the houses who backed us during the succession panic. They will not forgive the broken contract. They will dismantle what your father built. Weston was still. Then let them. Silence. Sabine stared at him. You would sacrifice the house for one woman you barely know. I would sacrifice a trap disguised as a marriage for a woman who deserves better than to be locked inside it. Sabine's jaw tightened. She looked between them, her gray eyes cold as the winter river. Then she folded the paper and returned it to her sleeve. The 5th bell will ring soon, she said. I will be in the chamber, and I will tell the jurists exactly what my sister wrote. She turned and walked down the corridor. Maelys stood frozen. Weston exhaled slowly, a breath he had been holding since the moment Sabine stepped out of the alcove. She will do it, he said quietly. She will use Anja's prediction to prove the covenant was written by design, not chance. That you were expected. That the pattern chose you before you arrived. Maelys found her voice. Does that change what you said? He looked at her. No. The 5th bell began to toll. Maelys felt it in her bones, the vibration rising through the stone floor, through the walls, through the air itself. The hearing was about to begin. And Sabine Fayle was walking into the chamber with a page that had been waiting 12 years for this moment. Maelys did not know if Weston's refusal would hold. She did not know if the torn page would destroy them or free them. But she knew one thing. The real game had begun. Chapter 77. The 5th bell had not finished tolling when Maelys stepped into the chamber. The crescent of chairs was fuller now. Faces she recognized, and faces she did not. Jurist Renaud sat at the raised bench with both hands flat on the wood, her gray hair pulled tighter than before, her stillness absolute. Sabine Fayle already stood at the center of the crescent. The page was in her hand. Maelys crossed to her assigned position, Weston a half step behind. She felt every eye track the movement. Friedrich sat in the 3rd row, arms folded, watching Sabine with the expression of a man who had just realized he was playing the wrong game. Renaud spoke first. Lady Sabine Fayle has requested to address the continuation before testimony resumes. I have granted that request. Sabine inclined her head. She did not look at Weston. She unfolded the page. 12 years ago, my sister Aulenne wrote a prediction based on bloodline pattern analysis. She had spent 30 years mapping the court's behavior. She knew when a carriage would lose a wheel before the wheel cracked. She knew which petitions would be denied before they were written. She read aloud again. The Fontier daughter will arrive when the old king's seal has not yet cooled. She will carry a name that does not belong to the body she wears. She will break the first lock and open the second. A murmur ran through the chamber. Reynolds' hands did not move. Lady Sabine, are you claiming your sister foresaw Lady Dellacroix's arrival at court 12 years before it occurred? I am claiming she foresaw someone. Sabine turned the page toward the panel. The handwriting matches my sister's confirmed archive work. The ink analysis matches documents from year 77. The paper stock matches the chapel supply from that period. The prediction is genuine. Weston stepped forward. The prediction is genuine. The interpretation is not. Sabine's jaw tightened. He looked at Reynolds. My aunt has held that page for 12 years. She has never shown it to me. She has never allowed it to be examined by anyone outside House Fayle. She kept it hidden while I searched every archive in the kingdom for answers about the Codicil. Reynolds' eyes shifted to Sabine. Is this true? Sabine was silent. Lady Sabine, answer the question. I kept it because it could be used. Used for what? To prove the covenant was designed. Reynolds leaned forward. The covenant is already under review for forgery, concealment, and coercion. You have brought us a page that confirms your sister predicted a Fontier daughter would break one lock and open another. What does that add to the evidence before this panel? Sabine's stillness cracked. It was small, a flicker at the corner of her mouth, but Maelys saw it. It proves she was expected, that the marriage was not a trap laid for an unwilling woman. It was a fulfillment of something my sister saw before any of us knew she existed. Reynolds studied her. Lady Sabine, you are arguing that a 12-year-old prediction justifies a marriage contract signed under disputed consent? I am arguing that the pattern chose her before she arrived. The covenant is not a trap. It is the lock clicking closed on a door that was always meant to open. Maelys heard her own voice before she knew she was speaking. Show me the rest of the page. Sabine turned. What? Anya wrote more than those lines. The page is not a single paragraph. You read the prediction, but you did not read the warning. Sabine's hand tightened on the paper. I have shown what is relevant. You have shown what serves your argument. Maelys stepped forward. Anya Venn spent 30 years mapping patterns. She knew that deviations produced corrections. She knew that forcing a lock faster than it was meant to turn would break the mechanism. She looked at Reynolds. The page does not say the covenant must hold. It says the Fontier daughter would become a pressure point where competing contracts could be broken if she chose publicly and was believed. Silence. Reynolds' hands were still. How do you know what the page says when you have not read it? Maelys did not look away. Because I know Anya Venn's pattern analysis. Because I have read her other work. Because the junior who worked beside her left a warning that said, do not trust the woman in gray. And the woman in gray was Anya Venn. She turned to Sabine. Your sister was not trying to bind a Fontier daughter to a Fayle heir. She was trying to give that daughter the leverage to break both houses free of competing contracts that had been strangling them for 30 years. Sabine's face went pale. You do not know what you are talking about. I know that you twisted her work. You said it yourself in the corridor. The choice is the key became the lock. That was not a metaphor. That was an admission. A voice from the crescent. Reynolds raised a hand. Lady Sabine, give me the page. Sabine did not move. Lady Sabine, you will give me the page, or I will have Marshal Penhall take it. A long breath. Sabine crossed to the bench and placed the paper in Reynolds' hands. The jurist unfolded it fully. She read. The chamber held still. Then Reynolds lowered the page. The bottom half of this document contains a passage that was folded under. It reads, in the same handwriting, the choice is the crack in the wall. If she chooses publicly and is believed, the competing contracts that bind both houses will break at the pressure point. Do not seal the door. Leave it open for her to walk through. Sabine's breath caught. Reynolds looked at her. You folded the warning under and presented only the prediction. I did what was necessary to preserve the house. You broke the law. Sabine's voice was barely a whisper. I broke nothing. I bent a page. Weston moved. Sabine, where did you get the ink that updated Maelys' note? Who helped you access the region's courier network? Who has been feeding you information about Maelys' movements for the past 4 years? She did not answer. He stepped closer. You did not build this alone. The Codicil was too precise. The proxy oath was too well hidden. The smear pamphlet quoted a language you cannot read. Sabine's hands were still. I had an agreement with someone who understood the roots better than I did. Who? She looked at the door. Someone who arrived with the Regent's seal 3 days ago. The chamber door opened. A clerk stepped through, pale-faced. He crossed to Reynolds and bent to whisper. Reynolds' expression did not change. She looked up. Lady Seraphine Venn has requested to delay her address. She is not in the south guest wing. Her attendants do not know where she has gone. Maelys went cold. Weston turned. The room blurred. Sabine's confession, the folded page, the warning she had suppressed. And Seraphine Venn, the woman who had written the first route, who had been waiting for Maelys, who knew the shorthand and the game and the pattern better than anyone alive, was missing. The real game had begun, and the person holding the rules had just walked off the board. Chapter 78. The chamber had not yet settled. Maelys stood with the echo of Reynolds' words still hanging. Seraphine Venn is missing, and felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The person who had written the route, who had been waiting for her, who knew the shorthand and the pattern better than anyone alive, had walked off the board. Weston moved first. Search the south guest wing, every room, every corridor, every servant who saw her this morning. Reynolds raised a hand. Lord Fayle, you do not give orders in this chamber. I give orders wherever my house's survival is at stake. Your house's survival is exactly what we are here to determine. Sabine stood frozen at the bench, the folded page still in Reynolds' grip. Her gray eyes had gone flat, the way river water goes flat before ice. Maelys forced herself to breathe. Think. She disappeared for a reason. She wants you off balance. She wants. The chamber door opened again. Sibby Marcel stood in the frame, breathless, her hazel eyes wide and her scholarship silk wrinkled from running. Behind her, half hidden in the corridor shadow, stood a man Maelys did not recognize. Thin-shouldered, low years old at least, with the bent spine of someone who had spent decades carrying pouches across the palace grounds. Sibby's voice cut through the murmuring. I found him. Reynolds turned. Found whom, Lady Marcel? Sibyl stepped into the chamber, pulling the man forward by the sleeve. He blinked at the jurists, at the 20 chairs in their crescent, at Sabine's still figure by the bench. This is Paulson, retired courier for the Regent's office. He has been receiving payments from House Fayle for the past 3 months. Sabine's hands went still. Weston turned. What payments? Sibyl looked at Maelys. He renewed the archive subscription for the Succession Annex, the one that let someone access the old cross-reference codes without a noble seal. The man, Paulson, cleared his throat. Lady Fayle sent the instructions herself, said the archive needed monitoring, said I was to note anyone who came asking about year 82 records and send word directly to the South Guest Wing. Maelys' chest went cold. The South Guest Wing, where Seraphine Venn had been lodged. You told Seraphine Venn every time someone searched the Succession archive, Maelys said. Paulson nodded. The lady wanted to know who was digging. She said there would be a young woman with copper hair and gray-green eyes asking questions eventually. Said when she came, I was to delay the search as long as possible and report immediately. Weston stepped toward him. Did you know what the searches were for? Did not need to know. The pay was good. And the attack on Lady Dellacroix? The stairwell fall? Were you paid for that too? Paulson's face went pale. I did not push anyone downstairs. I carried pouches. I directed archive traffic. I did not, but you knew about it. The man's silence was answer enough. Maelys turned to Sabine. You paid him to monitor the archive. You knew Seraphine was here. You knew she was watching the same threads we were following. Sabine's voice was barely audible. I knew she understood the pattern better than anyone. I did not ask what she planned to do with the information. You did not need to ask. You were working with her. Sabine said nothing. Reynolds set the folded page down on the bench. Lady Sabine, you have admitted to suppressing evidence, concealing a warning from this panel, and maintaining an unauthorized surveillance network through a retired Crown courier. You have implicated yourself in a conspiracy that extends to the Regent's office. Sabine's composure cracked. I did what was necessary. You broke the law. You bent a page. You paid a man to monitor archive searches. You fed information to a woman who has now fled the palace grounds. The chamber held still. Then Sabine moved. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a small leather pouch, no larger than her palm. The movement was so fast, so deliberate, that no one had time to react before she had pulled the drawstring open and tipped a single dark drop of blood onto the bench. Paulson shouted. Weston lunged. Reynolds stood. Sabine's voice rang out. By the blood of the witness and the seal of the covenant, I invoke completion. The marriage compact between House Fontier and House Fayle is fulfilled as written. The covenant is sealed from this hour. No. Maelys stepped forward, her voice cutting through Sabine's incantation. You cannot seal what is not whole. Sabine's hand froze over the blood drop. The covenant requires mutual consent at the moment of invocation. I have not consented. Weston has not consented. And the panel has not ruled on the fraud evidence. Reynolds' voice was steel. Lady Sabine, step back from the bench. The ritual is begun. It cannot be undone once. It can be halted on grounds of contested consent and active fraud. Reynolds' hand moved to the page. The blood invocation requires a clear covenant, free of contested signatures, undisputed witnesses, and untainted consent. You have admitted to suppressing evidence. The primary witness signature has been challenged. Weston Fayle has publicly refused to claim his rights under disputed terms. The covenant is not whole. Sabine's hand trembled. You cannot. I can. Reynolds' voice did not rise. I am the presiding jurist of this panel. I have the authority to declare any invocation void if the covenant's integrity has been compromised before the seal is set, and your own testimony has compromised it. The blood drop sat on the bench, dark and still. Sabine did not move. Weston's voice came low and hard. Sabine, step away. She did not. The chamber held its breath. Then Sabine moved. She crossed to the bench, took the leather pouch from Sabine's frozen hand, and placed it on the page beside the blood drop. It is done, Lady Sabine. The game is over. Sabine's eyes went to Maelys. You do not understand what you have thrown away. The covenant was the only way to hold both houses together. Without it, the parties who bet on its activation will dismantle House Fayle. They will come for Weston. They will come for you. They will come for everyone who stood in their way. Maelys met her gaze. Then we will face them. Sabine's face crumpled. You are a child, playing at statesmanship. And you are a woman who has spent 12 years bending her sister's work into a cage she never intended. We are both wrong. But I am the one who still has time to choose differently. Reynolds' voice cut through. Marshal Penholf, escort Lady Sabine to the East Holding Rooms. She is to remain under guard until this panel determines the full extent of her involvement. Ivo stepped forward, his scarred knuckles visible. Sabine did not resist. She walked past Maelys without looking back. The door closed behind her. The chamber exhaled. Weston stood at the bench, staring at the blood drop, the folded page, the leather pouch. His face was unreadable. Maelys turned to Reynolds. What happens now? Reynolds looked at her for a long moment. The covenant is not sealed, but it is also not voided. The panel must rule on the fraud evidence, the contested consent, and the proxy oath provision. That takes time. How much time? Until I have answers, until the missing witness is found, until Seraphine Venn is located. Maelys's hands went cold. Until the missing witness is found. Paulson was still standing at the door, his bent spine visible even in the dim chamber light. Sabine moved to stand beside him. I brought him because his testimony connects Sabine to Seraphine, Sabine said quietly. But he also told me something else on the way here. Something about the stairwell attack. Maelys turned. What? Paulson's voice was barely above a whisper. The man who pushed you. He was not Fayle household. He was a contract hire, paid in gold from the South Guest Wing. I saw him take the payment myself, 3 days before the fall. Maelys' chest tightened. Who paid him? Paulson shook his head. I do not know. The gold came in a pouch with no seal, but I saw the hand that passed it. And whose hand was it? He looked at the door where Sabine had vanished. Her hand. The chamber went silent. Maelys felt the weight of it settle around her like a second skin. Sabine paid for the attack. Sabine tried to kill her, but Sabine had also been working with Seraphine Venn, which meant Seraphine had known about the attack. had approved it, had maybe even planned it. The woman who wrote the route was willing to kill to keep it intact. Weston's voice broke through. "Maelys." She looked at him. His face was pale, his jaw tight. She knew. Seraphine knew Sabine was going to move against you, and she let it happen. Maelys nodded slowly. She is not just the route writer. She is the one who decided which corrections were mild and which were not. The implication hung between them, cold and final. The pattern corrected itself through assassination attempts, and Seraphine Venn had been the one calibrating the severity. Reynolds' voice brought the chamber back to order. "This panel will recess until the 5th bell. Lady Dellacroix, Lord Fayle, you will remain available for further testimony. Lady Marshal, you will submit a written account of Mr. Paulson's testimony before the recess." Sibia nodded. Reynolds turned to leave. Then she stopped. "There is one more thing." Maelys looked up. Reynolds' eyes were hard. "The blood invocation Lady Sabine attempted. Even halted, it leaves a trace. If the covenant is ultimately found valid, that invocation may still have legal standing." Maelys felt the cold spread from her hands to her chest. "What kind of trace?" Reynolds gestured to the leather pouch on the bench. "The blood was exposed to the covenant text before the seal was set. If the panel rules the covenant valid, the invocation will be considered partially fulfilled. You will be bound to House Fayle regardless of consent." Weston's voice was flat. "Can that be undone?" Reynolds' expression did not change. "Only if the covenant itself is voided before the panel recesses for the night. You have until the 5th bell to prove the fraud is complete." She left. The door closed. Maelys stood in the center of the empty chamber, the leather pouch on the bench, the blood drops still dark and still, and felt the weight of the clock pressing down on her. 5th bell. 3 hours. 3 hours to prove the fraud was complete. She had witnesses. She had testimony. She had a courier who had seen Sabine's hand pass the gold, but Seraphine Venn was still missing, and without her, the full picture of the conspiracy might never be known. Weston stepped beside her. "We need to find her." Maelys did not look at him. "I know. We need to find her before she disappears forever." Maelys turned. "Or before she finishes writing the second route." His face went still. They stood together in the empty chamber, the blood dropped between them, the clock ticking toward the 5th bell, as the real game pressed in from all sides. Chapter 79. The outer corridor had gone quiet. Maelys stood at the center of it, Weston beside her, Sibyl and Paulson at the door, and the weight of 3 hours pressing down like a hand on her chest. The blood trace on the covenant text was still drying. The clock was still ticking. "We need Marette," she said. Weston's head turned. "The abbess?" "Her jurisdiction predates the regent's seal. If she witnesses the refusal before the panel reconvenes, the jurists cannot claim the covenant was sealed in private." Weston studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I will have her brought." He moved toward the corridor, his stride already shifting from hesitation to direction. Maelys watched him go, then turned to Sibyl. "Bring Paulson's written account to Reynolds now. I want it on the bench before anyone else speaks." Sibyl's jaw tightened. "And you?" Maelys looked at the leather pouch on the bench, at the dark stain that had spread from the blood drop, thin and precise as a vein. "I need to read Anja's page again, the full one, with the warning." Sibyl hesitated, then reached into her sleeve and pulled out the folded page. She pressed it into Maelys's palm. "Do not let her work be wasted." Maelys unfolded the page. The prediction was there, angular and efficient, 12 years old and still cold to the touch. But beneath it, where the paper had been folded under, the real message waited. "The choice is the crack in the wall. Do not seal the door. Leave it open for her to walk through." She traced the words with her fingertip. "Do not seal the door." Anja had not written a lock. She had written an exit. Maelys folded the page carefully, tucked it into her sleeve, and walked toward the chamber where the panel would reconvene. The chamber had filled by the time she entered. Jurist Reynolds sat at the bench, her gray hair pulled tight, her hands flat on the wood. The other 2 jurists flanked her, their faces unreadable. Frederick sat in the 3rd row, arms folded, watching with the stillness of a man who had stopped trying to predict outcomes. Sabine stood near the side door, her silver hair gleaming under the lamplight, her hands clasped in front of her. Her eyes found Maelys the moment she entered. Weston stood at the opposite wall, and beside him, in a simple gray cloak, stood Abbess Miradkova. Maelys, his chest loosened. Miret met her gaze and gave the smallest nod. Not reassurance, readiness. Renaud raised her hand. This panel is reconvened. Lady Dellacroix Fontaine, you have requested to speak before the ruling on fraud is entered. You may address the bench. Maelys stepped forward. She pulled Anja's page from her sleeve and held it up. This is the complete prediction written by Anja Ven 12 years before I arrived in Erin. It contains 2 messages. One was presented to this panel earlier by Lady Sabine Fayle. The other was intentionally folded under and hidden. She unfolded the page and read the lower portion aloud. The choice is the crack in the wall. Do not seal the door. Leave it open for her to walk through. Silence. Renaud's eyes moved to Sabine. Is this your sister's handwriting? Sabine's jaw tightened. Yes. Did you know this message existed beneath the one you presented? Sabine did not answer. Renaud's voice did not rise. Did you know? I folded the page, Sabine said, her voice low. 12 years ago. I folded it because the warning would have undone everything Anja intended to build. You mean it would have undone what you built using her name? Sabine's hands went still. Maelys lowered the page. Anja Ven did not write a trap. She wrote a door, and she left it open for me to walk through. The covenant was never meant to seal me. It was meant to give me leverage to break the competing contracts that bind both houses. Lady Sabine knew this. She suppressed it. Renaud studied Sabine for a long moment. Then she turned to Maelys. What are you requesting, Lady Dellacroix? Maelys drew a breath. I am requesting that this panel recognize the covenant as void, on the grounds that the witness testimony was obtained through suppression of material evidence, that the consent was never freely given, and that the document's true intent was concealed by the party who filed it. She paused. And I am requesting that I be permitted to speak my refusal before full witness, so that the covenant's enforceability is fractured at the point of consent, where it was always weakest. Renaud's eyebrows rose. You wish to refuse the covenant before this panel? I wish to refuse it before this panel, the abbess, and every witness present. I wish it recorded that I did not consent, that I do not consent, and that no blood trace, no sealed codicil, and no legal proxy can stand in the place of a choice I never made. The chamber went still. Weston moved forward. I will add my own declaration, he said. I renounce any claim arising from this covenant. I will not exercise it. I will not enforce it. I will not permit it to be enforced on my behalf. Renaud looked at him. You understand that renunciation may not void the covenant entirely. It may only freeze it. Then it will freeze, Weston said, and the ice will crack whoever tries to break it open. Sabine's hands unclenched. Her gray eyes were fixed on Weston with something that looked like grief. You are destroying everything Anja built. No, Weston said. I am destroying what you built on top of her grave. Renaud called for the covenant document. The leather pouch was brought to the bench. The seal was broken. The pages were laid flat, the blood trace visible as a dark thread running through the first paragraph of text. Miret stepped forward. I will witness the refusal, she said, and I will attest that the consent was never freely given. The covenant law of this kingdom requires 2 things for a binding marriage compact: free consent and full disclosure. Neither was present here. Renaud looked at the other 2 jurists. They exchanged glances. One nodded, the other did not. The blood trace, the dissenting jurist said slowly, has already begun to bind. If we void the covenant now, the trace may hold as a partial claim. Renaud's jaw tightened. How partial? Enough to leave a door open. Not for Maelys to walk through, for another party to enter. Maelys's hands went cold. Who? The jurist shook his head. The trace does not name a claimant. It only creates a vacancy where one was sealed. If the covenant falls, someone may step into the empty space. Weston's face went pale. Then we void it anyway, Maelys said. She stepped forward, raised her voice so it carried to every corner of the chamber. I, Dellacroix Fontier, refuse this covenant. I refuse it of my own will, before this panel, before the abbess, before every witness present. I did not consent to it. I will not be bound by it. And no blood trace, No sealed document and no scribe's trick will make me call it mine. She set Anya's page on the bench. This is the only door I will walk through, and it was left open for me. The chamber held its breath. Then the covenant document trembled. The dark thread of the blood trace lifted from the paper, thin as smoke, curling upward before it dissolved into nothing. The old seal cracked. The leather pouch split at the seam. Sabine gasped. Her hand, the one that had passed the gold, jerked as though struck. A thin line of blood appeared across her palm, clean and precise as a cut from a blade. She stared at it. "The trace," she whispered. "It was anchored to her." Weston's voice was quiet. "No," he said. "It was anchored to the one who invoked it." Sabine looked at her bleeding hand, then at the cracked seal on the bench, then at Maelys. "What have you done?" Maelys did not look away. "I walked through the door." The chamber bell rang, fifth bell, and beneath the sound, beneath the silence that followed, a faint rustle came from the bench where the covenant had been. The succession clause had released, and it was pointing somewhere Maelys had never looked. Weston picked it up. His face shifted. "Maelys," he said, his voice barely audible. She turned. "There is a name here, at the base of the succession clause. A name that was never meant to surface." He held the page out. "The heir clause does not name me. It does not name my father." Maelys took the page. The name was faded, written in a hand that predated the covenant by decades, buried so deep in the legal language that only the collapse of the seal had exposed it. She read it, and the floor fell out from under everything she thought she knew. Chapter 80. The name on the page was not a name she knew. Maelys read it twice, then a third time, as if repetition would make it familiar. The letters were fine and faded, pressed into the vellum with a hand that had been steady and unhurried. The ink had aged to a brown so pale it looked like water stain. Cassian Venn. She looked at Weston. "Who is that?" His face had not recovered its color. "I do not know." "Then," she repeated. "The same name as Anja, as Seraphine." "Yes." Renaud had come around the bench. She took the page from Maelys's hand with the care of someone handling a document that might still be dangerous. Her gray eyes moved across the faded letters. "This was written before the covenant," Renaud said. "Before the Codicil, before the succession clause was drafted." "How long before?" "The hand is at least 40 years old, possibly 50. Maelys did the math. 50 years before transmigration? 50 years before she was born in either world. "The succession clause was supposed to name the Fayle heir," she said. "That was the purpose of the entire covenant, to position a Fayle claimant for the throne." Renaud shook her head slowly. "This clause does not name a Fayle. It names a Venn." Weston stepped forward. "Anja Venn wrote the pattern observations. Seraphine Venn wrote the root. If Cassian Venn existed 50 years ago, he was part of the same family, the same bloodline." "Then the covenant was never about Fayle," Maelys said. "It was about Venn. All of it. The marriage, the succession claim, the legal architecture. We were being used to put a Venn heir on the throne." The chamber had gone very quiet. Sabine stood at the side of the room, her bleeding hand wrapped in a cloth one of the jurists had given her. Her gray eyes were fixed on the page Renaud held. "You knew," Maelys said to her. Sabine did not deny. "I knew there was a name buried in the succession clause. I did not know whose." "You lie." "I do not." Sabine's voice was flat. "Anya told me there was a deeper lock. She did not tell me who held the key." "Then who is Cassian Venn?" No one answered. The bell had stopped ringing. The silence in the chamber was the kind that followed a door closing, not the kind that preceded one opening. Renaud set the page down. "This document must be sealed and secured," she said. "No one leaves this room until I have recorded its contents." "The regent," Frederick said from the third row. "The regent must be informed." "The regent," Merrill said, "is the one who sent Lady Seraphine Venn with a letter of marque. I am not certain the regent is a neutral party in this." Frederick's jaw tightened. He said nothing. Mirette moved to stand beside Maelys. Her presence was quiet and steady, like a wall at Maelys's back. "You have refused the covenant," Mirette said. "You have walked through the door Anja Venn left open for you. What remains is the question of what you build on the other side." I need to find Cassian Ven. Or you need to understand why he was hidden. Maelys looked at the page again. The name seemed to pulse in the faded light. I need both. The chamber was released an hour later. Renaud took the succession clause into her own custody, sealed it in a leather case, and locked it in the chapel archive with 3 separate keys. The dissenting jurist filed a formal objection. The other jurist signed the record of refusal. Sabine Fayle was escorted to the East holding rooms by Marshal Penhall. She went without resistance, her gray eyes fixed straight ahead, her wrapped hand held against her chest like a wounded bird. Weston stood at the chamber door as the room emptied. Maelys, she stopped. I meant what I said in there. The renunciation was not strategy. I know. I do not expect you to trust me, but I am asking for the chance to earn it. She looked at him, the tall figure in dark gray, the face that had been unreadable for so long, the hands that had held secrets for years, and finally let them go. Cassian Ven, she said. That is what I am chasing now. If you want my trust, help me find him. He nodded once. I will. Oswin found her in the corridor outside the chamber. He had not left. He had stood at the far end of the hall for the entire hearing, waiting, watching, a crown prince with no more authority to enter but unwilling to walk away. Maelys, she turned. I heard what happened. Everyone heard. The name at the base of the succession clause, Cassian Ven, I have never encountered it in any succession record I have read. Neither have I. He stepped closer. His dark eyes were serious, unguarded in a way she had not seen since the Winter Garden. You are free, he said quietly. The covenant is void. Weston has renounced his claim. The prince who could not keep his engagement to you is standing here with nothing to offer but the truth. She waited. I want you to know that I meant what I said the night we dissolved our betrothal. Whatever door you need, I will open it. No conditions, no contracts. I know. If you choose to walk through a door that leads somewhere I cannot follow, I will stand at the threshold and hold it open for as long as I am able. Her throat tightened. Oswin, I am not asking for a promise, he said. I am not asking for anything. I am telling you so you know, when you decide what comes next, that there is a door that stays open. She reached out and touched his hand, brief, light. Thank you. He held her gaze for a moment longer, then stepped back into the shadow of the corridor and let her pass. She did not go to her rooms. She went to the chapel archive, with Weston, with Mirette, with Sunilde, walking silent at her side, and Frederick, a half-length behind. They unlocked the case Renaud had sealed. They read the succession clause again, line by line, tracing the faded letters of the name that should not have been there. And at the bottom of the case, beneath the page, Maelys found something else. A folded sheet of paper. Fresh. The ink still wet. She unfolded it. The handwriting was hers. She knew it before she read the words. The curve of the M, the sharp slant of the Y, the way she pressed hard on the final stroke of every letter. The note read, Do not look back. The door is closing. You have 3 days to decide whose name you will carry before the second lock is made. Cassian Ven is not the answer. He was never the answer. You are. And at the bottom, in the same hand, a date, tomorrow's date, written by Maelys Malone, who had not written it yet.